Yeah. Okay. Welcome, folks, to Sea Monster Live number 46. And this is the 300 subscriber special. Long anticipated. Let's see, we got some comments here. Yes, Antonio, this is going to be good. This truly was our Sea Monster Live Platoon versus GxK. Yes, it was. But let's get our guests in. We got Lau and we got Oshi.
Indians.
Hi everyone.
Doing all right?
I was just saying hi.
Oh, hi.
Indians.
Okay, yeah, we'll get there. We will get there.
So, how are you guys doing?
Good, and we got Kaiju Kuru coming up here.
We're already live?
Yep, we're live.
I'm probably gonna leave and rejoin once I can get on my laptop, but yeah.
All right.
But before we begin, guys, I finally finished Theamis's thumbnail for his upcoming GxK video.
Yeah, saw it on Twitter. It
Yeah.
looks great.
Yeah, it looks nice.
As Kaiju Kuru, you can see on our general.
Gotcha.
Did someone say ka-chow? Like ka-chow.
No, I meant to say gotcha.
Okay.
Dude, oh my god. Don't remind me of fucking Lightning McQueen. They actually called me Lightning McQueen because of something I did once. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Basically, I was I liked the girl, and I wanted to ask her out before she it was Friday, so I had set like a deadline. I will ask her out before next week. So she was going to the bus, and all of my friends told me, go, it's Friday, like you said that you will do that. So I did, and I ran to her like super fast. I called up, and she said no. And after that, they all called me like Lightning McQueen because I ran so fast. Just because of that. So every time that I was talking to a girl, they will be like, "Ka-chow."
Oh man. Yeah. So we'll be starting pretty soon. I just sent Cinemus the link, so.
By the way, Sea Monster, I gotta ask, what are your just the thoughts on the thumbnail I made?
Pretty much looks nice. I think Cinemus would probably be like the best person to like ask that, considering that the thumbnail's for his video. But yeah, it looks nice.
Also, well, I'm currently following you on Twitter right now.
Yeah, I just saw it. Okay, there it is. I also I'm following you too.
I figured I'd mention this, but since I've last talked, I have actually seen all of what is currently released of Kaiju number 8.
It's only one season, right?
Actually, they started airing season 2.
When?
Just a few days ago. Episode 2.
Yeah.
Season 2's first episode.
By the way, I have some sad news. The manga has ended.
Yeah, I've heard
that's not bad. Like, if the ending is bad, then that's bad. But if it ended, that's actually good. I wouldn't want it to be like One Piece, where it's like, okay, like, dude, calm the fuck down, just end it already,
One thing I do like about Kaiju number 8 is that, well, for one, just how old the main protagonist is.
Yeah, everyone and their mother has said that.
Yeah.
He's old enough to date someone's mother.
I mean, you're always old enough to date someone's mother. You just need a willpower.
Brother!
Hell yeah!
Yeah. Also, by the way, the new Dandanon season has just dropped.
Yeah, they're on episode 4.
1 sequel and a Shin Godzilla sequel. Okay, so I'm gonna say this. I don't want to be the sopping wet blanket in the room. Don't get your hopes up about a Shin Godzilla sequel. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna say that right now. But even
Right.
if it did get released, probably not gonna see it.
Even
Yeah,
if it
no.
got released, at this point, people have such like varying expectations that most people will be disappointed.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a lose situation. Lose
Well,
lose.
for one thing, if they're gonna do a sequel, they had to give Godzilla an actual personality this time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe give the movie a good script, this time around if they were to do it.
Oh boy.
The thing
Well,
But
is,
let's
Omni
not.
has said that even if the humans are bad, the monster stuff is what's gonna carry it.
And next up, we got Snyder's greatest soldier here. You don't know him.
Oh,
I wanna
geez,
die.
we're not gonna have enough room for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm waiting for C. Yeah, we gotta wait for C Animus to come on. I
Well,
sent him
also
the.
Minecraft World, like.
Oh,
C
well,
has to be here because if Cianimus is not here, we're going to turn xenophobic really fast, and he will keep us grounded and reminding us that British people can also be good. So that's why he has to be
Also,
here.
British
Must be
creations
quote
here.
can be good
unquote
people.
British quote unquote people.
Yeah.
Also,
I
creations
wanted
here.
to correct myself while I was saying it, but yeah, like I think some are people, some do count, kind of.
how you doing,
Also,
Black Rob?
yeah. Well, I forgot to ask you. Thank you for your criticism on my Ghidorah design.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
What were you asking to see?
So
Oh, I was asking you how you doing today, or how you been.
No, he's asking why are you here?
No,
Oh.
how have you been? No,
Why
how
am
have
I
you
here? Why are we here? Just to suffer.
been?
Well,
Okay.
that's kind of the name of the game with this stream.
Oh, Vic's
Yeah.
also hoping he could come on, so that we're probably going to be expecting like a rotating circle of guests at this point
Yeah.
today. So
Well, you're the sacrifice.
StreamYard blunt rotation go.
Well, you're the sacrifice. I'm sorry.
nah.
So how have I
Look,
been?
so oh
yeah, how you
Yeah.
been doing lately?
I finished my Zack Snyder video, but my computer hates me, so I tried to head it exporting overnight, and it's still not even halfway there. I went to sleep at 3 a.m. I woke up at 7, and I want to die.
Oh
As for
no.
me, I woke up at 5 a.m. and I was riding a bike.
I woke up like an hour ago. I've only been out of bed for like 30 minutes. In the meantime, I'm gambling.
Yeah.
yeah, and I woke up at 7 too just to
I
come
think
here
we're
because
just
I wanted
waiting
to
on.
do
I
everything
think
I
we're
needed.
just waiting on C Animus for now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're waiting on him for now. So
Yeah.
By the way, Kuru, you or probably you'll be the sacrifice because here's the thing: my country went to war in the last 70 years with the UK, so I have to be here.
No.
Just so you know.
No.
I woke up like at around 8-ish because I had a closing shift at work last night, and I felt like, you know what, I could sleep in for a couple hours before my stream starts. So I usually get up at like 6 or 7.
So one crap, forgot what I was gonna say. Very excited for what's probably going to be a one-on-one debate with Gojin about Shin Godzilla. That's gonna be interesting.
Mm.
Is it okay if I can join on the Gojin's live streams?
I don't know about like the one that I'm gonna be having with Gojin. That's just probably gonna wind up being me and him. Probably not, but I do know. I mean, you just have to join their server and see about that.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Also, I got the
Oh.
Hammer Collection Spinosaurus.
Oh, the Hammer
Nice.
Collection. Yeah, I've had that for a while actually. Yeah, it's pretty neat.
I also got these two like figures based off the Spider-Man 1994 animated show, just Spider-Man and Venom.
Oh,
Sweet.
They're pretty cool because they're actually from Mondo.
Oh my god, aren't those like super expensive?
So when we looked in, they weren't as expensive as they could have been, considering
Oh, okay.
like they were pre-owned technically, and also my friend, because he owns the store, he works at the store I bought them from, got them at a discount, so I spent probably what could have been $400. I spent around closer to $300.
damn.
Speaking of Spider-Man 94, I am currently watching the X-Men animated series so I can catch up on X-Men 97.
Yeah, I heard about that. That's like the show that came out like a couple of years ago. It won an Emmy, right? So like the newest season is like good, apparently. Supposedly, I don't know.
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, what else I've kind of been hearing is actually not too bad. That just came out. Apparently, that new Fantastic Four movies have been getting a pretty good buzz, even from people who have been giving the MCU a lot of negative press as of late.
I watched it.
Fantastic Four.
Yep.
Yeah, I haven't heard about
pretty-
anyone that says that it's bad so far.
All I will say is that I think you guys will really like this version of Galactus.
He's not a cloud.
No, I don't think. No, they probably would make.
Really
I mean,
funny
he
if
can make
farted in
he
the
can
movie.
make clouds.
He's not a cloud.
Yeah,
He's
no,
something.
it would be really funny if he like farted in the movie and then his fart ate the earth.
No,
Yeah.
actually, like Galactus's like station is just a giant dick.
Nice.
Get out.
Oh, so that's why Silver Surfer's female. Oh, I get it now.
Oh man.
Oh, I don't even want to know how that works.
Moreover, how does Galactus stick it?
He can shrink himself just a
he
little bit. He grew to like 8 inches.
Maybe it's kind of like in The Voice. The Boys. Sorry, I pronounced it like The Voice, but I meant like The Boys, the Amazon show. You know, like she's like the missile. If you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Or it's like a case of the gorilla where he looks massive because he needs to compensate.
Do you know if like Animus is hopping on soon, or do you think we should go ahead and start without him?
He said he'll be. To join. Yeah. He said he'll be here in a minute. His body is going burr.
Yeah, I know that.
I don't mind waiting.
I'm currently dealing with mucus drainage right now because I just got home a few days ago from a trip to Missouri. I was hanging out with a bunch of my friends in St. Louis, and that's actually where I got the Spinosaurus.
Yeah. I mean, I got mine at my Spinosaurus at like Target. You know, it's been hanging out.
You got a Spinosaurus infection.
A Spinosaurus.
Yeah. How ironic.
Spinosaurus 25.
Yep.
Everyone
Spinosaurus.
Yeah. The thing with Fantastic Four is that even though the movie is good, and I know that it's a standalone movie, I'm not going to give more money to the MCU because I'm over with this. Oh, the MCU is good again. It's like, no, it's not. Like, what, you got like one movie that's like really good and then one that's fine, and that's like a comeback to some people. Nah, I don't trust it. Like, I trusted it with Multiverse of Madness. It let me down. Then I watched Thor: Love and Thunder, and that's it. Like, never again since then, and I don't regret anything. Never again I'm giving my money to fucking Disney.
I mean, at this point, I'm just kind of. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh,
okay.
No, damn it! Again. Okay, you first.
Okay. The main thing with me in terms of like why I've been keeping track of like the MCU as of late, not watching like the shows and all that, but least like keeping track of the movies. It's mainly just to be like it's kind of more or less just like watching like a car crash in slow mo. Just really like there may be like some like that is if the car crash somehow had like some bits here and there to make it go, oh okay. It's like, oh, that didn't look too bad, I guess. I mean, like with Guardians 3 as an example, being like
Mhm.
an MCU movie post Infinity Saga that's actually pretty good.
Oh
The
yeah,
little
actually,
sleep that
and that one I didn't go to watch it because I didn't even consider it Marvel because it's one of the few movies that was actually directed by a director. So I went and I did watch that one, but all of the other ones that are clearly like felonies with like random directors used as like puppets, I don't watch those.
Ah,
the little sleep that I got, I had a dream that WandaVision got a season 2, and I just woke up screaming and crying.
oh, that was Multiverse of Madness. What are you talking about? That happened.
Yeah,
No,
that
no,
happened.
no, like an actual season 2, kind of like Agatha, but it was Scarlet Witch, and she had a different. It was weird. It was weird. I didn't like that dream. It was a really disturbing nightmare, to be honest.
Yeah, it sounds
Hey,
horrible.
the big man is here.
Hey.
Ew.
The Hans
Ah.
Zimmer theme is better.
So,
To
who's next? Are we
destroy
going
a
to stand about a
British
Shin
man.
Godzilla debate?
First thing, to destroy a British man, we must ally with a British man. Anyways, Animus, what would you say?
I heard someone saying there was going to be a Shin Godzilla debate.
So what it's probably gonna be is just between me and a Gojin the Makai Phantom about Shin. Just why I
Okay.
don't think Shin Godzilla holds up, whereas he thinks it does.
Have you watched
Okay.
any of the part videos I've done on it?
I actually sat down and kind of just listened to the whole thing while I was at work. I have some disagreements. Most of it I actually do get where you're coming from, but I think it just has to do with but it was a good video. Anyways, now that all 6 of us are here,
Okay.
I don't think we should waste any more time because
before we
we
begin,
know how long this video is.
Okay, but before we begin, CNMS, before we begin, can you please tell me your thoughts on like the thumbnail I made for your upcoming GxK video?
I really like it. I'm actually tempted to do a oh god, what's the word? Almost like an MCU style, like images coming together thing, and then transforming into your thumbnail. I'm actually thinking about doing that now.
Also, it's okay if I can send you a song for that thumbnail.
A song?
Yeah, I think when I was drawing it, I used a particular song for the thumbnail. I think you'll like it.
Okay, that could be interesting. Do you know if it's copyrighted at all?
Do you know a band called Pale Dusk?
No.
It's a Japanese metal band.
Okay, now that you say Japanese, actually, I might know them. Pale Dusk. Let me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
like,
it's
if
definitely copyrighted, though.
Yeah, if it's copyrighted, then there may be some complications.
Okay, then I'll try to think about it. But anyway, yeah.
Before we
Okay,
begin, I
so
have a
how-
suggestion for all of us. I think it would be great if we all went around and started, talking about our first impressions of the little Platoon video, so we could
Fun little fact, I'm going into this video blind.
Ooh,
Oh,
nice.
you poor soul! You poor soul!
I did not feel like supporting this man in any capacity with a single view.
I also tried that. Sadly, like most videos reacting to his, like didn't show the whole thing, at least at the time. And then I forgot that there were some videos that actually made some, edits. And so I just watched some parts of his, like between yesterday and today.
The most I've seen of the video is the first 10 to 12 minutes from Cianimus's video, and the clip everyone was sharing on Twitter when it dropped.
Okay, so everything will be like the first time for you. Like that's fun because
After like
I
the
want to see.
12-minute mark, everything is new to me.
Okay, and do we then go on order like Macaroni, Cianimals, Hoshimi, and Sea Monster?
We all know how
Probably.
much I've watched.
So I guess it's my turn then. If any of you seen what I sent on Discord server, you all know that I recently just watched this video, and oh dear Lord Almighty, I do not want to talk about it at all. I think it's easily one of the worst types of rant videos for GxK in particular. Yes, it's that type of bad video. I have no idea what that man was smoking, and I do not want to be any part of it.
Wait a minute. So then why
The
are you here?
moment, the moment this man started speaking about the Indians, the Mordor, the the sons of
Oh,
landscape, and the
yeah.
yeah, I knew for a fact that this man has no idea what he's talking about.
On my
Hmm.
side, like the thing is, I really think that this movie sucks. Like, I think it's like trash. I think that the
Agreed.
writers, again, I said this many times, they wrote it with fucking crayons that they pulled out of their noses. I still like it. So technically, he's insulting me when he's insulting everyone, right? Because
Me,
even though I know that this movie is like bad, I don't care. Like, I still enjoy it, and actually, I watched it like 2 days ago.
to me,
Um,
it's more so
he
mediocre than terrible.
No, to me it's absolutely like terrible. Like I don't. While I liked it, I still don't think that the Monsterverse should go in this direction. I think that it's been doing damage that, like after I had faith in Gareth Edwards fixing Jurassic World, and that movie disappointed me. Uh, I still kind of liked it, but it's still disappointing as fuck. So now, if Garrett disappointed me with this Jurassic Rebirth movie, I feel like there's no way in hell. Like it really made me pessimistic about the upcoming MonsterVerse movie fixing anything at all. So yeah, I don't like this movie in that sense. Like where I'm like, oh, I hope everything is like this, and I want more of this. It's like, no, I like it, but I don't want more of it. Like I can eat what's the name of these burgers from McDonald's? I can eat a
Whopper.
Big Mac.
Oh, oh.
Yeah, Big Mac. I
No,
can
wait.
eat one of those.
Whopper's Burger King. My bad.
Yeah, Whopper's Burger King. I could eat a Big Mac, and I can like it, but it doesn't mean that I think that it's okay to eat Big Macs every day. And so it's conflicted because, again, this guy is literally insulting me and anyone that likes this film. Even if we do have critical talk about it, apparently we still like fucking suck and we're inhuman to him. But it doesn't take away from the fact that I think that he's right about a bunch of stuff, and also I think that he's being pedantic about a bunch of stuff. And this comes to the same thing that we discussed in the Ellie Ramirez movie, where you see animals, you explained it way better. You said that when you complain about every single little unimportant thing, like your complaint as a whole becomes less valuable, because like you're just ranting at that point. It's kind of useless
So
to hear you
essentially,
talk
your
about it for
thoughts
like
of
an
the
hour and a
video
half.
can be described by that one meme saying, when someone expresses an opinion that you low-key agree with, but they're being annoying about it.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's super obnoxious. Yeah, and also the fact that I think that everyone here has complained about the movie way better than he has, because everyone here, Cianimous, Blackroney. Well, Cianimous is about to release the video sometime soon, right? But Sea Monster, Blackroney, for example, and all of us on the streams here have like basically given almost every single objective thing that you can use to explain why the movie is trash. Not from how I feel like this movie is shit. No, it's like it's bad and it's because of this and this and that. Like I think that's way more valuable than anything he has done. And I try to watch more videos of him. It's just that he comments on like Marvel shit and Star Wars and stuff that I don't care about. His only video that I could maybe kind of want to watch is the Prey one, but
He's
yeah,
one
it
of
was
he's
fine.
on like this. He's in like the same wing, and that's I don't know if that's like the correct word here. He's in like the same group as like EFAP and also the Critical Drinker.
Yeah, like look, here it is.
Drinker? No,
These
I
are
haven't
his
seen him in Drinkers.
last.
To me, I view him as the
Sorry to
same
cut you off, but
wing
like I haven't
as
seen.
like
I've only seen him
Radish.
like with. I've only seen him with like EFAP, and he has his own podcast, Beefs Up. But I've never seen him like interact with the Drinker all that often. No?
But for example, look at this. Like these are his
I've
last
seen
OMG.
five to
Drinker
10
like
videos. For
talk with
example,
EFAP at least a few times.
yeah, he has, and the thing is that they are all orbiters of the Critical Drinkers, like target audience. You know, like they're all going for the same. Everything's woke and type of group of people, right? His
I
last
would say
videos
Those two
his
are
people are at
video
war with
isn't
each
bad
other.
because
Actually,
it's
like I've
made
been
by
to the
someone.
Mauler server, and those two kinds of people, even though they have similar standards, they typically don't really get along all that much anyway. So, like this is just I would say like it's the other way around, that he's just in the that Drinker's in the EFAP school of thought as opposed to EFAP being in the Drinker school of thought.
I'm
Considering
not
EFAP's been
disagreeing
around
with
for
that, but
longer.
I'm just like letting people know. I'm just like saying that to provide some context to the people he's commonly associating with. The next
By the way, CMS, I forgot to ask you, but I sent you a song on the DMs on Twitter.
Cool. I'll look at that after the stream, which may or may not be 10 hours away. We shall see.
Yeah. So is that just kind of like so are we still like just kind of going over our first impressions of the video, and depending on
Yeah, it's Animus' turn now.
So I've obviously everybody knows how much I've seen in this video because I made my video on it, but I would like to make a prediction, which is basically the same one that every single other critic of this film that I've seen of the MonsterVerse so far seems to be that there are going to be obvious objections which have obviously bye bye which have got worse as the films have gone on. GxK is a fish in the barrel shoot in terms of finding things wrong with this film. They are obvious, they are terrible, it's not that difficult to complain about it. And yet, you give someone like Little Platoon, or any critic by the looks of it, a minigun to shoot this barrel, and they shoot all over the place. You're like, why are you shooting the floor? Why have you shot yourself in the foot? Why are you doing this? And it seems to happen all the time. So my prediction is we're going to watch this film.
He's a
This video.
dumbass. There's nothing to say about it.
We're going to watch this video and we're going to see him get some things right. We're going to say, yes, we agree with that because that's bloody obvious. And then he's going to say some really stupid stuff and we're going to say, what the hell is wrong with you? Why would you say that?
Yeah.
All right. Well, then I guess it's my turn then. I might be the odd one out because I'm the only one that thinks this video was not that bad. If Zim were here, he'd probably be like the only other person because he has his own stream on it, and even he said that as far as videos go, this probably wasn't the worst one. I know Platoon from his video on Thor: Love and Thunder, and then his video on representation, and then his video on Dune. He has a secondary channel called Lost Chord where he takes clips of some of his videos, but also clips of videos he has yet to release. There was one in particular, well, actually two that he's made about Dune that I really, really liked because he has this very academic way. Sorry, he has this very academic way of explaining things. He not only his use of language and rhetoric, but also the knowledge that he has on certain topics of literature, like those
that's
kinds of
just
things.
British people, dude.
Yeah, I know. You
I'm
could
joking.
say
I'm joking.
Waller
I'm
doesn't
joking.
do that. I mean, he's Welsh, but he doesn't do that. So I would argue that he's like a more academic more version. There's like a meme in the server where it's like the what's it called, the Suicide Squad meme where uh Bloodsport goes, oh, he does the same thing I do but better. It's like he does the same thing I do but posh. I don't know what posh means, but I'm sure Animus knows.
Upper class.
You thought you would say
Pretty
something
much.
like, "Are we some kind of Suicide Squad?"
No, I'm
No,
talking
no,
about
no.
the Suicide Squad, the James Gunn movie. No.
The
but-
second film.
Yeah. So the good one. So yeah, I'm a little bit more ambivalent towards this video. Some of the criticisms that I've heard from this video have been boiled down to he was mean and he wasn't completely accurate about something, which fair enough. Like I think
Sorry,
that
my
this kind of video
my
that he's
connection
made
just like died on me for some reason.
That's
Okay.
all
all right.
I'm trying to get on
So-
my
You probably
laptop
knew
now.
what video you're gonna watch.
So as I was saying, I think this video is like a lot the criticism, I'm sorry. I think the criticism levied against this video boiled down to two things. Number one, he was mean, and number two, he missed some stuff. I think he missed some stuff. I think that holds more weight, especially considering the mentality he had when going into this video. Like he just wanted to grab a quick buck, but I mean, then again, so did the directors when it comes to like writing stuff. They just wanted to get the thing that was the coolest thing to the fans. You know, Godzilla Evolved, the Beast Glove, the new monsters. Like it was a quick buck. So he pretty much went into it with the same mentality as like the directors, which I think was a pretty funny jab in my opinion. But yeah, like a lot of the arguments, at least the one that bothers me in particular is just like that he was mean. I think that as opposed to something like he missed some stuff is kind of strange considering the kind of stuff we have said about these movies has been, I'm not gonna say worse,
Have
but
you watched my video on his intro?
I have not.
So yeah, I have a
By the
warning
way,
message on the start of my video saying there's going to be bigoted, racist comments in ableist comments in the video because I felt quite that strongly about the things that he said. So yeah, saying he was mean is, I find,
An
incredibly reductive
understatement.
in terms of just how bad he is.
You should have most of our streams, like you should see them and how we and how a lot of us
But there's a
interact.
difference. There's a difference between, like, if I was to call you names, you can call them straight back. We go, ha ha ha, isn't that great? But the fact that he uses ableist terms as an insult
to the audience.
yeah, to the audience, it's the audience
I mean,
as
you
well.
can call
Because when you're
the fans
criticizing a film,
dumbasses.
criticize a film however you want. But when you start calling the audience stuff that you know they can't respond with, or he will actively just ignore, you're like, yeah, you're being a bastard.
Yeah. He
Yeah,
proposed
and
the
by the way,
first
I just
idea
wanted to-
for
That reminds
doing
me,
this
like the
stuff.
criticisms it levied against I think he was being very specific with the Monsterverse fans because the kinds of criticism levied against these movies, the response given to these types of criticism, if that's the only stuff that he's seen, which I don't doubt that it is, I feel like it's kind of warranted at that point. I mean, just think about it. Like everybody calls you a grifter. Everybody calls you like, oh, you hate fun. Oh, this, that, and the other. They argue in bad faith. This, that, and the other. Specific Monsterverse fans, they always do that. They don't have a very good reputation. So at that point, like, if that's your first interaction with them, then what else are you supposed to think about them?
That's also fair, because we have to remember that at the time people were like super defensive, preemptively even because of -1. So we should keep that in mind that at the time people were like super fucking reactive. But also, like if you go on Twitter, you'll find those type of people. Like we all know that too. And it's not like no one that likes.
Yeah, like not even on Twitter, but like everywhere, like Reddit, YouTube. I've seen it all. Like there was this one guy in the I don't remember which Godzilla server it was. This was one of the Godzilla. He threatened to assault me intimately for my takes on Godzilla. Like, so it was funny as heck when I first heard it. I was like, "What?" He said, "What?" But like looking back, like yeah, no, like if this is the kind of stuff that I expect, then like maybe the mockery is warranted.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like that guy should be mocked. And actually, if you said who it is, and if it wasn't the server, I think we will all shit on him and then ban him. But the thing
I
is,
just
like those people should be punished or at least taken out of society. Like put them on a fucking crazy house, as far as I care. But it doesn't take away from the fact that if you're like rude in return and you're shooting with a like machine gun at like one person and you kill like 100 behind them, you still are in the wrong.
But who is
Yeah,
he
you're
referring to
retaliating.
specifically
this
though?
stuff.
Because like I don't think obvious. I think this is just a case of it doesn't apply to you if it doesn't apply to you. I think that's just what it boils down to. Like if you know that you're not that kind of person, right? If you know that you don't shut down critical thought with oh it's just a movie, oh you're a grifter, this that, and the other. If you know you're not that kind of person, then I don't
Little
like if it
Platoon
doesn't
shut
apply to
down
you, then it
critical
doesn't apply
thought.
to you.
Yeah, the thing is, he does say explicitly that if you enjoy the movie at all, you're like a monkey. He says that in
You
the first
don't.
couple of minutes. We'll see that like as soon
Well,
as we start reacting.
okay, we've been at this for 30 minutes. I'd say it's
Um,
about high time we actually get to the video. Oh,
I
wait.
mean, well,
Yeah, that's
I
true.
haven't given my first impressions yet.
Oh, right,
so,
right. We've been.
Yeah, I mean, like you know, here's the thing, like with these logman streams, you know, it's fine to like have a little discussion going on here and there, but yeah, there comes a point where you gotta be like, all right, let's get back a little bit on track here. Yeah, just kind of a quick first impression of what I thought of the video. Yeah, I mean, the thing about the video, it's like, as far as takes on any piece of Godzilla media, not even just the MonsterVerse, just Godzilla media in general, like there pretty much are parts of the video, you know, at least in terms of the minutia about the film itself, that are that do at least line up where it's like, okay, that's a fair take on like as far as like a critique on the film, essentially, and even one that I would agree with, because I mean we all know that, you know, we've said our piece about GxK, you know, and yeah, and you know, myself included, I've made like a nearly 3-hour video on it, for God's sake. So they're pretty much, but there's also like, you know, parts of the video that just make me go, why did you even say that? Why couldn't you just focus on, you know, why did you even say that, was to make that point? Why couldn't you just like made this different point entirely? And the thing about it is, while where I kind of don't really agree that, you know, entirely with the fact that, oh, he's like taking a jab at how Wingard just did for like a quick buck by making this video that he just like put out as quickly as possible. It's like, well, why? It's like, why would you even admit this? Like, especially when why would you even
by
admit
doing
it?
that? Aren't you technically?
Oh,
You're
robot.
voting for, yeah. The Minecraft curse has been trespassed.
Oh no. The thing about that is
Is it
when
is it any better now?
Yeah, it's better.
yeah, it's there.
Is it
I mean,
any
I
better
just
now?
want to finish it. Yeah, it's better now. But I just don't want to finish this. The thing is, like, when you watch the video, like, as I watched the video, like, it really did kind of come across like he didn't really want to make the video. Like, he was almost annoyed that he even made it. Like, it's like as if he
That's
said
what I
something
felt
about.
the entire time whenever I watched this video. Like you,
It's like
no
as
way
if it's as if he made like a post on like Twitter or something about saying that he saw GxK, hated it, and said that he hated it, and then he got, you know, and he got like, you know, responses for it on there. And so it's like, oh, you know what? Since I'm while I'm working on this Dune video that I actually do want to make, let's just crank something out about GxK as quickly as possible. And
The fact that
it's
like
just,
also it's like mentioning Diddy in the title of the video, to me during all the stuff when that was topical, is just kind of telling.
yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. In the beginning, you'll be hearing a certain song he's gonna play, and he's gonna be a
Well, no,
running
he plays bits of it, you know, at the interims throughout the video, not just at the start.
It just
and
proves that Godzilla was the good guy. That's all. So it makes
Zilla.
98 better.
It turns out Zilla was the hero all along. We just chose to not believe it because he made a bad movie. That's
Yeah.
that's. But the thing about the video, like, I mean, when you, especially with like the preamble, if you will, like, I pretty much understand being frustrated towards, like certain sects of the fandom who will pretty much be like not listened to no matter what. But it's like, it pretty much would be more tactful if you pretty much didn't go out of your way to like insult as many people as possible, because otherwise you're just kind of reducing the sort of like your audience, essentially the people who actually do want to listen to you. Like, you would want to have as much of a, like, if you're trying to convince people that this is a bad movie, like, you gotta have like you gotta have the dial back, like sort of like the edgy jokes and the humor and and the rhetoric. You really gotta have to dial it back like significantly. Like, even if it's your even if it's just whether it's your brand or not, like, you are still ultimately a critic at the end of the day, and you're trying to pretty much like trying to be like, okay, this movie is bad. Now here's my case, my reasoning as to why that's the case.
Is
Yeah,
there like
and
a
it's not
limit
only.
for how many kinds of jokes like that are you allowed to have? Like, for just a random curiosity,
No,
like how many of
there's
those are
not
like
a
you allowed?
limit.
It's not the
Sometimes
number
it's-
of jokes; it's the nature of it. It's the way that it's
Yeah.
the nature of the jokes.
The nature, yeah. Well, that's his brand. He's mean.
Yeah,
Like, if
but,
you've seen a
but
lot
one
of his
thing is
videos, he is
being
very
mean,
aggressive,
like the
extremely
Grinch,
aggressive.
and then one thing is being a total cunt.
Well,
I think
you
that
know
there's
how you
different
said
grades.
earlier he's very academic.
Yeah, when it's still in his Dune video, for example, he made 2 videos on Dune.
Yeah,
He,
so one of the things they tell you not to do when you're making an argument is insulting the person you're arguing with. Because imagine I came up with a great big huge long thing about how great Godzilla X Con is, it's the best film ever, here's all my evidence for it, isn't it great, you asshole. You're probably, a lot of people are going to concentrate on the asshole bit and completely forget the argument, which often
Negativity bias
happens,
is
and
fun.
it's a well-known thing. So someone who's
the
supposedly
appeal to
educated enough to like
ad
make,
hominem, yeah, that.
as you said, he's educated, to then do that at the start. That's stupid.
Okay, fair enough. Like an ad hominem at the very beginning. Sure, fair enough. I will give you that. Fair enough. An ad hominem at the, but to say like the nature of it, like what do you guys mean by the nature exactly? Like the
Well, it feels more than mean. It's like, how do I say? It's like a spectrum,
I'll
I
go for the
guess,
graph
or a
one.
If I
scale.
were to say something,
Oh,
it's just
you
that
have? Okay, never mind.
the way how I saw it is that he thinks that the fans who are watching these movies are a bunch of brainless man children who will never bother to watch any real movies because they think all they watch is big dumb action films, and they think that that's the standard they are looking for. They think every single
Actually,
fan of these movies is basically the same, and they views them all exactly the same.
I mean,
You know
Animus
what?
did say that
that
he
boils
had an
down to
example.
another
So
again,
guys,
like
guys,
the
guys, guys,
whole.
guys, guys.
Yeah.
Let's watch the video and we can comment on his insults when they come up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Let's kind of get this going here.
I've uploaded the video, but I don't know if you want to do. Oh, stop that. I don't know if you want to try the screen share version. I've not done that before on here, so I don't know how that would work.
Okay.
Well, unless you can.
Let's see how this. Well, let's see how this goes.
Do you think we want to speed it up slightly?
Not at first. Not at first. I will say later when he's giving the criticisms to the movie that we have gone over 100 times, maybe, because again, like, we will ultimately agree with a lot of what he's saying. But some stuff
This is
maybe
the
not
thing,
so much.
I can't speed up the video on the upload version. I can on the screen share, but like I said, I've not done screen share before on here. I can
Oh,
try.
okay.
Yeah.
Screen sharing is screen sharing works best on a good computer. Use Chrome if you'd like to share audio with your screen. Oh, for God's sakes! Okay, never mind.
Yeah, let's kind of. We'll probably have to do some memeing, over this Diddy clip because it is, just a copyright.
Okay,
system.
or you can mute it and we can sing over it. Come with me.
La, la, surprising, yes, this actually.
X Kong, the new empire,
Okay.
will begin shortly.
What dog is that?
Greyhound?
Greyhound?
Yeah,
Okay, that's
that's
good.
Actually, yeah,
This
the video
film is a
description helps.
fucking disaster. Oh, we should probably be clear. The entire Monsterverse, with the arguable exceptions of Skull Island and that Godzilla movie from 2014, yeah, the entire thing besides those two is a fucking disaster. Its target audience is made up almost exclusively of brain-dead morons and people who are careless about their children, so take them to the movies ensuring that they too can grow up to become brain-dead morons. There are two typical
Yeah.
See what I mean? It's like there's no arguments there. It's just, oh, you guys are stupid. Yep.
And your
Okay.
kids too,
cool,
by the way.
great.
So he's
You're
getting
really
super
endearing to your
personal.
audience here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, he mentions the entire MonsterVerse is a disaster. Well, except for two out of the 5 movies in it.
Yeah, and that's not even
Yeah.
consistent because
Yeah.
later on he will also criticize 2014, saying that you're stupid if you like it too. He will show that on a graph later on. So that's not even consistent. Anyway,
Wait,
also again he
another-
gets
I
super
think-
personal.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I noticed that he doesn't edit a lot of his videos. That this is he just records them and just sends them for someone else to record because he does use footage of Monarch Legacy of Monsters, and to my knowledge, he either has not seen it or doesn't know that it exists. So that graph that he shows, taking it with a grain of salt, being as best faith as I could possibly be, that was more than likely not him. That was more
I
than
did.
likely the editor.
Yeah, you're right. I did think that it was weird that he said that 84 or 85, depending on what you want to say, was peak, because I was like, oh, I don't think that he watched that one. So yeah, I did consider that was possible. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't. He did. I don't think he watched a lot of Godzilla content beyond MonsterVerse stuff. I think so. That was more than likely not his doing.
Okay.
I don't mind that. If he's only watched the Monsterverse stuff, okay, fine. Judge the Monsterverse on the Monsterverse. That is that is a fine thing to do. If anything, that's a good thing to do. But to like everybody's pointed out, the entire Monsterverse is well, no, 40% of it, nearly half of it is all right, but the entire thing's bad.
Again,
well, even 2014 is contested at the moment.
No, we're not going on what the actual of general opinion is. What he just said.
Yeah, that most of the Monsterverse is
schlock.
poorly written. Yeah, I don't entirely disagree with that.
No, he said the entire MonsterVerse is a disaster. But then he said that
contradicts himself twice.
I think what he said was almost the entire Monsterverse is a disaster.
This film is a fucking disaster. Oh, we should probably be clear. The entire Monsterverse, with the arguable exceptions of Skull Island and that Godzilla movie from 2014, yeah, the entire thing besides those two is a fucking disaster.
So the entire thing besides half of it.
That's not half. That's not half. The 2 movies as opposed to the 5 plus the TV show. That's even if he's not aware that it doesn't exist. That's still a lot.
That's still most of it.
He's not aware of it, and he doesn't know the quality of it. Therefore, he can't make a judgment call on its quality. Therefore, he's only talking about the films. In which case, he's only talking about the first 5 films. 2 of them are all right. That's 40%.
Okay, 5.
That's not a small chunk.
2014, Skull Island, King of the Monsters, Godzilla vs. Kong, Godzilla X Kong.
Yeah, that's 3 movies that are bad according to him against 2. So yeah, most of it is bad according to him, which is fine. If you don't like King of the Monsters,
mathematically.
Yeah, but there's a difference between if it was 10 films and one of them was all right, and he said the entire thing's bad. You go, yeah, okay, you can accept that. It's almost half the films, half the cinematic content of the MonsterVerse. He says is all right, and then he's describing the whole thing as bad. That's just shit argumentation. That is a brain dead
5
argumentation.
evenly, like anyway, because that's 5 movies. Like if it were 6 movies and 3 of them were good and 3 of them were bad, I would say, okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, yeah, it is half. I would give you that. But this is 5 movies, 3 of them are bad, right? At that point, we have more bad movies than we have good movies. So at that point,
it's not the entire thing.
That's not
Even
argument.
that's what I mean. You get understand? He's making an argument, and then he's shitting on his argument.
The thing for me, for example, is that I do
keep
get
arguing this.
Yeah, it's not important in the end.
Its target audience is made up almost exclusively of brain-dead morons, and
Okay, so that's where he said almost.
Do you understand what the problem here is? This is the same stuff I had to go at Mr. Who for. Just these sweeping statements which are completely inaccurate.
Almost as sweeping.
Anyway, I'm gonna carry on.
People who are careless about their children, so take them to the movies, ensuring that they too can grow up to become brain-dead morons. There are 2 typical defenses made for schlock of this sort. Some will say that, well, you know, they're only in it for the monster fights, and so that's fine. Others will make the broader point that it's just a blockbuster, and not everything can be Shakespeare, so stop complaining. Why do you hate fun? So whenever a new, expensive, terrible film comes out that involves monsters or dinosaurs or giant robots, we are apparently expected to put up with a whole bunch of people who are, shall we say, homo without the sapiens, and who tell us that we aren't allowed to be mean about the terrible films they consume because in effect they are meant to be bad. That's what
you can be mean to the movies, like that's fine.
I like that he says homo without the sapiens. That's my favorite.
I was just about to say, I'm aware that was brought up in the Zimzilla stream, like, haha, look at that insult. Like, really? You've ignored everything else he's just said and you focus on that? Really?
Well, again, this is on top of the fact that saying almost and then calling it sweeping is a bit much. I also want to harken back to the idea that this is
a bit much
almost
entirely,
and the
almost,
entire
again, it doesn't apply to
almost
you.
exclusively.
Right? Like if you know you're not like this, if you know you argue better than the example that he's providing, like why do you hate fun? It's supposed to be bad. If you know you're not like that, then you are not the person being addressed.
Just because we don't apply to it doesn't mean that that's not a problem.
Yeah, it's still a horrible thing to say because, like, for example, Vic is not hurting anyone online, and he likes the movie, and like,
but he doesn't argue in bad faith. He doesn't argue in bad faith. He doesn't say it's supposed to be bad. He doesn't. That's why I always say that he's like the more honorable version of what Godzilla fans, or at least MonsterVerse fans in particular, pretend to be. So that's why I prefer. That's why I like Vic so much, because he's a lot more genuine. He's a lot more honest. He knows exactly what it is. He's
that's why a good person
Black,
to talk to.
Vic is
I do need to ask you, but Black, I do need to ask you, like, if Platoon, based on everything he said so far, and well, maybe I should ask this later on, but do you think he will put Vic on a different bag to all of those brain-dead morons, homos without the sapiens, or do you think that he will just grab him and put him in there with all of the other ones? Like, because
that depends
the
if
way
he
I
will interact with him. That entirely depends on how he interacts with him, because he genuinely thinks it's good and he will argue for its quality, as opposed to saying you hate fun or it's supposed to be bad, because those are the examples that he's providing. And given the comments everybody has had on criticisms regarding this movie, you see that quite often. So if he interacts with Vic, then he's probably gonna come to the same conclusion we all did.
Yeah,
like Vic is, at the very top of the list, like when it comes to like argumentation. He's like I think he might be like the best MonsterVerse fan out there, precisely because of how on he's. I think he's the ideal more than anything.
Maybe I was being judgmental. Maybe I'm biased, but the way I feel about it is that he will probably just, as soon as you say, "Well, actually, I like the movie,"
we'd have to see how he interacts. We'd have
to, and exactly, and that's like a super hypothetical thing. So, bad question I made.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I don't think it's again, I don't like you're not the person being because when I heard this, because I still consider myself a fan of the Monsterverse, I didn't feel insulted when he said all those things, like at all. Like I knew that I wasn't part of that demographic. I know Zim watched the video; he made a stream on it. I don't think he ever made a comment about being offended. So I know that he doesn't believe that he's being attacked either.
Mm.
Right.
Yeah, like
I
the
mean,
thing
here's
is,
the thing.
even
Like,
if
I
you're
don't
not,
like take. I'm sorry.
no,
Okay.
no, no, please keep going.
The thing is, like, okay. Here's the thing. Like, as someone who is kind of a fan, who is somewhat of a fan of the MonsterVerse, like, I mean, it's kind of like in a state of flux, but I am still a fan in general. Like, I mean, I myself am not particularly offended by Platoon per se because I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm not. Maybe because like it would have to take a lot to really offend me, pretty much. But like the reason why I would take issue with like those statements that would offend MonsterVerse fans is just kind of like well, I mean, I'm not gonna take much. I'm not gonna like take too much umbrage of it because I kind of have thick. Because maybe it's because I just have like too thick of skin to let it get to me. But what about the people out there who who wouldn't be able to handle it as well? That's kind of the
Sabo
main
just said it brilliantly.
Yeah, like for example, me neither. Like I'm not like personally offended, even though I think that just by liking it, I do feel like just if you like it, he's basically insulting you. But I don't take it like personally. Like, of course, the guy doesn't know me and anything like that. And I'm sure that if we spoke to one another, that he will be nice. But it doesn't take away from the fact that it's like cantish behavior. Like this is not appropriate, as Cianimous said. Like this is ad hominem to the max. This is
yeah.
like grabbing like a
You see what
flamethrower.
you see what Saibo's just put in the chat? There's a difference
Oh, that
between taking offense to what someone says and the person saying it trying to be offensive.
Yeah,
Little Platoon is trying to be offensive. So it's less a case of, oh, I don't like the words. It's more a case of his intent.
And when you're saying stuff like this, you're either tasteful about it or you're doing it for shock value.
and also
he probably
we
doing it
are
for shock
acknowledging
value.
that's
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, and we are acknowledging that like there are fans like that. I'm not going to like deny it or anything, but also he's literally taking the like the lowest common denominator and saying that they're almost exclusively all like that. Which
Is that all he's
even
seen?
if you say
Like because from let's put ourselves in his shoes for a minute, right? If that's all he's seen of the fan base, right? If that's all the kinds of arguments that he's seen, that the movie it's supposed to be bad, that the monster fights are all people care about, that you hate fun, this, that, and the other. If that's really all that he's seen, what conclusion is he meant to come to? Like if he doesn't
I
want
mean,
to assume stuff, like he
He's
doesn't
blind?
want to.
I get that. Like, don't like. I'm hoping that you don't feel like I'm just trying to like be supervised. I'm trying not to be. And the thing is, it's kind of like the fable of the guy in the cave seeing the shadows. You know, like it's like yeah, like that's what you've seen, but you should know that there's more than that. Like that's not all there is. Like it's common sense that in fandoms you will have people like that. And again, if what was his interaction with people? Like 2 days on Twitter at most. Was that it? Like, did he actually go and meet any like actual fans? Like, I don't think so.
No,
Like,
you kind
so
of just hit it on the head right there. Like,
yeah,
We know
he
better
should
though. Like all of us. Like we all know
he
better.
should
We've
also
all
know
seen
better. In spite of having dealt with that, he should, by this point, have the fucking common sense to know there are probably others out there who are just more sensible, but this is just my experience. If he said that one sentence, this wouldn't be
fine.
a problem.
Yeah, exactly.
what I was gonna say is that because we know better, because we are in the fandom, we know how much of one type of fan there is compared to another. So I'll have to ask you, how many fans are there that argue how he's describing it in defense of the Monsterverse versus the more sensible ones?
I'm gonna be
For
honest
my
here.
you
This is my
go
own personal
first.
experience. Now, I'm not on Twitter much, and I'm not even on like the Godzilla side of Twitter very much anymore. But back during GxK's drop, I did not see much of what he's talking about. It's why I've always maybe my like Twitter feed is like super curated or something by accident, but I never got and saw those pieces in like vast majority. So speaking from my own experience, yeah, no, this argument doesn't hold up.
From mine, that was like limited also at the time because I'm not too much on Twitter, or at least at the time I was never on Twitter. Yeah, no, my experience was with like normal fans. I was on ETN a lot. I was with Kaiju Kanak on his community. I was with Shin Godzilla, like the collecting side most of all, and people just liked it, and it was like super chill. And then when I got into Twitter, like a couple of months later, I saw a lot of people that were criticizing the movie, and while they were maybe being ignored or like yeah, like yeah, dude, like whatever, they weren't like being harassed necessarily. And if it was something that happened at a moment, it's something that actually that just happens. That there will always be one crazy guy, so it was never like huge. But then I also heard what happened to you, Black, and like I'm not going to say that. Oh no, that didn't happen. Like probably it did happen to content creators the most. But yeah, from my normie perspective, yeah, it was fine. People were more worried about the minus one GxK comparisons than like attacking
They were
people.
they were worried about the Godzilla -1 and GxK comparisons because they knew that GxK was going to lose that comparison. They absolutely knew,
Yeah,
and they didn't want to because they liked GxK and they didn't and
Don't,
they didn't want to
Rooney,
feel like
don't put thoughts in those
I've
people's
seen it, dude.
mouths.
I've seen it, dude. I'm talking from experience. I've seen it on Reddit. I've seen it on Twitter. I've seen it in some Discord servers. And what he's talking about, I experience a complete opposite of what it is that you guys are experiencing. Even in my own friend group, which has similar standards to the ones that I have, probably even higher. And even in my own circle, people were saying, "Oh, this is just a silly monster movie. This, that, and the other." I got so pissed at them that I just stopped talking to them for like a week before I was like, okay, maybe I was a little bit irrational, this and the other. But even in my own friend circle, I did find those kinds of things being said. So this is an entire. I don't know. I actively sought out people. I actively sought out people so that I can see how they were arguing, and they were arguing exactly how he described it on Reddit, on Twitter, on Discord, on multiple Discord servers. Now, again, this I will. What was I gonna say? Shit, I lost my train of thought. Someone say
Yeah,
but
something. I
yeah.
lost
but
my train of thought.
the thing is, like, I think you're right because with Superman, I'm seeing that. And I think that it's partially the algorithm sometimes. And I think maybe me and crew were lucky. But for example, with Superman, every time I look for a Superman review or commentary, I always find the same fucking grifters saying that it's woke. And it's like, YouTube, what the fuck are you doing? I thought that I had blocked all of these people. And so I see a lot of that, even though I'm not really looking for it. And then with Alien Romulus, I think that was my Blackaroni moment when I hated the fucking thing and everyone loved it. Um,
What's your
and I
thoughts
know
on
it
the
can be
Quiet Place 82? They won.
I don't know. I didn't watch it. I don't know. I was saying Alien Romulus, like the new one. So with that one, I was ignored a lot actually when I was saying, dude, this movie is bad because of this and that. Maybe it was obnoxious on how I was trying to make people wake the fuck up because it was so frustrating. And the way I can describe it is like being at a funeral while everyone else is like celebrating. Like it's like people wake the fuck up. This movie sucks.
Yeah,
So
I
like
mean,
I
yeah,
get the
I've saw it
frustration.
everywhere. Like with
Yeah,
GVK, GXK. Like I've seen it. I've seen it.
but
I'd like to
the
point
thing
something
is,
out
the
quickly,
people that
which
I
no
saw,
one's.
yeah,
So I was just thinking that obviously we've all been talking about this film for over a year at this point, and we all know about the arguments and defenses. But I just suddenly thought, how quickly did this video come out? 2 weeks. 2 weeks after GxK came out, this video came out. So he's saying all of this with and he must have written this a week beforehand for editors to get to it and put editing together and blah, blah, blah. So he's probably had such little time listening to people talk about this, and yet.
And not to mention, like, imagine like all the streams he may have been taking part in, like, you know, his own, you know, and possibly like whatever streams he went out. He
Yeah,
appeared
the B sub. He did a video. He did a stream on GxK in B sub. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it
with
came
some
out
friends.
like before or after the video came out. I'm not entirely sure, but it was within like a day's distance.
Yeah, so basically he may not even had like even a week's worth of time or however long to pretty much work on like looking over, you know, the feedback on GxK and, you know, and writing out the script because, you know, he's doing a whole bunch of other things.
Do you guys think that he was probably vindicated, especially with the discourse surrounding it after the fact? Not just in his comment section, but also just in other videos, because the Up From the Depths video came out, and it pretty much, at the very end of the video, it says pretty much exactly what he's saying. Like, oh, you're watching the movie wrong if you're expecting logic and coherency.
Yeah, the thing is...
No. I don't think he's justified. No.
Yeah,
at all.
It's
Not
the
then,
way in which
not
he's
now.
saying it, and it's also the way in which these people are defending the movie. Like, they can defend it with bad arguments. That's fine, because at the end of the day, it's a movie. No one's gonna die because you lost an argument or because the other person is making good arguments or not. The thing is how they say it. And if he was threatened by people or sent death threats and stuff like that because he didn't like it, yes, that's wrong. But that's not most people. Like, most people might have a bad take, but they're not going to be aggressive about it. That's the thing.
Guys,
Like,
is it okay
yeah.
if I say something?
Yeah,
I'm going to be leaving, so that Minecraft will come.
Oh god damn! I mean, okay, sure.
But before I go, CNMS, after you end this, this live stream is over, can you at least watch this song and please tell me your thoughts on it, so that I don't know, so I can at least pick up a different type of song for your upcoming video.
Yeah, sure, I'll give it a watch. I was originally going to have the Avengers theme going into the bad flute Avengers theme, but yeah, if the song's good enough and it's not copyrighted, yeah, sure, I'll think about using it.
Yeah, the reason why I'm going so quickly is because I already watched this video and I thought it was a goddamn mess, and it's really bad. But other than that, I really am going to be watching this on YouTube. But other than that, see you guys on the next live stream. I hope you guys at least make it out of here alive. So,
yeah.
God, I hope you do.
Pray for Mojo.
Other than that,
bye.
I hope you guys have a wonderful day.
Yeah, you too, man.
See ya. Thanks for the fun, though.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right, so now we're gonna bring Mr. Chicken Jockey. I mean, Minecraft World.
Hi, Tess. Can you guys...
release?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, good. I am on my
Jockey.
Oh God. So I guess before we move on, so the point that he was making about like how it's just a blockbuster, you know, and you know, blah blah blah, you know, like should we just kind of like let a little bit more of the video play before we talk about like how, you know, like whether or not people just sort of say like, oh, it's a blockbuster, so we should kind of have like expectations, different expectations.
Yes, because I do have things to say relating to that. So, yeah. Well,
yeah, we'll let it play for a little bit. See.
Yeah. Okay.
One little suggestion: make sure he finishes the actual sentence before pausing, so that it doesn't like come across like interrupting at random.
True.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Makes them so good. Neither of these arguments are accepted by those who offer them when the subject is a film they dislike, of course. Both strands of this defense of the cretinous are severely deficient. In the first place, you might just be in it for the big monster battles, yet the Monsterverse films in particular average, an 80-20 split? If you're lucky? 20% of the film might be big CGI monsters fighting each other, but the remaining 80% is invariably taken up by human plot lines that would depress a room full of monkeys on typewriters. Why must we use the typewriters? They frustratedly ask.
Superman
When these
reference.
guys just throw.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Yeah, baby.
The rage farming monkeys.
Genuinely, that was
Little
beautiful.
Platoon is Lex Luthor confirmed. He's just a hater.
No, Rooney, when I saw this, I didn't know you were in Superman 2025.
Despite my problems, I still really like the movie. So it hurts me to whatever upcoming thing we have for it, it will hurt.
We're doing the debate. You could settle your grievances with that one. So
I know it's just I really love this movie and I don't want to hate it because I like what it tried to do and it makes me sad. I really do like this movie.
I'm kind of leaning more toward. I'm starting to like kind of. I don't want to say that I hate it, but I'm kind of leaning more closer to that, and I have just as many issues with it. I'm pretty sure you do, Black Rooney.
I wish this movie was human so I could give it a hug.
Kuru and I have no idea what you're talking about. Both of us think it's borderline perfect. Same with Lau.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, honestly.
Perfect. Okay. All right. Well, hold on. We're gonna have to say that. I can't get into it right now. We're just gonna.
Yeah, let's save that for when Joey
to be
let's
continued.
save that for the 2v2 when Joey
Yeah.
call us.
To be continued.
Cliffhanger.
Ignorance is bliss.
We have two major debates upcoming: Shin and Superman.
Shin is shit.
Okay.
Anyway.
Shit at the paper and run with whatever sticks.
While we are throwing random shit at the wall.
See, even the film accepts that this is what it's doing. This movie doesn't respect you. There's absolutely no cast iron rule that states monster movies have to have terribly written human plots.
Okay, can I say something really fast? Because I feel that we can actually pause right after he says this movie doesn't respect you. I just want to say that he's right. And also, I want to say that it is hypocritical to say that, well, you're also disrespecting people. Like, I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, especially considering the way he disrespects people in this video was of a completely different manner in comparison to GxK. It's not assuming, it is not run with it. It's not turn off your brain. It's you are a fucking imbecile. You should go and kill yourself. Oh, hyperbole, but still.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually quite a good point, is that this inverted clitoris of a human being is sitting here saying all of this, and then he addresses the camera like, I'm talking to you. Yeah. Do you still think anybody who likes this film is still watching your video after you've said this?
And if they are,
that's how much of a complete brain fart he is.
And if they were, the thing is, it comes out as incredibly pedantic too and patronizing. Like, oh, so you're taking care of me? Okay, nice, thank you. Yeah.
Oh, finally! A movie with terribly written human plots would be improved by better human plots. This is how we can say that Godzilla -1 is better than anything the Monsterverse has to offer, that Godzilla 2014 is better than Godzilla x Kong, that Jurassic Park is better than Jurassic World, and that Jaws is better than Meg 2 The Trench. Which leads us neatly into the second strand of this audience retardation. It's only a block.
I hate that.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
I
wasn't paying attention. I just got a notification that my video finally is finally exporting. It's finally finished exporting. Nice. It should be uploaded today, hopefully, the Zack Snyder video. But yeah,
I mean, you could still be able to upload it while this stream is going on. Just like
I need to check it first. So like, yeah. What was it that he said? I wasn't paying attention.
Jurassic World, and that Jaws is better than Meg 2 The Trench. Which leads us neatly into the second strand of this audience retardation.
Well, to focus on his first point, which is monsters, that's why people like it. It's true that, for example, most of the movies, some of the movies, like actually a minority by now, are 80-20%, humans and monsters. But then you have Skull Island, where, well, of course, that's not the one he's criticizing. but right, like Skull Island has like a bunch of monsters all the time. And then GBK, whether it's good or bad, because that's not the argument. The argument is like, oh, you say that you like it for the monsters, but there's no monsters. GBK also has like fights throughout the movie. It's not about the time; it's what you do with the little time that you use the monsters.
Yeah,
And
Kong has like
whether
at least. Yeah, Kong's like at
The
least
problem
in
is-
half the movie.
yeah, and
The
there's
problem is-
at least 3 or 4 rounds of fights. Yeah.
The problem with this argument is shit. It's a really shit argument. I pointed it out in a video years ago, and it's still a shit argument now. Oh, there's only so many fights going on this way. Martial arts films, which are literally just blokes in pajamas half the time, having punches up, which can be filmed at literally any time. A lot of them are not wall-to-wall fights. A lot of them are like majoritively talking and getting the plot done, and then there's a little bit of fighting going on. It's that there's nothing. This argument is terrible, and the people who use it don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, it's not about the runtime of the fights. It's like how impactful they are
It's
and
the
how much you
quality
like
of
it.
the fight.
And
Yeah,
exactly. And even if you don't like, for example, why they're fighting, like why Godzilla and Kong are fighting, the thing is they fight very early on in the boat. Then they have some other fights in between. But before that, you have gotten this whole thing with Kong. Like the whole story is about him, and you have like the Hollow Earth, which even if you think that it doesn't make any sense, which I don't think it makes any sense at all, it's like still interesting, at least in the first movie, before you realize that it makes like actually no sense, like at all. Then it kind of gets ruined for me. But yeah, like you have a lot of stuff to watch if you just want monsters. So yeah, and then GxK is the one that has the most monsters out of all of this, so it's still not a good argument.
Okay, yeah, that's true. That's true. That is fair.
Only a blockbuster, don't you see? Blockbusters are not Shakespeare, as though the great playwrights didn't aim for big summer grand slams themselves. But anyway, this idea that simply being a blockbuster in some way makes a film immune to the usual standards of criticism is dumb for a host more obvious reasons. Before this film released, I had...
Okay.
Yeah, let
just-
him continue.
again,
I wanted-
this is shit arguments. Everybody knows this is a shit argument. Why is he presenting it like it's a good one? He's.
I wanted to say something in relation to like GxK. GxK, like Lau's right. GxK has probably the second most monster cast of the MonsterVerse behind Cottom, and yet it kind of used the monsters very like minimally. In fact, it was probably the most minimal monster use when it comes to action. Like Cottom had extended action sequences for at least 1/3 of the runtime.
Wait, what was it? The Animus, you said the argument he said was bad about the
We're talking about
what was it?
The blockbuster point.
Oh, he's still on the
Is it,
didn't he?
let me
the monster?
rewind
I
and
think
get
he
it.
moved on from that already.
Absolutely
Yeah.
no cast iron rule that states monster movies have to have terribly written human plots. Every single monster movie with terribly written human plots would be improved by better human plots. This is how we can say that Godzilla -1 is better than anything the MonsterVerse has to offer, that Godzilla 2014 is
I'll come back
better
a
than
bit far,
Godzilla
bigger,
X Kong, that Jurassic Park is better than Jurassic World, and that Grand slams themselves. But anyway, this idea that simply being a blockbuster in some way makes a film immune to the usual standards of criticism is dumb for a host more obvious reasons.
That
That
one.
is true.
It's just a blockbuster, therefore it doesn't need criticism. It's like, that's bad. We all know it's bad. You hear it and you go, yeah, that's bad. And the way he's presenting it here is that people don't think it's bad. It's like, oh, obviously people think it's bad. If you've heard people use this, you know they're stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like if someone
He's
says
treating
that
his
you
audience
immediately.
like he's calling the MonsterVerse audience.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's like you don't even
It's
have.
a straw man.
Yeah, you don't even have to like focus in particular of like any like obscure or like any like niche sort of like film critic, to like go to pretty much see like that the reception for GxK, despite having loads of monster action, was not that good. I mean, you could just look at something like Jeremy Johnson's review on GxK as an example. Like, I mean, sure,
Actually,
he's more. I mean, sure, there's an argument that can be made that he was slightly more favorable towards it than us, but he's still. But if you were to ask him, like, so do you think GxK is like a bad movie? He would say like, yeah, kinda. You know, like that's kind like that would just be the vibe there because he would say like, yeah, the monster action is cool, but the plot is kind of dog shit.
and
What if
also
I
I do
told
want
you
to add
guys?
that I've seen. I just wanted to say one more thing before you ask. I do want to say that I've seen what some people have called sloptubers, even criticizing the movie for its bad writing. So even people that just chase trends don't even go around saying, "Oh, this movie is great." They say, "No, this movie is actually kind of badly written, and I don't really think that the characters work. I think the villains are bad." They all say these things nowadays, and yeah,
Yeah,
I
like
just
they
don't
kept
see that
saying,
argument.
yeah, more often than not, they would say like it's a bad movie, but I had fun with it. You know, like they would definitely put the caveat there of saying like it's still a bad movie though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What? Let me ask you guys something. What if I told you guys that you people were some of the first people that I've heard that understand that saying this movie, that is supposed to be bad, is a bad argument. Like, because from my experience, you guys are some of the first people I've encountered that actually present good arguments against the movie and don't defend it, like
Then
because
I
they don't
question what
deserve the defense.
circles you're
You
under
need better
because I have
friends.
seen a very heavy 50-50 split personally. So yeah.
I think it just might be because again, like I've tried to find it. I really did. I went through all the social media thingamajigs that I had like Reddit and Twitter and Discord and YouTube, and and even like the wikis. Like I've tried finding it. I really did, but I found a lot of the same stuff. So
I
like
think
you guys were the first for
um
me.
again, I do want to say that I'm sorry that you had to go through all of that bullshit. From my side, I went to film school, so like I got friends first of all that like movies. A lot of my friends like bad
Oh, they're
movies still,
movie
but
fans.
they no. Like for example, I have a friend who loves 50s and 30s movies. He's basically Elvis if Elvis was still alive. Not physically, but like his mind is right there, and he loves Godzilla. And he bought the Criterion Collection and all, but he's still like a casual fan. Like and we talk about it, and I talk about Godzilla movies with also people that have like these artsy fartsy standards too. And I guess a lot of it comes from like acknowledging how you come out when you're talking about certain things. I think that because I know that I cannot just give like retarded arguments because I'm talking with people that know what's going on, that also makes you have to, in a way, level up. I think that a lot of these aggressive, stupid people are. I do think that some of them might have some mental issues. I'm going to be honest, but that's like a 1%. And some of them are
I
just
think
socially
a
retarded,
part of it
which means
I
that
think
they
a part
just
of it
don't talk to anyone.
also I think a part of it was also because the film was so recent in its significantly more vocal. Animus, you said this dropped like 2 weeks after the movie released, so
Oh yeah,
this
that's
was
true.
this was really early into the film's release cycle, back when the fan base was chewing this film up before eventually digesting it. So like
Yeah,
people were
and a good
still
example is
figuring out
Superman
their thought
actually for
processes on
this.
this film.
Exactly. Yeah. For example, Superman right now, it's like the Snyder fans are boiling online. Like the Snyder fans are like crying. They're screaming. There's like it's super
Well,
obvious.
okay, Loud, that is a very weird comparison because the Snyder fans are very different from Monsterverse fans. Let's just be blunt.
That
We
is
are
true.
Yeah,
We
like
actually
nowhere
had
near
beef
the
with
ground.
them.
yeah, Snyder fans like Monsterverse fans are one thing. Snyder fans are a literal cult.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is that it's normal that now they're boiling, but even the Snyder fans will eventually subside, at least in quantity. of how much they're crying. They will still cry for sure. Actually, 100 years from now, we'll have people crying probably, but they're going to diminish, and the algorithm is going to level itself, and a lot of people are going to see less and less of that toxicity. I think
Until
that's
the next
also like
DC
a
movie
natural
comes
thing.
out involving Superman.
Exactly. But for now, but until then, we'll have like 6 months of calmness.
6 months?
6 months.
God
I mean, by 6 months, people probably won't even remember. I mean, by 6 months, people will eat. I pretty much. I kind of have a feeling that James Gunn's Superman, for example, has like this hype going on, because it's been out for a couple weeks still, so it's still relatively fresh in people's in discussions. But I guarantee, but like in 6 months from now, what is discussions on the film even gonna look like? Really, like, and that's assuming like people would even be like, what was that? What happened in that movie? Like they would either turn like people like you'll have like some defenders, but I guarantee you, like the people who are like ardently defending it, there's a likelihood that a good number of those people will either turn against the film or they'll pretty much may not even remember it.
From my side, for example, I think that I so far personally haven't seen really good criticisms of the movie beyond the dialogue, which I also think that is really bad. No one has like really given any good examples, but also I don't want to say that the people defending it also attack the lowest common denominators for the criticisms. They go after like Ben Shapiro and shit, and they don't go after like people making good criticisms yet. That will
People
come
should
later.
already know that like Ben Shapiro is not like a media critic. He just says stuff.
Exactly,
Like, his
exactly.
area
But
is-
people are
I've said
still
it
like
before, like-
defending the movie against him, and it's like you don't need to defend the movie against Ben Shapiro. You need to defend it against like normal people that have good criticisms.
Yeah.
Like he's a politics guy, and even then he does a pretty shitty job at it. But
And not only that, he's a failed screenwriter, so he's always salty when something is popular.
I mean, his take on the Batman is pretty bad too. But anyways, let's get back to the video.
Yeah.
Before this film released, I had half a mind to make a lengthy comparison with Godzilla -1, since -1 is a wonderful film, and the Monsterverse generally is the cinematic equivalent of an enema. But -1 is much more a genre piece than it is a blockbuster. -1 uses Godzilla sparingly and as a kind of mythic representation of a lost war. Godzilla in -1 is the psychological Earth threat, and the film is pretty well exclusively a character study concerning itself with how specific people react to loss and with how a culture redeems itself after the great defeat. Godzilla in -1 is the embodiment of the alien victor, almost a surrogate for the Allied forces and the new world they forced upon an isolated people. Defeating Godzilla is a story of indirect redemption.
You are not drawing that. Oh, you did not pull that, Platoon. No.
Oh God! All right, so
I
don't know enough about history, so I don't. That went over my head. I don't know enough about history.
How specific people react to loss and with how a culture redeems itself after the great defeat. Godzilla in -1 is the embodiment of the alien victor, almost a surrogate for the Allied forces and the new world they forced upon an isolated people. Defeating.
Fuck off.
What the fuck, man?
Dude, like Japanese people say horrible things.
I know you're throwing in.
Gramuglia made the same argument.
You're supposed to be better than this. Holy crap!
Gramuglia made the same argument. I'm just going to point that out.
Yeah. Yes, he did use Godzilla equals America or Western. My God, yeah.
And you know the irony is that
poor isolated group of people who were invading other countries.
yeah, it's not like they ate other like prisoners of war. It's not like they served it to their own friends as fucking soup. Not at all.
This movie is in the perspective of the people in Japan who are all like, yeah, our government kind of sucks right now.
Yeah, and not only that, not for this guy, okay, for Gramulia, who's like American. It's so ironic that as an American you will say that because it sounds so egocentric. It's like, oh, we're Godzilla. It's like, yeah, you wish, bitch. No, it's not about you. Yeah, no,
bro,
Japanese people.
also
I'm
just
watching-
flat out. It's also just flat out stupid. Like,
Yeah.
Watching
especially
Godzilla
since-
versus Mechagodzilla 2, he just like me for real.
Oh, Vic is asking in chat who took a screenshot because there was like a screenshot click, on the
Oh.
back.
That was me. I'm playing Dokkan. I just pulled the new LR Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta.
Legends is better.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No.
What?
Dokkan
You guys
has
can have
cutscenes,
this debate
Worst
somewhere else,
versions
all right?
of the worst versions of the scenes you see in the actual Dragon Ball anime. Legends has actual 3D animation. There's more effort put into it, except for that new Super Saiyan 4 animation. That was actually pretty sick. The Super
Anthony
Saiyan 4 version.
Gargamel.
No. I'm gonna take the nickname from Dragon. I'm gonna borrow the nickname for Dragon Den. Anthony Giggly Tits.
I feel very quiet.
Oh, he's
Anthony Giggly Tits. I'm on my phone. Sorry.
I do like Gargamel. Gargamel. I can't remember if I used that one or not, but yeah, Gargamel.
I think you did
Gargamel in
the first
glasses.
one.
So just to recap, so he's saying that at some point he thought of comparing the two movies, and then he made a little bit of a description about it that's wrong, like when it comes to the themes, and that's where we left off. I think he was just saying that he thought of doing it.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Yeah,
the
I
fact
mean,
that
he
he's saying,
thought it-
a blockbuster shouldn't be free of criticism, and then when
Yeah.
talking about -1, said, "Oh, -1 isn't a blockbuster." So you're just reinforcing that idea? Question mark. And then
it kind of sounded like that to me.
represents America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he
If he's
also-
going
and
to
then he
say
also used
that,
one of the stupidest arguments in relation to the Godzilla fandom, or at least stupidest interpretations.
now, if I think, and I don't want to just predict, like we'll see, this is what's going to happen. But if he's going to say that Godzilla should represent something in the movies, yeah, I mean he should, but he doesn't have to in every single movie. Like in a lot of movies he doesn't represent.
And the thing is,
And-
Titanus Gojira does, like, very explicitly does represent something. At least
I
in
will
the
say
first
that,
two- at least in the
and that's
first
the
three
thing.
Monsterverse films.
And that's the thing. Like GxK assassinated his character. To be fair, so
And I'd say to an extent.
GvK assassinated his character.
oh yeah, and then GxK just made it worse. Like they raped the corpse. Like literally, they went in the coffin and they had a Partusa right there, and that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get on with this absolutely terrible video.
Godzilla is a story of indirect redemption. Success is not final, failure is not fatal. It's the courage to continue that counts.
Failure is definitely fatal in this case because Godzilla would have blown them all up if Shikishima didn't kill him first.
So not only
yes,
is his
that
review
is
of
the theme of -1. Well, one of them, but also loss doesn't define you. But the way it's not through the Godzilla is America. It's through the Godzilla is trauma.
Could you imagine with the way he's talking about this? Imagine Shikishima actually did go through with killing himself, and the audience is just like, shit happens.
Type shit.
Jesus Christ. Anyway,
So not only is his review of GxK turning out to be bad, his interpretation of -1 is also turning out to be bleh.
Well, to be fair, he hasn't really spoken about the movie yet. He's talking about the fans. He's only been insulting so far.
This is the preamble.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, and we're already an hour and a half in. We aren't going to be able to do this in one stream.
Well,
I
damn
don't
it, we're
feel
going
like
to try.
We have to.
Brace yourselves.
It is a truly excellent film, and it's not completely incomparable to blockbuster entertainment. It shares many points of commonality with Jaws. It is, essentially, Jaws with socio-historical context, whereas Jaws was primarily concerned with individual characters on the local scale, and Jaws became known as the first summer blockbuster. It's the socio-historical point that differentiates the two and makes -1 less useful as a comparator with the blockbuster category in general, because the importance of its historical grounding, as well as its foreign language and its specific cultural trappings, make it less universal in its appeal. It objectively does character, romance.
Because it's foreign, it's less appealing in other countries.
No, I think it's understandable that it will be less appealing because, first of all, let's admit that there's a lot of people that don't like to read subtitles. Even though I think it's stupid, it is a lot of people. And in different countries, it gets even worse. There's some people that don't know how to read.
Also,
Yeah, it does
yes,
happen
that
quite a bit.
forced-
Like, it's unfortunate, but it
Yeah.
does happen.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna give,
yeah,
I'm
we
gonna
have to
give
accept
that to him.
That
Yeah.
ignores the story and cultural overlap that something like -1 does have. Just because the Odyssey is Greek doesn't mean the story doesn't have any American appeal, or the Journey to the West.
No, but
doesn't mean the story
that's
has
not the
American
thing.
appeal.
You're thinking more of the general appeal of like an epic at that point, but this is like a story
Is -1 not
period
would
piece,
-1 not
basically.
be comparable? Especially considering, would -1 not be in some way comparable?
What about Shin?
I don't think. I think it has some comparable things, but yeah, for example, I think we can compare it more to Shin. Shin wasn't released in cinemas because they probably knew that, dude, like the pace, first of all, like with all the text, that's a very Japanese thing. It's not something that Americans are used to, having to read what every character is every 2 seconds. And then sometimes the descriptions get even longer and longer as the movie goes on. No, it's something that's very Japanese. And I think it's fine to say that something can sometimes be really Japanese. Not everyone likes anime, for example, because they have really weird shit. Like they have like 14-year-old girls having upskirt shots and shit like that. Yeah. So it's fine. I think it makes sense what he's saying.
Yes, I understand. I understand that the story, like, yes, the international story wouldn't generally be appealing, but like, to say, I mean, he kind of defeated his own point as well because he did bring up the Jaws comparison, saying that it is comparable to a blockbuster.
But the thing is, Jaws is not something so niche because you have to think that this is a time period piece. I mean, -1 is, right? So people who don't really want to watch anything about Second World War, they may, even if you put Godzilla in there, they may not be interested. Instead, Jaws at its time was contemporaneous. Like it was, like it was like released in the 70s and it was supposed to take place in the 70s, so. I do think
I
that
have a
they're
question.
different.
What was the Japanese reception to Oppenheimer?
That's a good question, actually.
I don't know.
I think it was limited. It was released in limited cinemas. I think we should check on that. Yeah, that's a good comparison.
Yeah, pretty much.
Vic
Like,
asked me if
I know
someone
for a
has
fact, like, I heard of a Korean theater that cheered when the bomb, when it was revealed that the bomb exploded.
Vic is asking what if that there's a feedback loop going on.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that. Maybe from
there is,
Black.
isn't there?
Hold on.
Okay, let's see. Maybe if I'm talking now. No, we still hear it, so it's not Black. It's not Black.
Okay.
Is it racism?
Who did be me? Okay, let's.
I didn't do nothing.
Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah.
Okay, it wasn't me.
Is it me?
Blah blah blah.
Okay, Minecraft, mute yourself, and we'll. Okay, I think. No, I still hear myself. I still.
Okay. All right. So, from the looks of things, the reception for Oppenheimer in Japan was a bit more mixed. It says it kind of says that while some people found the film to be powerful and an important exploration of the dangers of nuclear weapons, others felt it didn't adequately address the human cost of the bombings, even though that wasn't the point of Oppenheimer. The point of Oppenheimer was about the man.
Oppenheimer was about the man and his feelings on the bomb.
Okay, but
about the country.
Exactly.
We should be also checking on how much money it made because that's what producers care about. Also, like when they're sending movies overseas, if they feel like it's risky.
It made like over 900 million worldwide. It almost cracked $1 billion from what I.
No,
what
I
recall.
mean specifically in Japan, how much it made. We should also check that because that will also show us how many people were interested in watching it.
Okay, let me see. Oppenheimer, Japan box office. Give me this. All right, should be pulling up in any second. Giovanna hasn't seen Oppenheimer.
Is good. It's long.
Yeah, it's
it's
a
an
really
excellent
good
film.
watch, especially when you get to the third half.
I actually
third
still haven't
half?
seen
The
Oppenheimer.
Trinity test and everything after that is where the film really hits its stride.
Minecraft World, repeat that. The third half?
Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah, the third half.
The third half.
Okay, I'm not really getting the exact numbers of its overall run in Japan. It made 2.5 million in its opening weekend from 343 theaters in Japan. But let's just say, globally, it made 965 million. So I don't think Japan made that. But what I could see, it did rank third place in Japan's box office behind a couple of local releases. So,
But
okay, I'm
also
definitely
we should
gonna
add to the fact that they did release it only after a lot of 8 months because they weren't really sure about it. So they did see it as risky, apparently at one point.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, even then, with people pirating probably the movie at that point, it still made that much money. I think that then we can say that it's not applicable because it did well. Again, 8 months is a lot of time to watch the movie illegally and with good quality too, by the way. So yeah, I think we could say that it did well. It did good.
Oh, it made bank.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, let's continue.
Anyway.
Differentiates the two and makes -1 less useful as a comparator with the blockbuster category in general, because the importance of its historical grounding as well as its foreign language and its specific cultural trappings make it less universal in its appeal. It objectively does character, romance, world-building, kaiju, and arguably...
What?
Sorry?
What?
I would be
Jurassic
willing to
Park?
say a very similar story to Jurassic Park. The fact that it's inaccurate with it, the fact that it is made specifically for the dinosaur renaissance and is therefore inaccurate to modern scientific understandings makes it less culturally appealing to a modern audience, right?
Jurassic Park?
Yeah.
No, I think it's such a
yeah, I
big
wouldn't
movie
know.
that it's
Jurassic Park. That's like Jurassic Park is like another we're talking leagues of films with cultural significance, what have you. Jurassic Park is above even -1. That's beyond the stratosphere.
Okay, fair. Now that I think about it, that was a very faulty comparison.
Yeah.
But still, it's like
this is like saying World War II films aren't because it's set in World War II.
Yeah, maybe we should rewind and start again just to see what his thought process is. Because if it's the World War II thing, I do think that there was a little bit of a fatigue with all the World War II stuff.
And makes -1 less useful as a comparator with the blockbuster category in general, because the importance of its historical grounding as well as its foreign language and its specific cultural trappings make it less universal in its appeal.
Every World War II film has German soldiers in it speaking German.
Inglourious Bastards? Question mark.
Saving Private Ryan, that's also another thing.
This opinion, doesn't work.
No, it doesn't. Not really, no.
I guess if you take the amount...
again? What was the counter argument again? That
So his argument is it's set in a certain time period, i.e., just after he says World War II. It's just after World War II. It's foreign language and it's got certain cultural trappings. I think he said.
And therefore, it's like
and
less accessible.
There's
to,
so
like-
many World War II films that fit that. It's just, and you don't see people going, sorry, I don't like this World War II film. It's got all these cultural trappings and foreign language, and it's not set in the modern era, so I'm not interested. You know?
But one
That's
thing
not
we
an
should
argument.
acknowledge too is the fact that there are way more World War II movies that we know of. And for example, Inglourious Basterds, more than being a World War II movie, it's Tarantino's movie about World War II. Like that's a completely different thing. For example,
Yeah.
then you have Black.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, but also just the fact that a lot of World War II movies, with certain exceptions, of course, but a lot of World War II movies, they tell the story from the perspective of the Allies as opposed to the Axis powers. Not to say that Axis powers movies don't exist. I mean, it's not Dunkirk. God damn it, was it 1917 or Dunkirk?
No, I know
1970.
there was. I know. To prove your point, Yamazaki has a few of them.
The Great War of the whatchamacallit. I forgot the name. I know which one you're talking about. It was like one of his first movies that he's ever made. The Great War of the.
Oh God, what was
something.
it? I know Joey would know, but what was it?
Eternal Zero?
No, it was like the name of a ship, and God, what was it?
Space
The
Battleship
Great-
Yamato.
No.
Was that a Yamazaki movie?
No.
No.
Though
I'm gonna look at it.
Though I can actually no, but Yamazaki, one of his firsts was that, and also for another example from the Japanese, there is a kaiju movie about the battleship Yamato, Raigo.
Even though we don't know the name, like what was the point you were trying to make?
The point I was trying to make, it was basically that I understand why he would say this, considering that there's not a lot of stories that tell the World War II story from the perspective of Axis powers, which is why I would understand why he would say that it's not. It doesn't appeal to such a large audience, because this is like from the perspective of Japan, an Axis power.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Like,
and yet
I get
still found, and yet this movie still found some, at least like a relatively mass appeal.
Yeah,
because of.
I was going to say it kind of blows his argument out of the water that he's sitting here talking about it.
Like at all?
Well, considering how what his videos are generally about, it's mainstream stuff he's normally talking about. So for him to be talking about Godzilla -1 here, it's like, what on earth is going on with this? Who's got all the talking in the background?
Yeah,
Kuru?
yeah.
I think it's Kuru. It has to be Kuru because
that's
we all
me.
muted.
That's me. My dad's doing stuff right now.
I'm stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've completely lost my train of thought. Fuck it. Let's just watch the video.
Yeah, let's just get on with it.
Effectively does character, romance, world-building, kaiju, and arguably even action better than any MonsterVerse movie if your definition of action rests on action having a point and a purpose, which
Fuck you.
would make it a useful comparator when looking at the individual elements of any movie. But I'm going to resist the urge to do any point-for-point contrast in this video. That's in part because the MonsterVerse generally, and Godzilla x Kong specifically, is just not worth the effort. In part because I can't be bothered to deal with all the comments telling me that these are different films trying to do different things so they can't be compared at all. And in part because there's more than enough for which to bully Godzilla x Kong without going for the nuclear option that comparison entails. It's absolutely
that's true. Like he's right. Like it has so many problems that you don't need to do that. And also, I do want to say that saying that you cannot compare them at all is fucking stupid. But also comparing them 1-to-1, it's also kind of dumb because they are
G14,
indeed going.
If this was G14, I would question his methods, considering -1 draws a lot from G14. But since it's GxK, yeah, fair.
I will. I don't remember who said this, but I always stick by the opinion that, like, the comparing apples to oranges analogy / metaphor is kind of stupid, because what else am I supposed to compare another fruit by? Like the exact same fruit?
Well, an orange could be compared to a tangerine, and an apple could be compared to like a pear.
There are a lot of different types of apples.
Yeah, red
so
one. All two of them, all two types. Well, actually, no, all three types. All three
Black
types.
Rudy,
You
you have
got
not
red
been
ones,
up
you
to
got-
New York State. Let me tell you all the apples that we got up in, that we had up in New York State.
We have purple
Yeah,
apples.
red
We
ones,
have
you got-
we have gay apples. We have LGBT apples. We have alien apples. We have all the apples, boy. They're purple.
I have
green.
an apple made of cheese. I have an apple made
One
of
sec.
cucumbers.
One sec. I'm
But-
gonna look up the amount of species of apples because Google exists for a reason. May as well use it.
But to be fair, like you could compare
sauce.
again an orange to a tangerine, and you could compare an apple to another fruit that might be a bit juicy but also kind of harder, like a pear or pear. I don't know.
The element
what
of
to say.
comparison would be this fruit. If you were to compare an apple and an orange as a fruit, as opposed to like anything else, like the same species of fruit, I guess, you would say, oh, and this apple is taste like this, compared to this orange that tastes like this. At that point, you are making a comparison. So it's not possible.
Just so
Like on
just so
a
you
fundamental
guys know,
level of fruit.
Just so you guys know, there are over 7,500 different species of apples.
Holy
Species of
shit.
apples.
Here's a couple-
Okay, that sounds excessive.
Here's a couple.
Thank you, Google.
I have a few variety. I have like a list of like some of the varieties of apples that are made in New York alone. We got Macintosh, which is known for being juicy, tangy, and having tender flesh. Red Delicious, often being used for eating fresh or in salads. Golden Delicious, sweetness, known for its sweetness and versatility in cooking. Cortland, it doesn't brown as quickly as others, and it's made ideal for salads and slices. Empire is
I
a
went to the
hybrid of
loo. We're
Macintosh
talking
and Red
about
Delicious.
apples. What the hell is going on?
Well, okay, so to focus it back,
To prove
what
that you
I'm trying
can't compare apples to apples, okay?
And oranges. You can compare apples to oranges.
No,
the
you
thing
can't
is,
compare apples to other apples, all right? It's possible.
the thing is,
So
what I was
just
trying to say is that you can make
people
comparisons.
compare films to comic books.
Yeah,
You can compare films
exactly.
to paintings if you wanted
That's
to. You
that's
can
my point. Yeah.
compare anything to anything.
Yeah.
It matters whether it matters.
Yeah, the thing is, you cannot compare every single aspect. Like you can make comparisons, but when you're like grabbing, for example, like you're comparing Citizen Kane to Alien, for example, that's kind of like what's the point of that, right? Of that comparison, if it's so far away that you can actually not make any.
And some
Comparing
hold
Sesame
more ground
Street
than
to
others.
Berserk.
It's also some comparisons hold more ground than others. Like
That's what I mean. Yes.
Look, okay,
Yeah.
I think Griffith just needs a talking to by Elmo.
Yeah.
Why? Why? Griffith did nothing wrong to begin with, so.
How did this affect you personally, Guts?
So how does this make you feel?
Guts. If the horse asked for consent, would that be fine, Guts?
Something blonde woman, something horse.
Yeah.
No.
The thing is, yes, as Minecraft put it into better words, some comparisons are more important than others, and some comparisons will.
I didn't say important. I'd say just more viable than others.
Yeah, let's just say like a better comparison would just be comparing GxK to another entry in the MonsterVerse, just to see like, okay, what did one film do better than GxK or vice versa? Like that's
And not
that's
only that, like you can even, for example, like I know I keep coming to this one, but like Superman and Godzilla '98, for example, you can compare the new Superman to Man of Steel in how they did Superman himself. But the stories are going for completely different things, even though I think that the new movie is way better than the old one. They are going for different tones. Like they failed with Superman or Man of Steel. That's not Superman, that's fucking Goku, and if he was a sociopath. But
I
also
wouldn't even say
with
Goku.
Godzilla
Goku is
98.
more- I wouldn't even say Goku. Goku is more like understanding
Yeah,
it later.
that's why I
That's
said
why
if he
he
was a
said.
psychopath.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why he said it.
And the thing is, then you can compare, for example, 98 to any other Godzilla. Like, I think that 98, the movie, is better than a lot of Godzilla movies, but Godzilla himself is badly done. Even if I like Godzilla 98, I cannot say that that's actually like how Godzilla is supposed to be. But it still has its own thing, you know? So, like, you cannot really compare it when you come up with the intention of the artist. Because Godzilla 98 was supposed to be the realistic thing until we got 2014, we didn't really get a good comparison. Because 2014 showed us what a more realistic Godzilla could do, and it didn't need to go that far into realism to be taken seriously. But again, up until then, we only had Toho Godzilla, which was super, I don't know, cheesy in a way, sometimes super out there, exaggerated if you want to say it like that. Yeah, so that's it. I think that some comparisons are less useful. That's what I'm trying to say.
Exactly.
Anyway, let's get back to the video, and I think Minecraft World is the one doing the feedback.
Yeah.
One sec. Let me put earbuds on. See if that fixes anything.
You've been listening through speakers?
Yeah, I was about to say what?
Yeah.
Hello,
Monster.
Mr. Minecraft's family members. Hello.
Would
How
someone
are
say
you?
a star?
Next thing you're gonna say you watch YouTube on light mode.
No, I don't actually.
I don't believe you.
I
No,
do watch it
I
on live
can-
mode.
I will send you a screenshot right now, Rooney.
Of
Yeah,
Jesus.
put your credit card
Like,
information
Video,
while you're at it
come
too.
on.
Pretty funny numbers on the back, please. Anyways, I'll pause the video. Let's keep going.
Absolutely true that the blockbuster tends to be defined by its general mass appeal. These are the filmic all-rounders. They tend to have a little bit of everything: action, romance, comedy, tragedy, the broadest range to hold the broadest appeal. None of these components might be quite so well done, so fleshed out as in a more particular genre film, though the best blockbusters typically do excel in every element. But the point is that blockbuster entertainment is not synonymous with dumb. Popularity does not entail mindlessness. The audience has never looked at the truly great blockbusters throughout history and demanded they be made dumber. The biggest and the best blockbusters, the ones we remember most fondly, are remembered because they are good, not because they are supposed to be bad. If Godzilla Minus One were an English-language film, if it was slightly less reliant on the specifics of another culture's history, and if it were published in the summer by a major studio, I suspect that, like Jaws, we would now be calling it a blockbuster. It's not, so we aren't, but any list of the great blockbusters rather bolsters the point. How many of the following were good because they were supposed?
And we are skipping this because this is. But Jesus Christ, why bother? Again, it's a shit argument, and he's presenting it like it's some great thing that you should be arguing against. Everybody knows this is bad.
Yeah, like, I wouldn't say that you don't have to compare them because one is a blockbuster and the other one
finding-
isn't.
Also, can
You
I-
shouldn't compare them
I
because
don't know.
they're.
I don't get it.
incredibly-
It's a bad argument because we know he's right.
Hang on.
It's a bad argument because everybody who hears it goes, "Yeah, that's a shit argument. Why you bother doing talk about this?"
That
He's
sounds kind of
spending-
circular, though. Like,
And this is him talking about. He literally said a minute ago, GxK has loads of flaws, plenty of flaws in it to bury the film with, or whatever the hell he said. It's like, okay, cool. Can we get to them? We're 7 minutes in, and you still haven't talked about the film yet.
We're 7 minutes in, and this is already
wait,
2 hours.
but what's that structurally the argument itself? Like, what is the actual like substance of what he's saying though? Like, he's saying that
So
he's
this
saying that
whole
the
thing
movie
here-
would be.
His whole thing here is that he's going over arguments that people use. Again, not substantiated. He hasn't got any like screenshots or anything. So we're just going to trust that he's got these ones before. We've heard these arguments before ourselves. And in response to those arguments, we usually go, for fuck's sake, why are you using that argument? It's a shit argument. Why are you saying we know this is bad? And then he's presenting them here like they are some incredible arguments that people use or something. It's straw manning. This is what it is. It's straw manning, and he's spending
Wait, but if we
so
heard it,
much time on it. So
If
much
we heard it,
time.
Wait, but if we heard it and we know it's wrong, and he's describing the arguments the same way we heard it, that's not a straw man at that point. That's just him saying what the arguments
But
he
it's
heard were.
again, he's not substantiating it. He's not evidencing it. This is what I'm trying to make the
Evidencing, yeah, like I agree that he would need screenshots to prove it, but at that point, like that's just substantiation as opposed to like the actual structure. That has nothing to do like the structure at all.
Yeah, we all know that there are people who say this. Again, I do think that he's exaggerating it.
This point, I do somewhat agree with that. Like, at least what he's saying with the best of blockbusters typically sell in all these aspects and that nonsense. But everything else before this, no.
How long he's spending on this? You could get through this.
That is my problem
compress
with this
everything he's got here into a 1 minute comment and then just get on with the actual film review, which is what you're here to see.
Yeah,
Instead, he's spending so much time going over bollocks nobody needs to talk about and insulting people. What is the fucking point?
That's the part of this video I take issue with. Is I'm just like, is there a rest stop between now and the fucking point?
Okay, so it's not really a bad argument. It's just that the structure of it is bad, and like I do think that it's traumatic to take the lowest common denominator. But yes, also like he's right that that's a stupid argument.
It's just like, yeah, we all know this is bad. Get on with it.
By hordes of absolute on the grounds that they are meant to be bad because they are blockbusters. In short, Godzilla X Kong has no excuse. If you like...
That's actually kind of a perfect clip to come back into. Is that
he's
spending so much time on this just to then call people retards. He's like, yeah, I can see. Can you see why I'm getting annoyed with him now? He's wasting my time and he's insulting people for no good reason.
No reason. So what you were saying basically was
good and.
So what you were saying was basically that he's being pedantic because, you know, like he's saying that people who say this are retarded, but also he's taking like 12 minutes to explain why it's retarded when normal people know that. So basically he's in a way assuming that his audience that is still watching this, not the Godzilla XK fans, are retarded. Yeah, it's kind of like
it's
bad.
You're getting it perfectly. It's building and building on point on point on point. It's like it's a waste of time. He's insulting people, but he's also assuming that the people he's insulting are still watching after all of this. He's like, it's so stupid. It's so stupid.
Yeah, that is flawed.
I honestly wish I could see the viewer retention rate for this video and just see the drop off. I kind of
that will be interesting.
Yeah, I would like to see that, but you know, I'd have to hack his account.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Well, for now, let's keep going, I guess.
Entertainment, the best entertainment, since it's the most important at that formative stage in their lives. If you want big things smashing into each other, if you want CGI extravaganzas, if you want your favorite big monsters to get the mainstream love you think they deserve, then you should want this film to be better. You should not be excusing it because it's meant to be bad. Nobody suffers when a film is better. Culture generally suffers when its biggest budget productions are this kind of bilge. And if you acknowledge any of the preceding list as being better than Godzilla X Kong, then, much like all those people from whom I had to drag the conclusion that Jurassic Park is better than Jurassic World Dominion, you are beginning to engage the very critical faculties you insist do not apply to blockbusters.
And again, just to drive this point home into his fucking head, he's saying that I dragged this opinion out of people. Like, I very much doubt that. I very much doubt you made any.
Honestly, I have.
Maybe there was like 1 or 2 people who did that, but like maybe it's
I don't even know people who think that Jurassic World is better than Jurassic Park. I don't know a single human being that thinks that.
I love Jurassic
that is not 12
World,
years old.
But Jurassic
I'm
Park
gonna
is my
check his
favorite
Twitter
film
because
ever made.
I'm gonna check his Twitter real quick. Hold on.
Because like it's like maybe someone realizing, oh, this film isn't as good as I thought it was. Fine. I didn't, personally speaking, I don't recall a single person saying any of the Jurassic World movies are better than Jurassic Park.
let
Yeah,
alone
not
Dominion of
one.
all things.
Dominion especially. If anything, most of the reaction I've seen to that film was people ripping the damn thing to shreds. And those who liked it, myself included, were eventually turned on the film, but none of us had the thought of it being better than Jurassic fucking Park.
Yeah,
So
if you were
that
to
to
hear
me-
me
I just
say,
browsed through the Twitter. I couldn't find any like arguments that he was having with people or anything. So
Rest
yeah, so it must be like on a private, must have been private at some
Either-
point.
Either
best
it was
case
private-
scenario,
no, either it was
like best
privated or
faith
it was in the
assumption.
comments.
Yeah, like best faith assumption. It was either in a Discord server that he's in that is private, or it's like some DMs or something like that. Something
Or
like
it's in the
that.
comments.
But all I'm going to say is, at that point, you should stop talking to little kids on Discord. That's kind of weird.
I never said kids. What?
Yeah.
No, I mean, if you're saying that Jurassic World is better than Jurassic Park, you're probably 5. That's what I mean. Like,
Oh,
I
absolutely.
have not. Yeah,
Let me put it this way: like, if you were to even as someone who enjoys the Jurassic World films, if you were to ever hear me say that they're better than the original Jurassic Park, that would just be your tell that I've been replaced by an alien.
Not
Or
either.
the body snatchers are real.
I mean, alien abduction is probably one
No,
of the more likely
body
examples.
snatchers. Like, no. I'm talking about Invasion of the Body Snatchers. You would know that I've been replaced by
okay.
extraterrestrial.
That makes
Oh
sense.
hell no!
and just to clarify, because I think that this is something that you shouldn't say about people. I'm not saying that. I wasn't trying to imply that the guy was talking to actual kids. I was just saying that, again, anyone that actually says that Jurassic World is better than Jurassic Park is like a little kid. That's what I was trying to say. And because if you, okay,
it's just like, dude, no. If you're saying it's like enjoying it more, fine, fair, okay.
yeah,
But like,
yeah, that's fair.
That's
Better?
your own.
Yeah,
I
you're
will
cool.
say
Your
this.
own thing.
I will say this though. There's this one quote from this show called Hellbound that I really like, and it goes, "Never underestimate the power of human stupidity." So there's a pretty good chance a grown man has probably earnestly said and tried to defend the opinion that Jurassic World is better than Jurassic Park.
oh, it's
But I will
absolutely
say
possible.
that's-
There are 8
yes.
billion people on this planet. It's
So
like,
if he's
Yeah,
encountered
but
that,
they are
if
like
he-
a minority, and
and if
again,
he-
you should know that that's
yeah.
a minority at that point. That's the problem. Like, he's acting like this is like a huge group the size of Texas or something, and it's like, no, it's probably like 5-year-olds again, and some creeps who still live with their mom somehow. Like,
I'm
I don't
going
think that
to
this is a
yeah.
huge.
Yeah, I get
amount.
it. Like, I'm gonna stretch my good faith as far as I can, and ask y'all this. I'm gonna ask y'all this: what kinds of movies would people like that? What was the question? No, I'm gonna try to formulate the question better.
Okay.
Do you guys think that movies like this are, let's say, like Jurassic World, the Jurassic World trilogy, or the MonsterVerse movies, or hell, even like the recent MCU movies? Do you guys think that those movies are responsible for creating those kinds of people?
No.
No. It's kind of like saying, does Mortal Kombat create psychopaths? No. Actually,
Does a bright
someone
light
said
create
this.
the moths?
Yeah,
No, like, I mean, like, just movies that people, a lot of people, a lot of learned people, more specifically, will agree that, oh, this is poorly written, this is poorly done, this is garbage, this and the other. Because I don't think anybody like thinks Mortal Kombat, like, for example, is like bad in terms of, like, substance. Like, it's a good game, it's very popular, it's got some pretty interesting lore.
no.
really
I
cool
mean, what I meant by that is that people used to say that if you play things like Mortal Kombat, that will eventually make you violent in real life, and I think that's kind of similar to the logic you will have to apply to say that if you watch a bunch of movies like this, suddenly your brain will turn to mash. I think that people that are like that have very low standards are not created because of the movies. The movies exist because there's people like that. And sadly, people like that won't give tries to stuff that's better because money For example, like going to the cinema is expensive for some people that cannot go on their own. If you're forced to go with your mom, even like I had to go to the cinema with my mom to watch one of the movies that I wanted to watch alone, and the thing is, we ended up spending like 30 euros, which on my own it would have been less than 10 because I don't even drink or eat at the cinema. I just watch. So it's a huge investment. So a lot of people don't give it a try to watch something good. They know and they know they like the slop, so they go watch their new Marvel movie, for example. And that's the thing. Like it's not the movie's fault. The movie is like encasing all of this bullshit that's going on in the world, and it just so happens that the ones that attract the most people are the ones that are going to make money. That's it.
Yeah, but
It's
then
not the
Star
movie's
Wars
fault.
exists though. Like this is like a chicken or the egg type situation. I get that, but then Star Wars exists, like the sequel trilogy, for example.
I feel like Star Wars is such a big thing in cinema, and I would even say fucking history at this point, that it's not really comparable to minor movies like, for example, GxK. I would say that because like Star Wars is literally a religion.
Yeah, like it's
Yeah, I've heard of that.
yeah,
Like there's like
yeah,
an actual sect. Yeah.
yeah,
I've
like
heard of
yeah,
that.
like Star Wars is so popular that like like even after like all the Disney produced slop that's been going on over the years, like people still flocked to see Revenge of the Sith upon its like 20th anniversary re-release, to where that was like one of the most successful re-releases of an older film, like in at least in recent years, if not of all.
And the
even
Acolyte, when it came
crazier
out, people were
considering
talking about it.
even
Yeah.
crazier
Then
considering Revenge of the Sith or the prequels as a whole were very maligned when they first, like, only a few years ago.
Oh, guys, actually, I have the perfect example for you. The Disney live actions. They didn't exist and then therefore created a bunch of morons who think that animation is dumb and for kids. The morons that thought that animation was dumb and for kids are the reason why we got so many live actions that were so trashy. Because these people went and watched those movies instead of watching the original with their kids. In a lot of ways,
Oh
because
God,
they are like,
Lilo and
oh,
Stitch.
yeah, exactly. So, like those movies don't exist because they managed to somehow create these idiots that, in a way, I think that they might even be insecure, right? Because I cannot be seen watching a 2D movie. I'm too adult for that. Those people were already there. So if you're trying to say, do these movies create people like that? I think that's a perfect example to show that they don't. They just market to a group that was already there. That's
Which
what
is
I think.
which is arguably ironic when the live action film could arguably be even more immature than the 2D animated version.
Exactly. But it's all about the optics, right? So these people don't want to be seen watching 2D movies, or they cannot relate to something that's not 2D because, I don't know, I don't get it. I don't judge them if they can relate to a cartoon
Animation
necessarily.
equals child. Yeah.
Exactly, basically,
That's true.
and that's why they make so much money, even though they
Fair enough.
suck.
Yeah, you know what?
So
Fair enough.
Even though,
Yeah.
and like, even when people say they're sick of the remakes, it's like, okay, then why did you let Lilo and Stitch succeed? How to Train Your Dragon too, but like Lilo and Stitch especially. Why did you let slop like that succeed?
You let Lilo and Stitch succeed, but you let Transformers 1 fail.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. What the fuck is wrong with you,
What the
society?
fuck, dude?
Did Ultraman Rising like fail at the box office?
Was it even released on theaters, or was it on
No,
I don't
Netflix
think
and
it
no,
was.
limited
It was
release?
It
straight
was
to
a
streaming.
Netflix
Yeah.
release. I think it did pretty okay for streaming standards. But like,
Oh, thank
But
God.
the thing is, Netflix never releases information on that, which is why it sucks
Yeah.
making a movie with them, because you will never know if your movie was successful and how
Yeah.
many people watch it and how much time. That's why Disney is so fucking broken, because they can tell you exactly how successful they are
Part
and
of the
lie to
reason-
you at the same time.
That's part
Yeah,
of the
it's like
reason
it
why I'm
reminds me
happy
of the time when Rebel.
That's part of the reason why I'm
Moon.
happy a film like K-pop Demon Hunters, even if it isn't the personal aesthetic, a film like that is still getting the reverence that it deserves. Because
Yeah.
I refuse
Like-
to watch that movie. Like
Yeah,
I've
no.
seen I've seen
Yeah,
so many
fair.
clips of it of just really weird faces, and I'm just thinking, was this movie made specifically so that Twitter can use reaction images of this movie?
I mean, it's an animated movie getting cheers. I'm fine with at least that. Like, at least that's a victory. I'll take
Damn,
that.
Javara, you're missing it. Javara, you're missing out on peak cinema. First, you didn't watch Oppenheimer. Now you're saying you didn't watch one. You need to get on that shit because they're good. They're really good.
Like I know, I
Anyways.
remember one time that Zack Snyder said that his movie, like if you were to translate movie streaming success numbers to like Hollywood numbers, like it would make like several times more money than Barbie, which I don't know what kind of math he was doing. I think he was doing the kind of math that the first actor for War Machine was doing. It was some really weird math, dude. It was weird. I don't know how
1 times 1 equal 2.
1 times 1 equals a billion, obviously. Like
More $1 billion.
yeah, like
So-
Rebel Moon made a Snyder-rillion dollars at the box office. It was one of the movies to ever exist.
All right. Order in the court. Let's get back to the video.
Let's get back to Monkey and Lizard.
LDR, have some self-respect and stop watching this absolute dog shit.
What a clip to come back to.
Okay, that was funny. I'll give him that. That was hilarious.
Yeah, it
And
is.
again,
Sounds like a suggestion to
he's
me.
addressing people who aren't watching his videos still.
I don't think there's much point doing any lengthy recap of the Monsterverse story, because I've got a Dune video to get back to after this, and none of it makes any sense anyway. Because it's
you could have just done the work done and finished the Doom video and not even do this video altogether.
Why not get the good stuff out of your system so you can save the rage for this, and you can have more time to perfect this script.
Or just
Because
don't. Or
money is-
better yet, if you don't actually give that much of a shit about making this video, and you care more about doing the Dune video, just don't do this video and focus on the Dune video. I don't. What do you want me to say, my
He did
guy?
release, like I said, he did release 2
Money.
Dune videos in his second channel. So
Talk about those better movies.
yeah, he did post those 2 videos in the second channel.
Yeah.
To play devil's advocate.
Yeah, but like,
Why
still.
his second channel?
Because they're not complete. That's where he posts like tidbits of his unreleased videos. I think that's the point of it.
So the Dune
Okay.
video was never even released, like as a whole.
Given the size of the 2 videos, I am going to assume it's massive. So yeah, it's not released. Like the 2 videos are like 30 minutes each already, and they barely cover the story. They just cover the history, the philosophy of Dune, Frank Herbert himself. So yeah, they're not even like narrative structure, and just whether Paul Atreides is a hero or not.
So best faith, he's still working on it.
Oh shoot, no, his first video is on Dune in Lost Chord. That was 50 minutes long. That was the the first one was 30 minutes, the second one was 50. Neither one dabble into the story itself yet. So that's like
But
1
that's-
hour and 30 minutes or 20
To be
minutes.
fair, I follow real life Ryan, who's like this YouTuber that makes these horror retrospectives, and they're like 7 hours. So I don't see the point.
Yeah, his Gamma
Yeah.
breakdown was 3.5 hours long.
And that's one of the shortest ones.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
You like Ryan too?
Like I've been looking through his channel. Dude is prolific. Dude
Yeah.
is prolific. Like this is EFAP levels of prolific, except I actually like this stuff. Like, dude, go as in depth as possible.
It's some best retrospectives on YouTube. To be fair, like I know someone else knew him.
Genuinely, I was impressed when he started talking about like the external material during his Gamera retrospective.
Oh yeah,
Nobody
the external
talks
material.
about that.
Dude, you know what? For his Evil Dead retrospective, he talked about the entire TV show, like every single episode.
Oh my
And
god!
So that's why I'm saying, like, you said like an hour, and then you said that there was a second video that was 50 minutes, and I was like,
Yeah, so like, dude is thorough. dude is thorough. I'm waiting for that eventual Godzilla retrospective from him. God, that's going to be a fun one.
Anyways,
I'm back.
Meant to be bad, and therefore it's good. Am I doing this right? Suffice it to say that there are big monsters, and Godzilla is king of the monsters. Ian Kong defeated Mecha Streisand in the previous film, because some evil people had the evil idea that we might need a weapon to fight against these big monsters, rather than leaving it to the big monsters to police themselves, at a cost of hundreds of billions of dollars in property damage and tens of thousands of lives lost each year. Also, there's this place called Hollow Earth that the humans have discovered, and Kong lives there now. One of the humans is a mystical, deaf, Indian kind of child.
there
we go.
There we go.
Bullshit.
Okay,
It was
all
this
right.
early? Okay, the only thing you need to say, she's not Indian. I mean, I guess that's not the most far off, because that is Southeast Asia, but
She's from Oceania. Part of Oceania.
I think he's
Black-
using Indian the same way Christopher Columbus called indigenous people Indians, because he's
That's-
I think that's how he's using it, like a jab
That's
at that.
still
I think that's what
cuckold
he's doing.
behavior, my guy.
Let's rewind a bit because Javara
Like the
did
same
not hear that.
way
I
you'd
think-
call a Navi a Smurf or a Saiyan, you'd call them what Frieza calls them, like a jab
Yeah,
like
but
that. Like,
those
you
At a
are-
cost
couldn't
of
be
hundreds
bothered
of
with
billions
names
of
that
dollars
call
in
them
property
Yui.
damage and tens of thousands of lives lost each year. Also, there's this place called Hollow Earth that the humans have discovered, and Kong lives there now. One of the humans is a mystical, deaf, Indian kind of child.
mystical, death, Indian kind of child.
I'm going
Mystical-
to do one thing first. I'm going to play devil's advocate, but first I want to ask Black if you want to do it or if I should go first, like in case you want to do it. I'm not telling you.
You go first,
you
because
have
like
to.
I already
I'm
said it,
getting
and
a
you
drink.
probably might say something that I already said. Probably.
Okay,
so you go
okay.
first.
So, first of all, I do want to say that I think that it's not the same calling the Saiyans that than to call an actual real girl that. But I do think that, for example, Hollywood tends to treat certain groups of people as if they were all the same. And that does involve sometimes, like, oh, you look slightly like an Indian when then I guess you are, right? And then they put you in that category. Now, I wanted to do this because later on he will make some comparisons that actually debunk this defense by comparing her to, well, actual like Indians. And then you have to wonder, like, does he mean Indian Americans? Because if that's the case, they have no visual similarities, like they're very different. And then if you're thinking of Indians as in people from India, then they're all still incredibly different to the point where you cannot really just use a comparison. So he might be talking about how Hollywood treats minorities, maybe.
The way I was gonna play devil's advocate is just something as simple as, like, you would call it, like, the Iwi are a fictional race, so like the same way you would call the Navi Smurfs or something like that. Just like not even like taking it too seriously. I think it's just that. I don't think it's really that deep, to be honest.
I mean,
Like, if you called me a glorified Puerto Rican, for example, because I'm not Puerto Rican, I'm Dominican, but if you called me a glorified Puerto Rican, for example, which I have been called that, by the way, funny as hell, I'd be like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. I don't. That's the route I would go.
Here, so yeah, I mean, we pretty much have gone over that, like how it's just like, it's like you can just look at Gia, you can look at the Iwi, and it's like, it's obvious that they're not Indian. It doesn't matter what lens you're looking at. It doesn't matter if you're referring to like Indians as in like the people from India, or Indians as in like like how erroneously Native Americans are referred to as. It doesn't matter. This is just a stupid joke that just didn't need to be made. It just doesn't. Because
Wait,
you could
hold
just
on. I have a question for you.
Visually
Do you
speaking,
think he thinks? Do you think he thinks Gia is actually Indian? Do you think he thinks that?
I best faith interpretation. I doubt it, but the thing is, I have doubts that he would actually believe that. But the point that I'm making is like it's still an unnecessary joke because but she's obviously not whether it's a joke or not. It's just it just
So
doesn't work,
the
and
utility of the joke is the problem.
the utility of the joke is the problem.
The
It just doesn't
utility
work.
and also like I would say because again
He's
before I was
also
just
already
playing
established-
devil's
He's
advocate.
already kind of established himself as a. He's also at this point kind of already established himself as a massive prick. So by this point, it's just in character to make that assumption for him. So
Yeah,
there's
to me
that.
the thing is, like going out of your way to call her Indian is like the weird thing. Because as I said before, I was just playing devil's advocate. It's not that I agree with him. As I said also, like, yeah, there's no visual similarities between Indians of any of the contexts that C mentioned and Gia. And if he's trying to refer to her as, like how people treat minorities in Hollywood, that's another thing maybe. But again, like he's not making the punchline obvious or anything. It's not a well-made joke. And I do think that the reason why he says that is because he's just trying to be despective. I think it's a word. I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that's all he's doing. That's why I just brush it off as like something that's really not that deep. Like, yeah,
Okay.
he said it. Yeah, because
Yeah.
yeah, it's a thing. Like if you call like, again, if you called me a glorified Puerto Rican, I'd just be like, yeah, sure, fine, whatever.
The thing is, it's fine when you do that with friends. For example, Uruguay is a country that's right next to Argentina, and a friend of mine is Uruguayan, so I call him a rebel Argentinian because we're about to conquer them anytime now. He's my friend, so I can say that. But if I go around saying that to random Uruguayans, that's.
I mean, the guy
wrong,
that told me that was also Puerto Rican, and he was like my bunkmate in AIT.
Exactly.
We weren't exactly friends. Like we barely talked to each other. So I wouldn't.
Yeah,
I've been
but he
called
was
worse
Puerto
from
Rican.
friends. I can understand your point. I'm just saying that even like with him, like we share that kind of Caribbean kinship, if you will.
Yeah, that's the thing. You do have that thing in common. But if, for example, someone, it's like if you were Latin American and a random American from Texas calls you a Mexican, and it's like I'm Argentinian. Like it will be. It's different depending on who says it, and because of what he has said so far in the video, it comes off as very insulting. With intention,
That was a really good.
Yeah, I've been called
it
that
was
by
a
Anglos
really good
as well. Like,
comparison to
I've been
make.
called the B slur by Anglos. Yeah. By Anglos I considered even Anglos I consider friends have been called it. So
B slur. There's one with B.
Yeah, the one related to beans.
I didn't. I don't even know that one.
I have a really funny story about this slur.
You thought it was you thought it was people actually like the beans. You thought it actually had to do with beans.
So this is also how I learned that this was a slur. So I'm just gonna say the story really quick. One of my friends, his boyfriend, has a sister, and her boyfriend was Mexican.
Oh my God.
And one day they were going to go get pizza, and the place was called Blank's Pizza. And when he heard that for the first time, he was like, "What did you just call me?"
Oh my God.
And I cracked so hard. It was so funny.
Sounds like they make some delicious pizza. I should check it out one day.
The second thing, now second point, and it would just kind of relate to like how you could just kind of tell that the guy that Platoon here, like his sort of focus in terms of like whatever franchise he covers, like it's clearly not the MonsterVerse, because anybody who has like sort of paid attention to the MonsterVerse, or pretty much recall events or even just try to look over details before they even do a video on a MonsterVerse film would kind of know that, at least up to the point where GxK happened, monster attacks didn't happen every year. Like, Godzilla disappeared after the events of 2014, and kaiju stuff didn't happen until 5 years afterwards into King of the Monsters. And then there's like a gap of time between that and the events of GxK, before anything happens in that. And then you have, an argument can be made that at least in between the events of GxK and GxK, Titan-related stuff did happen there, though not to the significant degree as what we saw in the other films. But
I was about to say, like, even if the Titan attacks are not like a daily occurrence, the sheer magnitude of them is pretty apocalyptic. So
yeah. I'm just kind of like saying that he got the details wrong in terms of like how it happens like every year, pretty much. It's like, no, it's not, which isn't. I can understand the magnitude. Sure, we can say like the millions of dollars in property damage and lives lost. Yeah, I won't.
The world ended in King of the Monsters. I feel like people tend to forget that quite a bit.
Oh, Adam Wingard forgot about that, or didn't even care.
The world as we know it has been upended.
There really should have been another movie. There really should have been a movie in between Godzilla King of the Monsters and Godzilla vs. Kong.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Kingdom Kong. That would have been nice.
Or I would like you could either have like Kingdom Kong and I would say Godzilla, just another Godzilla movie focusing on that.
You need a story that should just be. Minecraft, can you mute for a second, please? So I don't have the feedback here. Okay, thank you. You need a whole story that just like not even focus on the Titans at all. Like a whole story, just like trying to about the people living in the MonsterVerse and people just trying to deal with what happened after the events of King of the Monsters to even remotely justify why the world just seemed to have like kind of reset to relative normalcy, in GxK. Like, like you have to address this shit. But
how can you possibly come back from that? Like, as a civilization, really think
easy. Actually, it's super easy. Shit happens, like people move on. Like, yes, señor, my home got destroyed, and then a pollo came out of volcano. And then everything came out, everything burned. And so life happens, and I kept selling tacos. Yes.
No,
señor.
Lau. And after 9/11, do you have any idea how much tighter security was for airports? Things are not the same.
Yeah, and that was only shown in Mark.
Dude, not even that. Like, look at how like the world like was still trying to reel over what happened in San Francisco in 2014, and then you have King of the Monsters come around, and like as Mark said, like you used the wrong frequency, and you could cause 1,000 San Franciscos. Maybe not 1,000 San Franciscos, but definitely a lot of San Franciscos. Oh, hold on, wait. Maybe not 1,000 San Franciscos happened as a result of Ghidorah, but definitely a lot happened across the globe. Like
7
like a dozen
and counting. 7. That's 1 Titan per city.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're screwed.
At least 17 San Franciscos occurred in the matter of counting.
And counting. Don't forget, and counting, because they found more after.
I will count Italy. Italy
counts. I know this isn't much better, but it was probably closer to 13 to 14, considering Ghidorah and Rodan were close to each other, and also Mothra wasn't active and Godzilla wasn't active, so that's closer to 13.
Fair.
Yeah, and who knows what Kong was even doing? Pretty much, Kong was probably just
factoring Kong, so it was more like 12, maybe 11 San Franciscos. Now, granted, that's pedantic. That's still apocalyptic, but there are still some cities left.
This is without mentioning the cities that what was I gonna say? That were already destroyed, like There was Jira that was evacuated and is no longer habitable. It's no longer habited. I wouldn't say it's not habitable, but it's not habited. There's San
It's not safe
Francisco.
for human life.
Yeah, that's the problem. And Vegas no longer is a thing anymore. And yeah, those are the three major ones. Janjira, San Francisco, and Vegas no longer exist. So that's like less cities now. Yeah, we have, and Vegas is like a pretty huge blow to the. I think Vegas would be a pretty huge blow to the American economy, but I don't know anything about economics, so I couldn't really, make a proper analysis on the subject. But yeah, that would be pretty bad if Vegas just was wiped off the map and turned into a jungle.
Yeah.
What do you mean I
pretty
can't go? What do you mean I can't go gambling anymore?
Ah, dude.
I want to gamble where the monsters
yesterday
come
when I was
from.
working on my Snyder video, I was watching Army of the Dead, and dude, that movie, oh my god, it takes place in Vegas, and Snyder is weird, man.
Yeah.
Snyder is weird.
That's one way to put it.
Yeah.
Zombie sex, dude. They had a zombie baby, and it got aborted mid-movie.
Did it ride a chicken?
Anyways, we gotta.
I was gonna say anyway. So this is literally where I got to in my video. I just heard this and went no. So everything after this is going to be fresh for me.
Yeah. Yeah, boy.
All right.
With psychic powers, and though she's absolutely not a character, and she has the expressive range of old toast, she is most definitely important. So I'm sure we'll have.
Expressive range of old toast shows her making like several expressions.
Not a character.
Yeah, this is something that he said in his
again,
Rebel
he
Moon
doesn't do
video
his
in regards
editing,
to
so his
characters.
editing
Gia is
stopped him
objectively
there.
a character if you go by the dictionary definition.
So this is something that he clarified in the Rebel Moon video that he made. I was watching it in preparation for editing my Zack Snyder video. So the definition of character that he's using, he says that a character is a qualitative statement, not a quantitative statement. That people often get confused when you say that a movie like GxK doesn't have any characters. And then people will say, oh no, it does have characters. You got Gia, you got Kong, you got Zuko, blah, 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 blah. But the idea of a character is something that's more tangible, something more three-dimensional, like an arc, for example, going through an arc, having we know not
this.
just emotions, but emotions founded in a worldview, just having preferences, that kind of stuff, the kind of things that would indicate to someone that this is indeed like a real person, like, because we don't really know what Gia likes or dislikes at a surface level. We'd have a surface level understanding of what Gia likes or dislikes. We know that she's invested in Kong and his safety and her, but we don't really know much beyond that, like as to like her personality or anything of the sort. So the term character in this context is qualitative, not quantitative. Like, we know that there are people on the screen, but like, to make the people on the screen characters, you would need to develop them. For example, like, we know, for example, I'm gonna use -1 as an example. We know that Shikishima is a bit cowardly, justifiably so, but still cowardly nonetheless. We know that Noriko is invested. At first, she's invested in the relationship, but once she starts to see that Shikishima doesn't really want anything beyond romantic, or at least she perceives that as him not wanting to pursue anything romantic, even though he's in denial. She decides, well, you're not going to find a wife, so I'm going to make a life for myself. And I was actually rewatching -1 yesterday, so we see Noriko. We know that because she's orphaned, she wants to have a connection with her essentially surrogate father, but because
Okay. Come on, stop.
yeah,
stop.
you get the point.
Way off topic, and we've got a lot of video to go through.
No, I know. I was just making that point, like, just going into detail. Like, those are characters.
But my point that I said was, he says she's got the expressive range of toast. Literally in his video has her making multiple expressions, showing different emotions. But as I also pointed out, I think you pointed out, wasn't it? He doesn't edit his videos. Somebody else does. In fact, I think multiple people do. So yeah, his editor cocked him over.
I was mainly responding to Minecraft World, but yeah. Like
Yeah,
compared
we need to start
someone
getting our
with-
criticism a bit shorter.
Yeah, like compared to
To
someone like
suffer
GxK,
more
for
human anti-drama in the film that's good if you ignore the 80% of it that's human anti-drama and you just focus on the giant monsters or what.
I'm gonna rewind that.
Yeah.
Also, there's this place called Hollow Earth that the humans have discovered, and Kong lives there now. One of the humans is a mystical deaf Indian kind of child with psychic powers, and though she's absolutely not a character, and she has the expressive range of old toast, she is most definitely important. So I'm sure we'll have to suffer more human anti-drama in the film that's good if you ignore the 80% of it that's human anti-drama and you just focus on the giant monsters or whatever. This brings us up then to Godzilla x Kong, The New Empire. Quite what the New Empire is in this film is entirely unclear. There are no empires in this film. Nobody creates a new one, nobody discovers a new one, nobody takes charge of a new one, but it succeeds Godzilla vs. Kong as surely as make-up sex follows a fight. This title is proof that there are no depths of depravity to which shippers will not sink. Look, here's an example of the sorts of heathen nonsense shippers go in for. Godzilla x Kong, Rule 30. Or, oh my god! And it's still less offensive than Godzilla, the Fallen Empire, or whatever the fuck this shit's called.
What is
We
he?
begin.
Oh,
Yeah, that was just a joke.
Yeah.
This is a descent into madness.
nobody
Yeah.
needed to see that, dude. Nobody needed to see that.
I mean,
I've seen worse.
I mean,
honestly.
we are
I've seen worse.
we are 10 minutes
Berserk
in.
exists.
10 minutes, and what qualitative statements about the film have we got?
G is not a character. And yeah, that's about it. G
The
is not-
word doesn't make sense. I think he already
Which
said it,
isn't
or he's
even
implying it.
true, even
Yeah,
though
he's
I'd
setting
argue-
up that the world is nonsensical, that the story is nonsensical. Yeah.
Which are true. And I will say that Gia, at least in GxK, she has way less expression range than in GBK. At least that's how I feel. Like
Yeah,
maybe
she has like
if we
two emotions. Yeah, like
Yeah.
worried and smiling.
yeah. In GBK she was way better. I think that it's just like, I
She
think
has
that
a
happens
smug
sometimes
face.
characters.
Yeah, she has a smug face for like a few seconds when she's making fun of Nathan Lind, which I like in my GVK video. I state that like there could have been like an actual fun but also heartwarming payoff that could have been done to that joke of calling Nathan Lind a coward.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like she has more. You're right. She has more range. Like she has a smug face. So like quantity.
And the fact that the new empire is kind of a title that doesn't necessarily apply because Scar King's empire isn't necessarily new. The only thing I would argue is that Kong does get a new empire after he defeats Scar King at the okay, yeah.
That's stretching it, yeah, because like the empire
is stretching it,
he's
yeah.
just usurping. He's usurping an old empire, basically.
Yeah,
And it's not even an
Right,
empire.
though.
It's not even.
It's not even an empire. It's like a village. It's a crazy
it's not even
village.
an
with
empire.
multiple
In fact,
stones.
for God's sakes.
Yeah.
Okay. I like the fact that even with a good criticism, i.e., this film is called Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire, and there is no empire in the film per se, i.e., Scar King never makes an empire. Kong theoretically takes over his tribe, but that's not an empire, etc., etc. But there was an empire or an alluded to kingdom of some sort in the past, which he says in here there is no kingdom or empire or anything like this. But there was one.
New empire.
There just isn't
like
a new one.
Like a new, not an absence of, just new,
And to be fair, I don't think that's a good defense. It's still a bad
No, it's
title
terrible.
for the movie. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a bad film with a bad title, but even with his best criticisms, there's like a sting of you need to reword this a little bit, mate.
Yeah, just kind of twist.
And by ruining
personally,
Elvis
I do
Presley
not think
harder
so.
than barbiturates and burgers.
Welcome to my world.
Oh, fuck, no, it's Jim Reeves, isn't it? I think it might be Jim Reeves. I don't have any Jim Reeves jokes. Oh, well, whatever the case. Welcome to my world. He croons as the film gives us Hollywood's latest ludicrously expensive, entirely flat and tedious CGI vista. Won't
I
I
mean,
like how colorful his
come
words
on.
are sometimes. I like his funny words, Magic Man.
I like your funny words, Magic Man.
You know, for the longest time, I thought that character was supposed to sound like Kronk from The Emperor's New Groove. I was so disappointed when I found out what his real voice was like.
Oof.
Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Anyway, like this, like the idea he says these flat vistas, and it's like a hollow earth, flat? No, it's quite curvy.
I mean, I think it means flat as in like it's dull looking. Which I don't even agree with.
Also isn't true.
I wouldn't even. I'm not even. Yeah, I don't know if I
It
can
has like the
necessarily
one
agree with that.
biome, say for like the what's it called, Mount Sinai from GvK, and the lake area from
It's
and the
one.
rock area.
Are you kidding me? One of my
There's
complaints
mostly-
is
it's
that
mostly
like a
jungle,
computer
like-
game. You go from forest, you got jungle, forest, green lands, green hill zone, lava land.
Lava land.
It's
The
all
three
these
distinct
different
biomes
areas,
are
and they're all
rock.
brightly colored nonsense.
There's the rocky area, which I like to call Mount Sinai because there's like lightning coming out of the mountain. That's in GvK. There's the rocky area, and then there's Mordor or Mustafa, whatever it's called. I don't care.
Mustafar.
Yeah, those three. Everything else is like jungle or like forest, like that.
Yeah.
Like,
So you
are
got
there
the
any
screen-
like I don't
so
know
this zone here
tundras
where
in
you
the
got
Hollow
Rocky
Earth?
Mountains
or-
and the grass, and then you got the next one which is like a jungle area. Then you got ones like foothills where it's like smaller trees and everything.
Like,
Yeah,
do we got
this
deserts? Do we have
this is a
tundras?
bollocks argument.
But
This is
do
a
we
bollocks
have-
criticism.
I don't think it's bollocks. I think it's flat enough compared to what we've seen in GvK as well. Like, you know, like the gravity part where Kong, you know, like extends his hand to the rock, and then he goes into his like old kingdom that has like the throne room and all of that. That was
Yeah.
fine, but
No, they
then this
definitely
movie
don't do
didn't really
enough with
expand.
I'd say like GvK has some like a little bit more variety.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They definitely
like,
don't do
again,
enough
like,
with
I would
the whole,
prefer
like,
something, like, more
gravity
unique as
upside
well,
down
like-
bit. But yeah, to say that this is flat, like samey areas is like. I don't
It's
like
like-
this film, but even I'm sitting here saying, "Have you watched it?"
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, like if you want to get like super uber technical, like, oh, a forest is different than a jungle. If you want to get like super uber technical,
The forests in here are up to their ankles. The jungles tower over them. That's not a small detail.
when I
That-
That is
that
quite
is true.
literally a
talk about
Titanic
biome,
detail.
I mean like I mean like a complete overhaul of, like, I'm talking like there's the forest, but then there's also the desert, and then there's also a tundra, then there's a taiga, that kind of stuff. Not just
Then
said there's a
underwater.
rocky
different
area.
variation of forest. That's not what I mean by biome.
You just said there's a large rocky area. That misty zone he goes in. There's the lava land area, which I talked about. There's a giant lake area with painted mountains, which is actually one of my criticisms. Is like, why the fuck are these mountains purple and pink and red?
Oh, don't forget.
like,
the,
yeah,
uh,
those
Is that
are
not like
the-
the rocks that are like blue or something? With
Hold
the
on.
All over
Don't forget
forest?
Don't forget the section between the greeny area and the Mustafar area where he crosses like
Oh,
the
yeah.
giant bones, the giant skeleton.
Oh
That's
god.
not even a biome. That's just like the in between. That's just debris. Which, by the way,
Wow.
like that giant monster thing, like I am
That's
still
ridiculous,
baffled
yeah.
by that giant thing. Like, why is that there? Why does it exist?
Yeah,
That thing is a
I mean,
mile tall at the shoulder.
Yeah.
Aaron
Also,
Yeager, is
I
that
do want
you?
to say, I do want to say also that you don't need different biomes to make it not flat. It's also what you do with it. You see if the biomes feel like they're lived in, and I feel like this movie also does that well. When we see the warbats, how they hunt in groups. When you see the little birds that we saw in the previous movie, now just normal birds eating worms, you know, stuff like that. You see the mountains, even if you think that it doesn't make sense. I don't have a problem with the mountains having different colors. I think it looks beautiful. The lake
I was
having like the
watching-
giant serpent.
Yeah, I was watching this documentary last night called Life Beyond, and we got we were exploring like different biomes and different planets, how the color of the sun could affect different planets, and that reminded me a lot of the Matt Alsop concept art that had Hollow Earth have no sun, but it was illuminated by like bioluminescent things like flora, fauna. Then you got like volcanic activity also serving as for like illumination. That would have helped and make it look a lot more unique and a lot more like different, that because even bioluminescent animals and flora and fauna still have different hues, different, you know what I mean? So they would provide like a
they're
lot
not all
more
the same
different
color.
variation of color than just like different shades of green.
That was actually one of
That's
my things I said about in my video, which I still haven't finished making yet. Is that when the iwi light up their chamber of oh bloody hell, the chamber of backstory. They use the um bioluminescent gel stuff to light up the room. It's like, oh, that makes a lot of sense for people who exist in a cavern where there's lots of bioluminescent stuff around. It would make sense that they would use that to light up a room, which is then completely and utterly contrasted by the fact they're carrying around lit torches.
I didn't notice that.
And the thing is, while that will make all of those things will make it better, I still wouldn't say that the Earth, that the Hollow Earth is like flat. Also, but also I do want to say that I don't think that's like super important. I feel like it's a little bit petty to say that. Like, if he thinks it's flat, at least like we know that he thinks that. Yeah, we also know that it's not necessarily the case.
Like as far as arguments go, it's like but I just like to just hypothesize about like what could have been, because I do like the Life Beyond documentary, and I do love the Matt Alsop concept art, and I wish the Hollow Earth at the very least tried to make sense. It's not going to. It's a fundamentally incoherent concept, but at least like tried.
Anyways.
On in. I'd really rather not, actually, but the June script's taken ages to put together, and the channel needs content, so here we are, I guess. There are pterodactyls. There's Kong. He's being chased by giant hyena, rat, man, bear, pig monsters. And oh no, he gets stuck on the edge of a cliff, but oh yay, it turns out the entire canyon is a trap that he laid, and it kills a bunch of them. And he rips a corpse in half and sprays its blood all over himself, and fans of this sort of thing start feeling all heart. They wish they were the giant monkey, but instead of monster guts being sprayed all over them, it's creamy monster cum, and this scares the other man-bear pigs away. Monkey Man goes for a shower, then...
We're not gonna... Oh, actually, it's not cum, right? We're not gonna do that, right?
No.
Okay, cool.
I'm just gonna say, I actually kind of like the idea of Kong having traps and weaponry set up. It shows that he's adapted. Like,
which, I mean, they do mention that he's been settling in.
Incredibly resourceful. Yeah, it makes sense. This would exist if he's living in this new environment.
Yeah.
He sounds unamused.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He's...
Well, yeah? I'm not amused either. This video is bad.
What I was going to say is that he's just explaining what's going on, and the way he says it makes it sound like it's bad.
Yeah, I think at this point, now that he's actually getting into plot synopsis, I think we could afford to speed this up a little.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
he's just giving a summary, and he sounds annoyed. Therefore, you need to understand that this is bad. But this is there's nothing wrong with what he described.
Yeah, you just pointed that out to me now. All he's done is describe the scene and then ended it with, "Oh, I bet the fans think this." No, that's not criticism of the film. That's just you being an asshole to the fans. It's still not criticizing the film.
Yeah, like what exactly? I mean, what you could have just like brought up the fact like, oh, for some reason the wolf like bleeds green blood as opposed to the usual. When like. You could have just said that, but no, okay, you're not even gonna.
Well, there's a lot of problems with this scene. There's a lot of problems with the scene. The fact that Kong runs over his own trap and then doesn't set it off, but a smaller Titan does. The fact that this tree comes out of nowhere that he throws into the pit to cause the avalanche. It's like and the fact he looks sad, like angry, or shocked at the fact that he's just run to the place where his trap is. there's so many problems with this scene that he could
Yeah,
have
he's
addressed.
acting for the audience, and it
But
doesn't
all
make
he
sense
does-
in universe.
He's just described the scene and then carry on.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure he won't even. I'm pretty sure he won't even like mention later on like how there will be how the fact it's like like how there'll just be a continuity error later on in the film. But we'll get to that. You know the one,
And sits
Sanimus.
down and admires the view. He tries to snack on a hyena rat thing, but he chips a tooth. And then some lizard goober steals his lunch, and now he's sad, and he has toothache. He's having a really bad day. This toothache is a significant development in the plot. No, I'm not being sarcastic, it really is. You'd be surprised by how significant Kong's toothache turns out to be. And then you'll be surprised at how insignificant that significant thing turns out to be. But we'll get there in due course. Unfortunately, this is where we leave one of the best.
Reductive.
Yeah.
Wait.
Okay. Recap what he just said. So for one, that he doesn't chip a tooth, he has an infection, and also the fact that he's sad is because he's already been established as incredibly lonely because his species is not meant to be alone. Also, around this time, he thought that there was, if I'm remembering the movie correct,
The frog. There was
the
a frog making the
he
noise.
genuinely thought for a second he might have found another of his kind before he gets duped. That's why he's sad.
I think the problem is like with the frog itself. I've made criticisms to get against the frog. Yes, the frog. That it's almost as if the world is purposefully being mean to Kong.
Well, it feels like the world's being purposefully mean to people all the time.
Yeah, but
I'd
we
like
can always
to-
trace it back to why that is, as opposed to
I'd like
the
to
frog
say
just
something quick.
exists. Like, go ahead.
I'd say something quick because we do keep doing this, and even I need to stop doing it. He brings up a point. We discuss why he said something bad. We then start getting onto a point as to why the film is bad, and we completely lose the point about the fact that what he was just saying was bad. We need to stick to what he's just said. So in this particular
right.
case, yeah, the frog
enough,
made
yeah.
Kong sad, and that's really stupid. But he completely missed that in this video. He's just said, "Oh,
Yeah,
Kong
that's
is
right.
sad."
Yeah, that's
He
what
didn't
I
even
There you
was
go.
mention the frog.
No,
I'm guessing he
and he said
overlooked
that
that
the
as, like,
tooth
a
is going to be
potential flaw.
massively important, but also not important. And you're like, well, I can't wait for him to just clarify that point.
I guess it went over his head.
Speaking of,
Sure. Fine.
Toothache turns out to be. And then you'll be surprised at how insignificant that significant thing turns out to be. But we'll get there in due course. Unfortunately, this is where we leave one of the best bits of the movie, and we hop away to the humans, which is when things get very, very dumb. But Platoon, we just watched these films for the monsters. So yeah, why are these people here, and why are they taking up all of my time with their annoying fucking humanness?
we could say the same about you.
Wait, who's
Resume.
we? I'm not gonna scale. I'm not. I don't. So far, like, I'm still not convinced. Like,
Convinced of
that he missed a lot of arguments. Sure, so far he missed a lot of arguments, and yeah, he could have done a better job. But overall, I still do not think the video is as bad as it could have been, because it's almost as if we're trying to make it out to me like we're trying to make him out to look like someone like, I don't know, Dr. Skipper by comparison, but it's really
Well, so
like,
far, he's wasted a lot of time not talking about the film. He starts
While also
talking about
being
the
a
film and
huge
then
dick.
just completely misreads scenes. Again, I've not seen this
-1.
film
I'll get.
part of the video
I
before,
don't
so this
know
is fresh
the
to
opening
me.
with like, yeah, well, the opening with -1, because I'm not that familiar with history. I will grant you that. I will grant you that. I'll trust your judgment on that topic. However, overall, overlooking something like the frog, like, given the
Yeah, that's not
intentions of the
important.
video, given
Yeah.
the intentions of the video, I could say, yeah, I can
It's not just the
understand
frog,
why
was it?
someone
What
like
was the
him
other
would
things we
overlook the
complained
frog.
about? He just describes the scene and then insults the fans, and that's his criticism. There
Let's
was no
continue.
criticism. He
We
was
already-
just talking about the film.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
it.
we already had that conversation in regards to like the whole thing with the fans. Like, apparently, for
Yeah, but you're
some
just
reason,
saying I'm not convinced this is a bad video. That's why it's bad. He's shit at this. He's clearly
I
not
think,
doing a good job.
as someone that already watched like most of it, I think that the video itself, like the criticisms, are not like terrible, but I do think that the type of criticisms at a point seem kind of petty, and I think that the video, while not like terrible, is not even like super bad. It's still so obnoxious that it's not something I could recommend.
I would
But
say it's meh, like just meh. You know what I mean? Kind of like this movie, but yeah, like bad feels like again, just feels like a stretch. It just feels like a stretch to me. You know, compared like the thing with the fans, for example, like attacking the fans. We already had that conversation. I'm not really interested in going back with it again, but just to recap, like it seems like we had completely different experiences with the fans, and we're coming like to completely different conclusions.
So in which
yeah,
case, what was in Blackaroonie, in your opinion, and in your interpretation, what was his criticism of the opening scene?
His criticism of the opening scene, so far, so far he's not really doing he's just describing the scene. He's setting it up. He's setting it up before we actually get to the problems, because
yeah.
again, these kinds of
But we're
videos
past the
require you
scene
to go
now.
through the entire movie. You're not going to skip directly to the problem, are you?
I
You
think we
just
should
gotta
keep
He's
watching,
Yeah,
just to be sure.
just keep going. That's what I've
Yeah.
been.
But how? Okay, so let's keep this in point in mind for later, because if we get to the end of the video and he's not addressed that bit at all, then that's a problem.
fair.
A segue is the form of a lecture that attempts to clumsily remind everyone what happened in the previous movie. You know, the bit where they take a spaceship down to the center of the Earth and find another world down there. The bit that should make you very depressed because you're sitting here watching this when you could be watching Journey to the Center of the Earth instead.
Most of human civilization, we believe that life can only exist on the surface of the planet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's Eileen again. Remember Eileen from the last movie? What a terrific character. And also, what an absolute fucking moron. Eileen, fish are not a new discovery. We've known about them for a while.
I'm sorry. I need to say something about this one, because first of all, I want to say I need to describe my initial experience with this video. So remember I said that I watched someone else's video about this one to avoid giving him views? Turns out that actually was you guys, you, Cianimus. It turns out that I knew your channel before I actually knew you, and I never noticed. So fun fact right there. And also, the thing is, this is the first stream that I watched from Simsila channel. And when you guys got to this part, I'm gonna be honest, my first reaction to all of you talking about it was like super frustrating, because I think that it's very simple. This is a petty criticism, and you guys spend like 10 minutes talking about it. I think that Platoon is making a huge mistake here, which is the universe is stupid. Yes. Eileen is a bad character. Yes. She's also like stupid. Yes, but he now is going to hyperfixate on the term surface. The term surface in universe must have a complete 180. Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to not do like the wrong number. 180 degree like swap all of a sudden. Like surface clearly in the Monsterverse universe. Of course, it can mean something that's below the surface of the water. It can mean something below the surface of the ground. Like for example, potatoes technically grow underground, basically like that. But in this universe, clearly surface means anything that's not the hollow earth. So what's this criticism? Come on. Like the movie's super dumb and you cannot keep up with it.
Like I had a bit of trouble because I just thought that this was just a bit of strange dialogue, and I just thought, oh, in a better movie this would be like the least of its problems, because that was my stance. But yeah, putting it that way, I think, yeah, I guess that, yeah, sure.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to vent about that one, because from the first stream I watched, I was still annoyed.
I think that this is another attempt at him making a joke, but it just comes off as pedantic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
Resume.
the fish are not a new discovery thing.
That's not what she's saying. Also, it's establishing to the thing of like pointless recap. Okay, imagine you're somebody who, because that wasn't criticism that he brought up. Imagine you're somebody who hasn't seen the prior movies. This is your first MonsterVerse movie. Nay, your first kaiju movie or first Godzilla movie. So you would need the context, especially since the film relies heavily on prior context from the previous movies.
GvK
A little bit, but
exclusively.
also I would say that this is a fine example, as you're saying. Later on, we will have an example of bad exposition when she's literally watching a documentary
we'll get
about everything. Yeah, but here it's completely believable. Like, she's supposed to be this voice of authority. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's like,
even if
voice
she
of
shouldn't,
authority, am I right?
because she shouldn't be, because she sucks.
These kind of credit sequences are tradition for the MonsterVerse movies in general. It's like, yeah, of course you're gonna do that.
Exactly. Yeah, there's the added there's the added context that this is supposed to be like an intro that's going to have the music and the credits. It's basically the credits.
Yeah, every single MonsterVerse movie has done this up to this point. I would say GvK had the best one. Just because like that was great.
GvK was the best one?
Yeah, the intro credit sequence.
Oh, ha, ha, ha.
I don't think so.
I will allow you to believe that temporarily.
Okay, I would say either GvK or Cottom. Cottom purely because of the music. I don't know, just the fact of hearing that.
I think we
Cottom doesn't. Okay, first of all, Cottom doesn't really have the intro sequence as to
it has the end credits.
The other movies.
Sequence. You get what I mean?
Yeah, but that's the other thing too. Like, Cottom doesn't even have that good of a like intro at all, because again, like for one, everybody like children should have been.
I wasn't referring to the intro for Cottom. I was referring to the credit sequence, the one where they play Blue Oyster Cult's Godzilla.
Oh, okay. I thought because this is the intro, so I thought you were talking about the intro.
No, like the credit sequences. That's what I mean.
Oh, yeah. Whether they're regardless of whether they're opening or end, we're talking about credit sequences, either opening or end. Doesn't really matter. Credits sequence.
Okay.
So either
I mean, the establishment of the radioactive plant growth is also pretty bad, but whatever.
Yeah, I will say it's King Godzilla 2014 was the best one, probably because it had to set up less stuff, or Skull Island. Yeah, because it's showing like in a way the story. But if it comes to music and editing, I do like the GvK on King of the Monsters once more. But I think that
one had like the best piece of music in the entire soundtrack.
Yeah, it was so fucking good.
It's saying a lot because soundtrack is not very good.
Yeah. Junkie, keep Junkie away from these projects. Thank God.
Thank God after Justice League, he fell off.
Thank God he's not coming back for Supernova. Holy crap.
He should stay away for the rest of his life. Live in shame.
I forgot Supernova was happening, and now I want to die.
And let's wait till the film comes out.
Okay, so like just to sum it up, he's about to be super pedantic, and yeah, that's it. I don't know how long he's going to be talking about surface stuff.
Okay, like a couple seconds.
Really? Oh, great.
With ants, moles exist. Our ancestors lived in caves. We've known about things living underground since before we had writing. I mean, come on, Eileen. See what I did there? Yeah, that's kind of the level we're operating on here, folks. It's going to be like this the whole time you're here.
That's not what.
Yes, you are operating at this level, aren't you?
Yeah, we can move past this. Like, this is not a good argument, I guess.
That's. He spent longer on this than he did the entire intro sequence.
It's over already. It's over.
Yeah, it's over. It's over. I was wrong. So what happened is that on the stream with Sim, it took like 10 minutes. Here on the video, it was like 2 seconds. It were my perception. That's all.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a laugh at the expense of this stupid line on Twitter, and one or two people attempted to
still going!
autistically tell me that it's actually a perfectly fine line, because
Oh, I thought it
Eileen
was
was
over.
obviously referring to the entirety of the Earth's crust as the planet's surface, not just the surface of the Earth's crust, which is quite explicitly defined as the meeting point between the ground and the atmosphere. One person in particular attempted to explain away the problem with this line. Having attempted and incorrectly set out the difference between the Earth's crust and the Earth's surface, this person then had the gall to accuse me of being pedantic for taking.
You are.
You
You're
are.
100% pedantic.
Dude,
And also, again, like you don't need someone to correct you. You just need to think for 2 seconds about what you're watching and realize surface in this world might as well mean everything that's not hollow earth. Period. Super easy. Barely an inconvenience.
Yeah. It's
Oh, I didn't know that
in
reference.
this world, they clearly define surface and hollow earth. There's a very clear definition that he's clearly not picked up because he didn't watch the film properly, which is a
Dude.
hell of a thing to say about this film.
Watching the
Dude.
film properly. Okay, that's
Dude, I make that distinction between the surface world and hollow earth in my video to suggest that the part of the planet that Godzilla is sort of like operating in primarily is the surface.
Well, Sea Monster, I guess you're
let's
an
not
idiot.
say people are watching.
I
movies
guess
wrong, though.
I
Let's not
guess
stoop
you're a
that low.
I guess you're a Homo sapiens without the Homo. You are 100% a hetero sapiens. Fuck you.
Well,
It's
I mean,
homo
I am
without the
hetero,
sapiens.
so I'm hetero, so you're not exactly
I'm joking.
insulting me. You're just describing me.
I know, I'm joking. No, but really, you should go to jail for making that comparison with surface. Like, don't you know? Don't you know what a surface is?
Jesus Christ.
it's weird that he has such a
The
weird
line at
definition of
face-
surface, considering like surface level media is all he talks about.
Oh!
Would you call
Value.
Marvel
This is the
surface
kind of
level
autistic nonsense you get used to when you are, for instance, accustomed to arguing with fans of Jurassic World. So yes, I'm familiar with this sort of thing. I am familiar with fans desperately trying to make dumb movies make.
And I also just want to point out he called what they were doing autistic nonsense whilst doing what he is doing.
Autistic nonsense. Posts a 2-hour-long lecture about one fucking movie.
And again, he's still going about this, and this is now definitely longer than anything he had to say about the intro sequence.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Makes sense, rather than accepting that many of their flaws are so simple and stupid that they'd be incredibly easy to repair. There were a million other ways to write this little recap section Eileen is giving us here, and they went with that. You shouldn't be excusing this sort of nonsense.
a TED
You should
Talk is
demand it
actually-
clears the lowest of low fuck.
I mean, a TED
He's
Talk
right on
is
this.
not the worst way to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I don't think he's
and
talking about the TED Talk. He's just talking about the line itself.
and
My
that
point
makes it
still
even
stands.
worse.
Like, I've seen similar lines that have made just as much sense, nay, worse, nay, like less sense from actual TED Talks.
Yeah,
Listen to TED Talk?
You
What are
you
stories
watch-
from mystery
Well, your
boxes?
first mistake was actually bothering to listen to TED Talks.
yeah, he's gonna join a cult soon enough.
No,
When
listen,
does TED even
I
show
had to
up?
No. For context, they were for school. They were for schoolwork. I had to do it in high school.
And you paid attention?
Yes, because if I didn't, I would fail the assignment, and thus I wouldn't graduate.
But you will have failed with honor.
Skill
Here's the
issue.
thing.
So what I wanted to
here's the thing.
say.
Amazing. He took the lesson. He only jotted the notes down just so he could pass the test, and then he just but he will not regurgitate the philosophies behind those TED Talks. That's what.
Yeah, no.
I mean, when I
no,
have to
that's
write
not-
an essay about
that's
something
what
I
I mean.
disagree with.
That's what I mean.
Well,
It's like I had to pay attention to this because most of them were to like establish context for lessons and things like that.
What I was going to say is that right now he's going to say that people should like demand better quality stuff, and it's like he's right. Like, yeah, as I said many times before, like I'm going to agree with him on a lot of stuff, But the thing is, when you go up to someone and you complain about something so fucking petty and minuscule as, well, the word surface isn't well applied, no one is going to take you seriously. So you might as well just be one of the morons who like this movie because you're not going to change anything.
This is one of those criticisms where I'm just looking at it and like, what are you talking about? This is probably one of the most natural integrations of a recap that we've seen.
Yeah.
Like, I think the only other one that is the most natural that we can get is like either the slideshow in G14.
But actually, Minecraft, I think this is even worse because I think Black is right. I always understood this as him talking specifically about the line, not even the whole thing. Like, he's talking about the line. He's hyper focusing literally on the word surface and how it's used.
Yeah, it's
literally.
Like, yeah.
So that makes it even dumber than if you were talking about the integration.
So
that is like a Doug
stupid.
Walker
No,
criticism if I've
like,
ever seen one.
It is actually, yeah.
Are you go?
Yeah.
Like the line, no, like the line is stupid. I've seen worse lines from actual TED Talks. What are you
I've seen
talking
worse
about?
lines,
show
dude.
up though. Like
I've seen worse lines in this video.
I want to hear one example of a line that was like really stupid in one of those TED Talks.
I don't remember. I think I don't remember them. They blocked out of my head.
Okay.
The second
All right,
come on.
All right, fine, fair enough. All right, let's keep going.
We're now talking about TED Talks. We're not talking about TED Talks. We're talking about the fact that Little Platoon has spent about 10 minutes talking about a fucking line.
This
an
man made a
unimportant
TED
one at
Talk
that.
on a single line.
Bars.
Well, after a certain point, you have to wonder, what else were we working?
We weren't wrong about that, Eileen. This is a you problem. Why are you giving this TED Talk when you apparently failed the second grade in pretty much every subject? Anyway, this is our excuse to start telling the audience that only 5% of Hollow Earth has so far been mapped, but Kong's moved in there now and he seems to be enjoying himself, except for the fact that he is lonely, because his species is supposed to be social, and yet he's all alone, which means you don't even need to watch the trailers to know that Kong's about to bump into a load of other Kongs, and that this movie is about to show you what Planet of the Apes would be like if everything was bigger and worse in every conceivable way. Godzilla, meanwhile, has been wandering about, killing the big bad titans that spawn in every now and then, causing incalculable damage to every famous landmark they stumble across. Look at them go there, fighting away. Pretty sure they wiped out all of Italy there, but you know, sometimes you have to destroy ancient civilizations in order to save them, right?
Godzilla's on the surface, Kong is below. As long as they don't venture into each other's territories, we've got nothing to worry about.
What? No, what? There are huge monsters spawning all over the place, and you have to just hope that a giant radioactive dinosaur is going to stop them without this.
Yeah. He's taking that out of context.
I mean, the context is that the monsters will show up even without Godzilla, right?
No.
That's
Because
what
he was
that's what
responding to a
he's
question
saying.
about Godzilla and Kong fighting.
Like that's what he's saying. Like even regardless of whether Kong or Godzilla meet up, there's still other titans that could show up in other cities. So
yeah, and she's right.
To worry
the
about is a
question
bit
was, what about
reductionist.
Godzilla and Kong? And she said, well, they're separated, so it's fine. So that's that. In that context, that is a completely reasonable line. She's not talking about the other titans. She's talking about specifically Godzilla and Kong, which
she's making it sound
completely out
but what
of
do you
context.
mean? But what do you mean by fine though? Like, do we mean fine as in humanity will be fine if they specifically don't fight? Or
in the movie, what she was saying is that as long as they are not like close to each other, they won't fight, so it's fine. Like that situation of them trying to kill each other is fine. And what he's doing is he's making it seem like she's talking about all of the kaiju, which is not really what she's saying. I think, yeah, that's it.
Thing is,
I mean,
there
but
was another very obvious criticism that he could have made directed to Scylla that was brought up multiple times, specifically in the Up in the Depth stream. Why is Scylla awake?
Well, actually, that's not important. It's awake, and that's it. Like the reason why it doesn't matter. The thing is, it's already on a city and causing damage, and that's already going to kill a lot of people. So why is not really important. Like why is Superman fighting in the city. That's not important. The thing is he's
Okay.
killing people in the city.
Okay,
So
but
yeah.
there's also the
The-
address.
the
there's
thing I was
also
gonna- the
addressing
thing I was-
the world breaking. The fact that the Titans need a reason to be awake. Generally, often have a reason to be awake whenever that happens, and or as well as the fact that what was it? Damn, my train of thought is gone. Sorry.
Choo choo.
Yeah, so I just watched the clip. The specific context is he asks about Kong, she talks about Kong, then the guy says, "Well, what about Godzilla?" And she says, "Godzilla's on the surface, Kong's underneath. As long as they don't venture into each other's territories, we have nothing to worry about."
Yeah.
So it's
So
specifically about the Kong Godzilla conflict, which again is out of
But
context in
my
this clip.
my question would then be, why should humanity matter if they fight beyond just the lives that could be lost? Like, why would they be invested in how they interact beyond just like collateral?
That's why they're concerned. Is if the case that they fight again, because the last fight was an absolute mess.
Yes.
Yeah, it destroyed all
It's
of the
also-
guys.
Why,
Like,
why
that
this?
also-
Well, no, it's
But then why this?
multifaceted in
But then why
film.
these two specifically?
they're
Why
asking
not? Why
about-
that's the same
They're
thing
asking
to
about
other
Kong's
things as well?
condition. They're asking about, "Oh, how's Kong doing? How's he doing down there?" And she's talking about that. Then they bring up Godzilla. So
Yeah, I know,
it's
yeah.
fine. Covers both Kong's condition and obviously the world.
But there are more Titans than just Godzilla and Kong, even if
But
they
they're
don't
not talking
fight.
about those. In fact, they start bringing them
That-
up next. They're not
but
talking
that
about them
doesn't-
at that moment.
That doesn't really matter all that much, considering that both
It does.
the fights,
That's the
the fights
context of
that
the
happen
comment.
between Godzilla and Kong and Godzilla and other Titans as well is still going to cause collateral. So my question will still remain:
But
why
that's
would
not
they care
what they're
beyond that?
talking about
It's
at
not-
that moment.
but actually, no, wait. Yeah, Black is right. Like, if the question is going to come up eventually, of what's going to happen with the damage, it's still relevant. But I think we should just let the clip play, and then we can talk about it more, because it might be
It's like
coming up
saying
next.
so and so has a gun and that other person has a gun. So, well, they're not currently shooting each other, so they're fine. So, but nukes exist. Yep. But that's not.
No.
what we're
It's
talking
more
about right
like
now.
saying, like, you're talking about something that's going to go from A to B to C, and you're saying, well, you should ignore C because we're on A right now. And it's like, yeah, but B and C are going to happen, so we should also discuss.
Yeah, they get to. They
that's
literally
possible.
get to see next. Oh my god, I'm having to defend GxK, and it
Yeah,
feels
that's
fucking
why I'm
awful.
saying that we should let it play, the whole thing for a little bit, and then we can comment on it. So we don't
A fate
talk
far worse
about
than hell, I assume, defending
Well,
GxK. I get
As
it.
long as they don't venture into each other's.
Let's go back a little bit more.
You
Yeah.
even need to watch the trailers to know that Kong's about to bump into a load of other Kongs, and that this movie is about to show you what Planet of the Apes would be like if everything was bigger and worse in every conceivable way. Godzilla, meanwhile, has been wandering about, killing the big bad titans that spawn in every now and then, causing incalculable damage to every famous landmark they stumble across. Look at them go there, fighting away. Pretty sure they wiped out all of Italy there, but sometimes you have to destroy ancient civilizations in order to save them, right?
Godzilla's on the surface, Kong is below. As long as they don't venture into each other's territories, we've got nothing to worry about.
What? No, what? There are huge monsters spawning all over the place, and you have to just hope that a giant radioactive dinosaur is going to...
And there you go.
No, wait, let it play.
He's completely changed the context.
Wait, let
He's
it play.
completely changed the
Hold
context.
on. Let's play a little bit more.
Yeah, play the whole thing.
Just
Stop
play a
them
little
without
bit more.
destroying everything in its path, but no, okay, sure, Eileen, nothing to worry about. We're all fine. God, Pacific Rim is a better...
I guess what he's trying to say,
Pacific Rim
and
is a
I think
masterpiece.
I think that it's valid that he's saying, yeah, I mean, who cares if these two don't fight? We're not fine. Other monsters can come in at any point.
This is a post King of the Monsters world, by the way.
Hang on.
He's right.
Hang on. Because I'm feeling I'm going to have to explain this, apparently. In the film, they talk about Kong being down in the Hollow Earth, how he's doing, what's going on down there, his situation, etc. Then the guy says, well, what about Godzilla? And Andrew says, Kong and Godzilla are separated. As long as they don't meet up, they're fine. or we're fine. That is the context of that clip that is just being played on the video. They then in the film
That's not
go
even
on to
context.
talk
You're
about
just
the
describing the
Titans
scene
as a
at that
whole.
point.
Wait,
let him keep going. Yeah.
They then go on to talk about the Titans and what Godzilla is doing with the Titans. That comes after that clip. What Little Platoon just did here was talk about Godzilla fighting Titans. He played that clip where Andrew says, we're fine. And then he said, but Godzilla's fighting Titans and destroying things. But that clip does not refer to the Titans. They talk about the Titans afterwards.
When she says we have nothing to worry about, I think she's more in referring to there will not have to be another conflict between Godzilla and Kong.
Exactly.
I understand
then
that.
talk about the Titans in the film, and Little Platoon has taken the clip out of context to completely ruin. Oh my god, he's been
no. Actually, so here's the thing. We understand that. Black, do you want to go first? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say that even like with the additional context of Godzilla's patrolling the world, fighting the battles we can, blah 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 blah. Those battles still happen in populated areas.
That's not
that
what
is
they're
what Lau
talking
was
about.
referring to. That is what Lau was referring to when he's saying, "Oh, who cares that Kong and Godzilla don't battle?
But
There are
that's not
still
what they're
other
talking
Titan
about in
battles.
the
We're not
film.
fine."
In the context of the conversation they're having in the film, and Little Platoon completely removes their context and swaps it around.
I don't think that you need to remove the context. Yeah,
when
but
we were
I don't
watching
think
the
that
EFAP
here the
video, they were
context is
talking
as
about.
important as you might think, because here's the thing. Imagine we had an alien invasion, right, on Earth, and someone is like, well, I know there's an alien invasion, but just so you know, we have light and water in this bunker for 60 years, so we should be fine. And someone on the back is like, fine, there's a fucking alien invasion. Like that's the logic that he's trying to say. Like, I do think that it's kind of petty that he's using that clip.
That's what Blackaruni and you guys are probably trying to come up with. Is that we are fine down here in this bunker, but there's an alien invasion going on. Yeah. That's not what Little Platoon has done here. Little Platoon has said there's an alien invasion gone on, and then played a clip of somebody going, "Oh yeah, it's fine," but there's an alien invasion going on. But that's not what that clip is. That clip is
I
someone
get
saying,
that.
"We're fine in this bunker here. We've got everything in the bunker." And then somebody says there's an alien invasion going on. He swaps
You still haven't answered the
context
question of why
around to make it sound worse than it is.
But you still haven't answered the question as to why humanity would be invested in Godzilla and Kong beyond the actual collateral damage, because the entire conversation
Because they
with
were
both
talking
Godzilla
about
and
the
Kong and
condition
then
of
the other
Kong, how he
Titans
was doing.
is
They were
collateral.
asking about him, clearly concerned about him, wondering what was happening with him. And then they brought
Yeah.
up, "Oh, you've said all this about Kong, but what about Godzilla? The last time, the greater context being that the last time they met up, they fought and nearly killed each other." And Andrews is saying, "Don't worry, they don't meet each other. They should be fine."
But
That
why
is
do
the
they care
clip.
about their well-being specifically? Why? Why do they care?
They were asking about it in the interview.
Yeah, Black, I just want to know, why do you want to, like, what's the point you're trying to make with why would they care about it? Are you asking that when the person is, are you inferring that when the person was asking about them fighting, it was only about the collateral damage? And
That's what I'm
therefore,
saying. It should have been, yeah. Like
okay,
it should have been the
yes.
collateral damage.
Okay, so I think you're right, but also we should keep in mind that these monsters, if they existed in the real world, there would have a lot of people who actually legitimately care. And maybe a lot of people relate to Kong, and he's like, a thing that people care about, like kind of Harambe. So I do think that it will make sense for them to ask, just to know if Kong is fine.
I think this is a case of underdeveloped world building when I ask why do they care. This is just me calling into question the world building. But also, again, the entire conversation being had in this interview in particular with both Godzilla and Kong, and then Godzilla fighting the other Titans. If it's not about the collateral, then it should be. It should be. Because even if Godzilla and Kong don't fight, even if Godzilla is, as Eileen says, fighting the battles we can't, fighting them in populated areas, as we see with Scylla in the footage. We see him fighting him in Rome and keeping the fight in Rome when he doesn't have to do that. But he keeps doing that. He keeps doing that, and that's the problem.
Okay,
it's not a consideration.
Right, hang on. We're doing it again. We're and yeah, Minecraft. Could you mute for a second, please?
Yeah, you're right. We're talking about close with the movie instead
We're
of
talking.
close
Yeah,
with the argument.
Yeah.
we're not
My
talking
ultimate
about
point
little
is that him
Platoon's
saying
thing,
that
which is
we're not fine is
Oh.
accurate because we're not fine. Even if Godzilla and Kong don't meet, and Godzilla fighting the battles we can't, that what that entails makes us not fine.
right. Do you want me? I'm gonna
That
have to
is
actually.
true.
So, in the film, the person Andrews is on a talk show or something, and they're talking about Kong because it makes sense. She's the Kong expert, and the guy says, "Oh, so Kong's settling into his new home." She then talks about Kong for a long while. He then says, "Oh, what about Godzilla?" Because in relation to Kong, because that's the subject that they're talking about, and she says,
Yeah.
"Godzilla and Kong separated, they're fine." Then, because they brought up Godzilla, they start talking about what Godzilla is doing, which is fighting titans and whatnot. The comment that was said in this clip that has just been used in this video of "they will be fine" was in reference to Godzilla and Kong.
Yeah.
It
You
is
can't
not
just
in
say
reference
we. They should. Then
to
she
the
used we. She
Titans
should have
as
said they should
general.
be fine, not we should be fine. Like if it
Oh,
wasn't
yeah,
It was
because
not
it implies
in
that a lot of
context.
people will die if they fight.
It's
exactly.
not in
But
context to the Titans in general. It's in context to Godzilla and Kong specifically.
So why didn't
So
she use
Little
they? Why did she say
Platoon,
we?
and
I think
my issue here
yeah.
is that Little Platoon takes that clip, which is in reference to something else more, something else, and uses it as if it's talking about the Titans in general, which it's not. That is my
You-
issue here, and
you
something
think
you
those two
seem to
subjects-
not be getting.
But you think those two subjects are separate?
Yeah, I think that you
The
think we're not
comment
getting it, but I
is
do get it.
separate.
For example,
Yeah, Lau, you go ahead.
yeah, no, I wanted to say that I get it. Well, actually, I understand what you're saying. What we're saying, and even beyond the fact that what should they be talking about, I don't think that's relevant either. But the thing is, what Little Platoon is saying is not like wrong. Like it's still a huge problem, even if these two don't fight. And even if he's manipulating the clip a little bit, it's still within the context of the MonsterVerse universe, where even if these two don't fight, the situation is still fucked. Like no one probably feels safe. Like they literally have to have insurance for kaiju specifically, probably because normal insurance doesn't give a shit if Godzilla stomps on your house and then you will be homeless. Probably because that's why they have specific insurance for kaiju. They actually explicitly say that in the movie. They had Gargantua, which is the insurance company that's specifically for kaiju. So yeah, it's not. I think we are being a little bit like nitpicky because Platoon is not wrong on this one. It's right to say that it will be done to say that we'll be fine, because she does say we will be fine, as we will be fine as long as they don't fight. Like she's implying that like it's not only about Kong and Godzilla, it's also about the people that will die if they fight. So yes, like he's right to make that comment, even if he manipulated the clips a little bit. There's nothing wrong.
Might I
with
add
it.
something else? Might I add something else
Let me take it
too?
from a different. 1 second. Let me take this from a different angle. Has he manipulated the clip to make it sound like it's saying something it's not?
Not really. Not the way I see it.
So he's
I
made
have
it
a-
sound
I'm
like
going
she's
to
talking
add-
about the Titans in general and not Kong Godzilla specifically.
No, she's talking about Kong and Godzilla specifically, but by her
So
saying
he's changed the clip, changed the context, and made the film look worse than it actually is, which is a hell of a thing to do, considering how easy it is to point out how bad this film is.
So let me add something. Number one, this is a post-Cottam world. Everything is destroyed, first of all. Secondly, it would have been separate if she hadn't used we. If she
That's
said
right.
they, as in Godzilla and Kong, if she said they should be fine, then fine. To your point, she would be talking about two separate things. But she said
Kaiju film
we.
in Godzilla. They actually.
She said we, not they. So that is a very important distinction here. She said
Yeah, that's
we,
true.
as in all of us, as in humanity.
Including Godzilla and Kong fighting, but also understanding that if they fight, we will get fucked in the process.
Even more than we already are.
Exactly. That's why she's saying we. So what Platoon is saying is not actually wrong. It's okay to say, wait, we won't be fine. Because even if they don't fight, since you said we, you're implying also humanity. And even if they don't fight, there are still other monsters. So we're still fucked. That's the point he's making. And did he manipulate the clip?
Monster.
Yes. Yes, monster.
Sea monster.
Yeah.
What's your opinion on this?
Okay. So I mean, all right. Yeah. Okay.
I think we seriously need to get back on track.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, is like this is a this is a post-Cotum world. Unfortunately, this is also a post-GvK world. So the world building, like at this point, this film is being a follow-up to GvK, which kind of establishes that now, now apparently Titans are not as much of an issue as they pretty much should be when it was a post-Cotum world. The thing is, like, with this being a post-GvK world, where like now at this point we have to if we were supposed to like raise the question of like how humanity like should still be worrying about the Titans, that should have been what GvK was trying to do. And the problem though is like with GxK, like GvK didn't follow up on those properly. So now now GxK has to deal with has to bear that sort of baggage that GvK just unwittingly or rather just kind of laid for it essentially. And that's kind of why it just seems like, oh, hey, as long as Godzilla, like the context with the clip, they mentioned they mentioned that Godzilla and Kong, they're separated. We're pretty much fine. We pretty much have nothing to worry about. The problem though is like Lil Platoon pretty much just kind of had it where like he should have been more clear of like, okay, I mean, sure, that's nice that Godzilla and Kong are going to be fighting each other, but we should still worry about the rest of the world. Like as far he should have at least addressed that. Like he should have he should have just met this as it is right now. Like when he mentions like, no, there's Titans all over the planet. It's like, yeah, but she wasn't talking about She wasn't talking about Titans as a whole. She was talking about Godzilla and Kong specifically. Like if you it would have been nice if he just played the following clip of where she's like, humanity is lucky that Godzilla is fighting the battles that they can't, which is essentially which involves the general Titan sort of dealio, pretty much.
So would you say that the idea is fine, but the way in which he presented it is flawed, maybe, or would you say that the idea is flawed?
I think that's kind of what what Cinemas may have been trying to get across here.
Okay. What we were saying is that the idea is completely fine. Like the execution is flawed, but it still gets to the point. So to me, there's no problem, to be fair, because it's kind of like saying that Surface is not well used in the speech, which is what he did. So I'm trying not to be as bad faith and as nitpicky as he is. For example, that's what I'm trying to do. That's why to me it was fine.
Okay.
Yeah, Monster, putting it that way, you've just galvanized the thought on that. Little Platoon's criticism is that Andrews has said the world is fine. Well, we are fine. And his response is, but the world is covered in Titans. But Andrews wasn't. That clip is out of context because they weren't talking about the context as a whole at the time. They were talking about specifically Kong Godzilla. So Little Platoon has taken the clip out of context and made it mean something it doesn't, trying to make the film sound worse than it is.
Yeah, he left out the bit
still
where
holding strong to the position because again, she makes that would have been correct if she hadn't used we. You can't just say she used we in the context of Godzilla versus Kong because that's not how words work.
But that's not the criticism. The criticism is of Little Platoon taking the clip out of context.
He didn't.
I mean, even if he had taken the clip out of context, he did it. It's not like the context changed so much. Yeah, so let's agree to disagree.
His evidence is not correct.
Can we please continue? We have about 50 minutes to an hour left in this video, at least. Let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. Let's bookend this segment with
consider
disagree.
consequences
Also,
in
don't bash
Pacific Rim. They sometimes remember that these battles are wiping out whole cities and lots of people are dying. This has consequences for human society. God, how does it feel, Japan? How does it feel to know Pacific Rim is better than Godzilla now? Some science people are sitting around monitoring Godzilla's excursions. On their monitor, we see that he's gone for a nap inside the Colosseum. Somehow he seems to
start telling me otherwise.
Yeah, that's one thing. Like the way he said it almost came across as, "Oh, this movie's better than this." It almost came across like as he was saying that Pacific Rim is a bad movie, which that I thoroughly disagree with.
Yeah, Pacific Rim is fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he said it in a condescending tone, guys. Therefore, it must be bad, right?
Thing is, like, he's right. He's right that Pacific Rim has
climbed
better
into-
world building than the MonsterVerse, especially GxK.
Yeah.
Don't just like, but it's the
It's like
method of
he
statement.
can't be nice to a movie. Almost, it's like he needs to make it all sound like it's bad.
Like a backhanded compliment. Yeah.
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 do it without causing much, if any, damage at all, which is very considerate of him, but I'm pretty sure that's just so he can destroy it on camera later. Kong, meanwhile, is wandering around looking for a girlfriend. But then, a beacon of some sort that the scientists have placed in this world, even though we've been told they've only mapped 5% of it, activates as the dead hyena rats from earlier fall into a massive hole of some sort that the scientists' computers instantly 3D map, informing them that the hole has broken into uncharted territory. Despite 95% of the place being uncharted territory, this bit of uncharted territory is significant enough to trigger a response from whatever the big organization thing is in these movies now. Is it still Monarch? I think it's still Monarch. I don't care. I'm calling it Monarch. Eileen works for Monarch, and she is very interested in this new anomaly. Meanwhile, the deaf Indian child from the last film, Echo, I think.
I mean, the most I could say is like, why couldn't the hunting ground, why couldn't Kong's hunting ground be part of that 5%? That's kind of, the hole is made in Kong's hunting ground.
Also, we have no idea when that TED Talk was. For all we know, that could have been like less than a year after GvK happened, and as such, Hollow Earth was still being mapped. Maybe they found more of it.
I mean, considering her hairstyle, I mean, I guess it depends on like if she kept her hairstyle like that consistently since the events of Godzilla vs. Kong. You know, that then sure, but
I mean, you'd be surprised how long hairstyles can last. So, like, yeah.
Now, what I want to say is that, yeah, it makes no sense that as soon as something moves, somehow they map it with 3D. That makes no fucking sense.
yeah, I get that.
Like,
it's just that he's saying like, oh, this section of Kong's territory, like even though we only mapped out 5%, it's like, well, maybe Kong's territory there is part of the 5%. I don't
exactly. Actually, I would assume that Kong's territory is all we can explore safely because he's there to help. Yeah, that makes sense.
So
but everything else, I think is fine.
How is this a problem that they have like stuff set up to monitor? If anything, that makes perfect sense that they'd have what little they have as monitored as closely as possible.
Because
I think it would have been nice if they just established that. I think it would have been nice if they at least established some piece of Monarch tech, you know, like around that hunting ground area for where Kong is, to kind of establish that area is ultimately how they're able to get any sort of that information. Like,
I think that what Kuro was asking, I think it's a valid criticism if it's inconsistent. It's like you can map with 3D the interior of this cave, and somehow the AI you're using or whatever knows it's new. But when monkeys come out of nowhere, you cannot map them and see where they came from and stuff like that. And apparently they come out of nowhere by surprise. Like that's like it's kind of like it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, exactly.
I was going to make criticism of GvK then, but yeah, we could be here forever.
I'm gonna be muted for a while because I'm gonna go make myself lunch and I'll be back in probably a bit, but I'll still be watching the stream.
All right.
If I feel the need to make comments, I will be in chat.
Okay.
Nice,
Alright.
he's going for a wank. Anyway, the other thing I wanted to point out, I mean, yeah, you pointed out the fact, oh, it's only 5%, and yet they've got this surveillance equipment. Yeah, it could be in the 5%. The other thing I just realized, he talks about the fact that the sinkhole exists, and then he says, oh, and Andrews is really interested in it. No, she's not. She's interested in the signal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we get 3D
Fuck
mapping
me.
exists, Vic. It's just that, like,
The
with
thing
3D
is,
mapping.
like,
I
thing
heard
is,
Vic's
it's
name
like-
and my spider sense started tingling.
I guess what we're
You're not
saying
looking
is
at
that
the chat.
3D mapping is believable. It's just that, you know, the fact that they have that, but they don't have an alarm that can tell them, hey, big monkey's coming in this way, you know, with a fucking whip. That's kind of like the unbelievable part. Like, it's inconsistent. So that's all I was saying. But yeah, everything else is fine.
Alright. Anyways.
Have to trigger a response from whatever the big organization thing is in these movies now. Is it still Monarch? I think it's still Monarch. I don't care. I'm calling it Monarch. Eileen works for Monarch, and she is very interested in this new anomaly. Meanwhile, the deaf Indian child from the last film, Echo, I think her name is Echo, she's in school.
Okay.
Ableism.
Yeah.
And now, wait,
Wait,
Echo,
ableism. She is deaf. What?
So
Yes.
all deaf people are the same?
Are you asking me if all deaf people are deaf?
no, he means like as in personality. You know, like are they all like the same person?
He sees
Like
a deaf character on the screen and went, oh, look, that must be the same as Echo, because Echo's a deaf character as well.
it's like me seeing any black person and saying,
Really?
"Oh, Morgan Freeman." I mean, it is
That's
kind of
the
like
thing
that.
you're
like, think
latching
about it.
onto. Like you previously, y'all previously before after the whole thing with the interview, like that you made really good points, and this is the really out of all the arguments you could make, that's the one you want to latch onto, like that's the hill you want to die on. Okay, all right.
I mean, I guess that we can also.
What else?
I mean,
what else would you consider this exactly? He sees a deaf person,
A joke?
and then calls
It's a
them
joke.
a name of another deaf person.
Yeah,
Right. And why is it
I'm
funny?
actually siding with Rooney here. My problem is that he didn't get the name right. Not because like Joey made similar
even
jokes
then,
before.
like comes across as actually
So
her
it's
name
like-
is Gia. Like it's not that deep.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm siding with
this is
Rooney
just a
on
really
this one. I
stupid.
don't think this is ableism.
Yeah,
I don't think this is pure ableism. I just think it's like humor for the sake of being humorous.
yeah. It's just, I mean,
Especially
joke,
considering
then.
I've seen similar.
But
I've
you
seen
can-
similar jokes from.
I
I've seen similar
called-
jokes from Joey and his.
Yeah, like I
skit.
called Bernie in my video Tangerine from Bullet Train. Like, are you gonna? Is that racist? He played the character
I have
called
no idea
Tangerine in
who that
Bullet
is.
Train. Yeah.
no, it's not the same because he's the same actor. Like it's understandable. But if you just say,
Yeah.
for example, as I said, if you go to a black person and you're, "Hey, Morgan Freeman," that will be kind of mean.
Okay.
But
Okay.
also at the same
How
time,
about this? Like I'm watching a movie. Charlie Cox is the main character, and I call him Daredevil.
What?
Who's
It's
Charlie
the same
Cox?
It's not the
actor.
same.
Like,
it's not the same thing.
Oh my
It's
god.
the same actor. If
Yeah,
you watch
yeah,
Charlie
exactly.
Cox, yeah, like the actress who plays Gia in these films is not the same actress who plays Echo. It's
Okay,
You know,
fine.
wh-
If we want to get uber pedantic about it, a blind
no,
person
no, it's
in a
like
movie,
I
and they
see
call him
both
Matt Murdock.
points. No, but I get what you're saying. Like we shouldn't hyperfixate on every time he's a dick because he's gonna be a dick every time. Like we might as well make a counter or drink every time he does it, but we shouldn't point it out as if it was an argument. But I also think that it is kind of like me going up to an Asian person and saying "Chin Chan Chuan, Chun Chun Chun." Clearly, I'm being like racist in that case. It's not the same because they're probably not even Chinese, right? So if I go Chun Chun Chun, like that will be fucking racist because I'm assuming that this person that might be Japanese is Chinese, and also I'm assuming that they're all the same. And now apply that to deaf people. Like that's what he's trying to point out. And I think that when you have someone making these insensitive comments over and over again, you can pinpoint it as a pattern, and you can say, hey, I think that's fucked up. So I do think that that's, again, wrong to do. But I also understand what Macaroni is saying, and I don't think that we should pause it every time he's like that, because then we'll be here all day. Can we settle on that?
Granted, no, I mean, I
We
get that.
already-
I get that. It's just the whole. Okay. All right. The whole thing is like, we should kind of like pause it on occasion, just so we're just like transforming the content. Even if it's just like, yep, lame joke again. Yep. Yep. There we go. And we just kind of move on. Just to, But anyways, moving on.
Cool, but she begins having strange visions. She goes into a trance and starts frantically scribbling strange triangles on the page. This means that Eileen, who is Echo's foster mother, or something of that sort, is called in for a chat. Her teacher is concerned. Echo's grades are slipping. She doesn't have any friends. And also she's taken to scrawling demonic triangles in class for some reason. But Eileen says this is all fine. She's just adjusting to her new world. She's not just culturally displaced, which is a term the teacher uses to describe many of her students. I guess this is the result of the mass immigration that comes from hundreds of millions of displaced people fleeing cities destroyed by Godzilla in events that are absolutely nothing to worry about, according to Eileen. Eileen tells the teacher that Echo isn't just culturally displaced, she is her culture. She's the last of her tribe, which means, yes, the film is trying to do a theme. No, it's not very good, but Indian girl, King Kong, they're the same. They're all alone. What they need is family. Echo and Eileen have a little heart-to-heart in the parking lot.
I mean, he's got quite a few details there.
But also he got like the main thing with them trying to do a parallel, even though they're failing. Like that's right.
He's doing a parallel.
Do we think
They're doing a parallel between them. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got that right. He's got lots of little details wrong, like most of the way through it. The one that got me is the teacher saying we've got a lot of displaced students here in a school set up by Monarch on a Bermuda island. Yeah, there's going to be lots of kids from cultures, quotation mark, God knows, but people are moving to this island to work for Monarch, potentially coming from different cultures. There's going to be a bunch of kids who are no longer part of their culture in another place. So yeah, there's probably going to be a bunch of kids from displaced cultures, whatever the hell she said. It's a terrible line to set up an even more terrible line to set up an even more terrible theme. But the fact that Little Platoon gets it wrong kind of irks me.
In sign language. I don't speak sign language, but I'm not a bad lip reader, and the dialogue in this film is bad, so, I don't need to translate the Spanish subtitles in my cinema, where I definitely am, trust me bro, to tell you that this conversation is exactly what you would expect it to be. Echo says she has no friends and she doesn't belong here. Eileen says you belong with me and I belong with you because we're family, etc. Echo huffily gets into some product placement, and they drive home. Now, because these films are designed for brain-dead people, and because the films know they are designed for brain-dead people, they are very aware that they need to find a way, anyway, literally anything will do, because the audience is brain-dead, of expositing key events from the previous film. After all, one of the hallmarks of blockbusters apparently is that they're almost instantly forgettable and they leave absolutely no pop culture footprint at all. Jaws, Jurassic Park, Godzilla vs. Kong, they're all blockbusters, they're all equivalently forgettable, they're all basically the same, right? Because, being bad makes them good. Here, this clunky reminder of the previous films, I'm gonna have to call it a story. The clunky reminder of the previous film's story takes the form of an almost completely implausible documentary about Echo and her role in the last film that Eileen has on in the background, even though she's one of the few people in the world who has absolutely no need for a documentary about her own adopted daughter. Also, who the fuck made this documentary about an orphaned Indian child, last of a very remote tribe, and her involvement in highly sensitive military expeditions with giant monsters down to the
Did that documentary actually talk about anything that Gia actually did in GBK? I don't think so, right?
No, the
So-
documentary
so-
was just no. The documentary was just kind of to establish like how Gia
The
was
Iwi.
found. Like that
Yeah,
was just,
and the Iwi culture. Yeah,
this
yeah.
was
He's
before,
making that
and
up.
now and this is before, and this documentary would have been made before, like this documentary is like detailing events that happened before the events of GVK.
Yeah, he's making it up, honestly, at this point. Yeah, this is bad. This isn't like fair criticism. Is it fair to say that it's bad exposition? Yes, but it's not telling people everything about Mecha Godzilla and stuff like
It's
that.
not.
Like he's
No, it's not
Yeah.
doing that. It's just all it really is expositing Gia's character and where she's from, explaining the cultural displacement part that hadn't already been mentioned.
TLDR, the
which-
documentary is talking to the audience.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that is a good point. It's just that he's making it worse. Like he's making the movie look even worse. So yeah,
Again, it's
Okay, I'll give
the
you that.
film
yeah.
is not good. This exposition documentary thing is not good. Could you explain it? Yes, it would take a while, but you could. It's that which kind of makes it points out the
I mean,
fact
you
that it's
had
not good.
you had a
But
good
somehow,
opportunity to explain it. I mean, you had a good opportunity.
somehow
to
he makes
explain
it
the
worse.
recap. You had an
Yeah.
You had a good opportunity to explain the recap twice during the credit sequence and during the school stuff.
And you know what? You could even say that she was working on approving a documentary that was going to be released about the Iwi. Super easy, but like, was it important to explain that? No, it's still bad exposition. Anyway, like it's still bad. So he has a point, but he's also like reaching to make it sound worse. Okay.
Yeah.
Center of the Earth from the previous movie? How does any documentary crew get either the information presented here or permission to use the information presented here? And why is Eileen watching it?
Monarch
It's for the
released all their
audience.
information.
Kadam made it pretty
Yeah.
clear that Monarch's files and information is pretty accessible to the public.
Oh, wait, hold on.
And
Little Platoon doesn't actually pay attention to these stories, so why would he know that?
no, and also I want to say that all of his questions you could answer by saying basically what I said. Like, why would she be doing them? I don't know. Maybe she's the one approving it. Like, where did they take the footage from? Maybe from Monarch, and that's why she's watching it, because she has to make sure that they are approved to show this stuff. You know, like,
Yeah, they're
it
getting
could
the
make
information
sense.
right.
Exactly.
The answer is much simpler. I think the answer
It
much
is.
simpler
It
than
is.
that.
It is. It's bad writing. But the thing is, the answers could like have an easy answer. Like, it's not like you have to reach that far. Like, it's. I came up with it in 2 seconds right here, right now.
It's for the
So
audience, basically.
Yeah.
It's for the audience. But what he's doing here is one, not making any attempt to come up with any ideas for it, which, okay, fine, maybe he doesn't have to do that. But then he's making up ideas to make it sound worse when those ideas don't make sense. He's making shit up to make the film sound worse than it actually is when the film is pretty bad. Again, this is the whole minigun shooting himself in the foot thing when the fish barrel is right in front of him.
Oh my God, Cianimous, you know what I just noticed? You're feeling exactly the same way I felt when we covered Alien Romulus from Muller.
Yeah.
You have to defend what you hate.
No, it makes sense.
How does it
makes
feel?
sense in this context, considering they're both close friends and contemporaries of each other, and both have very similar methods of criticism. Thing is, Platoon actually went a bit more in depth, at least tried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the weird thing. Maulers.
Hey, what's up,
Hi,
guys?
Vic.
Hello.
Hi, Vic.
I'm probably not going to be here long since I'm about to clock into work. But there was like a few things I just wanted to say. Are we still on the point of the documentary footage with Gia?
Yeah.
Not even.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh wait. Oh, we are. Oh, I thought you meant the I heard the interview. I don't know why I said the interview. Sorry,
No, the
my bad.
documentary.
No.
Yeah.
So my thing for the documentary footage is one. It's just some exposition to show the moment when like they found Gia, of course, but it's also part of a bigger whole of scenes that shows um that what Eileen is doing is basically just doing research on her notes and other Monarch files to try to figure out what's happening to Gia.
That part I understand. It's just that, why would you need to research something that probably you yourself gave to someone to make the documentary, since she's like one of the authorities in Monarch apparently now, at least
On
with
top of the
Kong.
fact that, yeah, with the limited knowledge that they have on the Iwi and Skull Island, she would not even be able to find any answers there to begin with. So
I
Yeah,
wouldn't
she
say
has
that's
all the
true. I
information.
mean, because even if you have like general knowledge, it's always useful to look back on your notes and any
Oh,
research that you've done.
guys, though we
that's
are
not
doing
what
what
we
we
said.
said that we wouldn't do anymore, which is we're criticizing the movie instead of the
Oh
arguments.
God, we did it again.
We,
Yeah,
we fall on it way too often. We should move on. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the. You guys keep going. I'm just gonna use the bathroom real quick. So.
Oh,
I'll be right
okay,
back.
we
He's going
can
for a wank as well.
so. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Vic, how are you in the meantime? While he goes to the bathroom, like, yeah, how's it
Well,
going?
I've been good, you know. Just been doing my own things recently.
And like, have you watched this video before, or is this
Uh,
going to be the first time?
no, yeah, I've been on like the two other streams. I've streamed it myself on my channel as
Ah,
well as
okay.
on Zim's, so I'm familiar with it. Uh, as you said, there's lots of. I still find that there's lots of problems with the video, in terms of getting deep.
Hmm. Yeah, same. So far it's not terrible. I do think that it's like bad at the beginning, but since we actually started talking about the movie, yeah, he makes stuff sound worse than it is. But to me, it doesn't change the fact that so far he is complaining about stuff that's like it's already bad. But he will probably fail on mentioning the actual real big problems, same as Mueller did with Romulus. I'm guessing that's gonna happen probably.
Yeah, I guess
wow,
yeah,
The
that
fact
could
question.
that
be
he
true.
fell,
Yeah.
the
Well, like
fact that
what?
he fell into a similar, the fact that he fell into a similar trap with Mahler and the surface analogy, albeit not as long, kind of says that.
Yeah,
I have a question.
actually,
You said
yeah,
that you thought Romulus was bad, right?
yeah, I hate it. Why?
Uh, oh, so your criticism is that like he didn't argue it as deeply as he should have.
Yeah, basically, what I have my problem with Mueller, which was super frustrating. Actually, I was feeling the same way Cianimous is feeling now, is that people love that movie, Eli Romulus, which they shouldn't. It's a fucking offense against humanity and Alien as a franchise. And the thing is, there weren't that many videos saying that the movie was bad. Most people were just sucking its dick, right? So Mueller was one of the few people that were saying, "Hey, this is bad," and he was like a big YouTuber, which is super important for people to actually understand, right? Why it's bad. And people were making bad arguments, saying that it was Alien for Gen Z, which is not true. Um, like stupid things. They were saying stupid things against the movie. And when Mueller came in, he started nitpicking every single thing to the point where you couldn't take him seriously, even when he was right. Because by then, you already saw him as a clown. Like, he's complaining about stuff that's completely believable within the context of the movie. So my biggest complaint with Mueller was that you are so important, whether I like you or not, in the movie reviews, sphere, whatever, and you wasted your chance to show why this movie is actually bad. And he complained about an imagery of a bird in a cage for like 15 fucking minutes. And yes, it's super similar to the surface thing here with Platoon, where he complained about it,
That's
and then
part of
for
why. That's part of why when I finally got around to watching EFAP's Lilo and Stitch breakdown, why I was so surprised by just how good that actually was. It's like with Romulus, Mahler dropped the ball hard. With Cottam, EFAP dropped the ball hard, and that was my first interaction with them. Lilo and Stitch, they were about as on point as you could get. That was
sniping problems. Yeah.
that was
This is
fantastic.
Yeah, like I actually saw the stream and I just saw how I was actually surprised by how invested Rags is because just hot take, I'm not a huge fan of Rags. Rags can be a bit annoying at times.
Yeah, no,
But
yeah,
when
no,
for this
South
one in
America's China.
particular, he was actually super invested in this
Yeah,
conversation.
no, that's what really surprised me, and then was like,
Sorry to interrupt. Just want to say I'm gonna actually be heading out, guys. Have a good stream. I will say there are a few small details that you guys have gone wrong on your end, but that's neither here nor there. But thanks for having me. See Monster when you come back. Have a good one, guys.
Take care, man.
Wait,
He dropped a nuke and then he left. Yeah, guys. By the way, you're wrong about a bunch of things. You can talk some other way. Bye.
I was
Bye.
gonna say, like, given our last debate, like, I was gonna really just question his judgment at that point. Like, are you really in a position to say we're wrong? But
no, but like, yeah, no, I'm with you, Rooney. Especially considering the Condom one, it just sounded like they didn't give a crap at all about.
they were
Condom,
drunk.
Yeah, no. Whereas with Lilo and Stitch, Rags genuinely gives a crap about this movie. It's like, oh, so this.
And
is what
I want to say that
I think it's just a question of like they are able, but are they willing, as opposed to they are unable.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a question of ability. I just think it's a question of investment.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is. And with this one, and like Platoon, it's like
he's not invested at all. Yeah,
he's basically
he said it
that
himself.
he's only doing this to fill time while he's working on a video that he actually cares about.
Yeah,
and we can actually see the passion in the Dune video with the Lost Chord.
Yeah, I still need to watch those. Hell, here I got a very similar mentality with his Velma and She-Hulk videos, where those just sound well. Okay, She-Hulk he kind of gave a crap. With Velma, it just sounded like, oh, you're only doing this for money's sake or whatever it is. Whereas something like Thor: Love and Thunder or Jurassic World Dominion, dude went all in with both of those.
Yep. Well, that's but even still, like, I think despite that, and yes, I do it. Like, I will concede to at least some of the points you guys have brought up in regards to Platoon and all the arguments that he's made that were poor, insufficient, or just downright wrong. I do stand by the things that I have already established to stand by when it comes to these the arguments that he's made. But like, I will say, like, I think okay, so my overall stance is just because he wasn't so invested in the Monsterverse and he thought it was, because it was something recent that everybody was talking about and saying, oh, it's a great Vic, I swear to God, Vic, I swear to God.
I'm sorry I highlighted that, Rudy. Go ahead, finish your point.
So, even still, I still think that the video is not the best video. Okay, I've seen the best of Platoon, and although I do agree that yes, it's not the best he can possibly produce, I'm not gonna just say that it's like horrible or anything, because Hoshi earlier, not earlier, but in the Zim server, he compared it to Nostalgia Critic, and I was thinking, really? Like, I even posted that cat gif, like, really? Really?
I mean,
like,
I think that if we're going to complain about Platoon being like pedantic about certain points, we also need to not do the same. He might be making some nostalgia critic level arguments, like the surface one, but it doesn't mean that the whole video is like that so far.
Yeah,
at least to me,
like,
so
he's
far.
not talking about back credit cards.
We've seen significantly worse arguments from people both of his contemporaries and in the sphere. Need I remind you, both of Anthony Gramuglia Godzilla videos exist.
From the depths. Sorry.
That one lends to your point. I was just going to say, like, Return of Godzilla having no allegory. Bull. Bull. What are you talking
No,
about?
there was an allegory.
Yeah. Like that was Anthony Gramullia's critique of the film, and it was just like,
yeah, actually, thank you for bringing him up because I just remembered. So an argument you could bring up in Little Platoon's favor here is that he's not very invested in the film, in the MonsterVerse or anything like that. He's not very invested in it. So all these details that he's getting wrong, he doesn't really care about it. When I pointed out the fact that actually no, I didn't. Google just randomly stalked my Twitter and replied to one of my tweets. Anyway, when I pointed out the fact that part of my video was that he called sexual assault victims liars, said they was actually consensual, that they had skeevy sex lives, and that Neil Gaiman didn't rape anybody. That was part of my video. One of his Twitter responses to me, which wasn't actually anything to do with that, he just randomly brought this up. He said, "Oh, how was I supposed to know stuff about a case that had an NDA on it?" To which I responded,
did he mean by that?
What?
Yeah.
What?
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 Guys, do you think he might be in the Epstein files?
That's a bit much.
It's like, it's one of those things of. So I literally said to him, "Thank you for admitting that you shouldn't have been talking about this in the first place."
Wow.
That's even worse.
Wow.
It's like,
Talk
why
about
the
a
fuck were you
Freudian
talking about
slip.
it if you didn't know anything about it?
Wow. Talk about a Freudian slip.
Oh my
Holy shit.
Wow. I'm not surprised. But
oh god.
Go ahead.
But yeah, just in a slightly less serious context, if your argument for Little Platoon's video being bad is that he didn't really care about the subject, then why the fuck is he talking about the subject?
Money.
That's also true. Yeah, no, like money is
And he
fine,
got
but
it.
also
He
you
got
need to
the
understand.
views. Like, let me see.
Look.
Is this the most popular video? I'm gonna check.
Look, we all want to make money. We all like to make money here, but god damn it, at least have some passion.
I mean,
what does take pride in your work mean?
Look,
I don't know.
Look, the thing is, if we can criticize Marlon Brando for doing a shitty role in the OG Superman, we can criticize this guy for doing a shitty role just for a paycheck. Like we do criticize famous people for just seeing works as a paycheck all the time. So
yeah,
it's still valid to criticize this guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so the GvK video is not even in his top 20 most popular videos.
What's his most popular video?
The Indiana Jones 5 video.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that's pretty valid because Indiana Jones 5 is cancer.
Understandable. Indiana Jones did not deserve that. Did not deserve to end on that note.
Just let Harrison Ford die in peace. The poor man deserves
Leave him
to-
alone. Yeah, leave this man alone.
Let him star in some good movies, damn it.
No, here's the thing. Like he was the one that decided to do it. He's the one that decided to do it. Like he signed a contract with the devil. I think it was, you killed me off in Star Wars, and I come back for Indiana Jones. Or it was just like, hey, do you want to make Indiana Jones? And he was like, hell yeah. And so it's his own fault.
That was actually the contract, was that he said he'd come back for Star Wars if they made another Indiana Jones film.
Yeah.
I think
okay. So see, he chose.
There.
Yeah.
He
chose
being Indiana Jones. But
okay, so how does it explain him being in Captain America then?
I have no idea. I think this
I
is some magical Satan
I don't even
juju.
wanna
I don't
know
know.
how
He
that
made a
happened.
sacrifice. He made a sacrifice to Moloch, and this is like his payment. Now he has to.
He was on the Epstein list. That's how. That's how he got his name deleted off the Epstein list.
God.
Yeah, he just made a sacrifice to Moloch, and this is the consequence. Like, I told you, I was going to give you a reach round. This is the reach round. You're playing as Red Hulk now. No,
Jelly.
I refuse to watch that film.
Yeah, it's not worth your time. It's not the worst MCU movie, but it ain't worth your time.
Yeah.
Same with Dial of Destiny. I refuse to watch that film.
That one's worse.
My family has been begging me to join them for family nights, and not family nights.
And,
sorry, has just been begging me to watch that. No.
Before we get back to the video, I do want to note one thing. Like, you're saying that one of his best videos, like quality-wise, it's the Dune one, right?
At least in his from the ones that I have seen, both the Dune one and I think the Thor: Love and Thunder one. I think
The Thor: Love
those
and Thunder
two.
one was really Thor: Love and Thunder was fantastic. I've not watched the Dune one. Jurassic World Dominion was also really good.
Yeah, I mean, and speaking of Captain America, I have also watched Platoon's video on Captain America: Brave New World, and what I can say is like with that one, it's good in terms of like getting across how bad that movie is, but I will say it gets padded out by like he just kind of plays like clips from South Park for no reason because reasons like that. It's like I mean, I like the South Park clips, but that's because they're from South Park and not because of how you incorporated in them. Okay, who the hell is like making tea over there?
Yeah,
I bet it's anime.
I wonder if it's the British guy.
I'm making tea. I'm making milk.
What?
I'm making chocolate milk.
He's getting the little Platoon virus. Come on, shoot him! Shoot him!
No.
That's fast.
Okay,
He's turning British.
Okay, question. Before we continue, did y'all watch the tea meme I posted? The one with the original kaiju on my channel.
What now?
I made a meme on my channel.
Oh yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I saw it.
Oh yes.
I saw it.
Okay, good.
Do none of you have a kettle?
It's like, no, the reason I put Nias in the position that I did is because my mom actually makes tea like that. Animus, you can kill her later.
That is a
You
very
boil tea in the microwave, or
yes,
that is a very weird thing for. Whenever I hear about this, it's like this is a whole cultural thing. It's like you have a tea kettle that you boil the water in, and then you put that into the tea. And then you hear about Americans using the stove, and you're like, what? It's a kettle. It's a thing that you can buy. It's
I
a
don't
specific
drink
tool for the job.
Is this a British joke? I'm too American. I'm not even American. I'm too American to understand. I don't drink tea. I just eat the leaves raw.
I just
I need to
grab
chop
a
down
bunch of
this tree.
leaves and we
Here's
put
a
a little
saw.
bit of water.
There's an axe over there.
I take a pee break, invite Vic on. Vic leaves, and we're still in chaos.
Oh,
No, it's just the Vic just
yeah,
makes
fair
us devolve into chaos. I was about to tear his head off.
Okay, back to video, please. How far are we in it?
You want the bad news or the bad news?
Oh, no.
I don't really care. Go, give me whatever news you got.
Wait, did you say nude?
We're 19 minutes in.
19 minutes. Oh boy. Okay, let's get moving. Hopefully he gets. Hopefully from here on, hopefully whatever pauses we make, they're going to be short. We just be like, okay, all right, yeah, lame joke.
I
moving
might need
on.
to leave in a bit because I'm gonna go watch Fantastic Four.
Okay.
Oh, all right, have fun.
They'll probably be still here when you get back.
Yeah, literally.
God,
most likely.
Oh God.
I don't care
Nobody
if I
knows
have
it
to
all.
stay up
She
until
was
3
there,
a.m.
but the audience is brain dead and has definitely forgotten the previous movie already. So never mind. This'll do.
Go to the oil party. Give me the baby oil.
Zilla,
kill him,
While the
please.
documentary fills us in on everything we forgot from the previous film, Eileen looks at Echo's scribblings and she has a brainwave. Triangles? What do triangles resemble? Well, you might be thinking, lots of things are triangles. Pizza slices, Toblerone, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, an infographic matching various Godzilla films to the IQ of their intended audience. Or maybe seismograph readings. Yes, for no other reason than to move as quickly as possible along what I really resent having to call the plot. Little Echo has been hallucinating some sort of seismograph readings that match the seismograph readings produced when that hole somewhere in a 95% unmapped hollow Earth opened into one of the other bits of the 95% unmapped Hollow Earth. So
There's a baby crying too. Who
That's
kidnapped the
my
baby?
little cousin. I have no idea what she's doing.
How does he get this so wrong?
Who, the cousin?
No, little Platoon.
Oh, Platoon. Oh, never mind. I'm talking
How
about
does he
his
get
cousin.
that so wrong?
I did. Let's.
Yeah, like they already got the graphs. It's not that she says, "Oh, it looks like a seismic graph." No, she has the graphs already, and it turns out that
it's not
she's.
that bit.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
obviously,
Okay.
Yeah, her going, oh yeah, these three triangles look like these three triangles. Okay, yeah, fine, whatever. That's it's not even that bad of a thing. It's the fact that Little Platoon thinks that the signal was created by the sinkhole.
Oh yeah,
Let
and
me
this he
rewind
makes
that
it.
and let me show.
He did say it. Should we go back just for that little bit?
La 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 la.
while the documentary fills us in on everything we forgot from the previous film, Eileen looks at Echo's scribblings and she has a brainwave. Triangles? What do triangles resemble? Well, you might be thinking, lots of things are triangles. Pizza slices, Toblerone, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, an infographic matching various Godzilla films to the IQ of their intended audience. Or maybe seismograph readings. Yes, for no other reason than to move as quickly as possible along what I really resent having to call the plot. Little Echo has been hallucinating some sort of seismograph readings that match the seismograph readings produced when that hole somewhere in a 95% unmapped Hollow Earth opened into one of the other bits of the 95% unmapped Hollow Earth. So
oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not yeah, okay.
And he did
That's
it
not
earlier
true.
as well. He thinks
Yeah,
those
he had
two,
already
he
done
thinks
it.
the sinkhole created the seismograph readings. He's an idiot.
Yeah, they established that they keep happening.
It's a pattern.
Yeah.
I would like to say real quick as a side praise with the Godzilla IQ graphic. Finally, someone respecting Return of Godzilla.
I mean, it's not
I'm not
better
gonna
than
say the
minus one,
movie's
though.
perfect, but it's definitely good. So I will give
Yeah.
credit.
Yeah, but why would he put GxK on a higher IQ level than GvK? That doesn't really. I'm not even
Be
sure I agree
contested
with
for
that.
the bottom.
Yeah,
I don't even.
I don't agree with that.
No,
Yeah, he put Monarch.
No, I'm just happy to see the film getting some respect after what Vermulia said about the thing.
Yeah,
The problem is that he probably doesn't even know what he's putting on each side of the graph, so it's not really getting respect.
Yeah,
the editor probably has better. The editor pretty much is more based than Platoon, I guess.
I mean, either way, even if it's unintentional, it's still respect. So
from this video, I don't think so. Just saying that we should move on.
Well, yeah, okay.
clearly, a thing is happening here. Back in the science station, the seismograph is taking yet more readings, but the scientist monitoring them has fallen asleep. Oh no! So he isn't awake to see a big evil eye appear on one of the CCTV cameras they've apparently placed all over this 95% unmapped Hollow Earth. Also, the
Does he think they are covering? Oh, fuck it.
whole room shakes with its footsteps, but this doesn't wake the scientist up. But before we can interrogate all of that, Echo wakes up from the nightmare in which she sees all of it happening. Sadly, we have no choice in the matter. We have to watch it. It's a waking nightmare for us. But this makes Eileen sad and worried. She decides to go and pay a visit to a man called Bernie who runs a basement podcast using tech I assume he has stolen, because there's absolutely no way he gets enough listeners on his little conspiracy podcast to afford those monitors. Jesus Christ.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
But yeah, like
Okay.
I don't know. Like I
How
always
many-
say that Bernie's like a Fed type conspiracy theorist. He's the kind of conspiracy theorist you send. If you were the CIA, he would be the type of conspiracy theorist you would send to discredit other conspiracy theorists that are actually getting too close to like stuff like government files, like the Epstein files and stuff like that.
He's like
He's
Alex
like the
Jones,
Trojan-
but he was actually allowed by the government to expose the Hillary Clinton as a demon.
Like he's like a Trojan conspiracy theorist.
What do I do, Lord? Destroy the child. Corrupt them
Like
all.
he's talking about ancient astronauts, this that. That's just like very normie conspiracy theory.
Ancient astronauts went back to the past to build the pyramids. That's what.
Like he just watched Ancient Aliens, and now he's just it's like traditional Hollywood conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, they made him a stereotype.
No,
like
not
in
Bitcoin.
2012.
He invests in shitcoin.
Yeah. Why doesn't he have Bitcoin? That's a good
That's a good question.
He'd be the type, like if he wants to like really embody the stereotype, he would.
Okay, Siamus, do you have a point here? Sorry, we derailed a bit there.
Well, one thing is that obviously Little Platoon has no idea about anything because we know in this film he has a sponsor. So but beyond
Gargantua.
that, beyond that, he called him a basement podcaster. Look at the screen.
I mean, maybe he meant like in quality, but even then, it's like, yeah, he's clearly fine. But I do think that this is like those nitpick things. It's like he's clearly wrong. Yeah, like he's wrong.
I think. But calling it a basement podcast, like that, I agree. Like I think it's more a quality thing than like he's physically in a basement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, he's a Trojan conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, any way you look at it, it's a really stupid thing to say because one, it's not in a basement. Two, it's big enough that he's got sponsors from insurance companies. So clearly, it's not a small time thing anymore.
Wait a minute, I have a question. So, okay, so Apex, right? Was Apex working for the government? Like, because I'm pretty.
Oh, they were working on their own.
Because I'm pretty sure, like in the lore, in like in the comics, apparently, the government might have commissioned him. I don't know. It's very vague because
Can we just go off of what the film? Can we go off what the films established and not the comics in this?
Because in GvK it says that when Mark Russell says the best one we've had, speaking of like Godzilla deterrents, like the best one we've had just went down in flames, or I think it was a deterrent. I don't remember exactly what it is that he said. So it kind of implies that, I don't know, Monarch is working with Apex, even though they're not. I mean, they are because of the heaves, but like even like prior to that, and because Monarch is already working for the government as well, then by association. So that's why I ask, because like if that was the case, then I don't think the government would allow that podcast to even exist.
The thing is, it's a Wingard movie, so we are overthinking it. Like, probably there's no reason because.
I mean, true, but he put it in the movie.
So
The
fact that in GvK, Bernie is sitting outside of the Apex facility, and on his podcast, because you can see it like the waves, sound waves go, so clearly it's broadcasting. He says, I'm about to go into the Apex facility and break open the whole conspiracy going on here. Live on air.
It's not even a conspiracy at all. Like Apex has been very like public about their intentions of creating a deterrent. So like it's not even a conspiracy.
The fact that they don't do anything about a guy who's just publicly announced he's going to break into their like secret files.
Yeah.
Publicly on air.
I think then in GvK they try to establish that, I guess in a way, Bernie's a little difficult to track.
I don't feel like they managed to establish that because
fail.
He doesn't make it very hard in the movie.
No. Yeah, two kids found him. The thing is,
they want, like, I feel like the GvK should have made Bernie like hard to track, but then but the movie also fails at that. But that was the intention, anyways.
The thing is, to be
good.
fair,
what are we on now?
Yeah.
What I was going to say is, continue.
Go on. Should we continue? Because we're now 21 minutes in.
Yeah.
I might have to leave in like
Christ. Actually, he
8
as good as tells us he only has a few hundred subscribers on his podcast. The CPM on those videos must be fucking mental. Eileen apparently knows this chap from Hong Kong. Now, I've expunged as much of Godzilla vs. Kong from my mind as possible, but the internet tells me he was, a character in that movie. This is how she knows he'll be able to help her decipher the link between Echo's drawings and the seismograph readings. Because he thinks outside the box, you see, and thinking outside the box is absolutely what you need in this situation. Last best hope of mankind, as it turns out, since the scientists who collected the seismograph readings have just dismissed them as electrical interference of some kind. This isn't really how science and seismographs work, film, and anyway, you'd think someone would by now have noticed that proximity alarm was triggered by a giant monster thing last night. Because, you know, it's the sort of thing that computers log, and you've actually put the computers in the sensors layer to log exactly this sort of thing, and you don't just miss all the data you're gathering if your scientist happens to be asleep, because that would be insanely dumb. But, oh, wait, shit, the film's insanely dumb. So yeah,
So here's
on the one hand,
here. Yeah.
So you go.
I was going to say that here is where the inconsistent. Minecraft, can you mute yourself a little bit? Thank you. So here's where the inconsistency that I mentioned before comes in hand, because he's right that it doesn't make sense that the information is logged, and that if there's a monkey, they should also be able to log that if fucking like Skarking or any other one that's not Kong goes around. But I want to make sure. Is the order of the scenes that he's depicting correct? Because he could also be making it, you know, pretending like, okay, like the monkeys came out and then they still log information and no one noticed that the monkeys like go really near the base. Like, is this accurate? I don't remember this from the movie. I think we should make sure that that's fine, like the sequence of events in the movie.
As someone who's watched the film way too many times, as far as I can tell, the communication, the information has to be communicated. So it's not like the base is connected up by Ethernet to the rest of Monarch. They have to send their information out. So all the cameras that are recording the information in base. So when the base gets destroyed, that information that obviously doesn't get communicated. That's as far as I can tell from the film. It doesn't explain it very well. But yeah,
they wouldn't have internet down there because of the whole gravitational floops and all that.
Yeah, it's basically like
but I think that because of that, I think that just makes the guy sleeping worse, because at that point you would need 24-hour surveillance just to like record and transmit every little thing as much as you can, so you cannot miss a single detail, because this is a dangerous area. And well, I say dangerous in the general sense that like the Hollow Earth is 95% of it is unexplored, but even like the area that is explored, like you still need to be wary about the things that you're about your surroundings and everything, because this is like recently charted territory, right? You would need to be constantly aware. So I think that's what makes the problem of the guy. I think the actual problem is the guy sleeping more than anything.
Yeah, that's super bad writing. Like, there's no excuse. They wouldn't have only one guy on the thing. Yeah,
they should fire him too for that.
Some of his criticisms are dead.
Good.
Some of his criticisms are on point, but on the other hand, there's stuff that he's just missed. And then also, he's still got that detail on of it's a seismograph reading of the hole opening up when it's not. It's something else completely different. He's got that completely wrong.
In this last section, did he get anything wrong? Yeah, just to make sure. Or was it
him
fine?
saying, let's go back. Oh, fuck it.
Apparently knows this chap from Hong Kong. Now, I've explained seismograph readings, because he thinks outside the box, you see, and thinking outside the box is absolutely what you need in this situation. Last best hope of mankind, as it turns out, since the scientists who collected the seismograph readings have just dismissed them as electrical interference of some kind. This isn't really how science and seismographs work, film. And anyway, you'd think someone would by now have noticed that that proximity alarm was triggered by a giant monster thing last night. Because, you know, it's the sort of thing that computers log, and you've actually put the computers in the sensors layer to log exactly this sort of thing. And you don't just miss all the data you're gathering if your scientist happens to be asleep, because that would be insanely dumb. But, oh, wait.
See what I
Okay,
mean?
so
It's-
yeah, so it's correct that they wouldn't have a way to send that information to the surface anyway. That is true. That she shouldn't be criticizing that, because by all logic, yeah, it should take months maybe or weeks to get it. It's basically like sending something to the moon. Oh, but I do have to say, if they are logging everything locally, as soon as that motherfucker wakes up, everyone should have evacuated and maybe gone underground or something. That part does not make any sense, because then you're implying that there's only one guy checking the readings. And yes, that's also like fair to criticize. Like, that's another problem with the movie. Like, because one guy is sleeping, suddenly no one notices that they should run away. And this is something also that he said before. Did no one sense the steps, of something huge coming closer to the base? Did the
Yeah, that
motherfucker
is a
not wake
problem.
up? So that is like fair criticism. I think that's fine. So he has a little misconception of how it works, but overall, I think that it's fine enough
It's the
that
two
he's
things of
planning.
he thinks it's a seismograph reading, and that the scientist is saying it's electrical interference. He's like, but that's not how seismograph readings work. He's like, yeah, no, that's not how they work, but that's not what that is. So yeah, he's got that wrong. And then also the thing of, well, they're collecting all the data. The data doesn't just disappear. It's like, well, it does if it's locally stored and then sent on.
And then
So
destroyed.
yeah, the
too.
people who it gets sent to doesn't know about the thing that wasn't sent to them. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
The fact that he's sleeping and gets jump scared by a Titan when it's right next to him. Well, he doesn't even wake up when that happens either. So yeah,
No,
that's
he
just
doesn't.
stupid.
No, it's
The film's insanely dumb. So yeah, actually, that's exactly how this ultra high-tech world functions. If your machine records signals, but there's no scientist awake to see them, you lose all the data. None of it's being recorded. It doesn't trigger any response in any other computer on the network. Nobody up in the real world has been alerted by the proximity alarm from the
except
this is the same point. I've got to keep going.
Yeah, except the stuff is
research
recorded.
station down in Hollow Earth. And anyway, any data they do get, they immediately dismiss as interference. The instruments must be broken. That's the only reason they're telling us stuff. Fuck me. Okay, film. Whatever you say. Anyway, Bernie says he can help her, but only because she has a kid who can talk to Kong, which means he wants to take them down to Hollow Earth to investigate things. So wait a minute, you're telling me Monarch, and I am still assuming it's Monarch because I still don't care, has poured billions of dollars into its Hollow Earth research station, and it monitors everything it can, even though it hasn't mapped 95% of the Hollow Earth, and even though I'm pretty sure...
Ah!
That's
not
not a
that
problem.
limitation. I don't think that's just like if they haven't been able to, then yeah, like I don't see why that's a problem.
That's like saying someone stationed in Africa hasn't mapped Antarctica.
Like they
Isn't he
just got to
fucking
the Hollow
shit?
Earth recently, and yeah, like sure, like that's like possibly like one of the most believable parts of the movie. I can't believe. Why are you making me defend GxK?
Aha! See how
Why
it
are you
feels?
why is he making anyone defend GxK? God damn it, man!
This is what I
that
mean.
reminds me. That
This is
reminds me
right
of
there.
the like back when that one guy released Americans Don't Understand
day-
Godzilla. I was
One
like
day we're
watching
gonna
that and I'm
continue
just
the
like,
cycle and have either Kuru defend a film he doesn't like or me defend a film I don't like.
I will be caught dead
or loud
defending Monster Hunter.
Someone was saying that they like Monster Hunter.
It was Vic.
Yesterday.
It was Vic.
Vic,
Vic, Vic, who else?
Which is it's Vic's fault.
Listen to me. If I get my motherfucking hands on you, there is no God that will save you. You can pray, but spoilers, I won't be listening.
Okay, Cell. Okay, Cell. Oh my god. Okay, so I even told him like
I feel like I could just distract him with jingling keys.
Jingle, jingle, jingle.
We love
Vic,
you, Vic, but
Vic, we
seriously,
love
I
you,
feel like I
but
could throw a squeaky toy at you and you just run after it.
I'm like Hank Hill, like look, with Bobby Hill, pretty much, where it's like Vic, I love you, but you ain't right.
Swear to God, that boy.
You know that scene in Family Guy where there's this guy jingling keys and then Stu is like, "Oh, I don't know why I'm so happy, but it's exciting." That's Vic. We love you, Vic, but seriously, come on, man.
You need Jesus
Loving,
right now.
like, being friends with Vic is like sometimes it's fucking toxic.
Yeah, Omni viewer critiqued the
We have
Monster
like
Hunter
a
movie.
Guts Griffith relationship, him and I. Like every time I see him talk about GxK, my blood starts
No,
boiling.
did you see
Oh.
what Vic said about Monster Hunter and Zim server?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what we were talking
Wait,
about.
Did
Yeah,
he
yeah.
say something else about liking Monster Hunter?
The
Or did
movie.
he just say he liked it?
He
He
liked the movie.
said that the action
It was good for what
really...
it was good for what it is. Yeah.
What it was good for was being a spit in the face of everything that makes Monster Hunter as a franchise special.
Yeah, exactly. It was good at spitting in the face at everything. Yeah, it was a good mockery. Yeah.
At human intelligence, yes, pretty much.
Yeah, it was
This
bad
is
on
like
purpose.
very much a nitpick thing, but I remember seeing test footage of the Monster Hunter movie way back in the day, and one of the things I remember seeing was Gore Magala, the black monster that appears at the end of the movie, had eyes. When one of the biggest things about Gore Magala in the games is that it's blind. Like, that's the whole reason its entire
Well, he got an upgrade. He got an upgrade, okay? He leveled
Don't you
up.
want him to see?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
very
What
mean.
are
You
you,
want
like
him
a
to be
fucking
blind. You're so
ableist?
mean, Kuru.
Yeah, you're so horrible.
Fuck you, I'm ableist when it benefits me!
You're not a... Oh my god.
Big
No, like,
Omni,
I feel like
Donna
the
Monster
whole
Hunter. Oh my god,
good for what
please!
it
Oh my
is.
god, Monster Hunter debate between Vic and Omni. Oh my god! Oh my god, I want that so
Sorry,
bad.
we're gonna discuss the Monster Hunter movie and not have the Monster Hunter guy in this group in that Sea Monster.
It's like that
Okay,
Doom
never
movie
mind.
without
Okay,
the
never
Doom
mind.
Slayer.
Vic and Kuru. All right, fine.
I'm going
Decided.
to
You
skin
need-
him alive.
Before we resume and before I leave, because I have to leave. So before, I'm just gonna say one last thing. So it's good for what it is mentality is very it stems from a fundamental acceptance of mediocrity. It does perpetuate mediocrity because, like, for what it is, like, what do you think it is? Oh, it's a fun movie, right? But that almost presupposes that, like, oh, the movie had to be bad in order to be fun, when fun is entirely subjective and you can have it with literally any movie. I had fun watching not God Morg. I had fun watching what's this movie by Phil Tippett?
God
Mad
is
God.
dead? Ah, okay,
No,
Mad God.
Mad God. Yeah. And it was a very gruesome movie. Anybody that watched that movie would not even understand what's going on, and I wouldn't blame you, because there's not really a plot in the traditional sense. It's more like a documentary of, like, oh, what would happen if God abandoned humanity, and like he was so angry with humanity that he just made Earth into a living hell, and he just chose not to forgive humanity. That's basically what Mad God is. Just every base sin taken up to 11. And it's a very gruesome film. It doesn't have a happy ending, and I had fun with it. So that's entirely subjective, right? But then you have to look at the actual craft, and then Vic will say, "Oh, the craft is actually good." And then this is something that I tried to emphasize in our debates, that he just didn't understand. And so saying, like, the it's good for what it is, right? You have to understand what the film is, regardless of whether of the intention, right? Because intentions are the how does the saying go? The highway to hell is paved by good
It's
intentions.
the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yeah, the road to hell
Yeah.
is paved with good intentions. I can't watch a movie based off, oh, the filmmaker wanted this, oh, the filmmaker wanted to do that. Well, that's useful information, but did he succeed at that? Like, that's why people like
because-
Braden, for example,
focus on the VFX because everybody he's always heard, oh, we only need it for the monster fight. So he's like, okay, I'm gonna learn VFX to judge the monster fights. And he came to the conclusion, oh, the monster fights are actually not that good. If you look at this, if you look at that, if you look at the coloring, if you look at the thematics that's supposed to be present in the coloring, this and the other. That's why that's his philosophy. And so like when you and I guess from my side is just mainly just the writing. So saying that's why I always say being good for what it is just a way to perpetuate mediocrity, and it's not an acceptable mindset people should have. Or at least
to me, a
they
simple
ought to.
way of explaining it is for what it is and what is it. Shit, it's a bad movie. Okay, so it's good for a bad movie. So it's still like that. It itself, like it exposes its own
Turdity, like
exactly,
turdity. Yeah, like you can't polish a turd. Okay, no matter how much you want to like defend the movie, you can't polish a turd. Eventually, you're going to run into all the corn pebbles, and it's going to be disgusting.
Yeah, you can't polish a turd because otherwise the rag that you're using to polish it is going to be covered in so much shit that it's just like you're just kind of smearing it everywhere.
Yeah, especially if it's like a really liquid one.
Oh god.
No, then it's straight up going into your hands.
Rudy, I don't need that analogy after I just ate.
I just needed to emphasize just how bad GxK was. It's like literal liquid boiling diarrhea.
Well,
weirdly, you can actually polish a turd,
worse, but whatever.
All right, like if it's mushy enough, right? It's got the right texture.
Like like a puppy shit. Like when it's like a golden retriever making chocolate ice cream. You know, like that.
Wow, Rudy, you're done. Wow, Rudy, you're done.
Okay. Turdology.
You're lucky
expert
I
in
ain't
turdology. Okay.
No,
You're lucky I'm not Zim, who would. You're lucky. You guys are lucky I'm not Zim, who could just kick you like at any moment if you wanted to.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay.
And
so
to be
like,
fair,
go ahead.
Go on.
I was just gonna leave, so just go ahead.
You can actually polish a turd. You have to wait for it to go dry and hard.
No, but then it's gonna get brittle and it's gonna collapse.
Oh my god!
Yeah, actually, shit can literally turn into dust if you wait too long.
People go, "Oh my god, that's shit," and then after long enough, when it's gone and it's gone away and it's dried out and it's just become this like dry husk of a thing, people come back to it and they start trying to make it look good. That's a good analogy for a film.
Fair. Okay, fine. A dry turd then. That's okay. Not a wet one. A dry.
But like dry, like how many days dry?
Like so dry that it starts pulling on the hair and it makes you
like does it look white already, or is it still kind of yellowish?
That depends on the food.
A wet. No. Here's the thing. A wet. No. A dry turd.
Whose mic got possessed by a demon?
a dry turd. A dry turd is like a movie with a bad script. A dry turd is a movie with a bad plot and what have you. A wet turd would be Mr. Who's videos.
Okay, welcome to Sea Monster Essays, everybody. The podcast where we describe the texture of turds.
And maybe talk about Little Platoon's GxK video.
Sometimes when I shit, it's green.
Yeah, so I got green. I mean, if you eat enough Lucky Charms, all right, it will come out green.
Can we
don't ask me how I know
the
that.
video?
Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna go.
Okay, yeah, we need to.
Thank y'all for having me. Like, I'm gonna go now. If the stream is still on after I watch Fantastic Four, I was gonna say Fantastic. Then I might return.
Fantastic,
but so far, fantastic. I saw that. The Fantastic Foreskins in Fortnite. But yeah, so yeah, that's all I gotta say. This video, this stream so far has been fantastic.
Say that again.
Yeah.
Say that again.
Fantastic.
Oh God, no!
I'm gonna go watch Galactus do Space Vor. So yeah, see ya.
All right, see ya, man.
You enjoy, dude.
Okay, let's
Glad I'm
continue.
not that guy.
All right. Anyway,
GxK has poured billions of dollars into its Hollow Earth research station, and it monitors everything it can, even though it hasn't mapped 95% of the Hollow Earth, and even though I'm pretty sure the whole reason for going to Hollow Earth to begin with was to find a big magical power source that sort of entails they've mapped what would be really quite an important place in the galaxy, but they haven't, fuck it, never mind. But you're telling me, and Eileen tells us exactly this, that there's a general research station down there, and there's a specific research division devoted to Kong studies. Why not? Probably being added to the critical social justice curriculum as we speak. And Bernie knows, and Eileen knows, and Monarch presumably knows, unless they too forgot about it in the previous movie, that Echo is the one person in the world able to talk to Kong because she has some mysterious spiritual psychic connection to him. And at this moment in time, that girl is just wandering around, free, going to school like a normal person, a normal, unimportant person. You are very seriously telling me, film.
I do want to say that this
What was he
is
talking about?
like I want to say Cianimous. I need to ask you one thing. Do you have mothers in the UK?
Yes, we do.
Oh, okay. And do they love you, or do they like kick you in the ass, or kick you in the balls all the time? Like, is this like a survival horror, or is it like normal, like in the rest of the world?
It depends.
Okay, but like if you had to say, most moms are they like normal, or is it like the alien in isolation?
I imagine most of them are quite motherly in terms of they like to look after their children.
Okay, so I'm assuming that little Platoon's mom must be a fucking xenomorph, because if she wasn't, he should know that a normal mother won't let her kid be a fucking guinea pig with a fucking giant monkey. So of course she didn't tell everyone, hey, actually my daughter can talk to the fucking giant monkey. She probably kept that to herself. No one else knows that. The people who knew it are dead.
I actually wouldn't say, because I would say that Gia knowing, like having the ability to communicate with Kong might be common knowledge. This is another thing I think GxK could have done, is to make some drama, have Eileen outright reject the idea in the film of bringing Gia back into Hollow Earth, considering the last time she almost died on like 3 separate occasions.
I get that, but we're trying to avoid the what
being a
ifs
good mother.
For exactly the thing is, the movie doesn't explain at any point that anyone else knows that she can talk to Kong, and that's why we have to go by the evidence in the movie. Yeah.
Isn't the whole thing about Eileen not wanting Gia to go back, isn't that already in the film? There's the entire dialogue sequence.
There's even like a scene in Hold on a sec. I'm sorry if I cut you off there.
Yeah, no, that's what I was referring to. Like when they were suiting up and getting ready to go, there's like Gia interrupts her and says, and asks her if she can go down. Eileen responds, there are a million reasons why you cannot go. And they have that exchange.
Well, actually, what I was referring to was like even like in the previous film GxK, when Nathan Lynn's all like, "Hey, maybe we could use Gia to like convince Kong to go to Hollow Earth," and she's like, "No."
Oh,
like
yeah.
So
yeah, you're right.
So there are parts not just in GxK, but in the previous film that kind of inform Eileen as the kind of mother who wouldn't just use her daughter and let her daughter just be used to the government or monarch's whims to just kind of like do whatever it is that they need regarding Titan stuff. All right, let me get Hoshi back on here because he's back.
Yay!
Hey guys. What's up?
We got the OG squad back.
Welcome back.
So
we're still,
yeah, and also, yeah, continue.
No, you continue.
Okay, I was about to finish anyway. So by all the evidence, not only we see that she wouldn't want that, so clearly there's a reason why she's not being like a guinea pig, but also by all the evidence of GxK and GxK, no one knows that she spoke to Kong ever, because the only people that were there seeing that was hot Latina mommy from GxK, she died in Hollow Earth.
Latina mommy,
And
god damn.
yeah, then Eileen, who clearly wouldn't want her daughter to be a guinea pig, so of course she didn't say anything. And what's his name? Nathan from GxK?
Nathan Lind, yes.
Yeah, and him clearly, like, he's not in the movie. So we can just safely assume that he also didn't tell anyone that, hey, you can actually experiment on this girl with this giant monkey and see if she can train him, risking her life. Because if he missteps, he will literally turn her into fucking ketchup. So yeah, by the logic of the movie, this is not a problem. This is completely understandable that she's not being
Can I
used.
just ask? Because I just listened to all of what Little Platoon had to say, and I lost what the fuck he was talking about. So what was the point he was trying to make?
And his point is that the girl should be used. Basically, what he's saying, even if he doesn't realize, is that Gia should not have a normal life because she should be used to, like, investigate the Kong and to, like, keep him under control, as if she didn't have a mom that wants her to have a normal life. It's like he just does. He cannot grip that concept.
So it's basically suggesting that Monarch, who are all for let nature be nature, should try and control nature.
Yeah, and not only that, but also, like, apparently, child like they should say fuck child labor laws.
That too. God almighty, Platoon.
That Monarch doesn't give a shit about the one person with the most valuable connection to the most valuable thing in, yes, literally in the world? Really? We're only now going to think about maybe using her connection for science? Anyway, they're interrupted at this moment because Eileen gets an alert on her phone that says Godzilla vitals surging. Lol. They have an app for that, but they don't network the computers in their super science research stations. So Eileen tells Bernie they have to leave right now because Godzilla is on the move again. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Eileen. I thought you told the news people there's nothing to worry about. Why are you looking so worried, Eileen? Godzilla is...
about changing the context of stuff. Because he's changed the context of that original clip, he can now just make this criticism over and over again, even though his original criticism was wrong.
Go ahead.
Is it true that we're gonna be here for 10 hours?
Oh God, I hope not.
I wouldn't mind. Like, I can stay awake until 5 a.m. if it's for this. I want to be a pro hater. I want to be like Lex Luthor.
Probably the next 2 hours or so.
Yeah.
So that's kind of.
I am trying to see if I can find someone to cover for me at work. So I can
honestly, I think we should make this a two-parter.
Well, I mean, let's see how far. Let's try to get as far in as we can.
How far are we already?
That's what she said.
Ah! Okay.
How far are
no,
we?
for real.
We're 25 minutes in.
Oh.
We spent like half an hour on 5 minutes.
Oh God! All right.
In Kong's territory, that's the only bad thing to look out for. That's what you said, right? What's the rush, Eileen? Godzilla's probably just off to take out a giant bug, and also maybe the city of Florence. But that's nothing to worry about, right? That's what you said, Eileen. Godzilla wakes up in the Colosseum and carelessly kicks through a wall on his way out, which makes you wonder how he got in there in the first place without causing any damage, and whether the people of Italy are now collectively weeping as their most iconic piece of history gets trampled by a sleepy lizard. Godzilla stamps his way through what looks like an ancient and beloved bridge. The entire team at UNESCO World Heritage resigns in protest, and Hamas finds it.
I do want to say that even if he edited the clip before, and don't worry, like, I'm not going to start that conversation again, but what I want to say is that later on in the movie, this character, like Eileen, she still says to someone, well, you should be grateful that Godzilla's there to keep everything safe. So it is very despective the way in which she behaves and talks about, like, everything's fine. So I do still think that he's got a point on this, even if he, like, is using the wrong clip at the wrong time. Like the message still, like I still get it. Like it still makes sense because we have even here criticized how inept she is and she should literally be fired.
No, yeah.
that's
I
what
mean,
I'm
here's
trying
the
to say.
here's the thing. I completely agree with that point. In fact, that's even a point that I've even made in my video. I guess the main thing, like maybe perhaps like his editor should have like spliced in the clip of her saying like, "Tell the Italian government they can kiss my ass. Godzilla saved them. They should be grateful."
Exactly. Yeah. So this
Yeah,
is
so maybe
something that
it's
comes
not
out
so
later in
much.
the movie.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
think maybe the editor should at least take like equal responsibility for not just for not incorporating that clip as Platoon, like just not even paying much attention to the movie or just missing the detail, like I suppose.
It's
That
it's
one
one of
was for
those
you,
things
Blackie.
it's one of those things of if this was in the court and this is the evidence he used to make that point, the defense would tear him apart, and basically any point thereafter he would bring up would then be brought into question. He essentially he's ruined any good faith in his arguments that he has, and the fact that he keeps reusing it when we know it's wrong.
Yeah,
it's just that the point he's trying to make is a valid one, but the evidence he's using for it has just completely hamstrung him.
Yeah, which is a shame because the evidence is there, but it's like it'd be nice if he gave just a little bit more of a shit about this particular project to make it so that evidence makes it in that would substantiate his point.
You know what this reminds me of? Do you know when people watch CinemaSins and they see like the vague points he's making, and usually those points sort of maybe have a point, but the evidence for it is really bad, and then when they try to use those points and arguments, they just fail because people argue against them with actual knowledge of the film. That's what this feels like. It's like he's watched the CinemaSins video and then has tried to make a longer video out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's.
I don't think
Fell
it's
short of-
that bad, but yeah, like a little bit related to that.
Few $100 million. And then he goes marching off down the Tiber. Like the Roman, they seem to see the river Tiber foaming with much shite. Meanwhile, Eileen teleports back to the science station in wherever the fuck and calls a senator for some reason. She says that Godzilla only moves if he senses a threat coming, but they have no way of telling what that threat is. And given they've had to put up with Godzilla's shit for several years at this point, you'd think by now this would be redundant information, since they already know exactly what Godzilla moving means. Which is why there's plenty to be worried about, Eileen, you fucking bitch. The senator asks if Eileen is not concerned. Of course we're concerned.
I just realized something. Like like the moment when Godzilla started waking up, Eileen just made her way from Miami, Florida, which is where she was talking with Bernie, all the way back to the station in Barbados.
Yeah,
and yet the movie just made it seem like he got that. Oh my god, that's like it's kind of similar to how quickly Kong was able to get from the subterranean realm back to his place and then
So
to
she
the
goes from Miami to Barbados in her helicopter form.
I did look this up. I can't remember.
She went with Taylor Swift.
It's something like 4 hours or something from Miami to Bermuda.
Yeah.
I did look this Miami, Bermuda.
Don't you mean Barbados? Because or is it?
Oh, was it for Bermuda? Oh no, Bermuda was where the old yeah. Barbados.
Yeah, you're thinking of Autumn for a second there, I guess. I don't blame you.
There you go. Flight time.
I'd rather think
4
Autumn
hours
in this video.
It's a 4-hour flight. So yeah.
Miami to Barbados flight.
I mean, there's a lot of problems with GxK as well.
But,
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
I just think it was kind of funny, actually.
It's like a horrendous time skip.
Yeah, in a movie filled with horrendous time skips.
So
I mean, to be fair,
sure this amount of just time just fuckery has tore a hole in the fabric of reality.
To be fair,
Yeah, that's where all the wormholes
GxK is
come from.
like 90% flaws. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, this is
What
like the least
other
egregious.
10%?
Yeah. What?
No, I was trying to say, what are the other 10%? Wow.
monkey chicks.
Huh.
Oh.
Anyway.
Moving on.
Senator, she says, "Oh no, wait, no, I'm sorry, Eileen. You said there was nothing to worry about." Fuck you, Eileen. Of course, it's simultaneously not that concerning because Kong never leaves Hollow Earth, so Godzilla has no reason to retaliate, which is when she realizes that Kong has indeed left Hollow Earth, and so now it's really time to panic. Except that we're going to learn in just a few minutes' time that these two events have absolutely nothing to do with each other at all, and Godzilla isn't after Kong in the first place. In fact, he's after something else entirely. So you might find yourselves asking what reason do they have for introducing this link to begin with, and why has Kong come up to the surface? Is it worth asking how they have sensors down there that can track random holes opening up in the floor and instantly 3D image the resulting geography, but nothing to track Kong's movements, even though he's the only known commodity down there? Have they been left completely in the dark about Kong's movements
But
because
they
that
do track
scientist
him.
was asleep at his desk?
They do track Kong.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's Eileen
yeah.
who doesn't know what's going on with Kong. Then they go,
Yeah,
oh yeah, by the
exactly.
way, Kong.
They know where
Oh
he's
my
at
fucking god, the
at every
platoon.
moment. It's just that not everyone is looking at those screens or looking at the updates because the movie is going on. That's all.
That is, again, it's a thing of he's making massive assumptions about. He just assumes everyone's connected up by some kind of like mental telepathic internet connection to everything around the world at the same time. That's how he seems to be viewing all of this.
yeah.
Anyway,
It seems so, because this movie and everything and everyone in it is dumb. So Kong crawls out of Hollow Earth and he looks sad. At some point in the intervening, he's been sedated. At least that's what the little computer...
what the fuck did that say? See if I can get it back up.
At some point in the intervening, he's been...
Neither Little Platoon nor the editor give a shit about this movie, so clips covered in Chinese subtitles is what you get because even minimum effort is wasted on this endeavor. So why did you bother making the video?
Oh God. Yeah.
Did they
It's,
just pirated this movie?
This is the sort of thing where I'd start making a video, then go, you know what, I don't actually want to make this, and then stop.
And also, it's like
going.
so the editor is also like this. Yeah, it's like this. Like, so how do I say this? Even if I was an editor and I'm just getting paid for cheap, I will still try to do like a bare minimum effort for the viewers. So yeah, whatever. Just just don't make it. Just don't do it.
Yeah.
Just insert the clip from earlier of Little Platoon saying, "See, this video doesn't respect you." Fucking hypocrite.
Sedated? At least that's what the little computer readout here suggests. His sedation levels are decreasing as Eileen and Echo stand there watching him slumped against a hill. I don't know when or how they sedated him, but sedate him they have. I don't know if any previous films have established why we're able to sedate Kong but not Godzilla or any other Titan, but I'm going to guess the answer is no. Using what I can only assume is magic, someone a long way away has already deduced that Kong has an infected tooth. Yes, toothache is genuinely the instigating factor in this movie. Kong has a sore tooth, so he's come up to the surface, which means a lot of people are very probably about to die because of toothache. Except of...
I mean, that's butterfly effect, but also... this kind of stuff drives me nuts. Like, just saying, oh, the plot happens because of toothache. Fun little thing. the Cybertronian Civil War in the IDW comics happens essentially because Tailgate wanted a bendy straw.
I mean, I don't know if that's like the greatest thing I've ever heard. Granted, to be honest.
I mean, you want another example? Jurassic World River happened because someone threw a Snickers bar cover.
Yeah, that's better.
Someone
That's
ate
a better
Snickers.
example.
Yeah, that's a better
Or
example. That's like
I'll give you a better one.
You are really
The
scraping the bottom of
entire
the barrel there.
Universe 7 and Universe 6 turn happened is because Champa wanted more food from Beerus's planet Earth.
Oh yeah,
because Champa
That's
had
also
the
true.
munchies.
Yeah. Like the thing is, this tooth thing is not like a huge problem, and the movie would have actually happened without it anyway. Like the signals are already coming. The Iwi are telling Godzilla, "Hey, there's this monkey that's like going around." Like just Kong exploring things, it's already a problem. So the tooth thing doesn't change anything. He's wrong.
Kasaibu's right. Kong's trap opening up like a hole in the Hollow Earth is what starts the plot.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
this whole
this
movie
is-
started
this
because
is,
Kong was dumb enough to get ambushed.
Yeah, like
The toothache.
let me put it
The
this-
toothache is the reason the humans get involved. It's not the reason the plot starts.
Not even that. Like they find out about the signals and they were gonna go down there anyways. Kong coming up to get his tooth fixed. That was just that was just a thing that happened totally separate.
Anyways, point being, Platoon, you're dumb. Moving on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can we just point out the fact that he said this tooth is complete? The whole tooth thing is completely inconsequential. Also, it's about to get a lot of people dead. Which one is it?
Well, how did it get a lot of people dead? I'm trying to.
That's what I'm trying to work out.
Yeah, look,
I
don't understand
I'm
it.
going. Wait. I can explain it. I can explain his stupid logic because he's still wrong. Okay, he's still wrong. But what he was saying is that if Kong had come up to the surface and there wasn't like this type of emergency, then Godzilla would have like gone up to him and there would be a fight and a lot of people would have died. I think that's what he's saying, but it's not true. Because
If that's what he's saying, then that he does a real bad job at framing it like that.
Yeah,
Previous
and it's
films
a
have
huge
established
what if.
why we're able to sedate Kong but not Godzilla or any other Titan, but I'm going to guess the answer is no. Using what I can only assume is magic, someone a long way away has already deduced that Kong has an infected tooth. Yes, toothache is genuinely the instigating factor in this movie. Kong has a sore tooth, so he's come up to the surface, which means a lot of people are very probably about to die because of toothache, except of course, that it's going to go on to be pretty much irrelevant except for random callbacks to itself. Now, I've not seen the mod.
Also, I'm going to be
Okay, that
petty just because I can, just really fast. It's not because of magic that they deduce that he has toothache. It's because the monkey has a finger and he points it at his mouth, looking sad. That's it. So it's not. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to realize. Oh, maybe there's something in his mouth, and then he's like,
I mean, there's the whole scene has got about dozens of issues to it, which surround that. But the thing that I'm just stuck on is that he says this toothache is going to cause a lot of people to die. And it's like, but how? He doesn't establish how that's a thing, because he gets a achy tooth, he comes up, he gets the tooth fixed, and he goes back down. Godzilla waking up, he's already said, has nothing to do with that. So how does Godzilla doing anything in this film relate to the tooth thing? And then the tooth thing doesn't cause
Is he just saying that Monarch assumes that Kong having a toothache is the reason why Godzilla, is potentially going to kill people because of Kong coming up because of the toothache? Because that was
he's
Monarch
pointed out-
presumes.
He's pointed out that well, in the film, yeah, it's almost suggested that Kong coming up is the reason that Godzilla's moving, but then they never address. That's kind of a problem with the film. They never address the fact that Godzilla is still on the move. They just go, "Oh, let's go to the Hollow Earth." Okay, Does anyone do anything about Godzilla? Not really. We send a jeep with 3 guys in it.
We don't even evacuate Cadiz, Spain, or anything while he's energized. Like, let's not even go. Let's not even go there yet.
Yeah, not yet.
But yeah, the whole him saying the tooth causes an issue is just, I don't know what the fuck he was going on about.
It's a huge what ifism. Hey, what if people had died? Yeah, what if the fucking moon was destroyed? Like, what ifs don't mean anything.
Just like
Show,
Marvel.
when we
what
broke
if.
this film down on the best show in the universe, probably, the podcast I run on Monday nights with the Movie Cynic, somebody in chat who has seen Monarch suggested that Monarch established it was impossible for humans to get down into Hollow Earth unless they were following a Titan, which raises the distinct possibility that Kong has only got Toothache in order that he has an excuse to come up here, in order that the humans have an excuse to go down there, which the plot needs them to do. But anyway, the toothache is also the excuse to introduce this absolute clown creation who rocks up on some sort of spaceship to cure the infected tooth.
La 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 la
Yeah.
la la.
I really hate that man.
I really
At some
hate
point
you.
during that B-Sub stream, the movie cynic decided that this man was Australian.
He's a better pilot than the guy they hired to pilot down there. No
I guess
wonder
so,
he didn't
yeah.
care when he died. And he's like, oh, crikey, I'm glad he's gone.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
He's an Australian now.
I don't fucking remember.
Crikey,
anymore.
boy, crikey, mate. Oh boy.
He looked Australian.
So I guess, yeah, even though he's not Australian, fuck it, he's just going to be called Crikey. I don't know what his real name is. Crikey attaches
Crapper.
ropes to Kong's body tooth, and the spaceship pulls it out, meaning it's simpler and easier and altogether less painful and probably cheaper to have a spaceship pull out an infected tooth from a giant gorilla than it is to have your actual teeth removed at the dentist's. The film has in this moment forgotten that everyone's supposed to be terrified that Godzilla is on his way to fuck shit up. I guess Crikey just has this really chill vibe and it's calmed everyone down. So he and Eileen have a nice, casual chat about life, about kids, about Echo struggling to find her place in the world, etc. Then they're interrupted by Bernie, who's figured out that these seismograph readings always coincide with specific Titan events. Eileen asks if he means that these signals they've been recording and logging are not just random patterns after all. Yes, obviously. More to the point, how do you not already know this? What do you even have this equipment for if you don't think it tells you anything useful? How have you been studying these Titan bastards for years without learning they tend to make the Earth shake a bit? Why do you have an entire research?
Oh my fucking god!
It's not that side. It's not a earthquake, dude. This it's a like. Although I don't want to say, I don't know what the fuck it is. I know it's not an earthquake. It's more like a transmission of sorts, right?
Yeah,
like that doesn't make sense.
It's a signal.
Yeah.
He's got it wrong, and he's just running with it. And then the whole, he's.
Keep it moving. Keep it moving. I still think we should
Station,
speed
if
up the
you're-
video a bit.
We can't speed it up, actually.
Is it not
I can't
possible?
do screen share. So if anyone has Google Chrome, apparently, if you want to screen share, that's entirely up to you.
I mean, I do, but I doubt. But
Yeah.
for some reason, I just have the feeling my laptop's gonna implode doing this.
I have.
Yeah, don't risk it.
Immediate assumption is that all the data you get from it is just random interference that's not significant in any way. Are you all just completely I assumed there was a link between them the first time I saw the seismograph readings. I'm slightly Mind you, the levels are increasing from exposure to this film. Never mind though, probably just random interference or something, right?
La 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 la.
Kill it.
Please kill Diddy.
Please kill Diddy. Drown him in his own baby oil.
Oh shit! I've just clicked on the wrong fucking thing. Right, hold on.
Events have absolutely nothing to do with each other. I'm going to guess the answer is no.
No.
Oh boy.
He looked Australian.
In the world, etc. Then they're interrupted by Bernie, who's figured out that these seismograph readings always coincide with specific Titan events. Eileen asks if he means that these signals they've been recording and logging are not just random patterns after all. Yes, obviously. More to the point, how do you not already know this? What do you even have this equipment for if you don't think it tells you anything useful? How have you been studying these Titan bastards for years without learning they tend to make the Earth shake a bit? Why do you have an entire research station if your immediate assumption is that all the data you get from it is just random interference that's not significant in any way? Are you all just completely I assumed there was a link between them the first time I saw the seismograph readings. I'm slightly Mind you, the levels are increasing from exposure to this film. Never mind though, probably just random interference or something.
Mine are increasing from exposure to you.
Yeah.
I like how. Oh, again, this is somebody else doing his editing, so he doesn't get to see this. This is the sort of thing that I pick up when I'm doing my editing. Like I'll say something, record it, and then when doing the editing, I'll go, "Oh wait, hold on a minute, that
This
doesn't make
is
sense
why I
with what's actually
proofread
in
my
the film."
drafts 3 separate times. I do it once myself, then I use a program to just catch any like grammar mistakes that I might miss, and then I have a friend do it.
Oh, Kuru, don't you know this video has to be put out in 2 weeks? Otherwise, it won't. Otherwise, it won't be
I write
sustainable in
these
the
things
algorithm.
in under a week.
This video.
This video was scripted.
Maybe question mark. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
It sounds like
Allegedly. Ah, Jesus.
Right.
I did it. I hate you.
I hate that we say
I've been thinking that.
Stop with the Diddy shit, god damn it! I can't.
I've been thinking that maybe they blew up Madison Square not because of the baby Godzillas, but because Diddy was trying to get inside an egg.
Oh no! No!
Why is this egg shaking?
Why is the baby Godzilla in it crying?
Wow! Don't put that image into my head.
Why is
Again.
Mama Godzilla so angry?
Don't come a knocking when the egg is rocking.
My stomach hurts. I'm gonna
Anyway.
puke.
Diddy, why do you smell like fish?
Anyway, via an explanation that doesn't even attempt to make sense, so I'm not even going to waste time trying to make sense of it, Bernie deduces that the seismograph spikes are a result of psychic events, and so...
Sorry?
Why is he using clips from one of Verano's videos?
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know.
That's that guy's animations. Another thing. And this was something that immediately indicated to me that this video was just kind of, in one way, a waste of time, was adding Diddy into, like, the title and thumbnail and throughout the video, because, like, the only, as I said at the start of the stream, the only reason he's mentioned is because this is when all that stuff was really starting to take off, and he remembered, oh yeah, Puff Daddy was actually in 98, so there's the correlation for you, just so he could maybe get some extra views. Oh my god, YouTube criticism is creatively bankrupt. You are, this video is
depending on where you look, it's creatively bankrupt, to be fair.
This one is a distress call from someone. Goodo. Glad we cleared that up. Eileen explains to her science friends, and they figure that it's probably this distress signal that's got Godzilla all riled up, not Kong. And this is bad, because the twin evils of the government and corporations are looking for an excuse
so really
to take
fast.
over this
So
whole
he
operation.
knows it's a distress signal. He knows that. So what does he think the seismic thing is? If he understands that there's a signal, then what does... Why is he still
Because
talking
he's
about...
fucking stupid.
Oh yeah, that explains.
He
Okay,
talks
moving
about
on.
scientific literacy in the film, but isn't scientifically literate himself.
To be like, Yeah, when I do stuff like that, if I'm adding in something that might be a little jargony like that, I try to look into, okay, does this actually how it really works? And sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong, and I have to rework something.
Yeah, that's something that I've been having to do with my antediluvian park story, just figuring out when I should put it, because I have Mary Anning as a central character, but she died in 1847, not 1947. That was way later, but 1847, before the Crystal Palace dinosaurs were created. So I had to work around that.
Yeah, but like the thing is, and some might argue that, dude, why should you know about science if this movie is so fucking stupid? And it's like, actually, you don't even need to know about science. You just need to understand what's going on screen, and that's where he failed. And now it's actually even more baffling that he's still talking about like the earthquake and bullshit when he is confirming he understands now that it's a distress signal. So why did he waste so much time talking about
because
the
he has to
seismic
somehow get this video to a certain length, so because he's a long man, and also
he went over that bare minimum length. It's just to make it look worse than it is. That's
also
why.
to make himself look smart.
Yeah.
And this distress signal, the distress signal is exactly somehow the excuse they need to do it.
The government has been looking for an excuse to take over Hollow Earth operations.
And the corporations are licking their chops.
So what they need to take a small team down to Hollow Earth to figure out what's going on before the government and corporations learn about it and take over. What? What? No. Like what? No. I'm pretty sure they tried to do this in the last film. Isn't that what Mecha Streisand was for? I mean, you're telling me that a giant lizard stomping all over the world, wiping out whole cities while fighting against random and unpredictable monsters isn't an incentive for the government or corporations to take over. But a random signal that you've randomly concluded is a distress signal, having previously dismissed it as electrical interference, a signal from something or someone you don't know, and a signal...
What do you mean random? He literally showcases why that this is a distress signal at multiple, with like his notes in the movie. He pulls up the same pattern from multiple different Titan-related incidents. I think he mentions like Janjira and like King Ghidorah as well. Like these are following patterns of distress calls or something.
Platoon doesn't know.
He doesn't give
Like,
a
the thing
shit.
is,
What do you
it's not that he doesn't know. He literally said it himself earlier on the video. Now he just forgot.
No, he doesn't know. No, it's not just that he doesn't know. He also doesn't care. Like
that's the thing that I feel like. Yeah, that's what's making it hard for me to put energy into this because he so obviously doesn't care. He's not putting any passion into this, so why should I?
That's kind of my feeling at this point. We are.
Moreover, why
32
did he
minutes.
even bother to watch this movie?
Hold on,
Antonio,
hold on, Antonio, please. Give us the time code again.
32 minutes.
Oh my god.
We are 32 minutes into this. We've got just under an hour left. Not obviously that's including whatever outro he has. But
yeah,
all this video so far is just, here is a point. It is factually incorrect based on what the film is saying. I am now going to criticize this film based on this inaccurate information. And then you just sit there going, but that's wrong, and that's wrong, and then that's wrong. The stuff that he gets right is the really obvious stuff. But then the really obvious stuff, he somehow also misses as well and gets that factually wrong. And then the entire, any defense for this is, well, I just didn't care about the film. I'm not going to get this character's name right. I'm not going to get the facts right. I'm not even going to bother really putting much effort into it. So then you'd beg the question, why the fuck did you make this video if you do not care that much?
He's basically getting 1 out of 3 right, because one is wrong straight up. The other one is a little bit exaggerated to make it sound worse than it actually is. Even though he's technically right, he's still being a bit dishonest, and then yeah, he does get one fact right after that. So it's like 1/3 of this video is like wrong.
I really
Another
don't know
third.
what I've been
Yeah.
referring to as Schrodinger's apathy, but I don't think that applies here.
What do you mean?
Schrodinger's apathy was a term I coined during all the Anthony stuff. Basically, the whole pretending like you don't care when you do. You don't care. Why are you responding?
Okay. Yeah.
That's where I pulled that term from. I just kind of came up with it then and there, adopting it from the term Schrodinger's douchebag, which comes from when someone's just kind of being mean to you, and when you call them out on it, they just say, it was just a joke, bro. Like, it's stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I don't think that applies here, because there's so little effort being put into this video that I can't even, like, say that.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be my next question here is, should we even bother finishing
I
this
think we
video?
should, because here's the thing, like this is the 300 special subscriber special. Like we do have to
just do our due diligence as what we do. We do it like we always have. Lock in, boys. We can do this in the next 2 hours.
Yeah, that's what she said.
I'm
Which
not
is
your
why
mother.
Which is why I'm going to be leaving.
Have a good day, Hoshi. Keep doing what you're doing.
Keep doing what you're doing, man.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry that I came out of nowhere to see you guys again. It's because today was a special day for my sister, because we're celebrating with pizza and cakes, and because I want to tell you guys that my sister said a big hi and thank you to all for being good friends with me in general.
Oh,
thanks.
That's sweet.
No problem, dude.
Nicest thing to come out of this stream.
Yeah.
Probably.
But also, my family said hi to all of you.
What up?
Hi.
You
I
diligent.
mean, in case they're listening. Hi.
The guy makes
You
good
said-
art. He draws good.
He also has really good music taste.
He
Seriously,
do
if you haven't
good.
listened to any of the stuff that he listens to, please do. It's good.
Yeah, just go. Yeah, I will eventually watch GxK. I promise.
Oh, wait, thank you so much. You're the best, Kajikuru.
That reminded me of Superman, when it's like, we cannot let this freaking Justice Gang. That's great. You're in.
Also, Kajikuru, you're the funniest guy in this entire live stream.
Yippee!
Hey!
Oh.
Hey!
Hold on a second. Wait a second.
Whoa!
Disowned.
Anyway, adios, muchachos.
Adios.
That was comes in, says I'm the funniest.
Wait! You're not allowed to get the fuck out of here. Come back!
Okay, all right. I got Acno Goji 2001.
Sup?
Hi, Agno.
Hello.
So you guys talking about GxK and how bad it is?
Well, actually, it's more like we're talking about
GxK.
You're gonna have to bad news. You're gonna have to defend the movie.
Oh, this goddamn movie.
Yeah. At some point, everybody defends the film.
Fuck.
Welcome to hell.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker! Now that was some shit.
Anyway, shall we?
The government knows nothing about. That would be a reason for the government and corporations to take over your projects. What the fuck have government and corporations been doing all this time? Why aren't they already involved? Now, I'm not up on my Monsterverse lore because I don't.
You don't say, bro.
Yeah, I think it's pretty goddamn obvious.
It's we haven't
hate
been in
myself,
video
but
for
I
so
just
long, but it feels like we've been broken down so completely.
Because like you know what this kind of reminds me of? When Mauler did his Fallout video, and there's stuff he's talking about. And he said in the past that he's not really a Fallout fan. He's not really played those games. But then when he was talking about the video, he's bringing up all this stuff, and I'm sitting there going, "But I thought you weren't a Fallout fan." And then apparently he just Googled some stuff, or he read a Reddit post or something, and then considered himself an expert. That's kind of what I'm getting the feeling here, but it's almost the opposite. It's like he's talking about the MonsterVerse like he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah,
But then
I'm
quite readily
curious.
admits,
Just
I
like-
don't know what I'm talking about.
Just like a quick
Yeah,
question.
you know what? Here's the thing. This is worse than that because at least the guy who was doing, at least somebody did research for Mauler and gave him some pointers and notes. Like someone tried.
Yeah. By the way, Animus, now I'm actually curious. Do you play Fallout?
Yes, I played them years ago now, but yeah, I played 3 and 4.
Cool.
And
I was
76.
I was just curious. I haven't played Fallout myself, but just the way you were talking about it made it sound like you were a fan of the game, so I just wanted to see.
Oh yeah. I played them. I found them very entertaining. That's why I quite liked the Fallout show when it first came out. On a
Would you
review,
recommend
I've
it
seen
to
quite a
someone
few.
who isn't familiar to Fallout.
Okay.
That
Have
would
you
be
played it?
I have not played any Fallout entries.
Okay.
I played the
most people
tiny.
go from 3 New Vegas and 4.
I played only a tiny bit of New Vegas, but I guess it was mainly because like I was on a laptop. It wasn't like quite running as properly as I hoped, so I kind of stopped. Hopefully, I mean to kind of play it on console at some point to fare better, but
Okay. Anyways, I just wanted to know that. Let's get back to the video.
kind of assumed that Monarch would be working with or under the government at the very least. Why would some random senator randomly find out about a random signal you've randomly determined is a distress signal and say to Congress, okay, yeah, now it's gone too far? Naturally, the best people to send down to Hollow Earth are Eileen, Crikey, Bernie, Echo, and this nameless, fat, white, military-looking pilot guy who...
Do not badmouth Mikhail.
Oof, if you don't want him to badmouth him, you should see what name he gives him. Like, keep playing it. You'll see.
You know what? You know the funny thing? Like, I rewatched the Batman like a couple months ago. It turns out this guy was the Commissioner Savage, the guy who was police commissioner, you know, before he was killed by the Riddler in the movie. So he's the guy who tells Batman, "Happy fucking Halloween."
Oh, yeah, he's been in loads of stuff. What's his name? Alex Ferns. He's been in loads of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, he was in EastEnders.
All right, let's keep going.
Anyway.
Fun trivia.
Ooh, I'm calling it now. He's a villain or something. Oh my god, they do a hero walk. Oh, it's so cringe. I think even the film thinks it's embarrassing. It's so ashamed of itself. Look at it. Kong hops
What is
back into
up
the
with the
big
Kongs?
whirlpool.
What was up with that Kong's? What?
Oh, you didn't. Right, yeah. So at the start of this video, for some reason, he goes, "Look how bad this film is because of all the Rule 34."
And then
art that
makes
has
like
been done
no, I
about
think
it.
he does that because of the whole Godzilla X Kong thing. Since a
Yeah,
common
X Kong.
yeah, a
For
common
shipping.
like, you do with shipping is you say insert character's name X another character's name. That's a very common thing with like shipping culture, and that's a very common joke with this movie.
Yeah, super normal. So actually, I don't think it's so weird that he put it there.
It is weird when he logs on to E6 and pulls up some porn.
Oh yeah, no, that is weird. But like the fact that he mentions it, I don't think. I think a lot of people have mentioned it.
Unnecessary.
Yeah, that was like
That was just flat. Nobody needed to see that. Period.
Yeah.
the fact that it wasn't even fully blurred.
Yeah.
How did he get away with that? What the fuck?
It was drawings.
Who knows?
No,
In
but
fact,
even
in
with
Britain
drawings,
right now,
you cannot.
right
Yeah?
now in Britain, we're having all sorts of problems with stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
There's been
I know a few other British people who are losing their minds about this stuff.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
I don't know when it
can only
kicked in.
imagine.
It's fucking psychotic.
Yeah, I don't know when it kicked
I feel
in,
so
but
bad for you.
I recently looked, and there's like a website I went on said, your country has got some really shit laws in, and yeah, we're not putting the effort in to try and get the stuff for it so you can view our site. Here's the link to the petition for you to complain about it, and I think it's like at 200,000 signatures already.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's a lot of signatures.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
Here's hoping this stream doesn't get
And they
demonetized.
fly their spaceship in after him. Things very briefly go all 2001. My God.
oh, who just left?
Oh, we lost Minecraft World.
I think.
Oh.
Yeah, we lost Minecraft World, and for the record, I don't make money off of this, so.
I didn't say like demonetized. I meant to say like taken down or anything.
Maybe YouTube accidentally took out Minecraft World. Oh no, who's next?
All right, well, I'm bringing them back right here. There we go.
My internet doesn't like me today.
Yeah, it had problems with
It's trying to save you.
This is the exact same thing that happened with Adam Does Movies.
It's full of shite as they travel through Ant-Man's quantum realm and reappear on the other side in Hollow Earth. I can't recall precisely why they have to do interdimensional travel to get down into what is, I thought at least, just a big giant cave. I also can't be bothered to go back and check, because I'm pretty sure the explanation will knock several points off my IQ. So we go flying through Hollow Earth. Crikey introduces us to some electric pterodactyls. I have a horrid sense that they will be relevant again later, though that would constitute setup and payoff, so equally I'd not be surprised if they just never come up again. And then
It's up for so uncomfortably long. I can feel pieces of my soul be plucked apart every time I look at that image.
What?
I think it's funny, to be fair. Like, that's one of the funniest things in the video.
It's funny, but it's also like you have other fair use options. Use them.
Or for God's sake, use a different one every other time.
How many times has he played this already?
Do you know that one where it's Shrek?
It could be worse. It could have been
time
an AI generated. It could have been an AI generated image.
No. Do you know that picture where Godzilla it's like in his evolved form hugging Shrek from behind, and you can see that Shrek is pregnant with Sonic? That one. You should use that one.
Oh Jesus!
Okay, what I was gonna say was like, fuck, I've lost what I was gonna say now. Like outside of the whole, at least make it a different one each time. But like, here's a fun little drinking game for someone who can. Take a shot every time this fucking image has appeared.
You know what else? Like, his spines are kind of similar to -1, actually. The Godzilla spines, look at them. They're too thin.
God, they are. Let's move on. I hate this.
And the ship activates a cloaking device. I think he says they activate a cloaking device, but they're still visible. And the fact
it's a camouflage, you dunce!
Yeah.
Can we put the dunce cap on this man?
I'm going to criticize the film for information I just made up.
I'm getting a beer. I'm actually just going to crack one open right now. I'll be right back.
Made him resort to alcoholism.
Let's go! CB base.
Yeah, you know what? I've been sober 5 years. 5 years too long. This is the day. Thank you, little Platoon. After this, I'm gonna start driving. All thanks to you.
In my car right after a beer. Hey, that bump is shaped like a deer.
Hey man, I've only been like 4 months sober actually, so.
You know what? I was just aching to drive through like close to some like schools,
This
is the perfect moment to do that.
Let's just.
There's a kindergarten near me.
Bookend this segment by saying in Minecraft. Don't worry.
In Minecraft. Wait, actually,
cheers,
I never
folks.
said what I was going to do. Cheers.
Open it next to the mic. Open it next to the mic.
Do
He
it.
did.
I already opened it. Hold on.
No!
He did. I could hear it.
Go get another one.
No, hold on. No, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Did you catch that?
It did.
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
That'll do.
Good. All right. Let's go.
Onward, man.
As a cloaking device is entirely irrelevant to anything that follows. Godzilla, meanwhile, is being tracked through France to what the scientists are alarmed and surprised to discover is a nuclear facility. Godzilla destroys the facility and drinks its nuclear goodness, which the scientists say mean that he must be charging for something. He then wastes some of that energy, wiping out a squad of drones that for some reason they've sent to attack him. Question: why are you surprised it's a nuclear facility? Nuclear facilities don't just pop up at random, they're big installations.
They do in this film.
Yeah.
Fun fact: that village is like a tiny little holiday village. It's got like 1,000 people in it. There is absolutely no reason it would have a nuclear power plant, and it doesn't in real life. So I don't know why they did that.
Why would they especially build a nuclear power plant right on the ocean side of that village when Godzilla exists?
That's just like basically putting a freshly baked pie on a windowsill and then being surprised when the fat guy floats over.
Do you want to know what's even worse?
Platoon side.
Do you want to know what's even worse? Look up nuclear power plants in Spain and brace yourselves.
There's none.
I'll do that. You do that. I'll play video.
They're generally known about. Remember when they figured out way in advance in the first film that Godzilla was heading for nuclear storage facilities? Also, why are you surprised?
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
What?
By the way, I'm also going to start drinking.
That was the Mutos. What the fuck?
Reason they've sent
Did
to
not
attack
even
him.
watch
Question: why are
2014?
you surprised it's a nuclear facility? Nuclear facilities don't just pop up at random. They're big installations. They're generally known about. Remember when they figured out way in advance in the first film that Godzilla was heading for nuclear storage facilities?
Jesus.
Those are the
Godzilla's not
Mutos.
heading
What
for
the fuck
nuclear
are you
storage
talking
facilities,
about?
you imbecile. He's going after the ones who are trying to get
I'm having an aneurysm right now.
Hello, Dr. Skipper.
I heard myself to make
Got to see if life is real.
A focus on the pain.
Cause it's
The
the
only
only
thing
thing that's
that's
real.
real. Dude, we're already drunk and he hasn't even started drinking
We're
for
not.
real. What
I
the fuck?
can't even drink.
I'm not even a quarter way through my bottle right now. All right.
And I just opened mine.
damage.
This is not alcohol. This is me losing my mind right this minute.
What
By the way, I just pulled up. By the way, I just pulled up nuclear plants in Spain. It looks like there is the Vandalos nuclear power plant. It's like right on the edge of the ocean of the Balanic Sea.
There's 3 of them next to each other on the coast of the Mediterranean. Godzilla could have just kept swimming straight forward.
Godzilla could have just gone to one of them.
Free buffet.
What the fuck?
I don't know why they did what they did. Anyway.
Why do you have to cross
Also,
through
why are you
France?
surprised that Godzilla should be going to a nuclear facility? Do you not remember just how much he likes munching on nuclear goo? I thought we'd established that by now. Also, why then do nuclear facilities even still exist? If you've just accepted that this giant radioactive lizard is going to be walking around twatting monsters forever, and you know he likes snacking on power plants with pretty destructive consequences for everything around them, wouldn't you very quickly have come to terms with decommissioning them all? It'd make the environmentalists happy. They hate nuclear.
Because Godzilla has his own
Jesus.
methods of getting nuclear power and energy from the Earth.
Also, because this Monsterverse Goji hasn't been established as actively seeking out nuclear power plants. He's gotten it from other sources.
Am I the only one that hears him
In
roboting?
this
Roboting?
His destruction of the nuke in
kinda
this
need nuclear
movie
power
is an
to
act of
power-
desperation.
You need
Minecraft's getting progressively quieter.
The destruction of the destruction of the nuke in this film is an act of The destruction of the facility in this film is an act of desperation from Godzilla.
Now, granted, why he didn't do this when Ghidorah was out and about, or when when he was sensing Mechagodzilla, or Ghidorah being used for Mechagodzilla, we don't know. But
I'm guessing it's just because it was so far out of the way. Because think about where he was in those movies.
He could have found another nuclear facility nearby on the way.
There's a bunch of them in the world, and the thing is, the urgency is fake because he could have defeated a lot of people. Most people that watch this movie, they think that Godzilla could have won without evolving. So that's the biggest problem too. Like, he didn't need to do all of this.
I think with Kodum, there's also a strategic thing where him being on the surface puts him at significantly more danger, both from human attack and from
Ghidorah.
From Ghidorah or any of the other Titans that are around.
Yeah, that's true.
Something I wanted to point out.
Well,
I
figured I'd give some good news. Coyote versus Acme will be coming to theaters.
Yay!
Really?
Success!
Dude! Fuck yeah!
Oh god, please be worth it.
August 28, 2026.
Yay!
Hell yeah.
No, that's understandable. Maybe they need to edit it. Maybe they discarded it before.
I'm taking the
doing
few W's I can get today.
Y'all gonna get like a cryo freezing chamber going, so you can just like go into cryo sleep until 2026.
The thing I wanted to say was that one of the defenses people had for GxK is that, well, Godzilla's been silly in the past, therefore this film can be silly, which is obviously a terrible argument. But now Little Platoon is doing the opposite. He's
It's a bad
criticizing
argument,
it.
but not for the reasons I think most people say it is.
Yeah, but the Little Platoon is now saying, why hasn't people done X? Because Godzilla has traditionally been all about like eating power plants and destroying power plants, but when that's not what he does in this film.
That's not what he does in this incarnation.
It's a different incarnation. It's a different version of Godzilla. It's knowledge outside of these films that he's now applying to these films and then calling the film bad for it.
I have a feeling he doesn't even know that this is a separate universe from all the other.
Yeah, I think he learned that
Look at this avatar. Do you think he knows he exists? I don't think he does. Also, whoever
not a single thought behind those eyes.
Like, if this is meant to like represent how he looks in reality, no shade, but you are fugly.
I mean, okay.
To be fair, I don't want to get personal.
No, Kuru, we've seen worse.
Who? You look in a mirror every day.
You know who I was talking about.
I know who you're talking about. I know who you're talking about. I'm just messing with you.
You know exactly who I was talking about.
Yeah, it proves we don't need to overthrow capitalism to cut our emissions. Also, why are you pointlessly antagonizing Godzilla with half a dozen drones firing a couple of little missiles? You know that's not gonna hurt him, right? Pretty sure we established that several times over in the previous movies as well. Have you considered sedating him, maybe? It works on Kong.
How the
look, I get the
fuck
film
are you
wants to
gonna
start
sedate him?
To be fair, like, if they should find a way to sedate him. Not all of his skin is like armored. He clearly has weak points. But what I'm going to say is that also, if he's going to complain about, hey, why are you using the drone strikes? It's like because it worked in the past. Like they can actually make this Godzilla like
They
move
have
out of the
to
way.
do something. Like something has to be done.
I mean, if you're just going to waste your money on destroying your own drones, I do see the point of saying, yeah, you know what, like, fuck it, I guess we'll just wait until he leaves. Like, I also get that. But the thing is, again, like, in 2014, they wanted him to, like, get away, and he did. The problem is that it's still an unpredictable monster, and he broke the bridge. So, yeah, I mean, you moved him out of the way, but to the opposite side that you wanted him in. So, like, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you can dissuade him from like staying, but it's still risky. So maybe they should actually do nothing.
And plus, trying to the whole thing of trying to sedate Godzilla. It's like, yeah, good luck with it. He's like significantly more powerful than Kong. Like Kong is at least like he's a bit more lenient in terms of being willing to be sedated. At least by the time we get to GxK, and plus Kong is like he's just a big ape. Like he's not really like he's going to be like a little easier to contain than essentially a giant thermonuclear lizard. I mean, it's just like who shoots beams. Like, and plus Godzilla is going to be way less lenient about having that happen to him because he deals with a lot more shit than Kong pretty much would need to deal with. So,
and not only that, like how much time do you think you have to sedate this fucking huge angry thing uninterrupted?
Yeah, it's going to be a waste.
He literally sits there.
It's going to be a waste of time and resources to try to sedate Godzilla, especially when he could always fight back than it would for something like Kong, who, again, is a little more lenient.
Yeah. I mean, I get his idea, like, hey, like, you should try it. Yeah, maybe you should try it, but, like, if I'm saying also that why are you spending the money on drones, then why would you spend the money on trying to sedate the thing if you don't know if it's going to work? Not only that, what happens if, okay, you try to sedate him, he leaves, then he goes swimming, then he fucking drowns. You kill Godzilla, and now Ghidorah is back. I don't think people could, like, risk that, like you need to contain it before you sedate it. I don't think that in nature people go around sedating animals at random because then something bad could happen to them. They die.
Yeah. You gotta know, especially considering Titan biology varies depending on the creatures. Yes, they may have things in common, but like what works for an ape isn't gonna work for something like for a dinosaur.
Yeah, for example, Rodan. Probably if you put any sedatives, how do you say that in English?
Sedatives.
Yeah.
Sedatives. If you put any of those in him, it's probably going to turn into mist before it even actually does anything to him. Shimo probably is going to freeze.
Exactly. He lives in a fucking volcano.
Yeah. Exactly, and Godzilla might be the same.
Like you'd have to like first of all, you have to think about how you would administer those because, as said, Rodan lives in like actual lava.
Yeah, he has like literal solidified rock.
Like, with Quantum, they had sedatives there. For Mothra was in an isolated environment and really didn't need all that much.
Oh yeah, and not only that,
very little effort to actually fight off the sedatives. Essentially, this is a dumb idea if you do this crazy little thing with movies called use your eyes, ears, and your brain.
Yeah.
You have senses, use them.
And the thing is, we know that Lil Platoon is capable of using them for certain types of movies, so what's stopping him from using them for this? Oh, wait,
lack of interest. That's it.
Ah, yeah, that's right.
Then why make the fucking video?
We could just be saying that forever during this stream.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's the fucking thesis of this stream. Why make the video in the first place if you don't give a shit?
Yeah, why put in all this? This is something I don't get. There's a difference between being passionate about something when you're being like critical, but there's also a difference between that and just not caring as you tear something apart.
Yeah.
Because
Anyways.
for one, you're very likely to make mistakes when doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Anyways, shall we continue?
Yeah,
sorry.
Building up a
Let's get
sense
going.
of tension and mystery here, because it reasons correctly that the audience is bored to tears of all the terribly written human drama in this monster movie. So yes, it wants to show us Godzilla charging up Solar Beam to face some as yet unknown foe. But is it too much to ask?
So, what did he call it?
Solar beam, which doesn't even make sense.
Did he get that confused with supernova? Do we even care? I don't think he
No,
does.
not really. Solar Beam is a Pokemon reference, I believe.
It's
So
a Pokemon reference, but it's not even a good one because Solar Beam
not
is
even accurate. It's not even valid because it's fiery.
It's also a grass move.
Yeah,
we're thinking too much into this.
We are.
Yeah.
That you find some way of doing this that doesn't show just how little your movies have bothered with world building. It does kind of make all your human characters and civilizations and factions look incredibly dumb, which they are, obviously, but you don't have to show us how dumb they are. You're not forbidden from writing believable stories, guys. Down in Hollow Earth, our heroes find a research facility that's been trashed. So the big evil eye from earlier
Oh my
wasn't
god,
Kong's
how many
after
times do I have to
all.
see this fucking image?
I already finished my drink.
I think I got a beer here.
How many times did I have
to show us how dumb they are. You're not forbidden from writing believable stories, guys. Down in Hollow Earth, our heroes find a research facility that's been trashed. So the big evil eye from earlier wasn't Kong's after all. He just came up to get a tooth fixed, and it was entirely unrelated. And nobody's thought to check the logs or the recordings from the facility that they know has gone dark because reasons. Fair enough. Everyone in the facility is dead.
They oh my god, they're going down to go investigate that. Wait. Actually, never mind. They learned that it was like completely MIA down there. Never mind.
Yeah, actually, that's the point. He's complaining about the fact that they didn't know about this. With the main reason being that they haven't got an Ethernet cable that long to go all the way down there, which is apparently it was 100 kilometers. They say in the film 100 clicks. So that thing's 100 kilometers away from the main access point. Yeah, I don't think there's an Ethernet cable that long. And then his point is they don't have any of the information. Is that they just go down there and get the information.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, to be fair, like in GxK, they literally sent energy through Bluetooth. So I'm just saying, like, he's not completely wrong to assume that, but I know that that's not why he's saying it because he clearly doesn't know anything about the previous movie.
You're telling me you can't send me a biological super fuel through a Bluetooth speaker? You need to get on my level.
Yeah.
Tony Stark built this in a cave.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not Tony Stark.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not Tony Stark.
No one is.
God, I wish.
Earlier wasn't Kong's after all. He just came up to get a tooth fixed, and it was entirely...
Wait. Is he suggesting that he thought Kong destroyed this facility?
I don't think so. Can we go back?
I'm trying to pinpoint it.
To show us how dumb they are. You're not forbidden from writing believable stories, guys. Down in Hollow Earth, our heroes find a research facility that's been trashed. So the big evil eye from earlier wasn't Kong's after all. He just came up to get a tooth fixed, and it was entirely unrelated. And
I mean, of course it wasn't him.
Holy shit!
Yeah, of course. Like, the movie never tried to make you think that it was him. His eyes don't fucking glow.
Exactly.
How did he think that was Kong?
I don't know. Well, I don't think he does. I think he's just kind of I think it was
he just said. Apparently, this wasn't Kong.
Can your folks like? Actually, yeah, that's a good. Oh my god, keep
to
it moving.
show us how dumb they are. You're not forbidden from writing believable stories, guys. Down in Hollow Earth, our heroes find a research facility that's been trapped.
How many times have you backed up to that clip?
Sorry. Right, 1, 2, 3.
But the big evil eye from earlier wasn't Kong's after all. He just came up to get a tooth fixed, and it was entirely unrelated.
He thought the eye was Kong.
What? He actually thought that.
Moving along.
He's a fucking idiot.
Like bro, Rooney left at the worst time because this is when the video actually just gets bad.
Yeah.
I bet Zim like skipped over a whole bunch of this shit, like so much.
He's
Zim
probably
plays it
gonna
at-
watch the rest of it. Like, just watch the rest of the stream and see what happens.
Zim plays this at 1.5 speed or something, doesn't he? So maybe he just missed it because it was going too fast.
Probably.
Because good lord.
And nobody's thought to check the logs or the recordings from the facility that they know has gone dark because reasons.
That's what they're doing now.
I mean, because it's destroyed also, like, you know, like they literally like lower the whole thing to the ground. So
The damn thing's completely pummeled.
yeah.
That's the thing. They do check the logs. They look around and go, wow, this whole thing's destroyed. Oh, look, a camera. Which, again, having the film in the camera is a Knives Out issue, like complete misunderstanding of how cameras work.
Yeah. But even with that plot hole, like somehow it makes his point even worse.
Yeah, to be fair.
So it's like the bad writing is actually defending itself. Holy shit, it's learning.
Imagine going into like the Congo where someone has set up a research facility on the local, I don't know, elephants. Do they have? No, they don't have elephants in the Congo. Whatever. A research facility for the local whatevers. And then you go there and, oh no, that's the research facility has been destroyed. It's been completely flattened. And then somebody says, what was the information in the facility? So, we don't know because it was flattened. Well, don't you know it? No? That's I don't understand how let's just get on with it.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Everyone in the facility is dead. We're supposed to care about this because Eileen reminds us that these people had families. Then some mist clears and the giant red handprint is seen on a cliff. This is bad and ominous for reasons that will be pretty much completely contradicted in a few minutes' time when we learn they were left by an evil creature that's actually locked in a prison in Mordor and supposedly not free to wander around leaving these marks. The bad thing that's actually happened is that the film is at this point broken because the film doesn't really know what the fuck is going on. Because the premise, as we're later going to find out, is that the evil guy who is this giant orange ape thing called the not Scargiver, that's the other thing. Scar King, that's one.
Scargiver.
He has been locked here down in Mordor, essentially, in a prison with his evil apes because they tried to overthrow the world
why
order.
did it change
And he's been obsessed ever since with
What the heck? Why are there like a bunch of people in the video?
I mean, he's using a clip from one of his live streams.
This is a podcast he was on with someone called the Movie Cynic, which says enough to me about that man.
To be fair, my videos kind of feature clips from my
fights
live
and so that-
streams and Zimcasts.
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking about the man, about the name of him.
Oh,
probably written.
Like I just bloody well clicked on the wrong
felt that
Dog.
again. Someone called the Movie Cynic would be the manifestation of everything I want to punch in the face.
Oh, okay.
Bad and ominous.
Oh, actually, I just glossed over this bit, but I want to just point it out again.
Unrelated.
Or point
And
out in the
nobody's
first place.
thought to check the logs or the recordings from the facility that they know has gone dark because reasons. Fair enough. Everyone in the facility is dead. We're supposed to care about this because Eileen reminds us that these people had families. Then some mist clears and the giant.
Do you notice how you just glossed over that? Again, he's just describing the scene, but with a bit of a sarcastic tone. And he's like, oh, they do this, and then this happens. Are you not going to criticize that, offer thoughts? No? Okay.
Yeah, like the most you could say, I mean, like, and we could just say, like, okay, she said that they had families. Like, that's, yeah, it's kind of, why would some of these people not have family?
I can say why he's saying this. Like basically later on, when the angry guy dies, he basically is going to point out how like no one gave a shit about his family. Everyone just moved on completely after he disappeared because of a tree monster, and that's fair. Like honestly, like he's setting that up for later. I know that because I did watch this, so that's why. And I think it's fair to say that that's like that hypocritical side of a badly written character showing right here.
Right.
I mean, the actual criticism is that 5 minutes earlier she was telling the Italian government to shut the fuck up about Godzilla having destroyed Rome. And then she's saying this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but also then later he's going to say, oh, and when Mikhail dies, also she just moves on and no one really cares and no one really like seems to actually care about his family. It's like a triple thing. Italy, then this, so she's a hypocrite already, and then she's a hypocrite again because when the other guy dies, she doesn't do shit. She doesn't care.
Mikhail may have been smart, but he wasn't emotionally intelligent. I mean, that's probably a better way of what I was trying to get across, where it's like, Mikhail didn't have to say, like, oh, so much for survivors. It's like, probably not the most emotionally intelligent thing he could have said in that scenario. Like,
Yeah.
but even then, like, it's not even like, but even then, like, it's not enough to make him like someone who deserved to get eaten by an evil dead tree monster.
Yeah. And what Kasai was saying, for example, it's more like she has a bias for fellow Monarch employees. Well, she doesn't have for Michael or for Mikhail. She doesn't really care. She and that's the point that he is going to make later. And also, it's one thing to be biased, but one other thing completely different is to be like a bitch. And she behaves like a bitch, even though the movie doesn't ever like show that. Or it never focuses on that on the right angle, like saying, yeah, all of Rome should like just go fuck itself. She's a fucking piece of shit for saying that. Like, bias or not, like it's too much. Like too many people's lives are at risk.
Bozo, your family shouldn't have been in the building Godzilla threw Scylla into.
Yeah, exactly. Well, maybe you should have thought about that before being born in Italy. But I'm Italian. Well, fuck you. It's basically like that, Like yeah. Hey, she does the hand thing.
Is that
all right? Let's keep it going.
The evil guy, who is this giant orange ape thing called the not Scargiver. That's the other thing. Scar King. That's the one.
Scargiver.
He has been locked here, down in Mordor, essentially in a prison, with his evil apes because they tried to overthrow the world order. And he's been obsessed ever since with getting back to Earth. This is the premise. But he can't get back to Earth because he's locked in his prison. But if he was locked in his prison, how did he get all the way over here to leave the claw mark on the wall, having destroyed the research facility? Because he can't do that unless he's locked in, unless he's out of his prison. But if he's out of his prison, we already know now, because Kong climbs in and out, that he can get up to the surface at any given point.
Yeah,
that's what I said. Because the film isn't ready for him to do that. So it's kind of fucked. Kong, meanwhile, has gone to.
I don't have any disagreements with that. Pretty much.
Actually, I would say that, like as we mentioned previously, and I'm just going to try to argue this, that Scar King and his group cannot get out of the subterranean realm. They probably could get into there, but they couldn't because it's obvious he has scouts and stuff, right? But they couldn't get into the part of Hollow Earth that has all the portals, which is where Kong is, until Kong caused that cave in. And that's when, one of Scar King's scouts went there and might have reported back, and Kong just so happened to get into the area he was in when the scouts, like with One Eye and Suko, encountered him. But
the thing is, then why didn't they just leave? Like, by the time Kong went down there should be no one.
He controls them, and they probably went to report back to him as soon as they found it out.
But he was just sitting on his throne, like scratching his ass. Like I'm just saying, like we shouldn't like try to play defense for
GxK of all things. I don't think that's like going to do us any favors. Like it's just a bad movie. Like it's about everything. He's just right on this one.
Yeah, there's like so much that's wrong with just this one plot point. Like,
I could argue this point specifically at a later date because it's just not adding up in my head. But whatever.
All right.
Actually, weirdly, this point, Sea Monster, you actually pointed this out to me in your video. I did not realize that I was supposed to be Scar King. I thought it was just one of his apes.
Wait, it's supposed to be Scar King?
Yeah,
that's why it's
you
shining.
notice the eyes. Yeah, like in the eye, like Scar King's eyes. You know, they have like this little. They have like white iris. Yeah, and it's not
None
even
of the
like
others have it.
And it's not even like the.
Rationalize that was one of the scouts.
I mean, here's the thing. I looked over it and it was just like, well, the shade on the ape's fur, even just from the camera feed, looks a bit reddish. And then when the eye comes up, there's like has like the white pupil thing, like Scar King. It's like, did they just have Scar King just come up? Just to smash up the outpost and not even go off and find a fucking portal?
I really
And then he does the hand thing.
I really gotta wonder if they just reused his CGI model for that scene.
It's still a plot hole. Like it doesn't matter the reasoning for it. It's still fucking stupid as.
That's
Fuck!
kind of why.
Holy
That's probably why my brain didn't compute that, because I just assumed it was an ape. An ape came up, had a look around, went, "Oh, I think we're in the Hollow Earth proper. I'm gonna go down and tell Scar King," and then Kong caught up to them, and then that's why nothing happened because of that.
Yeah,
But
I mean, I
then,
looked at it. Like
why
the
do you
shade of coloring on his arm when he like smashes into like the Humvees and all that. Like the fur on the arm looks kind of red. Like at least like the shade of red that would be like Scar King. Even just from the camera feed, where it doesn't look, where it wouldn't look quite as red because it's like it's like the camera would have like a different, like a bit more monochromatic. But it has like a filter on it. But it like and the hand also looks kind of skinny and plus the hand. What?
We're talking about GxK and not the video.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
The video is about GxK. I mean, I understand. No, I get it. All right, let's go. Let's continue.
I'm not trying to be a headache, just trying to keep the pace.
No. I get you. I understand. I get you. All right, let's go.
In which he keeps the axe that he used to destroy Mecha Streisand in the previous film. And right beneath that cave is a mysterious glowing cat.
Not funny.
Hmm?
The whole Mecha Streisand thing, it's just not funny.
Yeah.
I think he's fucked up again.
I said because the film isn't ready for him to do that. So, it's kind of fucked. Kong, meanwhile, has gone to a cave in which he keeps the axe that he used to destroy Mecha Streisand in the previous film. And right beneath that cave is a mysterious glowing cavern.
No, it's not.
That's just the film cutting. It doesn't need to show him running there. You can just assume that.
The film is using the language of montage.
Yeah. Like
how dare it?
Yeah, I mean, so you want like the shot of Kong walking? Does he want the shot of Kong walking to the hole, like kind of like how in the Snyder Cut they showed the Justice League like walking up the stairs? Well, you got GxK going. Dun, 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 dun. It's like they're walking up the stairs, my guy. You don't have to keep this in the film. Jeez.
Why is that you're watching movies on video becoming more and more true as time goes on? Like, that's worrying.
Animus, who was that made by?
Oh God, who was that made by?
Watching
Patrick Willems.
Patrick Willems.
You're watching movies.
It was his plot. It was his plot holes video.
They don't actually matter.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing.
Yeah,
like that whole video. That whole video.
About it.
That whole video's
video
thesis statement was. I'm sorry
the
for
video that Mahler was talking about in relation to plot holes that we discussed on Joey's stream.
Yeah, Patrick. I mean, like that whole thesis statement of the video saying like plot holes don't actually matter. It's like it's a terrible thesis statement. Terrible. But there is a way to watch movies wrong. That's there is. I mean, it's May not be the same one that Baller or EFAB would have generally addressed, but there is.
We're looking at
you
it right
can
now.
watch movies wrong,
We're looking at
technically.
it.
Even stupid bad movies that are like super simple, even for a 4-year-old, can be watched the wrong way, and this is clear evidence of it somehow.
Which he jumps into. This causes his axe to start glowing like Sting, so we know there are orcs about. Inside the cavern is a glittery cave with a pretty waterfall, and he walks through it to emerge in, well, the Spanish subtitles call it Reino Subterráneo.
Reino
Fucking
Subterráneo.
Spanish, hilarious language, which translates as something like Underground Kingdom. Not the most imaginative name, but I'm very
I mean, it's correct. It's not, the actual name isn't very creative, but
Yeah, he's right. By the way, also, where is the waterfall coming from? If this is,
what the fuck? Oh my god!
it's just another cave inside of a cave, and
This is why Cottom had a better setup for Hollow Earth, so you can make it a little bit more justifiable.
oh yeah,
yeah.
I said there's so much you can explore with this film, like the environments, all that sort of thing. You could have a TV series, mockumentary type thing, exploring the environments of the Hollow Earth, but nah, fuck it.
confused about how this Hollow Earth business works, because the Underground Kingdom has wide open skies, and yet Kong's only walked a few feet through the cave to get here. So is this some sort of different dimension? Is this different from the Hollow...
Wait, what?
Did you just say
Did he not
different?
notice the giant drop down the cave?
But the drop wasn't big enough that you will have open skies the same way that you should have them above, because then you have a hollow Earth, and that's fucking stupid. So honestly, his criticism here, hollower Earth, yeah.
And
So
then we're gonna get
this
Hollow
criticism
and Supernova. Don't you know this?
And to be fair, even a friend of mine was like, why the fuck does it look like they're going to a different, it looks like Guardians of the Galaxy or Space Odyssey when they're going on GxK. And he's right. I know it's directing and a directing decision, but it's still, it doesn't fit what this movie is supposed to be. It does look like a different dimension. And honestly, I do think that the Hollow Earth is way too big for it to make sense logically. So I think that this whole complaint that he's making is 100% valid.
Yeah, I feel like we could just whatever criticism comes out that we actually do agree with, and he's making a point. Let's just say we agree, and just keep pace.
Well, my criticism was that this wasn't an issue in terms of he falls down a hole. They don't show how deep the hole is. Because of the dimensions and the scale, this could be miles deep. So, and you don't know which direction it's going in, etc., etc. So, having another Hollow Earth essentially under the Hollow Earth, essentially just like a different layer. I'm fine with that. The problem is then when Kong then comes out of the hole later, and he comes out of it not only quickly but also with one injured arm. It's that's when issues start to arise. When the film tells you something and then doesn't really work with it.
Earth part of the underground Earth? Is that what's going on? Is the Hollow Earth really a quantum realm with many separate layers? Has that cavern opened in a new dimension? I mean, I guess it must have. Otherwise, Kong could have just walked here without going through the cavern. The cavern wouldn't be in any way significant, and he'd already know about it. But then, why would a Hollow Earth operate like a quantum realm with many dimensional layers? Isn't it just supposed to be a vast cave, essentially, beneath Earth's crust? I don't get it, film. Also, why did Kong grab his axe and come here? Is he being called to it via some mystical energy thing like Godzilla when he detects titans?
It's called
but if that...
self-preservation.
Yeah, that's super petty to say. Exactly, it's like, hey, I'm going out. I'm like a fucking cowboy. What am I going to bring? A banana or a gun? A gun. It's super simple.
Well, he's a monkey. He should bring the banana.
You're right. Fucking. I suck. Yeah.
That's so important. Why did he go up first to get a tooth fixed? Why has he done that, film? Oh, fuck it, I don't care.
Why? Because he's injured. And because he already has an established...
Have you ever had a toothache before? That shit's debilitating.
But I'm going to say that the tooth thing wasn't really necessary for the movie. So if that's what he's trying to say, that's also valid.
It wasn't necessary. At least for now, it was an established motivator for it's like an extra motivator for why Scar King is going after Kong. But it wasn't needed. However,
but as we said, it
makes sense. At least in this context. Why he
if
surface to get them.
Yeah, but the thing is, it wasn't necessary because, as we established before, they would have gone there anyway. That's the main thing. That's why I was saying that.
Yeah, it's not necessary. It's just the method of getting there. It could have.
You know what the actual purpose of
That's what I agree with you on that. The thing is, why did he go up in the first place with the tooth? I don't know. Because the damn thing hurts. Because it's debilitating. Because being an animal, he's gonna need to use his teeth.
So the reason in the universe reason, Kong went up because he's got a connection with Jaya, who's part of Monarch, and he's dealt with them before, so he has a level of trust. And the film was supposed to be showing a growing relationship between the two and his level of trust with them. Our meta reason is that it needs Kong out of the way, so when apparently Scar King comes up out of the hole, Kong isn't there to have a fight with him. Scar King can then do whatever he wants and then go back in the hole. So when Kong comes back, he can go, as he does in the film, sniff, sniff, oh, someone's been here. I'm going to grab my axe and go follow the smell, which leads into the hole, which leads him down into the subterranean.
Oh, yeah, it's basically a diversion. Okay, yeah, that's fine enough. And you know what? The dual purpose of showing his growing trust with Monarch after we see him distrust them in GxK, yeah, that's a little bit better than I thought of. Yeah.
That's the best sort of stuff this film does in terms of setup and execution and thematics and visual storytelling. This is probably some of its best parts, which is saying something.
Why the fuck are we defending this movie?
Because this guy's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
By the way,
if you want me to attack it, they could have done it simply by having him being chased by the hyenas far, far away for a little bit. And honestly, it would have been way more interesting. So there you go.
Imagine if the Wart Dogs were part of Scar King's army.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that would have worked.
I really want to do a GxK rewrite now.
That could have been pretty cool.
And that's why they're hunting him. Oh, nice.
Yeah. Oh shit, that'd be cool. By the way, Gojin has a stream going on right now, and I just let him know that we're over 6 hours into my stream right now.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
to
be
the chat
leaving.
Once this is done, go check out Joey's stuff. He's on a writers roundtable with some kaiju writer people. So, yeah.
Just to let you know, we're 39 minutes in.
Oh my god!
How long is this video?
We are
just 1 hour 30.
An hour 30, and we're only 39 minutes in.
This is already the second longest live stream of Sea Monster Live, and we're only 39 minutes.
Let's keep going.
We got to keep going. We have to. We don't have a choice.
Oh, good
This is
God.
going to be a 12-hour live stream. Oh, my God.
I'm going to have to make myself something to eat in a minute. I'm not going to eat until breakfast.
Okay.
It's going to be a 12-hour live stream. Oh, my God.
Yeah, film's dumb. I'm just getting drunk. Fuck this film. So Kong's now in the underground kingdom where he encounters a tiny ape child that bites him because it's a dick. Then he gets into a fight with some bigger ape creatures. he's he's using him as a fucking club.
I'm going to be honest with you. This part we can skip a little bit because he's basically going to have a lot of fun with this for like 5 minutes. They're going to discuss it on a stream, and there's no like huge arguments. Like he's just enjoying the movie at this point.
Yeah.
Which like fair. Like this is like the best part.
Yeah.
God, I still love that scene though. I still
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fun scene. Yeah, it's a fun little scene. Okay.
Club. He tries to rescue one from falling off of a waterfall, thereby proving that he is good people.
A waterfall?
It's a
cliff. Yeah, it's not a waterfall.
That's a fucking cliff, you moron.
There isn't even a drop of water in that area.
But as soon as it's back up, it tries to stab him, thereby proving that it is bad people, so he finishes twatting them, and that's the end of the fight. Ape Child, having survived being used as a club, decides not to be a dick anymore. Fair enough.
It's not self-decision. Kong intimidates him.
Yeah, he tried to hide. Kong grabbed him and then pointed a knife at him.
As you do with children, right?
Yeah, no, I thought he was just showing him the knife, going, "Yo, where the fuck is this? Where did this come from? Show me where you came from."
Domestics.
Yeah, that's how it's in the UK. That's why Platoon thinks it's normal.
Want to fuck with Kong after he'd used me to beat the shit out of my own parents either. So Ape Club, little baby cub, Diddy Kong, that's what we'll go with. Diddy Kong leads him off somewhere. Our heroes, meanwhile, track Kong to the rift using Echo's magical psychic powers. We do some very important character establishment stuff as the Scottish pilot guy. I'm pretty sure this is Fat Bastard Jr. from Andor. How the mighty have fallen.
Okay. He was in
Anyway, he's
Andor.
getting eaten alive by mosquitoes, and what he wants to know is what they eat when they can't get Hobbit. Crikey, however, is quite happy to let mosquitoes...
Godzilla. Why did you use that image of Godzilla?
What the fuck was that of Godzilla? What the
I didn't see what that was. What?
Wait, what?
Character establishment stuff as the Scottish pilot guy. I'm pretty sure this is Fat Bastard Jr. from Andor. How the mighty have fallen. Anyway, he's getting eaten alive by mosquitoes, and what...
Is Godzilla blushing? Oh my! Please don't tell me he's gay.
What is happening? What is
Why are we using why is he just using these images?
Wait, is that like a hentai picture when you don't have like more?
That looks like
his art style makes me think
R34. Considering he pulled it up earlier. Yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of the fair use art pieces are either animations or R34 or behind the scenes stuff.
Hopefully not. Hopefully it's just one of those cringe things where it's like, oh, Godzilla's in love with Mothra. That fucking 2019 started for some fucking reason. Hopefully it's just that.
No, that was no. The Godzilla Mothra ship was well before 2019. 2019 just made it worse.
Yeah, no, 2019. The thing it created like a boom in that. You know, like it got way worse. So I do blame 2019
mostly. Just kind of reignited that flame a little bit further.
A little bit. Thank God it's not as bad as with 2019.
No, it's still bad. There's still people shipping Mothra and Godzilla. There's still people shipping that because of because of GxK.
He wants to know is what they eat when they can't get Hobbit. Crikey, however, is quite happy to let mosquitoes drink his blood. That bastard tells him to kill it, but Crikey says mosquitoes only drink the blood so they can grow their own eggs. This is meant to establish that Fat Bastard is probably evil, while Crikey is very good because he's in touch with nature. But what it probably means is that Crikey has about a month to live before the super mega ultra malaria kills him. Mosquitoes are not good, kids, and nature isn't fun. Nature is cold and heartless, and it's invented quite literally millions of ways to kill you. Mosquitoes are nature's Be like Fat Bastard, kill them all, destroy nature before nature destroys you. They go strolling through a forest, and Crikey becomes some sort of expert
propaganda. Pleakley won't appreciate it.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Thank you for your anti-mosquito propaganda. Pleakley will not appreciate it.
I mean, he's right. Like that was my first thought at the theater when I was watching the movies. Like, dude, this guy is going to like either turn radioactive or grow a third limb or something.
Watch them address that in Supernova. Like, watch them actually
he's
address
the
kaiju.
Oh my god. Trapper's the new kaiju in Supernova. We were all wrong.
No, it's like,
no.
No. The malaria is the reason he creates Jet Jaguar or something.
Dude, I do have to say, the only kaiju I see in this frame is her haircut. It's fucking horrible. Why did they do that to the actress?
Oh my god, she's got the same haircut as Little Platoon.
Yo!
Oh no!
No wonder. I mean, his is not rounded. She's more like a dickhead. You know, she reminds me of this kid from The Shining. If it grew up. Well, it did grow up, actually. Well,
Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
Because his real life training is a vet, and that means that he knows everything about megafauna because that's what the film needs him to be
Oh my god,
now.
how many times did I just show this fucking image?
Every time you mention it, I pause, right?
Yeah.
Please look. All you have to do is accept it and just masturbate. It will be fine. Just do it. Let it go.
I want to address the
meat
criticism of
scale.
Trapper knowing everything about megafauna. The fact that he's canonically a Titan vet, veterinarians need to know everything about a biological animal in order to proceed medical operations on them. So, yeah, no shit.
Oh my god.
And able to commune with nature and read entrails and sense danger and such, while Fat Bastard further endears himself to me by being the only sensible character in the entire movie.
Listen, pal, I'm gonna trust my state-of-the-art thermal over your Ace Ventura hippy-dippy sixth sense all day long. You got me?
There's no need to call people names.
Hey, that's for you, freak show. If you don't shut it, I'm gonna take that
Yeah,
camera,
fine.
I'm gonna shove it right up your ass.
Yeah, just in case they copyrightisms.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't
All right,
know
continue.
Right? That's awesome.
I'm in charge. We move.
But his fatal mistake is that he believes he's in a movie where sense, intellect, and general good taste are rewarded. And he's not. He's in a Monsterverse movie. The rules are reversed here. Being sensible is a surefire way of getting yourself killed because this film reads sensibility as evil, and so yes, he is duly killed. In a scene vaguely reminiscent of Samuel L. Jackson's demise in that shark film Deep Blue Sea.
Deep Blue
Yes.
Sea.
I swear, if he lands on Deep Blue Sea, I'm gonna fucking choke him.
I think it's Deep Blue Sea.
he
You know,
already
the bit where he
bragged on
gives
the
that
second
rousing
round, so.
speech and then gets nommed by a flying CGI shark. Yeah, still
It's not
Much better movie.
flying!
than this one, though. So the only relatable character in this entire enterprise is eaten by, for all intents and purposes, a tree, and the rest of the cast acts like the buffoonish, unfunny circus stars that they are, and they treat it all as one big joke.
What
they
the fuck?
I mean, they don't treat it as a joke. The movie treats it like a joke. The characters themselves don't.
The movie treats the character's distress like a joke.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
They are,
Which is
they're not.
The punchline of the scene is Bernie going, he was eaten by a tree. He was eaten by a tree. I don't want to die like that.
fuck is that?
Bernie!
Punchline.
I don't know. Everybody is acting about as rational as fuck away from there.
Why? It's called shorts.
This is a descent into madness.
Yeah.
All of you
It
already
really is.
joined us in our insanity.
And it's not even a phone.
That's the natural world, man. Red into some cool.
Yeah, humans, we think we took ourselves off the food.
I was just laughing.
Maybe the times are here to remind us. I think that there is something seriously wrong.
Oh my god.
They walk off as though nothing serious has occurred. Hey, Eileen, do you remember when you reminded us those poor research station guys who died earlier probably had, families, so we should be sad that they're dead? You're not sad for this guy? No, I guess not. Up in the surreal scene.
I mean, I'm gonna have to defend GxK again, but she's trying to radio for help. So she's kind of panicking and trying to radio for help, but she can't get a signal. And then her daughter fucks off for some reason, so she has to go find her daughter in case there's another fucking tree.
Yeah. I mean, even earlier in the film, like they kind of show like the electrical interference as they were getting closer and closer was messing with their electronics, and that included their signal. Well, I mean, even that, I think. Oh wait, no, they lost signal with the rest with Director Hampton before they got to Outpost 1.
Yeah, that's actually a problem with the film. They fly towards the base. As they get to the base, they lose signal because the base isn't there to like boost it. Question mark? I don't know.
Right.
Then they get to the base, take the camera, then they just start flying around, and I don't know why they didn't fly back to the base with the information that they had.
Yeah, that's a good question.
They just fly around, apparently away from like home. They just I don't know.
Maybe they were just trying to find where exactly the signal was. Like they gotten that far at this point, so like the point was to try to figure out where the signal was coming from. And so they were just getting closer and closer to it. But I don't know. It's kind of like on the one hand, there's this thing that could justify it, but on the other hand, there's there's some kind of issue. Like I don't know. It seems like I could go either way with that pretty much. It's like stupid or logical. It's like you'd vote on your phones now, folks, on American Idol.
The answer to the question is yes.
Yeah, but his reading of this isn't very good. The film kind of makes a joke. Yeah, the film does make a bit of a joke out of like the way they react, but some of their reactions are like, "Oh my god, he just got eaten." The other guy's trying to cope with it, and she's trying to like sort it out. So in that regard, the reactions are fine. The film isn't.
Yeah, and for example, I do want to say that Gia, for example, not reacting, it's completely normal because she was raised in an island where people were eaten by skull crawlers all the time. So that part is like non-necessary for her
Plus
to
it
be
isn't someone
traumatized.
that she is emotionally attached to. Eileen is registering for help, as C said, and Bernie is trying not to have a panic attack.
Yeah.
Because he just went on the most intense roller coaster of his life.
Yeah, in the span of less than a minute.
Possibly the second, depending on if he remembers the other film.
Well, yeah.
Place that the film considers to be the real world, and irradiated Godzilla goes stomping through another ancient and venerable city, probably giving everyone instant stage 3 cancer as he goes, and then he jumps into the sea, where he is tracked by a conveniently placed submarine.
Oh God.
Like this,
kill him.
This bit is so
Of sorrow, I die.
You see what I mean? You guys see what I mean? like they're like in the Captain America Brave New World video he did, like there was like occasional bits where he like plays clip from South Park.
Oh, this is because he's detected.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
And it has like the same like sort of finesse in terms of how those clips are integrated in as these Diddy clips. Like it's like, okay, I guess we're playing a clip from that media. All right.
All I can imagine is that he's got multiple editors doing this, and then each editor has a section, and then to splice those sections together, they just have random Diddy.
No, actually, what happened is that he has the one editor, but the editor himself doesn't know that within his body there's multiple personalities. So they're all editing a different part of the fucking video.
I thought you were saying, I thought you were about to say like each editor, like each editor was working on a section, and then they suddenly had sex, and then they realized, oh shit, we have to finish this.
What?
Like they had a day left. Never mind.
No. I wasn't saying that.
Hey, let's carry on.
Yes, please.
This is because he's detected that a Rayquaza lives down there. No word of a lie, Rayquaza is in this movie, and he's just been chilling deep beneath the ocean.
That is like the best way to get Minecraft rolled out for your head.
Tiamat.
He double insulted me with that because Rayquaza is one of my favorites.
I don't know what that is. Anyway,
Rayquaza's
from
Pokemon.
Oh.
Yeah.
The dragon Pokemon.
It's time.
He shows it later.
Nobody's bothered him. He's just been sleeping down there or something. But now Godzilla is going to go and kill him because, as the film hastily explains,
He doesn't
Rayquaza
even get
is
the gender right. Oh my god, Tiamat is a fucking female.
Never. Like that's here's the thing. That's the least of the things he fucked up on in this video.
Yeah, it's not important.
I know, but you
biggest
you keep her name out your goddamn mouth.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
That.
Anyway, come on, we've got to focus. We're only 46 minutes in.
Oh my god!
Actually,
oh my god!
I think we've gone past the first half.
Oh hey! We still have the third half to get there.
Let's get going.
Solar radiation on the planet. It feeds on solar winds or something, you see, despite living deep beneath the ocean, which is uniquely inaccessible to that sort of solar radiation, but never mind. So Godzilla goes off to munch on him, so he can be even more supercharged.
You know, close to the surface of the ocean.
She lives in an iceberg on the surface in the Arctic Ocean at the top of the planet where most of the solar radiation goes.
Yeah.
To be fair, I did point this out in my script. I need to actually get my video made. Good God. The fact that it's an iceberg.
Someone's calling me, so I'll go out for a little bit and then I come back, okay?
All right.
Cool. No.
Okie dokie.
I did point this out is like the fact that it's an iceberg filled with plasma. Try and wrap your head around that one.
For the big battle against whoever the fuck later. And no, it's completely pointless asking why Godzilla wouldn't already have taken Rayquaza out since he's been sleeping down there the whole time. And no, I have no idea how the military already knows all about Rayquaza, even though they've never encountered him before, because none of it matters. They probably have a Pokedex. It's a Monsterverse film. We should just thank our fucky stars.
Come on, dude! Monarch working with the military. They would have this information to give to the military.
Monarch has been studying Tiamat for almost a decade up to this point. God damn it!
They declassified their files at the end of Condom.
Back in a second.
Okay, all right. Lau's back.
Minecraft World. I get it. This is as bad as Americans don't understand Godzilla, if not worse.
This is worse. And the thing that's breaking me is that this isn't even the worst one. This isn't even the worst video we've talked about.
What's the worst one, would you say?
Anthony Muller.
Mr. Who's video on Mahler and objectivity.
Dutch.
Yeah.
Dutch,
That
I
was
can't do
like-
this shit no more,
Because at
Dutch.
least- No, because like Platoons was bad on a film spectrum. That was just fucking. That was a fucking hit piece. Oh my god.
Moving
Man.
along.
Yeah.
And
oh.
Oh my god.
Oh, keep losing Lau here. What is happening? Give me a sec.
Oh god, the Tiamat bit is getting. When he gets to the fight, that's gonna give me another aneurysm.
Black Room would be like, actually, he's still correct.
Yeah.
I kind of just, I'm just thinking, like, after all this, after everything that we've just kind of gone through, like, if he were to still hold the perspective that this video is good after, like, listening to this whole thing, if he were to get the chance to, obviously, because, in the time, because, this has been going on for, like, eternity and a half. But,
7 hours.
we're almost at dude. We're about to eclipse the Mahler Romulus stream. Like at this rate,
I genuinely think that we may just. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't want. Here's the thing. I don't want to split this into two. I don't want to split into two parts for this video. Like we have to take something like when Minecraft said, like Lily Orchard doing Gamera, like in his dream scenario.
Yeah,
I'm just like that.
Let's go
that
12
needs
hours.
to be
Let's go
a
12
very
hours, people.
special
12 hours.
Yeah, apparently
Yeah.
Siam is maybe getting some food right now, so he should be back in a bit.
I just
Yeah,
got
no,
some.
Like to be
No, but,
fair, like the biggest
Platoon.
problem so far is. Oh yeah, you go first. It's fine.
Platoon, keep her name out your goddamn mouth. Both of them.
So what I was going to say is that I wouldn't even say that this video is like terrible because he's getting some stuff like wrong. It's like the fact that then he corrects himself, but he still decided to leave his initial mistakes in the video, and also the fact that he's not actually explaining why the movie is actually bad.
Back and
Yeah, it's
makes incorrect statements again in a loop that is so insanity inducing that I'm convinced that God is dead.
God is gay?
It's the same problem.
Isn't that what he said? Did he say God is gay?
I said God is dead.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. No, I know he said. I know that you said God is dead. I just know. I know that you said God is dead. I just think God is gay. It's funnier. I'm getting another beer. I'll be right back.
Alcohol. Let's go. To Chad, I apologize.
But like,
This is the longest video we have ever covered. It's now longer than I think any other video we've talked about.
I think so, even including the Adam trio, the Adam trilogy combined. Like the Adam
Kasaibu just like described it like perfectly. This video is just an Ouroboros.
It's just thing is like it's even worse because Platoon has actually made good dissections. He did fantastically with Thor: Love and Thunder. Apparently, he did great with Dune, and he did amazingly with Jurassic World Dominion. What the fuck were you doing?
Like I would have made it like a game, like tearing this movie apart.
Yeah, and the thing is also like the fact that
this is always what happens. This is always what happens. The second somebody starts talking about the kaiju genre, I don't care what movie it is. I don't care what the topic is. They always find some way to fuck it up.
I'm gonna actually pull a quote on my Twitter that I still have pinned. Now, I could rephrase this a little to make it a little more applicable, but I think it's perfect. Quote, Godzilla as a series is a fucking anomaly. It has an incredible amount of depth and discussion-worthy topics that these movies bring up. However, these self-proclaimed critics that discuss these movies, their brains just go catatonic when talking about it.
What is it about the giant monster that breaks somebody?
It's Void Ghidorah. We know
this.
this.
It's been around for literal millennia.
It's
a
Void
cornerstone
Ghidorah.
of human culture. How is this hard to understand?
It's Void Ghidorah.
And here's what I want to say, because some people might hear what you're saying, and they might say, well, GxK is not that movie. Yeah, but remember that at the beginning of this video, he couldn't even analyze -1 properly.
Yeah,
that's
actually, I was about to
that's
say, he even
he
fucked
up on talking about
-1.
he fucked up on talking about -1. Like, guys, and that's
and
like
probably.
Oh
and
my
probably
God,
I do want
I
to
don't
say
wanna see
that
that video.
he
Oh
will
my
have
God.
gotten 54 wrong as well, because probably he will have assumed the same thing.
No, do you know what we're talking about when we say that Platoon messed up analyzing -1?
Oh my God, what did he
in
do?
the first 5 minutes of the
Yeah, so in
video.
the first 5 minutes of this video, he said that Godzilla in -1 represents America.
Well, I mean, let me put
He's
it clear.
a fucking moron! What the?
Yeah, let me put it clear. First 5 minutes of his video, but like the first 2 hours of the stream.
Oh my God.
Oh my God! It's like, why? What is it? What the hell is it about the giant monster that breaks people's brains like this? It is not hard.
I don't know.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure this out, and I think it's just this culture in like these and what I call like scholars and aristocrats, where they want to be above the quote unquote giant monster genre because it's just seen as like, because it's commonly associated with silly
How the fuck did
movies from the 50s.
How the fuck did I in high school write 2 different research papers on the genre? It's not hard.
That's kind of funny. I also
the
did that.
most exasperated I've ever heard you.
I've done that.
No,
I've done that too.
This is breaking me more than what EFAP did with Condom. It's like, you fucking.
I knew this was gonna be
You're
bad.
supposed to be better than this. I've heard you were better than this. I've seen.
He's not even drunk. He's not even drunk, by the way.
I'm on my second beer right now, just so you know, folks.
Oh, wait. Platoon hurts more than EFAP because I am aware of his content and I'm aware of just how good he can be.
Yeah.
Is the Animus back yet?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've been back a while. I've just been listening to you lot losing your minds.
You have anything to say, Animus?
Let's carry on.
Let's just go.
That they remembered that the monsters are supposed to be the stars, albeit for just a couple of minutes, rather than the human clown people we spend most of our time with. Godzilla versus Rayquaza, here we fucking go! Oh, okay, maybe not yet. Just give it a few minutes, because, we have some more human shit to deal with first. We're back with the human clown people who've stumbled across some ruins that suggest that an ancient human civilization used to live down here in Hollow Earth, and just fine. Oh, fucking whatever. If we end up saying that these were the ancestors of Echo's Indian tribe, yeah, I don't think I'll even laugh, because it's just how Hollywood treats vaguely Indian people these
Oh,
Wait a minute. Did he seriously just call the fucking Iwi Indians?
We've been over this.
You are aware of this.
We've already been over this, just so you know, folks.
I was put it because he called them Indian again.
Oh my God!
I was not prepared for the.
They legit say in the fucking movie that they are fucking Iwis. Did the guy even watch
The Iwi are Polynesian.
And you know what? You know something that makes it worse? Remember when I told you that he was going to criticize Hollywood? Well, he's doing that. Yeah? Did you say something? Okay, I was going to say that he's doing that while calling a clearly Asian person from not India.
Hey, Pot, the kettle called. He says you're black.
Yeah.
It's I don't understand how he's saying those two things back to back. He's calling people he's clearly completely misunderstood their racial background. He's just calling them their racial background.
His brain is just like took a vacation this week.
Yeah, well, the week he wrote this.
He's already established. No, he's already established that he doesn't give a shit at all. So like, again,
and he's
why?
he keeps calling them Indian, and then he says, "Oh, this is what Hollywood does to Indians." You're like, what?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Keep it going.
I know, right?
So dumb.
Let's keep going before we have another aneurysm.
The human clown people who stumbled across some ruins that suggest that an ancient human civilization used to live down here in Hollow Earth, and just fine, fucking whatever. If we end up saying that these were the ancestors of Echo's Indian tribe, yeah, I don't think I'll even laugh, because it's just how Hollywood treats vaguely Indian people these days. They're vaguely mystical. We can just wreck on their backstories to suit whatever cultural abortion Hollywood wants to put on screen at any given moment.
Hold on for a sec. Gia is an Iwi girl. That like those are her ancestors. That like she's literally an Iwi girl from Skull Island. These are just the Iwi from the Hollow Earth. Like
all form of her culture.
They're still like you say this like as if like those people being like her ancestors, or at least her ancestral, whatever you want to call it, like as if like that's unbelievable. It's like not really. No, like she's an Iwi. They're Iwi. If you want to ask the question of like how could there be Iwi in the Hollow Earth and on Skull Island, it's like in the logistics behind how that's possible. Go for it, man. That makes sense for you to go talk about that. But why are you treating like Gia being established as an Iwi girl from Skull Island and having some sort of connection with the culture of the Iwi in the Hollow Earth? Like that's the That's the thing you want to point out. That's the thing you want to critique. Like.
Didn't Skull Island say that the Iwi came from the Hollow Earth? I know they did. Like, oh my god.
I don't
I don't think they
Skull
mentioned
Island implied anything.
No, I don't think. No, they didn't.
No,
The novelizations
all Skull
did,
Island
but
really
I don't remember if
establishes
it's
that
from the
Hollow
movie.
Earth exists, and then Cottam, like Hollow Earth. All Skull Island really establishes is Hollow Earth exists, and then Cottam kind of builds on that.
God.
Let's just continue, please.
Yeah.
How is it this hard?
This is already the longest.
You might
stream
think you're
I've
one
done.
of the Choctaw tribe and that you know your backstory, but Disney hasn't gotten around to it yet. They've got plans for your people.
No, he's actually just calling them Indians.
He seriously just bought it. He seriously just bought Disney. That motherfucker.
Do you know?
Do
you know earlier when
me?
Blackaroonie was
fucking kidding
getting all uppity about me saying, look, he's just comparing two completely different people, and he was, oh, that's just a joke. Echo in the Echo show is a Native American, or has Native American heritage. It's not really obvious in her actual character in the previous existence. And it only comes up in the second series when they made a whole series of it. Anyway, Echo is a Native American heritage, and he's compared Jaya to Echo, and is now just calling Jaya and the Iwi Native Americans, or more specifically Indians. He's just conflating the whole thing.
Rooney,
I feel insulted by that because part of my family is Native American, but
he's doing. Do you know when I keep on saying, like I said in my original video, he's a little bit like casual racist type thing. That's exactly what this is. He's looked at her, he's assumed her race, and he's now just referring to her by this assumed race. He's just
even if this is played off as a joke, the fact that it doesn't already, like, not everyone's gonna have the same sense of humor.
I would say that this is what I said when Black was here before. Like, I understand that he doesn't want to fixate on it, but as I said, at one point, you have enough points on the graph to make a line, and there's a pattern that you can recognize, and I think that this is very racist.
Imagine if he incorrectly assumed that Sarazawa was Chinese, and then throughout his review of King of the Monsters, he just kept referring to him as a Chinese guy. I'm pretty sure people would be quite angry about that.
Actually, that's literally the example I made when Black was here. if you see an Asian person and you go chin chun chun, like not only that's already racist, but you're assuming that they're Chinese. Like that's literally what I said when he was here.
That's like actual just racism. Let's keep it
And
going on because
it's founded by like.
By the way,
Tally is
folks.
found by the fact that he doesn't give a shit.
We reached
Yeah.
7 hours, people. We reached
Oh.
7 hours.
Well, here's the thing I was about to say. Like, this is now the #1 longest Sea Monster live stream to date.
Yay!
We did it.
Wait,
Let's hope we never do it again.
How far are we?
this is going to be the longest stream we ever do for probably a long time.
Oh my God.
For reference, Animus, how far are we?
47 minutes.
I'm ready to go until 3 a.m. I don't give a flying fuck. Also, I realize I have more alcohol.
Let's finish this shit.
I'm going to have to leave probably in the next, 40 minutes or so, but I'm going to stay around as long as I can.
All righty, man. Let's power through it.
All right, let's see how far we can get.
No, this isn't cultural appropriation, this is just modern media. The ruins show an engraving of Mothra, and since we've just been reminded of Mothra, we can be reasonably sure Mothra will be in the movie later. Mothra did die in one of the previous films.
I activate Deus Ex Machina.
Hey, no fair. You can't use spell cards during my turn.
Tell it to the writing staff. Summon Skull. Destroy his cheap Mothra imitation.
Yay! We were totally ineffectual.
Meaning that someone or something will have to revive it here. Then, a little glowing firefly thing pops out and lands on a rock. Echo goes to touch the little glowing firefly thing. That's a bit of a...
Minecraft. There you go.
tongue twister to say when you're slightly drunk, but apparently has terrible depth perception and coordination because she completely misses the little glowing firefly thing and she ends up pressing the brick it was standing on, which turns out to be an ancient Indian button, which
I just realised the hole and the button make the 3 triangles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't notice that before.
Yeah, interesting.
Huh.
pours water down little canals in the
By the way, I don't want to say that.
Whatever.
What? What did you say?
I said Gia wasn't reaching to touch the firefly, but whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what was she trying to do, according to this guy? Like crush it with her hand? No, she probably noticed the button because of it, and then she pressed it. Again, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Moving along.
I'm not sure that works in the film, but that's a criticism of the film, not Little Platoon. So yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Or, which they follow, why not? And that leads them to a kind of glowing membrane interdimensional hymen thing, which naturalist clown person decides to prod. Then Echo decides she can just rip it open because, it's not like we've just seen a man getting eaten by nature, so none of these people know to be wary of what they find down here. No, it looks strange, it's glowing, it looks like a hymen, just stick something in it. That's what you do with hymens. And it turns out to be a dimensional wall that lets them through into
Why dimensional? He's just assuming at this point. He's clearly doesn't care. Why am I even bothering? Why am I bothering?
I've been asking myself that question for the last 7 hours.
Vey.
49 minutes.
I really wish I could
don't even know where. The Underground Kingdom, I guess? So now they're there with Kong. That's my assumption that's being made here. It's really pointless trying to critique nonsense like this, because the people making it aren't sentient, and it's not meant for anyone with even a quarter of a brain. It's...
I don't think he has.
I really hate statements like that.
I don't think he has a quarter of a
No,
brain.
yeah.
Response.
Just dude, stop. Don't rag on the fans. Talk about the fucking movie.
Exactly.
And also, don't insult the people that made this. It's why I really hate, the mentality of calling things slop in today's day and age, because I'm respectfully, more effort went into the creation of more people and effort probably went into creating certain movies than 6 to 7 guys yelling into their microphones for 7 hours.
More people worked on the Minecraft movie than EFAP.
Chicken Jackie.
Chicken Jackie.
That movie's shit. but I kind of love that meme.
I still haven't seen it, but I kind of just want to wait to watch it while I get drunk as shit.
I've seen it. I
saw it twice theatrically sober.
I actually like the Minecraft movie. I'm sorry, I like it.
No, you can like it. It's just not a good movie.
You can like it. It's just like it's not good. I loved the crap out of the film, but like, yeah, no, this film is a mess and a half.
No, I mean,
yeah, like, to be fair, like I don't. It's fine, dude. Like again, like GxK, like I like it, but I also like know that it's bad. Like I don't feel any shame. You shouldn't either.
Yeah.
With Minecraft, I look. I don't do drugs, but I do want to be high as fuck when I watch it. Drunk is not enough. I want to do everything.
Here's the thing. Like I don't hate the Minecraft movie, but I mean, like but I did kind of hate the fact that like sort of like the mentality behind like. You like just essentially just saying, hey, we don't even need to. Let's just kind of like rely on the iconography of the Minecraft games just to like ride us through with like pretty much the most lackluster,
it's the thing,
like low effort, bare minimum of effort script. Like
it's a walking shit post, which I both respect and kind of despise. But
yeah, going back to what I was saying is that I really hate the idea of calling things like that slop, because is it true that it's bad? Yes, but to denigrate it so far as to call it that when more people put their life and work and time into this than like we have in tearing it apart. And I feel like that's something most people need to respect and acknowledge when being a critic, and to stop calling things slop, because to me, calling things slop is, in a word, just straight anti-art.
Mm-hmm. I don't agree fully. I think the term slop can and does have its place, but saying it's anti-art is a bit much, but I do agree that the term has been thrown around too much.
Yeah.
Continue the video so we can end our suffering. Oh my god.
Just an endless succession of nonsensical and then moments pulling people who really aren't even characters from point A to point B to point C, from CGI set piece to CGI set piece, a reluctant acceptance of the fact that a movie is supposed to have something resembling a plot, and it can't just action figures smashing into each other, even though the fans of this sort of thing insist that that's the only bit they're really there for. The audience, that is you, darling, really should be insulted by this kind of thing, because the studio's assumption isn't just that it can get away with appealing to the lowest common denominator, but rather that the lowest common denominator, again, that's you, darling, are
Again, he's assuming that people who like this film are still watching.
Okay, we get it. You dislike the people who watched this movie. Now talk about the fucking movie.
Yeah,
he is sucking his own dick so hard right now.
He asked me to rip out a few of his ribs for him. The screams were like music to my ears.
Wow.
It's like he was saying earlier, it's like all those people I had to convince that Jurassic World Dominion was worse than Jurassic Park. Do you really think anybody who liked those films watched your video and changed their minds? I very much doubt that. If this video is anything to go by, I very much doubt it.
And do you really think it was that hard to kind of like get people to say, okay, yeah, Jurassic Park is better than Dominion?
Yeah, you're right.
Like not Rudy, Platoon. You're supposed to be so much better than this. I get it. You're edgy. You're self-aggrandizing. I get it. But like, dude, stop it. For the love of God, stop meat-writing yourself. Stop trying to put down people who love.
Stop putting down the people who genuinely got enjoyment out of the film and wanted to watch this movie for their enjoyment, and just talk about the goddamn movie. It's not hard. Oh wait, you didn't even give a crap in the first place. So then move on, go to the Dune video, and just leave it at that.
And he didn't even get to starting yet.
Oh God!
We're not even at the halfway. We're not even at the Tiamat fight yet. Holy crap!
You know,
yes,
with
yes, this is the let people enjoy things mentality. I'm an advocate for that because I genuinely think people enjoying something is something that should not be taken away. If a child is inspired by this movie or the Minecraft movie, then that isn't something to be put down.
You know, when we were watching Mauler's Alien Romulus video, and the majority of his criticisms were at the beginning, and then they just slowly wore off towards the end. And I assumed, oh, he's put so little effort into it. He started reviewing it, couldn't be bothered finishing it properly, just threw some stuff in at the end, and that's kind of what his review was. I'm assuming that's what's going to happen here. We're more than halfway into his video now. We're 50 minutes in. We've got.
I mean, as somebody who has watched this whole video through for preparation of the stream, you may be surprised.
How I survived this thing twice, I have no idea.
Like, to be fair, so far his criticisms have been very mediocre and not even that detailed.
Like, I can't.
So I think it might be the opposite.
I'm gonna say is like the way like Rooney continually tries to defend this video is baffling to me, because it's like the only criticisms he's getting are this isn't a hard film to criticize. The problem with it is there's no reason for Platoon to be a fucking cunt.
It's like, I mean, you don't need to start bad-mouthing people.
Okay. Let's continue. Let's continue.
Yeah, I can't understand that mentality. It's
Grateful for what they give you that you can't see, and so don't need any way to combine the bits of these movies you like, the big battle in kaiju stuff, with even a semi-competent story, which should be absolute horseshit, because there's plenty of media out there with fighting monsters and dinosaurs and massive robots and also semi-competent stories. I mean, hey, I've mentioned it already, Pacific Rim isn't great, but it is so much better than this film. This is a world where Neon Genesis Evangelion...
Pacific Rim is a fucking masterpiece.
Don't you fucking dare talk trash about Pacific Rim, you piece of shit.
Well, hold on. He said that it's better than GxK, so...
Yeah, true, but it's implied that he's implying that the film is shit. Pacific Rim is a goddamn masterpiece.
He's implying the
I'm not even sure he's even here's the thing, I'm not even sure he's even applying that shit. I'm not even sure he's implying anything, really.
Okay, maybe that's me overreacting, but like his attitude up to this point has already gotten me to that level.
No, I mean I get you. Let's just
let's keep going.
Let's not jump to.
Pacific Rim isn't great, but it is so much better than this film. This is a world where Neon Genesis Evangelion exists, for fuck's sake, and yet you still find a fairly sizable contingent of people who defend the Monsterverse because essentially it's not even supposed to be.
Based on his own logic, saying that -1 isn't really that accessible, he shouldn't be recommending Evangelion, which again has 14-year-old girls having absurd skirts.
Evangelion is a massive step up from a massive step away from -1. It's good.
Super inaccessible. It's good, but it's very niche.
Way more inaccessible. It's like
and it's not only complex. It's like super depressing, and there's different timelines depending on what you're watching. If you watch the entire show, and then you have to watch the movie, but the movie is not after the show. It actually replaces the last 2 episodes or some shit like that. So it is more inaccessible.
Yeah, and a better option would have been Gurren Lagann, which is 1, more recent, 2, just as accessible as Evangelion, both are on Netflix, and 3, actually not as complicated.
you're gonna hate me, but I don't like either Evangelion or Gurren Lagann, so I'm just.
That's fine.
You uncultured swine.
I'm like, yeah, no, that's fine. You fuck you.
Well, I'm sorry, Acno, but there's gonna be a very unpleasant package at your door in the next few days.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
And I'd just like to point, and just to derail the Evangelion conversation, I'd just like to point out he went from almost entirely the fandom likes this film to a sizable, what was it? A sizable group? What the hell did he just say?
Before he said almost exclusively,
Which
and
should
now
be absolute horseshit, because there's plenty of media out there with fighting monsters and dinosaurs and massive robots and also semi-competent stories. I mean, hey, I've mentioned it already, Pacific Rim isn't great, but it is so much better than this film. This is a world where Neon Genesis Evangelion exists, for fuck's sake, and yet you still find a fairly sizable contingent of people who defend the Monsterverse because, essentially, it's not even supposed to be as good as Pacific Rim was.
Wait.
A fairly sizable contingent. Wow.
Wait, did I hear that right?
That's a
Did
really
he
word.
just say?
Okay.
Did he just say
who
Neon
is making
Genesis
that argument?
Evangelion exists in Pacific Rim? Did I hear that right?
Who the hell is making that argument?
He's doing the thing all GxK critics do, which is just talk about people who like this movie in broad ass strokes.
And it's
Like
like it's
sibling-
really simple. Like, dude, if you like monster
sibling in
fights,
Christ,
yeah,
you were given a minigun. The barrel is transparent. Shoot it.
the thing is, you don't even need a reason, like an excuse to like this movie. You can just fucking like it. Why? Because it has fights, and maybe you already watched Pacific Rim 200 times and you got bored, so you want something new. That's it. That's it. What's so fucking wrong with that? It's normal.
That's probably people actively getting some level of enjoyment out of this, especially considering several months after this video release, this was 2 weeks into the film cycle. If the film, I guarantee, if this video came out like 2 or 3 months after the movie's release, attitudes would have been very different. He would have talked about the movie significantly more. God.
Anyway. Honestly, it's like asking the studios to water down the slop they give you, the thin gruel they spoon into your bowl. You are Oliver fucking Twist in this scenario. It's pathetic and it's depressing, which is precisely why I'm trying to make it funny in this video. Because at least if we mock it, it can tell us that we have certain
Funny, yeah, it's funny, alright. Sure, funny.
Sure, like, there are like 2 funny moments in this whole video. Actually, you know what? I think that Nostalgia Critic, if he made a video on this, he will have more funny moments than this. So, like, I don't feel like he's trying to make it funny at all. He's just saying.
Yeah.
His idea of funny is humor that's borderline racism and cropped porn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like for example, the Dancing Kong. I fucking love that.
Like that, but no.
Not everyone's going to jive with that. It's not, hell, it's debatably not even appropriate for YouTube's algorithm, and it's against the topic. You're supposed to be breaking down the movie, not ranting about the fan base. The fan base has nothing to do with the movie's quality.
And again, it's just him thinking that the people are still watching and start, oh yes, what he's saying is absolutely like mind blowing. I couldn't think of this before, and not like they've left 5 minutes in.
Platoon, you're so smart. You just know
G5.
On that.
G5 in the chat. Saying gay people toss around salad.
Platoon tosses random words like a gay person tosses around sap. Okay, all right.
I don't know about you guys, but tossing the salad is a euphemism for
we don't need to go into that. Actually, no, let's not get into that right now.
Move on from that topic of conversation.
Hey, look,
let's
literally anything else. Let's pay attention to that.
I mean, does it relate to how Megalon is an analogy for anal
Like-
prolapsing.
True. True.
Normally, I don't drink this much.
God.
That the film
on my
does not
second-
really
I'm almost done with my
you
second
guys,
beer right
you want
now.
something better. But oh well, enough with the maudlin crap. Back to pure unadulterated crap. Kong and Diddy Kong are wandering off somewhere for some reason. Some bird things are eating some worm things, and Diddy Kong leads them to a lovely lake, which is almost certainly a trap. Oh look, it's a trap, hooray, yeah, god, oh, so surprising. It's another Rayquaza, Kong versus Rayquaza. Club runs away, but hey, we get Kong versus Rayquaza, right? Everyone
God.
only
Yeah,
comes to
Gyarados
see
is
these films for the
Kong.
monster
That thing
fights.
is not even the same. Oh my god.
If anything,
He can't,
no, like
he can't
when
even use
Gyarados,
Gyarados. He
a better
can't even say,
comparison.
hold on, wait, hold on. He can't even, you can't even say Gyarados, Platoon, you cuck. Because at least Gyarados is a water dragon.
If you're gonna stick with the Pokemon bit, Gyarados was right there.
You can't even do. We're doing your
Just
own.
That's
thing.
what I've been told repeatedly. He kills it off screen. Off screen. He kills it off screen, film. You did your monster battle off screen. What's even the fucking point? But no, it's great, you see. I know the human stuff is crap, but that's what makes it good. And, you know, anyway, I only really watch these films for the monster battles that happen off screen now. That's how we're defending it, isn't it?
Maybe
And so
maybe that's because the people who watch this movie and like it don't just like it because they're like 5-year-olds, and maybe you assuming that they only like it because of the monster fights is wrong. Have you thought of that, Platoon? Have you thought that maybe they actually like the human plot, even if it's bad, which I agree is bad? But
Yeah,
that
here's the
doesn't
thing.
mean
Like,
that people
there's
cannot
like
like it.
Yeah, I mean, there's still some level of validity to him, like saying, like, oh, why would they cut away from the monster action if they know that people come in for the monster action? Yeah, like the way
That
they
is
cut
true.
away from the
That is-
ground viper
that is a
fight.
valid
It's
criticism.
really bizarre.
Like, that is a valid criticism, but like, it's already coming from a bad faith and generally painful, I guess, perspective.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
he's on the right track, but he's using it to justify how the movie's bad because everyone that likes it is still stupid, according to him. So if you're dumb, you should want the movie to have this. But it's like, well, maybe then there's a proof that they're not so stupid as you think they are.
God, I'm gonna lose my voice by the time. God, I'm gonna lose my voice by the time we get to Tiamat.
Oh boy. Well, we're almost
Kong
there.
catches
I
up
mean,
with Diddy Kong and tells him to lead the way again. This is dumb, but that's the arc, isn't it? That's what we're doing. It's time for arcs again. This is Kong getting that family he wanted.
Wait,
He's
he's
showing
complaining about fucking arcs? He's
like that's part of the arc. That's part of it
part of
because
the
Zuko
goddamn
tried to
arc.
kill him. Zuko didn't
Also,
just
bit
like
more
decide.
reinforcement
Did he
for-
not watch anything ever? There's arcs in everything. What the fuck is he talking about?
Plus, it's also reinforcement for someone like. Plus, it's also reinforcement for someone like Zuko to actually stay by Kong's side because Kong got out of his trap.
Yeah, and still decided not to do anything bad to him. So like, yeah, like when
Exactly.
he was on a deadly situation where he was like getting attacked by monkeys, and Zuko also was attacking him. Yeah, he used him as a fucking bad. Like, yeah, he did, but like here, he could have like any other monkey would have killed him, and Kong didn't. Like that should be like more than enough for
At very least just
Zuko.
like gone and hit him, which you can tell
Exactly.
what happen when Zuko actively hides like his face and stuff from Kong when like the camera shows Kong reaching down, but it's not to hit Zuko, it's to grab his axe.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. You guys keep going.
You guys rewrite arcs
Okay.
of what makes stories good, right? Right?
Yeah,
It's like
yeah, and like
GxK's
to
arc
be
is
fair,
barely. Thing is, like GxK's arc is not really all that great when you actually break it down, but it's like
yeah,
it's
exactly.
still there.
Yeah, like most characters in this movie don't have an arc, because I will say that for an arc you need to have beginning, middle point, and end. And a lot of characters here either don't have anything, and that's fine. Like not all characters should have an arc, and the ones that do have an arc go straight from A to B, nothing in between, like Bernie, for example. And yeah,
God. Platoon.
And the one that's actually developed, he misses on completely. Like how?
This is the most developed arc in the film. How are you fucking this up?
And to be fair, because I do want to be like objective. Again, we understand that that's not like a high bar, but still, like this art is competent. Like it's fine. Actually, I would say that it's good. So I think Black says that he doesn't believe that Zuko should trust Kong in the next scene. That's the one where their trust is cemented. But I think that it starts here and then it develops into that one, and then when Kong defends him from Scar King later, it's like in these three scenes that they develop like trust.
Excuse me.
I can say that there probably could have been I can say there probably could have been just a little more, maybe, but not. But I don't think it would take a whole lot more, really.
No, a little bit more, but it's at least somewhat developed. It's at least somewhat established.
So,
I wouldn't even say that it's developed.
So, unfortunately, looks like my time on this stream has reached its end.
Oh god, damn it! Right before we get to Tiamat.
Yeah, I'll tune in for I'll be listening in whenever I can, but I gotta get to work. I really gotta get some shifts under my belt because I just got home from St. Louis like a few days ago, and I'll be leaving to go to Florida in a bit, so I gotta get some money in the meantime. And but I guess I will go ahead and close off my time here with my closing statement on this so far, and it's proving me correct. This video and videos like it are the reasons why, at least in my opinion, being a critic on YouTube these days kind of sucks. Because you just get people like this who are just so fucking shit at their jobs on a whim. And you make your videos so overly bloated. Half of what I have seen has just been him insulting the people who made this movie and those who like it, which are like the two cardinal sins you do not commit. And yet he's just so brazenly done it, made humor that is just borderline offensive, and there's also just cropped porn. And look, I don't care if that's your like sense of humor with your homies. I get that. But have some tact when you're putting a video like this out for anyone to see on the internet, because now it is plastered on the internet for all of eternity and it will haunt you. And but I don't get this mentality, and Rooney was kind of showing this to me. I don't get this mentality of just going along with and standing alongside these assholes just because they happen to share the dislike that you have of a piece of media. If anything, I love GxK, but if I was having a discussion alongside Platoon about this and he decided to tag in with a point with me, I'd just scream at him, "You are not affiliated with me." But like, maybe that's just me, but I really hate that that's just like a thing people do now, is just go along with whoever, even if they're just showcasing themselves to just be assholes just because they happen to share the dislike of a piece of media.
Yeah, like to be fair, on my side, I wouldn't do that, because I think that if you talk to people, they normally show how normal they actually are. But yeah, like I wouldn't be motivated to talk to him that much either. Like I will really need to be in a good mood, because he's just unlikable. So why would you want to talk to someone like that too? Like I'm just human, like I'm not fucking made of iron. I also feel like, this dude.
You know, so like
I think it's maybe just this particular. I'm sorry for interrupting. I think it's just this particular persona they.
The last things I'm gonna say are this video is bad, and I knew it was gonna be bad, but I was not ready for it to be this bad. But
yeah,
Probably gonna get worse once you leave it.
Go watch
Yeah.
Superman 2025. Sea Monster of the Weekend. Suck my dick.
Oh, we're gonna be like that. Oh, okay.
Oh, by the way, G5 is saying, so basically what Blackaroni was doing, insulting the creators and fans of the movie. I think that Blackaroni was trying to justify it. I won't deny that. But for example, I think we all have said, like, for example, I have said, like, I don't think that other people have said it. Many times I said that the people writing these movies are brain dead, and that if you go into the writer's room when they're making these movies, the first thing you'll see is someone with a crayon up their nose, taking it off, offering it to you, and saying, I saved you the red one. I said that many, many times, and I will always say that because these movies are written in crayon. So I think that it's fair to say, like, dude, like, what the hell are you doing writing this? You know, like, it really does look like it's written by a 5-year-old.
Acknowledge that someone, but like, you gotta acknowledge that someone at least tried, and there's a difference between like a slight jab and being this over the top.
Yeah, exactly. Like what we have done has never gone this far. And Blackaroni also, I don't think he has ever gone this far. Like, he tries to justify it, but he has never done it himself. Which, like, that's complicated, right? Because it's like, okay, if you're justifying it, then isn't it the same as doing it yourself? I will say no. But also, I don't really know why he's defending it so much.
This is just...
Yeah, like... This when he asked Cianimus, is this the hill you want to die on? I will ask the same question about defending this, because it's like, yeah, this video is not terrible, horrible, but it's still bad. I wouldn't say it's good.
It's nowhere near the worst thing we've talked about, but holy shit, it's not great.
Yeah. This guy's clearly missing so much of the movie at so many points, and we are barely halfway through. I don't see how this can have a comeback.
We're over halfway. We're pretty much maybe I don't know how far we actually are, but I imagine we're like maybe 2/3 of the way through. Like, we're approaching the last third. 52 minutes? Okay, that's...
I don't mean the video, I meant like the movie itself. Like, we haven't even gotten to Skarking yet. And he has already made this many mistakes. Like, that's what I meant.
I get you.
What he's going to do with Shino and Skull King. I'm just worried.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I'm not prepared
the
for
thing
that.
about...
I'm not prepared.
The thing about this is, like, I think that this is just... that's fair. I think the thing about, like, how Platoon, like, presents itself in this is, like, it seems like when you kind of, like, this seems like a bit more, like he's trying to play, like, a character in this. Like, he's trying way to, like, and, you know, there's, like, maybe some truth to what he's saying, but he's, like, trying to, like, exaggerate for entertainment value. But when you, like, the thing is, like, when I listen to him on EFAP streams, you know, like, he's shown up on, considering that he did pretty much had been sort of inaugurated as a co-host of it now since the days of Captain America 4. Like, he does, I mean, like, he's pretty much a more toned down, pretty much.
Yeah, he seems like a completely different person. You're right. Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, like, there's a grain of truth in an exaggeration. Like, that's how I would put it, and that's kind of like how I would sort of describe this, sort of. But yeah,
even then, that kind of stuff is not going to constantly jive with someone. Like, it took me a while. It took me a while to actually get used to someone like Joey's style, because it didn't stick with me at first.
Right. But yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah.
A vicious little bastard club he's already used as a club that kindness and love and loyalty exist in the world, which means Diddy Kong will come on side when we later meet his real family, who turn out to be absolute
Wait.
And Diddy Kong chooses love.
I noticed something. Oh my god, did China put subtitles on Kong?
What?
Did you see that?
Wait, hold on.
Is that what that was?
I got like a couple seconds. Let me see.
It's another Rayquaza. Kong versus Rayquaza. Club runs away, but hey, we get Kong. Fucking point. But no, it's great, you see. I know the human stuff is crap, but that's what makes it good. And, you know, anyway, I only really watch these films for the monster battle. It, isn't it? And so Kong catches up with Diddy Kong and tells him to lead the way again. This is dumb, but that's the arc, isn't it? That's what we're doing. It's time for arcs again. This is Kong getting that family he wanted. He's showing the vicious little bastard club, who he's already used as a club, that kindness and love and loyalty exist in the world, which means Diddy Kong will come on side when we later meet his real family who
China doing their thing. They're stealing our jobs. They're stealing the subtitle man jobs.
All right, let's go. Let's go. I want to stick around for the Tiamat sequence because
absolute. And Diddy Kong chooses love and saves the day. By the way, I'm writing all of this as I watch the film for the first time. So when this is inevitably the payoff later, I don't expect any praise for this.
Wait,
what the fuck is happening?
So it's not even that he watched it in the cinema and is just remembering stuff. He's watching it now.
Or he pirated it.
Or he watched it in the cinema and then pirated it to watch it on stream?
But he has the film. He can double check what the fuck he's talking about.
Okay, I forgot about this part. Like, wait a minute. Hold on a second.
He did openly say he pirated it, and then he made a joke about how he was totally at the cinema, and it just so happened to have Spanish subtitles. So I think that's Chinese subtitles. Yeah, but it also had the Underground Kingdom in Spanish. So that's weird. So maybe I don't know. I don't think we should fixate on this one. There are many Spanish.
No, he's pirated a copy of the Spanish film or the Spanish version of the film. He's just pirated that and he's watching it at home.
Hold on, I gotta get some
editors are putting in random clips from other things. But it's just the fact that he has a copy of the film that he can rewind at his leisure and find out all the details for, and he hasn't. And apparently he's actually live writing the script.
Yeah. Hey, I gotta get some dinner real quick. You guys can keep playing the video while I go get it. So.
Hassan.
Like I got 4 other people here for crying out loud.
Hey, there are some terrorists I can put you in contact with later on if you want to support them somehow.
Oh God, I heard about that. They stopped him at an airport and questioned him.
Good. And you know what? It was 20 minutes, and the little bitch said it was like 4 hours. Fucking moron. Okay, let's get to Tiamat. Okay.
Oh, Java.
Let's get to Tiamat already. Let's get this over with.
I think Javara has only just come back into the stream. I was gone for a few hours. Yeah. Let me just rewind this little bit here.
Okay. Already used as a club that kindness and love and loyalty exist in the world, which means Diddy Kong will come on side when we later meet his real family who turn out to be absolute and Diddy Kong chooses love and saves the day. By the way, I'm writing all of this as I watch the film for the first time. So when this is inevitably the payoff later, I don't expect any praise.
He's watching this video at home on a pirated copy. This is his first time watching it at home, and he can just stop, pause, rewind, double check things, get facts right. But no, fuck it. Why even bother?
He didn't care enough in the first place.
for this foresight because it's so fucking obvious Stevie Wonder could see it coming a mile off. Up in the real world, the submarine loses track of Godzilla,
Here we
but
go.
then they find him again when he shoots Rayquaza with his nuclear beam. Rayquaza glomps Godzilla, but then he does a kind of off-screen nuclear bomb thing. That's the second Rayquaza we've killed basically off-screen, and it explodes. So that wasn't much of a fight, really, was it? Not really sure where all the solar energy is supposed to have gone, because remember, Godzilla's supposed to be absorbing that shit, but never mind. And then Godzilla swims deeper.
I'm going deeper underground.
What was he talking about? The solar radiation?
The
And
solar
she said
radiation is
that
on the surface
why
and
is
it's
he-
stored inside of the iceberg. Tiamat had to use it. There are so many other problems that you can establish with that sequence, but
Yeah, literally. Like, for example, if Tiamat has been here,
Second
shouldn't she be OP
Rayquaza
as
we've
fuck?
killed.
this is the second. Yes,
Basically
this
off
is the
screen,
second
and it
serpent we've killed.
explodes. So that wasn't much of a
focusing
fight,
on that.
really, was it? Not really sure where all the solar energy is supposed to have gone, because remember, Godzilla's supposed to be absorbing that shit, but never mind. And then Godzilla swims deeper. In the quantum realm, Echo uses.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
That's not even supposed to be the big problem. That's not even the big problem with the sequence.
There's like 5 problems with that sequence, and
How
he
he
didn't
kills
mention.
him.
Yeah.
It's how he kills Tiamat. Holy fuck!
And another, and it's not only the fact that it's like off screen; it's that it's so easy, and Tiamat should be OP as fuck if she's taking the
The fight
radiation.
should
from
have
this
been
iceberg.
longer in order to establish Godzilla evolved as a character and as a power-up. Tiamat's existence is not enough for fan service. Again, you said this in the Up from the Depths stream, Lau. How many people are fine with the Final Wars fights being the lengths that they were?
No one. Everyone wants them to be longer. Yeah.
Oh my god. You're not even doing this right. There are obvious criticisms that you could point out for this scene.
Yeah, I just wanted to catch Javara up because I'm not sure if they were here for this bit. But do you know the bit earlier in this stream where me and Blackaroony sort of had a bit of a back and forth about whether Platoon was a little bit sort of racist / ableist for just comparing Jaya to Echo? Yeah, so he just blatantly called the Iwi Native Americans with absolutely no irony whatsoever.
Or Indians from India. Like, still, they both are bad.
He called them Indians, but he was blatantly talking about Native Americans, which again is that's just 2 layers of. Oh, fuck's sake.
The Force to sense some people, and oh, good. It's this fucking Indians. We're doing Indians. I was right.
That is the 3rd Indian counter.
I'm pretty sure we're up to 4 now.
Yeah, 3 or 4, one of those.
He's done it enough.
It's just like
Indian encounters of the
They're
4th
her
kind.
ancestors, aren't they? That's what we're doing. We've got fucking quantum-verse Indians in the film now. How tediously predictable. The quantum Indians take them into quantum Indian Tron worlds. I don't know. Pretty sure at least one of them is Korean, but...
Like, to be fair, this is so stupid that it's basically unpredictable. I could have never predicted that there will be quantum fucking Iwi that are psychics inside the Earth. Like, come on, dude.
It's like, yeah, they pulled this out of its ass. He already did the criticism with that. You're just not making yourself look good.
Yeah.
Shocking.
It's dumb, but predictable is not the word for it at all.
Look, he's saying it's predictable because he I don't know. Fuck it.
Hey, Vic's in the back. C is currently in the bathroom at the moment, so he'll bring you in. He'll bring you in once he's back.
We are Sea Monster's chair right now.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Like every other cultural artifact here is Indian. Fuck it. Quantum Indians. We're sticking with that. Eileen decides that she knows the etiquette of this previously unknown and uncontacted tribe of Quantum Realm Indians and tells the rest of the crew to make eye contact with them because that is considered polite. I don't know how she knows this, but I'm pretty sure it's only there because the right...
Because Gia is an Iwi. Yeah.
Gia's an Iwi. She has easy access to the language. She's been studying them since before Kadam happened.
He says he likes Kong Skull Island. So he should be aware that Iwi were on Kong Skull Island, and that film took place in the 70s.
Oh God, Animus, how far are we?
He doesn't understand.
Animus, how far are we?
53 minutes.
Oh God. Oh God. I am desperately trying to get someone to cover for me so I can survive, so I can just stick around for this entire thing.
Oh Jesus.
Is a trying to do a funny, and the joke overrides the rules. That's how.
Oh look, self-reflection.
Yeah.
How writing works these days.
You should make eye contact with them. It's considered polite.
Yeah, this is not working for me.
Then some sort of gong plays, and quantum Indian goddess woman appears from out of Tron world. They all communicate telepathically, and they take Echo off with them, because yes, as was written in the words of the prophet, the little Platoon, quite some time ago, these are her ancestors. This is the origin of her powers. She touches hands with the...
No, it's not.
Not quite.
The origins of her powers. No. Well, I don't...
What?
I mean, to be fair, like, the movie is so badly written. It's like, yeah, why is she the chosen one? Like, that's stupid. That's fucking retarded.
That's a fair criticism. And it's like, yeah, fine. That is perfectly fine. That is a perfectly fine criticism.
Yeah.
It's the way. He's not criticizing that. He's just saying, oh, look, she is the chosen one. He's just describing what's happening in the film.
Yeah, the way I see it is like he gave up.
I think he's going to get to the chosen one bit, because I recall that.
Oh, let's see. Okay.
Unless I'm thinking of a different video.
It's the little Platoon quite some time ago. These are her ancestors. This is the origin of her powers. She touches hands with the quantum Indian goddess. She sees visions of happy quantum Indians. They all go into Tron world to meet quantum Indian master control, which is the source of the distress signal.
G5, you're asking... wait a minute. G5 is asking, wait, why is he showing Pocahontas? Basically, his point is that Hollywood treats anyone that's like a minority that's slightly brown as you know the trope of the magical Negro. Basically, he's saying that they're doing magical Indians. Now, the irony is that he's saying that while calling them Indians. So you know how Cutie said, you know what, it's wrong to do child sex exploitation while doing sex exploitation for children. He's doing the same thing but with racism. That's what he's doing, basically. So that's why we were complaining about it. And while he's right, honestly, I do think that he's right when he says that Hollywood treats any minority that's like a tribe or something as these magical people connected to nature that never do no wrong. That's true. A lot of Hollywood does that. He's still doing the same thing, basically, by saying that she's Indian.
So why did he say this time?
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm back. What have I missed?
Not much.
Yeah.
Not much. Just the usual.
Not much.
Magical quantum realm Indians. Were you here for that bit?
Oh yeah, Vic's back.
No, like I said, I was having some dinner. So did he go over Tiamat or?
Yeah, really fast.
Yes,
basically
very
not.
quickly.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll probably look over. Okay, Vic. I'm gonna get Vic on here.
The solar energy
I'm
didn't
back
go
for a little bit.
Vic.
I'm surprised y'all are still going.
Yeah, sorry. I had to get some. I had to get some dinner, Vic. So there was a bit of a delay.
No, you're good. You're good.
Dude, Vic,
did you leave me some leftovers at least?
This video is absolutely atrocious. Holy shit.
I bet.
Oh, let's rewind like a couple of seconds, and so you can catch up on
On the
So
racism.
Ethically, and they take Echo off with them because, yes, as was written in the words
Wait a
of the
minute, did she
prophets,
just
the
call-
little Platoon
did
quite
he
some
just
time
call
ago,
Drya
these
Echo?
are her answers.
Yeah, it's been a thing at the start. Been a thing since the start.
Mm-hmm.
Ancestors. This is the origin of her powers. She touches hands with the quantum Indian goddess. She sees visions of happy quantum Indians. They all go into Tron World to meet quantum Indian master control, which is the source of the distress signal they picked up earlier, which we're told was contacting Godzilla for reasons that I'm sure will become clear. Fuck it, I'm just gonna get drunk again. Yep, yeah, fuck this film. God, writing. Just
Fuck this
but
video.
first, we rejoin Kong and Diddy Kong.
Yeah, fuck this video. But yeah, Quantum Realm Indians, he's now calling them.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah. I don't know if you caught what my take on it was, but basically for me, I would call it as he's basically just stereotyping and generalizing not only the character and her traits, but also Kaylee Huddle's like actual real world appearances and disabilities. And
Exactly, and that's the thing. Yeah, this is based on real actors that look like this. That's why it's not the same as calling Saiyans monkeys. That's why it's not the same as calling Navis Smurfs. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up.
As they cross into fucking Mordor. They've gone to Mordor because they're off to meet Diddy Kong's evil gorilla fam, and they're evil, so they have to live in Mordor. That's
You're not gonna
how
talk
nature
about
works.
skeleton?
Nature kind of maps the morality of the people who live there. It involves crossing a rickety bone bridge. And
Oh, there
whatever
it is.
used to own these bones is bigger than Kong, who is the same size as Godzilla, which means it's significantly bigger than Godzilla. Why? Like,
not!
No, but the point still stands. That bridge shouldn't be the way that it is. What the fuck is that Titan?
I've never. Oh God. I'm a little drunk here. Almost dropped my phone. I cannot believe that he keeps. Like, dude, you can tell that Godzilla's bigger than Kong. He's not even close. Kong's not even close to the same size as him. Not in height or length. Like, nada. Godzilla's got a tail.
Oh yeah, you could say that. Although it is true that they did beef up Kong for this movie significantly.
Big, I'm defending this movie for you for a change, okay?
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's just go and talk about the fucking skeleton.
Apparently, Kong's the size of 2014.
he's the width of a rib bone. Like, how big was this thing? Who was this thing? What killed him? I'm pretty sure Godzilla's going to win in this movie like he always does, which makes you wonder just who was able to kill an even bigger monster and how. This thing's the size of a fucking city, but we'll never find out because
it's
it's there to
almost
look cool,
as
not to
if
make
it
sense.
was, like interesting stuff for you to wonder because it's a completely different world. Like that's the point of it. Also,
yeah, I mean the
who knows
biggest
if
thing
he got
about it.
killed.
Yeah, the biggest question that you would have to ask is wow, so really the Titans like Godzilla and Kong, they really do seem kind of small here in comparison to this thing. Which I mean, I get it. That's kind of the whole thing, but it just kind of takes away something a little bit about how special Godzilla and Kong are as far as being larger than life creatures.
Yeah,
It opens a door that didn't really need to be open, and now that it is, it just causes you to question a few things. I would say it's still kind of believable that something that big could live specifically in the Hollow Earth.
Yeah, totally.
I
And
mean,
if it's
deep
like a
sea
sliding
gigantism is a thing.
creature.
So
Yeah, and the thing is, it looks like it slides. It doesn't look like this is something that goes around in two legs. So if it's like a snake or something, that's doing all that.
I think that's what they were trying to go for with this, because
that's
you
kind
can
of
see
what it
like the
was.
skeletal
That's kind of
remains
what it
like
looks
stretching.
like, but also that still doesn't help it, but it does explain it.
Yeah,
I did make a video like a theory crafting the story behind this thing, which I quite like in terms of the idea of it. It's basically Titan gigantism, and it died because it got too big.
Yeah, exactly. Like it doesn't need to die in a fight. It will just die on natural causes, or maybe, yeah, as you said, because it's too fucking big and it couldn't move.
Let's say if you want to watch my video on it, I'll explain it fully. But basically, my idea is that it got so big, it fell into here, broke its back, and then whilst it's lying there helplessly, all the other monsters come along and go, "Hey, look, he can't move. Let's eat him."
Yum 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 yum.
It's like whale fall.
I mean, yeah, for that we will need to see that the back is broken, but like that's not even necessary. Maybe it just got too tired and it didn't have energy to move because it was that big. So yeah, like there could be more ways for that theory to work still.
I guess next, keep going.
Yeah.
As with the quantum Indians, they pour some magic goo into a chalice and it starts glowing, which illuminates the rest of the temple, which is covered in quantum Indian hieroglyphs. And Eileen can just read these now. Oh gee, oh golly, oh gee golly, it's time for exposition. What fun!
yes,
Are
she
you
can.
ready, guys? It's the exposition.
She
Again,
studied
we already
Iwi culture. Like, why would she? Like, how could she? She studied Iwi culture. That was kind of like her
And
thing.
not only that,
He doesn't.
Gia could teach her too.
Know. He's a fucking idiot. He doesn't know.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
Dump. The script says that in the beginning, Hollow Earth lived in.
I'm tired of looking at this crappy movie, so out for shitty clips. Have some more Pokemon Free the movie trailer instead as exposition. It is much better anyways, the editor. Again, why bother making this video?
Pokemon 3 the movie, really? It's completely.
I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe it's not the worst pick to use, but still, like, okay.
You guys know the really aren't really that many good Pokemon movies, right?
Alright, so sorry guys, I gotta go again, but I might be back if you're still going in like less than 10 minutes, so.
Oh, we absolutely will be.
We're sure.
We'll still be here.
Alright, I should be back if there's still room, so peace out for now.
We're probably gonna go for 10 hours, my god.
Okay, guys, we have literally 9 minutes to finish. Hurry up. He needs to come here and we need to be gone. Come on, hurry up.
55 minutes.
In harmony with the surface world, the Titans guarded nature, and the great apes, Kong and his lot, become the protectors of humanity, who I guess are not part of nature in Monsterverse cosmology. Oh, really? So they're protectors of humanity, you say? But yeah, if everything and everyone lived in harmony, what does humanity need protecting from exactly? Well, fuck that, because then the Quantum Indians stole the premise of other ape-related films. And so it's written that a powerful and ruthless ape lord rose up and led his tribe into war with Godzilla because the evil Ape King wanted to take over the surface world. But wait, there's more. Godzilla nearly died in this fight, but he did also win the fight, and he still had enough power to imprison the rebel apes in Mordor. But, crucially, he didn't kill the king. He didn't kill evil King Ape, because if he'd done that, then this film couldn't exist, and that would be very tragic. So he left the evil ape in charge, and the Indians believe he remains obsessed with reaching the surface world.
And
I do have to say, yeah, like if he's criticizing that it's like dumb, yeah, 100%. Like Godzilla just let the fucking red, like it's not like they all look the same. It's like the lanky red one. You could have killed him, and you didn't do it. Like that's stupid. Like that he kills both Mutos. He doesn't kill only one of them, and then the eggs, like he kills both. So why wouldn't he kill Scar King? Like that's valid. That's fine.
He just read all that out, and I don't think I actually heard him like make a proper criticism other than just saying what happened, but sarcastically.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like he has all of it there, and like I just made the argument for him. Like he's not actually criticizing. He's just been giving a synopsis and getting stuff wrong anyway. So yeah.
I want to do an experiment of just making a film review, quote unquote, and all I'm doing is just describing the film in a sarcastic tone.
Yeah, dude, like his Captain America Brave New World video, like he goes into like quite the extensive amount of detail about the things that were wrong with that movie's plot. So it's like, again,
the same.
he's capable of it.
Thor: Love and Thunder. It's like,
yeah,
not hard.
And his Thor: Love and Thunder video is shorter than this video.
Exactly.
So
it was way more concise. This video just feels like an excuse to rag on people who like the film.
It's not even. Here's the thing. It's not even a matter of like how short you can make the video or how concise you can be. It's like as concise as you possibly can be. Like it could still be a long video, but it's still like it could still be a long as hell video. But as long as you have like pack in like as much information as possible that people can pull from, as long as there's enough substance in there to justify the length, then you're pretty much good to go.
EFAP's Lilo and Stitch live stream was 11 hours long and was still really concise.
Yeah.
They were talking about both movies. It was thorough, but it was also to the point.
Yeah.
And they actually gave a crap.
Yeah, there was a passion. Yeah, there was also passion there too, which this video just kind of seemed like it wasn't really made with such. Anyways, you're going to jail, man.
Which, as we've established, he could do already because he's already broken out of this prison and destroyed that research station and left his claw prints on a cliff. And Kong can climb in and out of this place at will, meaning that the evil Ape King could do it as well. Meaning that if the Scar King, his name is Scar King by the way, really wanted to invade the surface world, he could and should have done it already. He just hasn't done it yet because the film wasn't ready for him to do that. And the Quantum Indians call him the Scar King. Presumably because he is a king and he has a scar. Not a ton of ambiguity with that one. This is our cue, of course, to go and meet the Scar King, as Diddy Kong leads Kong into the fires of Mount Doom, where all the evil apes apparently live. They post no guards, so of course they didn't see them coming. Kong sees them, he does a Pikachu face. The apes are all lugging rocks around for no discernible gain. So, and what's her name is just narrating all of this as she looks at some pictures on the wall. Meanwhile, this is all to accompany Kong going into the place with the evil great apes. And it's like, has anyone played the beginning of Dragon's Dogma 2 yet?
No.
No? Oh, well, to establish the basic game, one of the basic gameplay mechanics, that you're in a prison and you have to go and pick up a rock and move the rock to a different place and put it down. For no reason at all, you just move a rock. That's what the apes do. So the apes in Mordor, there's the slave apes, and they just move rocks around. No, they don't do anything with them. They're not building anything. They just move the rocks.
They're just moving them.
And they're the slave apes. And then you have the evil apes led by the Scar King. But nobody tries to stop this strange new ape from walking in with his big axe. One of the big apes drops a boulder and he gets bullied by another ape. But the theme is that Kong is a good and noble ape. So he intervenes to help, which earns him the ire of the dickhead ape, who he then one-shots. Okay, fine. This not being the best way to make friends, lots of the evil apes get angry, but they are stopped before they can do anything serious. The Scar King cometh, and oh dear, what a mightily retarded villain pose that is. The Scar King is incredibly moody because not
he lied again.
Which bit?
Lied again?
I mean, he lied again. Like he says that the evil monkeys are going to he described it as if they were about to all attack Kong until Scar King came in, and it's like no, there was one that was an asshole. Kong one shot him, then the other guys instead of going at Kong, they immediately just go to Scar King, and everyone else is just a victim, which is stupid because as he's saying, and as Black Aruni has said, and as all of us have said, there are enough good quote-unquote apes to actually fight the Scar King. And all you have to do is not help him release Shimo, right? So actually, it's the good apes that hold the power of Shimo, technically, not him. Anyway, so he's misrepresenting the movie right there. Like he's saying that basically all of these apes are evil. Of course, he also used the shot where they're all like, punching the ground because of the Shimo thing to try and make it seem like that was the case as well. So more manipulation.
Yeah.
Only has Godzilla trapped him in Mordor, where we already know he isn't really trapped, but never mind. But being trapped in Mordor, where he isn't actually trapped, means he couldn't audition for Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon Part 2, The Scar Giver. And being trapped down in Mordor, he hasn't seen Rebel Moon Part 1, The Child of Scar, whatever the fuck that was called, so he doesn't know how terrible it was. If only Kong had thought to bring an iPad with him, he could have shown the Scar King that he's better off being trapped in Mordor than getting cast in that film.
He's really not funny. But like,
God, this joke is he's run this joke into the ground. Jesus Christ!
We get it.
Maybe it's a British people thing.
No, this is just him being shit.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Maybe then things would have panned out so differently. The Scar King then walks up to Kong, and Kong just lets him Kong lets him stick his finger in his what? Why is this happening? Do you do this? Anyone watching this video? Is this the kind of thing you do when you bump into strangers? Is the first thing you do is just let them put their finger in your mouth? You kinky
No,
fuckers.
but they are apes. They're apes, like, still, like, come on. I get, like, he's again trying to make a joke, and it's
I mean, he could have just said, "I'll do the fingering," as a quotation. Like, I made that joke during Zim stream on this video, so.
Yeah, and also he could have called him King Kong, maybe. Like, I don't know, like, but yeah, like it's apes. They also throw shit.
It's not even a clever joke. It's like it's a more obvious joke, but at least it would have been funny. Like it was...
And it still doesn't have a punchline either, so it's not even like it's like his humor is very fucking bad.
Yeah,
it's starting to annoy me actually. It's distracting in the worst way.
A little bit, yeah.
Doing the tooth thing, because the Scar King puts his finger in Kong's mouth, which Kong just lets him do, and he reveals the metal tooth. And then he laughs at the metal tooth. So the tooth is still important, kind of, for now. Then he Sparta kicks the poor innocent ape that Kong helped earlier. He just Sparta kicks him into the fires of Mount Doom because he's evil. We need to establish that. And so they have a fight now. Kong has his.
I mean,
really going over the whole setup and
criticism isn't the villain being evil is not a bad thing. The criticism with that scene is that the lava pit shows up out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's other critiques that you could pull in terms of like.
Yeah, but like
to be fair,
there's
lots of lava
that you could really could have been talked about.
Yeah, I mean, mainly just kind of like the wasted potential of like making Scar King be a little more than just like, well, haha, I'm evil.
Yeah,
but
it's just the fact that he's
I'm
goes
just
over
realizing
the
this is the exact same criticism Matt Walsh made against the Robotniks for Sonic 3.
Yeah, your audio just went.
This is the same criticism that Matt Walsh made for Sonic 3 in relation to the Robotniks. Holy fuck.
Man.
This is what happens when you're just writing when you watch the movie once.
Yeah.
Apparently watching the movie once in Spanish while drunk.
Maybe not even paying attention. Or even caring to pay attention.
It might be second screening this.
Yeah.
And he's just hearing the Spanish dub for the monkeys. Mi nombre es Mono.
Or he's reading the Chinese subtitles when Kong and Zuko are talking to each other.
Max and the Scar King, who, as we've just established, is a kinky fucker, has a whip made of bones that has some sort of spiky blue gemstone on the end. The gemstone is bad news for as yet nebulous reasons. You might be thinking it's some special thing that can do unique damage to other titans, like kryptonite for Kong. But that's not quite what it is, as we will find out in a couple of seconds. Being a kinky fucker, he chokes Kong with the whip, which makes Kong mad because nobody chokes Kong without consent, and
Can I just say, we're at the 1 hour mark. We are 2/3 of the way through.
Oh my god.
How has he only... He's up to this point in the film. There's so much that happens after this point that needs talking about. How is he going to fit it all in?
Yeah, it's like, you know, like if he actually did devote.
That's what she said.
Yeah. The other thing is, like, if he actually unironically made this video longer and actually devoted more time to like substantiate his points, we wouldn't even need to host a stream on this. Just realized it.
Wait, what do you mean that if he made it longer, it will be better? I think that if he made it longer, it will be.
No, I mean
worse,
if he made it longer so that he would substantiate his points better, like make better argument, like actually like develop like what is actually wrong with
have to make it longer. All you need to do is allocate the correct time. He allocated at least like 40 minutes of. He allocated a good chunk of this video to shitting on the fan base.
No, I mean, I get you, but that being said, I get you. You cut that out, but even then, we are talking about GxK. There's a lot that could be pulled from in terms of what's wrong with the plot.
GxK has about the same amount of stuff that happens in Thor: Love and Thunder. That video was shorter, and yet it was way more concise, and because he allocated the right stuff to the right places.
Okay, maybe the beer is just talking. I'm talking. We're doing the talking for me right now. So I'm just
maybe put that away for now.
No. I'm not doing anymore. Don't worry.
Okay, good. But like, still, holy shit.
Yeah.
You realize we've just done a day's work.
I know, right?
Oh.
Why'd you do this to me?
Yeah, I don't know.
This gives him a second wind, but then the Scar King commands some apes to push a big boulder into Mount Doom, and this blocks the lava river, which stops the lava waterfall, and this is all done solely for the awesome reveal of a chained up baby Godzilla thing. Is it Godzuki? It's not Godzuki, but I think I'm gonna fucking know. It's Godzuki. What have they done to my...
Shimo.
Yeah, like this joke doesn't work.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
How did he work out this was a baby when it's bigger?
I think he's just trying to be funny because her head is like very round. I think that's the logic. I think maybe, but I don't get it. It's another bad joke.
I think you're putting too much thought into this. I think he doesn't care. Go back to
He just doesn't
just a
care.
joke.
He just disrespected Shimo. That piece of fucking shit, though.
My boy will just drop the fact here that they just pushed a huge boulder off a cliff for no other reason than to try and make the reveal look cool. It turns out that the Scar King controls Godzuki. It's not really Godzuki, it's something called Shimo.
It's not that hard to
Kong
pronounce.
controls
Shimo,
Godzuki
Shimo,
with his
Shimo,
little crystal
Shimo.
thing.
It's not that
The
hard
crystal
to
thing
pronounce.
causes Godzuki massive pain, and only by pain can he be controlled. He's an ancient titan. We'll learn all of this in more exposition later, don't worry. But wait, if that crystal thing is so very important, if it's the one thing you have that enables you to control this giant frigid dinosaur fucker, then why have you stuck it on the end of your primary weapon, Scar King? And that seems like an incredibly bad idea. What if your whip snaps in battle? That's a pun. Do you just lose control of Godzuki at that moment? I'd be keeping it much closer to my person if I was an evil ape king. You know, in the way that Sauron doesn't put the ring on the tip of his mace for a battle, for example. In the way Voldemort doesn't throw his Horcruxes at his enemies. I mean, this is just a basic villain competency test, really. And the Scar King is failing it.
All right, so a couple things. Sauron's ring is specifically designed to pretty much be immune to any sort of damage, save for the fires of Mordor. That's literally why they had to go all the way to Mount Doom to destroy it. And the Horcruxes, Voldemort's Horcruxes, they kind of require like a specific thing to be destroyed, like basilisk venom. So, which the sword that Harry used on the basilisk at the end of the second book / movie was kind of imbued with. So there's specific things that required in order to destroy Sauron's Ring of Power and Voldemort's Horcruxes, respectively.
Yeah. Well, like his criticism
the crystal on Scar King's whip, all it takes is like a blunt hit from Kong's axe.
Basically he's insulting Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings by even comparing it to this fucking stupid ass movie. So yeah, like it's actually way worse than he's letting on.
Yeah,
it's not comparable.
I mean, he knows at the very least about Lord of the Rings. You know, at least like how that works. You know, at least from what I recall, like he probably seems a bit aware of like how Sauron's ring works, how it's supposed to operate, how it can be, what needs to specifically be done to destroy it. So how could this even equate to that? The crystal on Scar King's whip, how could it even be equal to that?
I mean, his point is basically like to be like super blunt and simple. It's stupid, and it is. But then he compares it to like really good movies, somehow making it seem not as stupid as it actually is. So he's actually making the movie look good. Yeah,
and even then, like when you have as far as like the Horcrux thing. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't know. I just made a correction. It's not making it look good. It's just not making it look as bad as it actually is. That I just wanted to make that little correction. That's all.
No, that's fair. But even like, and just one little extra elaboration about Horcruxes. Like, spoiler alert for the last Harry Potter installment. Like, Harry himself is a Horcrux because of like Voldemort trying to kill him and failing, and that's why he has the scar in his head. And so, Voldemort has to be the one to kill him because he accidentally created a Horcrux, made Harry into a Horcrux. And so Voldemort's like, okay, I gotta get rid of this fucker. Well, I mean, there's plenty of other reasons why Voldemort would want to kill Harry, but that's beside the point. Continue.
Anyway.
I mean, you can already see the scene. You, who may not even have seen this movie, I'm sure can already picture the scene. There will be a fight later. The whip's gonna snap in the sense that, it breaks in half, not just the usual snapping of the whip sense. And the crystal will fly off the whip and he loses control. And this poor creature takes vengeance on him. You know this is gonna happen. I knew it was gonna happen way before it got there. Godzuki has ice breath, and this forces Kong to abandon his axe and run away. And tragically, this means we're going to have to go back to Eileen doing more exposition on behalf of the subterranean homesick Indians. The Scar King harnessed a terrible power, she explained.
Homesick Indians?
Yeah, it's just kind of a variation of Quantum Indians and all that and the like, really. That's all it is. Can't even... I got nothing else.
This is their
lame
home.
joke is lame.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Well, yeah, exactly. Like, this is their home. That's where they come from.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Explains an ancient titan called, it's Shimo. That's its name. Fuck it, no, I'm still sticking with Godzuki. That's just funnier. There's probably a meme in it somewhere. Godzuki caused the last ice age. Yeah, see, there is a meme in there somewhere. Eileen explains. And the Indians called Godzilla for help because the humans brought Kong down to Hollow Earth. And the Indians think that Kong has been getting too close to Mordor in his hunt for a family.
He's calling Shimo Godzuki.
Oh, yeah, it's annoying.
I mean, he's already calling Zuko Diddy Kong, but there's at least some level of basis in that, since Zuko himself isn't actually named.
Yeah, but the thing is, since these are not actual real people, I don't really care if he changes names. Even if it's like fucking Epstein monkey, I wouldn't really care because it's not an actual actor that he's like,
where,
so I don't care.
Godzuki and Shimu, where's the resemblance there? Like, where?
I don't care because like I don't think he like I think he just said whatever. Like we shouldn't like fixate on that. To be fair, like it's just dumb. He's just annoying. That's it. That's all.
Yeah.
Just continue.
And this is bad for reasons we don't ever really learn. And him going there would just be terrible. I can't help but note that Kong got here completely by accident because the floor in a canyon collapsed. That wasn't part of anybody's plan. The Scar King has already been implied to have left his prison.
By accident. He chose to get there. You moron.
No. What he's saying is that the hole on the ground did open by accident, and that is true. But it doesn't take away from the fact that the point is that Kong would have eventually found his kind sooner or later, so him being there is kind of a risk. So yeah, like he's half right, half wrong on that one, but it's fine. Like fair enough, I think.
Yeah, and the signal started immediately after the opening was made.
That is true too.
And the EWE are implied to be psychic, so they would have known it would eventually happen.
Yeah, probably Kong got close enough.
You don't understand that Little Platoon thinks the signal was caused by the ground giving way.
Breaking.
He thinks it was an earthquake.
When the signal is what caused the ground.
No, the signal didn't cause the ground to
did he
fall.
ever bring up that the signal was caused by the EWE? Did he ever order?
He did later, but that's actually making it more confusing for us because now we are not sure what the hell he thinks. Because if he knows it's a distress signal, then why did he mention an earthquake before? So now we are all confused. So it's actually it doesn't make any sense. His video has a plot hole the size of a GxK plot hole, basically. Like, what does he know? Oh, he knows. Does he know? Oh, he knows. Does he know? Oh, he knows. Does he know?
His script is all over the fucking map right at this point. Like you just don't even know. Like, what does he know? What does Little Platoon? How much information from this movie has Little Platoon even like sort of retained at this point? Like what? like, and how is he not even connecting the dots that only one of these bits of information is actually true?
I don't think he's scripting. I'm pretty sure he's just live recording his reaction, which would explain a lot.
Yeah, that will make more sense.
And
that's why he never corrects himself. Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing.
It's the laziest piece of shit going.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Here's the thing. Like a live sort of thing where you're just kind of like spewing out whatever thoughts like come to your mind and all that. It's like it's not the best tactic in terms of reviewing a movie, but at least like be honest that that's what you're doing, as opposed to going through the trouble of having an editor and just hash together like something like this.
Yeah, it's like he already admitted he doesn't care. Like if he just said, "Hey, I'm actually just going to comment on the movie as I watch it, and I'm drunk and I'm watching like a fucking Spanish version with Chinese subtitles somehow I managed to do that." Yeah, like that. Fucking say it from the beginning, I guess. Yeah,
exactly. We just put a disclaimer up, just for 5 seconds. That'd be nice.
Yeah, and you know what? If he said that, I actually wouldn't be so annoyed with everything he said because I would at least go in knowing the context.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think if you put a disclaimer up at the start of this video saying, "Please note, I put absolute minimum effort into making this video and don't actually care about what I'm talking about," yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone would stop watching.
Yeah.
Collapsed. That wasn't part of anybody's plan. The Scar King has already been implied to have left his prison, and his motives for doing so have absolutely nothing to do with Kong. And Kong approaching hasn't materially altered the situation in any way. And the humans got here by sheer dumb luck. All they had to do was penetrate the dimensional hymen thing. And so, it's hardly the most secure prison in the world anyway. I also can't help but note that Kong is a great ape, and the great apes are, as we've just been told, supposed to be the guardians of humanity, with the the other titans,
Yeah.
like
Kong's
Godzilla,
not a
being the
great alien.
defenders of.
He's a Kong. He's
Yeah, Kong specifically is not part of that. That was before Kong was born. That's fair enough, I guess. Like everything else he said so far, like was right up until that point. So yeah, he's confused about that side. He only took care of the Iwis in Skull Island. He has no knowledge of this new Iwi tribe or Hollow Earth or anything like that. He literally wasn't. He didn't exist back then. Yeah.
Nature, and yet the Quantum Indians, who are notably human, have decided to summon Godzilla down here rather than trying to communicate with Kong to explain their dilemma, which they could do since they are the origin of Echo's powers. She can communicate with Kong using the same telepathy sign language mix that they use.
No.
So yeah, why do
No, she. Oh my god! Like no, she doesn't. She actually speaks to him through sign language, which Iwis wouldn't know because they don't use sign language. Holy shit, dude! Come on. These movies are so simple, dude. It's not complicated. Like they're really stupid. These movies are really bad. Like this isn't rocket science.
I feel like he only watched this movie once and then decided to watch it again.
Yeah.
Because
that's what I was saying.
Because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
At this point, he's sitting, watching. He's playing a computer game while drinking, second screening this film, and occasionally he looks around to see what the noise was. And
No, I don't think he even watched this.
Oh,
I don't even think he watched this the second time. I
Oh
don't.
Lord.
Did the host just die?
Yeah. I am gonna head to work right now. I have work in about 10 minutes. So you guys take care. I will catch up with the rest of this absolute insanity once I get back. So yeah. See you fellas. Also go check out the meme.
Minecraft, before you leave, I just wanted to ask you, so because I'm on a different time zone, so you work on the night shift?
Yeah. I have
cool.
a movie theater job, so
Dude,
yeah.
that's so fucking. I always wanted to do that until I found out that they kind of make you do everything, including cleaning the bathroom sometimes. Then I didn't know what to do. But like, I love.
I've done similar
I love
things
the night
before,
shift.
so
Yeah, I love night shifts. Yeah.
Night shifts make you do everything. I know because I was.
Yeah, so you guys take care. Go check out the meme that I made on my channel. I'm very happy with it. It took me 3 days to make a 57-second animation. So yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Peace.
and he's gone.
He wants his back.
Hey.
Let's carry on with this shit.
Yeah, back.
Didn't they just try chatting to Kong about it first? This is absolutely a thing they could have done and should have done. Their own lore suggests it's the thing they really must have done. It's part of their origin story after all. But I guess, well, then if they'd done that, then yeah, once again, we'd not have a film, and that would be bad for reasons, honestly, I've not been able to work out, but I'm told it would be bad if we don't have this film. Lots of people seem to enjoy it for some fucking reason. I think we'd all be better off without the film, but you know, what do I know? So Eileen figures that this is why Godzilla is changing. He is gearing up for war, or more specifically, in the words of Crikey, he's gearing up for World War III. Well, now someone more invested in this nonsense than I am can go back and check, but I'm pretty sure our heroes were already in Quantum Narnia by the time Godzilla attacked the nuclear plant. They were definitely down here by the time he went after Rayquaza. So how exactly do they know that Godzilla is changing or charging? Did they read it in the script?
They're getting information from the surface world, you dumb fuck.
But like, wait, they got that information when they were on whole Earth? Because if they did that, then they shouldn't have a way to know that. Like, that is true.
Captain did inform them of the nuclear power plant. It was one of the last transmissions that she was able to get through.
It was the last transmission before they lost the signal.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, based on that, like, they could infer that, okay, he seems to be preparing for something Yeah, that's fair enough. They shouldn't know that he's going into like a different evolved version. I don't remember if they said that. If they said that, that's a huge fucking plot hole. So good for you, Platoon. Good one. But if they're not talking about specifically the evolved version, yeah, it's fine for them to infer that okay, he's preparing for something. Well, we don't know what, but for something. Yeah.
I think they might have just read it in the script, but I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to go back and check, but that's something I'm never ever going to do. This is one of those films that I know, I can say for sure, I will never ever watch again. So for now, I'm just putting that out as a pop.
So he did watch it once. I knew it. He did only watch it once and just getting his thoughts out from what he remembered when he first watched it.
I am assuming now that the opening 9 minutes of this video, or however long it was recorded after the rest of it. Because he says at the beginning that this film's a disaster, it's this, it's that, all that sort of thing. But now he's saying on here that he's only watched the film once and he's never going to watch it again.
I heard myself
today.
Yeah, let's just keep going.
To see if I still feel.
Possible hole in
And
the
you
plot.
could
Eileen, continuing the
have
exposition, explains that the quantum Indians, oh for fuck's sake. Oh god, okay, fine, we're doing a prophecy. The quantum Indians believe that one of their own will return at the end of the world to awaken Mothra, who is now, for the sake of convenience, the ancient defender of the Indians specifically, as well as being Godzilla's best pal. Is the film trying to tell us that Indians aren't human? Is that why they want to be protected by Godzilla?
What?
Let me rewind that because what?
Why even?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh god, okay, fine, we're doing a prophecy. The quantum Indians believe that one of their own will return at the end of the world to awaken Mothra, who is now, for the sake of convenience, the ancient defender of the Indians specifically, as well as being Godzilla's best pal. Is the film trying to tell us that Indians aren't human?
What does that mean?
You? No, they came from the hollow earth. They are the humans that came, ancient humans that came from the hollow earth.
I remember what kind of joke is this supposed to be a joke? Like
I don't even know what to say.
What the implication is with that line.
Me neither. Like I actually am lost. Like I can't even make a joke about it.
I'm not even sure I even want to know the implication there. Like I just
because it's not just the fact that he gets the detail about Mothra wrong. Because Katam set up that Mothra was Godzilla's ally, like in general.
Yeah, like that was already from 2019. Now they're saying that the OG Mothra, which again it's a stupid retcon, is supposed to protect these people here. That is a fair criticism if you say that it's retcon, but he's not talking about any retcons. Because he's not comparing it to the previous one.
I wish we had like the clips that Zim uses, like the one where the guy says, "People like you should be put on a cross." This is great. Just, like, is he trying to imply that the Iwi are insect people? Like,
okay, so to be fair, psychics, like, it sounds like they could technically be mutants. You know, like, if you want to be like Strawman, I don't know, what is it, Steel Manet? I think that's how people call it sometimes. You could say that, hey, maybe they don't count as human to him because they technically are mutants who are psychic, you know, like, fair enough, but like, again, more than 3 dots make a line, so I'm sure that's not actually the case. I'm sure he's just trying to either do a stupid joke or he's just being racist or something.
Well, it's a stupid joke. It's a stupid joke no matter what it is.
Yeah, like, but we don't know. Like, it could be one of those two things, you know, like racism or a stupid joke that we cannot even actually tell if it's a joke this time. because of how, like, I don't think it's a joke, to be fair. But also, I don't know what it is. It's so baffling.
Yeah.
It's funny because we all froze at the same time too. Like we.
Is that why they want to be protected by Godzilla via Mothra rather than Kong, the defender of the humans? Anyway, the prophecy specifically foretells that the prodigal Indian will hail from Skull Island. And who on our team happens to be a psychic Indian from Skull Island? That's right, it's Elizabeth Warren. If she can take on Wall Street, she can take on anything. Oh no, never mind, it's Echo. Echo is the Messiah, obviously. I mean, credit where it's due, I suppose. I didn't expect the film to completely obliterate the concept of free will, but here we are.
That's true too. You know, like if there's a prophecy, then no, that's completely fair. Yeah, that's fine. We ourselves even said that many times. Like the implications are horrible. Wingard destroy this worse than Zack Snyder destroyed the DCEU. It's horrible. It's horrible.
That's what it's done. Absolutely everything that's ever happened at any point ever in the entire history of the multiverse was predetermined, and these ancient quantum Indians, by contacting Godzilla instead of Kong, even though their law stipulates they should really have contacted Kong, have followed the chain of events that, by a long and convoluted string of what we thought was complete fucking luck and incomprehensible script writing, but that has actually been fate all along, has brought their Messiah to exactly the right place at exactly the right time to prevent the Scar King from breaking out of his incredibly flimsy prison that he's already broken out of anyway and starting World War III, which he's about to go and do anyway. Meaning, I guess, that the reason Godzilla didn't first kill the Scar King before locking his people up in Mordor is that if he'd done that, we'd not have needed the prophecy, so all that happened before was done so that the prophecy could be fulfilled, even though, you know, whatever God came up with it was just a terrible fucking writer and the script should never have been greenlit. And anyway, Kong, oh god. Yeah, more of this. More is needed.
Yeah, he's right.
Personally,
Again,
wouldn't say
like
it's that drastic.
yeah, I mean, I would like. I think it's right. By the way, I also wanted to say Kasaibu commented something. He said 99% of the human race has yet to unlock the capacity to communicate with Titans by telepathy, and somehow I read that as 99% of the human race has yet to unlock the capacity to communicate with Italians by telepathy. I don't know why I read it that
I mean, so
Mamma mia.
Hold on, 99%. Right. That would make it 800. So 8 billion people. No. 8 million people can communicate with Italians telepathically?
Yeah, that's how they order Uber, you know, like in New York, that's how you get a pizza. It's just that it's the lizard people doing it. That's why we don't know it's a conspiracy, the whole thing.
That's why Godzilla sleeps in Rome!
Yeah, exactly. He's the lizard king.
Exactly.
And you could have it all. My empire of Kongs.
Yeah.
I'm drunk. Holy shit, I actually got drunk.
Wow.
To an extent, the prophecy of the chosen one coming back, which again is it's terrible, but anyway.
Yeah.
That was on the same wall as the history lesson. So clearly the prophecy was made after the events of the Kong Godzilla war. So he can't then say that the prophecy that Godzilla had to save not kill Scar King so that the prophecy could come true. Is that no, the prophecy was made after Scar King survived the battle.
No. What he's saying is that if fate exists and therefore someone could have predicted this with a prophecy, then that means that God or something is creating a pattern in history where you have basically a storyline, and that's this terrible movie. Which it's right because
this universe has terrible screenwriters that made this happen. So he's technically right, even then. Even if this prophecy was technically in universe written after all of that happened. Because it's true, if Godzilla had acted in character, Karkin would be dead. So the fact that he did it out of character actually reinforces that there is a god in canon who's a terrible fucking writer, writing everything in crayon, and that's why the quality of the movies like went downhill. Wingard is canon. Wingard is canon.
Oh no. God, no.
Oh God.
So Platoon is right.
I would like to defend that, but honestly, the entire thing of Godzilla managed to bury an entire tribe of apes without killing them. I have questions.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Anyway, Kong runs away and is chased by a bunch of mean apes, once again proving that this prison is completely fucking useless. There being no real sense of place or distance in this realm, not to mention scale, which really does deprive these supposedly massive creatures of any sense of awe, because without normal-sized comparators they all look normal size, we don't really know where we are or how long Kong's been running for. So when he suddenly lobs a stick over his shoulder that snaps a rope that releases a giant swinging boulder as a trap, we have to assume that Kong made this himself at some point for some reason. So we also have to assume that he's now back in familiar territory, because otherwise there's no way he knew that trap was there. I still don't know why the trap was there. Maybe he was anticipating an ATST walking through. Turns out Kong has a ton of traps all carefully laid out in this area, which is very handy. So when he gets pinned in another canyon, he almost succeeds in Ewoking the pursuing apes to death. Unfortunately, they are smarter than your average bear, and they spot a very obvious tripwire that he's placed in the ground. So Kong is in trouble. He's injured. He's facing off against a whole bunch of evil apes. Don't you wish you cared? Never mind though, everything's fine, because little Diddy Kong, you'd think would be way too small to keep up with these massive fully grown apes in a long pursuit, pops up at the last second and triggers the trap, which duly Ewoks the evil apes. Because Kong was nice to him, and so now he be nice to Kong. This is once...
What? Sorry, your audio is a little bit low.
Wouldn't younger apes be faster?
Yeah, no. It's like a little kid is not faster than an adult. And you know what? Like, yeah, he's right on all of this too. You know, like actually, I have never heard someone say that Zuko shouldn't be able to keep up, and that's true. I have heard people say that Kong shouldn't have gotten here. And also, like, when did he, like, climb without an arm? Like, I heard those arguments, but I never thought of how Zuko shouldn't be able to be here. And I hadn't thought of that up until I watched this video. So, yeah, no, like, he's right.
I mean, there's a lot that it's the sort of thing of there are so many criticisms that criticisms will fall through the gaps. That's basically what that is.
Yeah, there's like so many criticisms for this one scene with Kong running away from the one eye and the other apes. You know, it's like there's so much, like the whole just being like the geography there, like it makes you wonder, like, wait, is this supposed to be the same hole that appeared in his hunting ground at the start? Why does the hunting ground look why do the surroundings of that hole look different then? Like, or is it a second hole? Like, what is happening? It's just one of those things.
I'd say there's still implications there to make it seem like it's the same hole. Like at most, it's just further back than what we saw, because we only saw the cliff face, and then there's still room. I
have looked at the scene when the hole is first made, you know, like when it like first appears, and this later scene back to back, like the whole surrounding area, there is no way that it could be that's the same area. There just isn't. because the hole was made like within like this gorge like area where there's no greenery or anything, like at the start of the movie. So later on, when Kong climbs out of the hole with one arm, by the way, and One Eye and his team, are chasing him. There's more greenery. It's more open. It's not a gorge surrounding the hole.
Yeah, that's true. I would say it is likely and entirely like visually apparent that they did change the geography for that. I would say at most it's only just how the gorge itself looks, because they still come out of a gorge in the second shot.
The second hole they come out of is in the middle of a field with quite wide open field. You can see trees in the background. The first hole is in a deep gorge on the edge of a cliff.
And
with the colored
no
crystals.
ground.
And I
There's
want
no
you to keep
ground
in
either
mind.
side of the hole.
Yeah, and keep in mind, the hole that was made at the start of the movie, it's not only in Kong's hunting ground, it's like right around where the edge of the cliff is. That's where Kong kind of stopped at when he was seemingly cornered by the wart dogs. So there shouldn't.
Yeah.
So when you get to later, there shouldn't really be anywhere else for Kong to be able to run to if we were meant to suggest that these are supposed to be the same hole.
And that's even if you want to ignore the fact that he shouldn't be able to climb.
Exactly.
Because he still has the axe too.
No, he doesn't.
You know, so what?
No, he doesn't have the axe when he had.
Oh yeah. Sorry, you're right. Yeah, Skarkin kept it. Sorry.
He just lost the one
I'm
arm.
drunk.
He can still use his feet and his other hand.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, no. You're right. I do think that an ape should be able to climb even if they cannot use an arm, probably. Because, they do have the toes.
Because their feet are basically extra hands.
Yeah, but have you noticed how flat like the surface of like the walls, down the hole are? Like when you get to the crystal, like
Well, if the other apes could do
how would
it.
he be able to grip it?
Well, the other apes are doing just fine.
Well, how would they be able to grip it then?
Well, it's in the scene. They're
No.
real
It's
life,
not
you
in
can
the
do
scene.
a lot in rock climbing.
We didn't see how they
we
climbed the
didn't see
crystal
them
walls
up.
in the hole.
Exactly,
Yeah,
and the thing is,
They come
they
out
don't.
of the hole.
Hang on. We're talking about the film again.
No, again,
Well,
I know.
listen, I feel like it's relevant to talk about the film if it's pointing out how Platoon got something wrong.
But in this point, it's not that he got.
Platoon get wrong. Let's go back.
Yeah, he didn't get anything wrong. We're just basically saying that there was more
The
stuff
massive,
of him
fully
to
grown
point out.
apes in a long pursuit pops up at the last second and triggers the trap, which duly Ewoks the evil apes. Because Kong was nice to him, and so now he be nice to Kong. This is once again a time for arcs. They walk off together, but behind them, we see someone's hand come out of a pile of rocks, revealing that not all of the evil apes are dead. Up in the real world, God.
Actually, yeah. He just said, "Oh look, they had a character arc," sarcastically, and we're supposed to assume that's bad because he said it sarcastically.
Yeah. At this point, it's clear like why like Zuko probably has nothing left in the tribe. Oh, Black, hi.
I just came back from watching Fantastic Four, and y'all are still talking about this movie.
Wow, this video. I know.
Now we're drunk too. Like me and I don't know if someone. See, are you drunk too, or
I had 2 drinks,
or just?
I'm gonna get some vodka. I just heard something. I just heard Vic say something, and it got me pissed. That's why I joined. I had no intention of like Vic said, I think Vic said that we see it in the scene. He's doing it. Vic, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. You're doing
I
the
only
thing again.
said that because he said we didn't see it in the scene, and my only rebuttal I have to do is say yes, because if you just watch the scene, then
Black
His
Friday.
argument is that he shouldn't be able to, though.
Yeah, Black. Sorry.
His argument is that he shouldn't be able to. None of the apes should be able to climb such a wall. That's his argument.
Yeah,
unless they're goats or insects, they shouldn't be able to
Mountain
do that.
goats
Yeah.
specifically. Mountain
Yeah,
goats.
mountain goats.
I don't think even mountain goats would be able to climb them. So insects.
debunking
Oh
rock
no! Actually, mountain goats can climb on almost flat walls. So unless
I'm just saying, Vic, don't do that. Stop doing that. Stop saying that what we see on screen is evidence for stuff when
We're
that
20
presupposes that it's
minutes
logical.
away.
His argument is that they can't rock climb.
They can't, as in they shouldn't. They shouldn't be able to.
Why not?
Because it's
Logic,
a flat
Vic,
wall.
logic.
It's not
like,
a flat wall. All I need for my evidence is the scene itself.
But the scene doesn't show it. Okay,
does.
wait.
Hold
I
on,
want
I'm
to
gonna
be.
get the vodka. I'll be right back.
Okay, so to be fair, we see it on the first time where Kong goes down, and the walls, yes, they do have like little points where you could maybe like have a finger, not even a whole hand, a finger, and that's why I'm saying that yes, you could climb up that wall if you were a goat or a spider. Like then you could, if you're Spider-Man, yeah, you can, but like with your fingers and hands, even if you have 3 hands, you shouldn't be able to do that. There's not enough grip.
Have you
That's the
guys
problem.
never watched The Free Soloist?
No.
The what?
Well, I have, and it's possible. There's some like extreme terrain that can be nearly flat, but an experienced climber can find the right grooves. And that's not even the case here, because if you just watch the scene, you'll see the apes are clearly using the canyon walls with holds that they're using to climb up, which is rock climbing.
Holes. You know what? Yeah, maybe if they like stab the wall, they can climb. Maybe
I mean,
you're
do
right.
either
But
of you guys have the scene on hand? Anyone? Because I do.
came back with the vodka. It's technically vodka soda, but maybe if I drink enough, I'll get drunk.
I drank something that had rum in it.
Nice.
It was like a mojito with rum.
So what's the argument here?
No.
I'm gonna settle this once
No,
and for all.
I really don't worry about it right now.
Yeah, it's right that we should move on. Move on.
Okay, good.
Move
Because I was gonna hit Vic's head off again.
Of course, the real question being, how did Shimo get out the hole? But anyway.
That's a good question.
Godzilla has now
That's a good
reached the
question.
Arctic. How much time has passed? He's got from Italy to the fucking... What? No. You don't get from Italy to France to the Arctic in 10 minutes. Anyway, pursuing helicopters report that plasma readings indicate that he's absorbing everything in there. Well, in where, film? You're not going to tell us where there is, no? Okay, fine.
Okay,
Where
did
is
he
there?
not
Who the fuck knows?
watch King of the Monsters? Because I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure...
yeah. The tunnels are explained. Yeah. But he didn't watch it probably actually.
Yeah.
He watched it
He
while
probably
being drunk.
didn't
watching
forget.
this film.
I think
Yeah.
he forgot, or I don't know. He didn't pay. He didn't like realize what that was. Which, yeah, that's probably what it was.
To be fair, Wingard probably forgot about it too. So.
But you see how he got this detail wrong too, right? About
You-
where
you
he's
know-
drawing the energy from.
Yeah, exactly. Like he mentioned it himself later previously. Also, when you think that Wingard was on painkillers like really fucking hard on GBK, everything makes sense.
There is
By the way,
obviously
guys, if you didn't know, the reason why he put the tooth thing with Kong is because during GBK he was on painkillers because he almost died of a tooth infection. So I'm just saying. I
Wait, is
think
that
that
true?
yeah, for real. That explains a lot.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Okay, I'm not trying to follow with that. Other than Platoon, Godzilla's clearly in the Arctic. There were subtitles. There were text detailing the location. just a thought.
And the movie literally stops and pauses everything to say he's going into Tiamat's lair. So, like, if that's not obvious enough, see, Blackaruni. See, it's necessary sometimes to give this type of thing, that type of exposition, because then people like little Platoon cannot actually keep up with the movie. So it's super necessary to have someone say he's going into Tiamat's lair, and even then they don't get it. So
Fair. The film spells it out and he still doesn't get it. That's just. Right.
It's a glittery, pretty Arctic cave thing. This might be a callback to a location from a previous movie, but I would have thought that the film knew that everyone watching this film forgot the previous movies, right? That's kind of baked in at this point. We need to be reminded where we are, goddammit. Also, what are plasma readings? Why have they got to do with anything to do with Godzilla? Godzilla isn't a plasmid, he's a nuke kid. He's radioactive.
What the fuck?
Oh, fucking god.
What is happening?
Plasma can be radioactive, no?
Plasma is just superheated material.
Yeah, it's basically, you know, when you have a rocket, basically the thing that the rockets are shooting is not really fire. It gets to the point where it's so hot for a rocket to go into space that's plasma. Like, am I wrong? I think that's plasma. Like, that's what it's supposed to be. Yeah, it's like super heated energy.
Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. The vodka went up my nose. Ah.
Oh my god!
God.
Oh, Jesus,
Vodka on the brain is not a good idea.
Guys, I just searched is plasma radioactive, and it says no, plasma itself is not inherently radioactive. It's a state of matter where a gas becomes ionized, meaning it contains free electrons and ions. I don't know what that means. Well, some plasmas can emit radiation, so technically it could be radioactive, like electromagnetic radiation from accelerating charged particles. So yeah, it can be radioactive, but it doesn't have to be.
Is steam radioactive? Well, no, not on its own, but it can be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Much like my farts.
Whatever the case may be, Godzilla is indeed sucking something out of somewhere, and then we return to Hollow Earth, because, we're just jumping around like anything now, where Echo is playing with some happy quantum Indian children.
It's a fucking Christ.
I can't. I
Take another drink every
Stop
time
it,
you say
stop,
it.
god damn it.
That's why they brought the vodka.
That's why I brought the
I
vodka.
brought it for you, but okay.
Indian children. Fuck me.
That's a brand new
They
sentence
all look
right there.
very, very happy, but the girl they've got to play Echo, and I know I've made this point before, but I really need to stress it because she really makes actual Echo, Marvel's Echo, Maya Lopez Echo look like Laurence Olivier. I don't think this character has ever pulled a single facial expression. Look at her here, look at her in this scene. Look at her here, look at her in this scene. Now look at her dancing with the happy Indian kids. This is just the normal face. She only has one expression. She looks like she knows
I mean, it's
that
a little
she
hard
looks
to
like a
tell what
complete
expression
jerk.
she
I
has
mean-
when you have double and con kissing.
Okay, so I think he's being a little reductive. Yeah, I think he's being reductive. I think he's just saying that. I think what he really should be saying is her expressions are not convincing enough, or something along those lines, because it looks like he's not really putting that much effort as opposed to someone like, oh, I don't know, Nathan Lind, Alexander Skarsgård, or Eiza Gonzalez, or those two are the only ones that actually put in any effort, really.
Yeah, well, like he's in the right direction.
Before you go down that little path, one of the criticisms I had of Anthony Gramuglia is that he would say something, I would criticize what he'd say, and then in his live stream responses, no, that's not what I meant. I actually meant this. And it's like, okay, cool, but I was criticizing what you said, not what you supposedly meant.
No, I get it. I'm saying I agree. I'm just saying that this is what he should have said.
Might mean.
Yeah, no, like I agree with you. I'm saying this is what he should have said.
Yeah. So yeah.
And yes, Indian children are radioactive, by the way. They are.
Oh, that's another question.
Hell.
Like I already am already convinced that I don't think I can be convinced otherwise that the life force or whatever in the Hollow Earth is essentially radiation. These people evolved with radiation powers. I don't know. They're dead. They have cancer. They're dead. Eileen, maybe not Gia, but Eileen, Trapper, the conspiracy theorist.
You could, well, I would say could, huge, great, big, huge, like quotation marks, could explain a lot of this in terms of just like the race evolved inside of the Hollow Earth, which is a highly radioactive environment, but they learned where to be and where not to be, and what was safe and what wasn't, and blah 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 blah. You could talk about that. They don't.
Or you could enter the Hollow Earth in hazmat suits.
That's also true, yeah.
Yeah,
Because even if they evolved, Linda here should be fucking dead. Yeah, like that is true.
Now,
Yes,
for the
There's
record,
a situation they can find
Yep.
themselves in where they don't get radiation poisoning.
yeah. Now we've asked questions of like if plasma is radioactive or steam's radioactive or if Indian children are radioactive. Now here's the real question: does anyone believe that Anthony Gramuglia is radioactive?
Oh, got it.
for sure. Yes, he is.
Oh, Jesus.
By the way, hey, what
killed
if-
Rooney with vodka over there?
Oh, it's vodka soda, so it's like white girl vodka. So
Hey,
not
by the
real
way,
vodka.
like you know, like if there is an in-canon explanation, like or something that could be like an explanation for all of this. Maybe in GvK, as soon as they went through the portal, they died, and everything from the second half of GvK and GxK is the mental delusion of a dying Gia. Like this is all going in her mind as she's like completely burned by the
it
radiation
was
of the
all a
power.
dream.
It was all a dream.
It was all a dream.
Oh my god.
I like that.
That would be
idea.
a great start to Supernova. It's just like, oh, what the fuck is her name? What's this doctor?
Yeah,
Andrews?
reboot, and it's like
dead
GvK never
with
happened.
no hair. They're like, oh my god, she's alive.
G5 asks, so cancer gives you psychic powers? I don't know.
Yes.
Let's find out. Who wants to come to Chernobyl with me?
Let's go, boy.
You know, there's like this whole video series of like these guys who just like do like scuba diving in like a flooded section of like a building in Chernobyl. Like, so maybe you could ask those guys if they have psychic powers. They're like,
That
you
reminds
crazy.
me of
but
an episode of
we have
Gumball
to go there
where-
ourselves.
Yeah, it reminds me of that episode of Amazing World of Gumball where Gumball accidentally creates uranium and he gets like poisoning, and then he's just having a conversation with Carrie, and like, oh, Carrie's like worshiping him, like, oh, you were right all along, and you know they do a victory dance, and in his mind it's like something super normal, while Carrie looks like some sort of Lovecraftian abomination, but in real life he's just on his on his head burping in rhythmically, and everybody's just in hazmat suits trying to get a hold of him while the toxic fumes are making him hallucinate. I feel like that's
Holy shit, dude! I need to watch that show now that it's saying that. But by the
Dude.
way, no, Sea Monster, we have to go ourselves because Russian girls.
Oh fuck yeah!
Where?
Yeah, hell yeah!
I myself have been to the Trinity site.
Wait,
What?
have you?
Cool.
Yeah, I've been
What?
to the Trinity site.
How are you
Were
alive?
there Russian girls? Were there Russian girls?
I
Trinity?
cannot confirm nor deny.
They were so mutant he couldn't even tell. Nah.
The Russian baddies, boy.
Anyways, we're
Anyway.
9 hours in.
Because she doesn't want to have to give Echo up, but she knows that she has to because it's the life that little Echo wants, as revealed in that conversation that didn't happen earlier.
Yeah,
Early,
57
observing the
minutes
quantum
till 10
hindrance
hours.
deduces that they
57
power their
minutes till
city.
10 hours.
Imagine a full 24-hour stream. That'd be crazy.
I'll be goddamned if I let Lil Platoon have us go on for 24 hours.
For the record, I'm not drunk yet.
I am. I think.
Up those numbers.
Come on, guys.
Oh my god!
Destroy
that's
these
those
kidneys.
numbers.
We don't need
Oh
them.
my!
That's a fucked up reference if you know
Looks
what
like a
happened.
complete pillock.
Oh god, I
And
know
really
what
sad
that
because she
is.
doesn't
You
God, I
understood that
understood
reference.
I understood that
I could say right now that I'm drunk and I
So
could get away with saying whatever I want.
just for people who don't know why we're laughing, someone brought his a
alcoholic friend to a drinking party, not giving a flying fuck about what happened to him or people around them. And when his alcoholic friend was like literally harassing people, he was like, "Let's up those numbers." When they did like the alcohol measure thing, and his friend was already on the critical numbers, like he was like on death's risk basically. And it was Ludwig, the streamer Ludwig. Yeah,
Oh my
he said, "Let's up those
God.
numbers," trying to kill his fucking friend.
Well, he wasn't trying to, but he was trying to get up those views.
Yeah, indirectly trying to kill his friend.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Right, come on. We're nearly there.
We're good there.
Want to have to give Echo up, but she knows that she has to because it's the life that little Echo wants, as revealed in that conversation that didn't happen earlier. Bernie, observing the Quantum Indians, deduces that they power their city by what? Oh, for fuck's sake. Bernie deduces that the Quantum Indians power their city by manipulating gravity using magical pyramids. I don't even... Okay. Crikey tells him not to publish these findings. Not because they're just so incomprehensibly fucking dumb, but because he says this place is an unspoiled paradise. It won't survive contact with the outside world if he reveals its location. But I'm pretty sure they'd be fine because, as we've established over at least 2 films now, A, the government and the corporations and such already know about this place, and B, this place is incredibly hard to get to. You need spaceships capable of surviving a 2001 reference to get down here. And C, this place is also full of incredibly lethal giant monsters. I'm not sure members of the public fully understand this, but I'm quite sure they couldn't just hop in a whirlpool and become interdimensional Hollow Earth tourists, ruining the place with their second homes. I don't think that's much of a risk, crikey. Anyway, then the Quantum Indians spin a rickety old wheel, which deactivates a Wakandan force field thing that they have that shields their entire civilization from people outside for no good reason, and it lets in injured Kong, accompanied by Diddy Kong. Oh, but oh no, one of the evil gorillas was walking literally 5 feet behind him, so he now knows where the Quantum Indians live. Kong was able to find this place because of his psychic connection with Echo. He falls over and she attempts to act. It is really...
I've just realised something.
Yeah?
So the whole psychic connection thing was not established at all until this very moment in the film where they say, how did Kong find this place? And they say, oh, he has a connection with Gia. And that's literally the only thing they say about this, which actually just doesn't explain anything.
I would...
Oh, yeah.
How are we still finding problems? I thought it was over.
Dude, for
But,
real?
hang on. He, at the start of this video and throughout this video, he's been saying, oh, she has a psychic connections and magical connections and psychic connections. But that's never established until this moment. And he's saying this is the first time he's watched this film.
Could he have been saying that to... Wait, no, never mind.
Well, the thing is, here's what I'll say. I'm going to say...
No, before you say, Vic, make sure it's not post hoc, and make sure you're not simply using the film to justify the film.
No, I'm not talking about the film. I'm talking about Little Platoon.
Oh, okay. No, I'm just preemptively, because if you've seen our debates, yeah.
Yeah, it's the fact that throughout this video he's been calling like Jai, psychically connected with Kong and magically connected with Kong and all that bollocks. But until this moment, we just assumed, everybody knew/assumed that she was like connected emotionally and then like communicated via hand signals.
Sign language,
I can't actually think of the word right now. Sign language. It's only this moment where somebody says, "Oh, she's got some kind of connection," that it's suggested there's some magical bullshit going on. But like I said, Little Platoon has been calling it that for the whole video, but he's also said this is the only time he's watched the film. So, is he lying?
I think that will just mean that he got it on the first watch. I think that's what it means. And it means that I'm a fucking moron because I forgot that line existed. But also, I'm not that much of a moron because, as you said, the movie forgets about it completely. So I just ignored that line. I should have known that the movie said it.
I think he's just operating under the fact that you're supposed to like not only assume that but know that from the very beginning, and so he's treating it like that. But that's kind of stretching it as a defense as it is. So,
but again, if he took the line literally, with apparently the movie saying that's the case, because I also thought to myself, wait, how did Kong find them? And then it's like the movie says that it's telepathy or a connection of some kind that it doesn't specify. Then actually, Platoon was right all along when he said that she had powers. So actually, we were wrong and he was right. Which,
and
like,
before
fair enough.
Vic, before you say anything, I'm going to try and predict what it is you're going to say. So, you're going to bring
Potato.
up either GvK or Skull Island.
Well, sorry to disappoint you, Blackaroo, but this is my only justification. Okay. Now, I would want to know what the rest of the panel has to say, but here's my only thing, and you can take with it what you will. I'm only saying sorry to Blackaroo because I know I've put him through a lot, but both GvK and this film have scenes that imply that Gia has the psychic ability to sense when Titans are around before they are physically present.
Do you hear my head banging on the table?
I mean, wait, but like, you don't mean the Godzilla scene on the first fight, like you mean something else, right? On GvK, for example.
It's always implications and never something clear, concise, and confident.
I mean, no, like
it's suggested more that it's like a hearing. Like she puts her hand against the side of the ship, and the
vibration.
And somehow
yeah.
Godzilla's voice goes through the ship, so it's suggested more of a
No, but
thing.
that's guys. That's why I'm asking Vic if it was something else. Like maybe he doesn't mean that scene. Like so, Vic, can you like specify? Okay, yeah, no, then you're wrong.
That's not psychicism. Anybody could have. Okay, that's a metal ship. Godzilla's massive. His growl can be heard for miles. And if he rumbles underwater, Vic, please, for the love of God.
The stupid part about that is that
I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing at the fact that I was like, he might be right, and then you confirmed that no, actually, Black was right.
And you said sorry to disappoint when I said you might bring up GvK, and then you said GvK.
No, I'm sorry to disappoint that I haven't got anything else.
That's a subversion of a subversion. But yeah, what happened?
I'm not even drunk
does
yet.
make those implications earlier in the film, but you don't actually recognize them until you've seen this later scene, and then you go back and watch the film again and go, "Oh, right." So like when Kong's coming out, before Kong comes out through the portal, Jaya sort of looks at the Kong doll, and it's sort of suggested that she can sense something coming, but then Kong comes out of the portal, so there's no way she could have heard him. So the only way she would have known was that psychic bullshit.
Yeah, lol, dude. Wait,
How
what?
Does she get that
set
psychic
up on my GxK movie? What? What?
How does she get those powers exactly? Why does she have them? Because she's the Lisan Al Gaib.
That's what Platoon is criticizing, and by the way, we did say that it was 100% valid criticism many times. Like he's right on that one. And by the way, just so you know, what happened in GvK is kind of like how a whale communicates, and it does through vibrations on the water. So Gia could sense those vibrations all around her, probably because she has like better senses. And when she actually realizes, I think it's when she touches a wall, because of course the vibrations are transmitted through the metal, and that's how she knows. It's not because of the psychic thing.
Anybody could have heard that actually without.
Well,
you don't even need to be deaf. Like she's like 10 times the size of whales. So he's 10 times that size. Imagine something that big rumbling his throat underwater. And imagine how that would feel.
Fair, yeah, and to be fair, like it's true that also like the entire ship also like rang the alarm like 4 minutes later. So it's not like she has like this superpower where she knew 2 hours before Godzilla came came in. Like she knew a little bit
Yeah.
sooner.
The moment she got
Yeah.
started running, the alarm started blaring and people started mobilizing. So
Yeah. So it's not like a superpower in GvK, at least.
Even if it was, it doesn't do anything useful. Like, it doesn't give us any information that we wouldn't have been able to discover by any other means.
Yeah.
I would
So,
still consider
again,
it extraordinary for her to be able to sense the Titans before they arrive.
Again,
Also before any piece of
whales,
technology can detect
Vic,
them.
whales. If you are near a whale underwater, and the whale does its call, your organs will literally explode.
Yeah, actually, that is true. That is a thing that whales, orcas also do to kill prey. Sometimes they like literally sonic boom you into oblivion. That's what they
Imagine
do
that,
with some
but 10
animals.
times bigger.
20 or 50 times bigger. And also, like in Godzilla 98, they also realize when he's coming when they hear the that he makes. That sounded like Tarzan. They also notice that, So, like, I think that with Godzilla, that's like 5 times bigger than 98. It's not like that special. It's still
Anybody
like
could have done it.
a nice thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
Why would she
But
still be
it's
able
not
to do
psycho.
that?
Why would she what?
Yeah,
Why was
really
she the only
quite
one who
tragic.
felt or
Kong's
heard that?
problem, as Crikey explains,
because
is
she
that
was
his
the
arm
only
now
one on
has
the
severe
shot.
frostbite from his encounter with Godzuki. Evil Ape, meanwhile, teleports home and tells Scar King where the Quantum Indians live. Nope, I'm not condensing any of this. The film really does just jump around like a coked-up child on a bouncy castle. The apes are now off to war. Scar King rides on top of Godzuki's frozen back, and this doesn't give him frostbite, because if rules were followed, we'd not get what the film thinks is a cool visual. Whereas I'm just sitting there thinking, my god, your poor frozen balls. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Godzilla has finished up absorbing the Arctic plasma, or whatever he was doing, so now his back is all baby pink. This means he is pretty much fully powered up. He has charged up Solar Beam, ready for the next attack. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Crikey tells us the frostbite has given Kong nerve damage, and they can't communicate with the surface for help. But they have some... oh my god, here we go again. But they have some supplies at that outpost, the wrecked one from earlier, and these will be enough to activate Project Powerhouse.
What's up with Diddy and Godzilla? Oh wait, no. Did you guys see the behind? Well, not the behind the scenes, but Roland Emmerich's design philosophy for Zilla.
No, he featured Diddy in this because it's Diddy. That's why.
No, okay, but like if you look up the design philosophy behind Zilla, I think the connection with Diddy starts to make a lot more sense, and it's disgusting.
Can you explain it? Like now I need
No,
context.
I'm not going to explain it. I'm not
You
going
don't.
to.
Please don't. We're not. No one here is drunk enough to do this. Okay.
I'm not drunk yet.
Says
The
you can't be
can is almost
serious,
empty.
but he says, heck yes, I am serious. The prototype was almost finished when they pulled the funding. But this explanation being insufficient, Bernie asks Eileen what Project Powerhouse is, which means it's time, gee, golly gosh, and ooh-wee, for another exposition dump. And this one really is a doozy. So Eileen explains,
And it's also a Deus Ex Machina too.
Yeah.
So like
I'd
that's
complain about this, but the complaint is still related, not Platoon related. So yeah.
that after Mechagodzilla fucked shit up in the previous film, they realized there were some threats that Kong couldn't face. So they contacted Eitri the Dwarf up on Nidavellir from the Infinity War film, and he made a Kong-sized Infinity Gauntlet. And lucky for us, no, I'm not shitting you, that is exactly what Eileen says, the finished prototype, which had its funding pulled before it was finished by a government that we already established isn't involved with anything down here, but never the fuck mind, has already been transported down here for testing. The Infinity Gauntlet was stored at the outpost destroyed earlier by the Scar King, while the Scar King was also trapped in prison, which, as luck would have it, he didn't find, meaning that Crikey can teleport all the way back there to pick it up.
Funny that they say that because like just at the beginning of the film, they're just like, "Oh, the government's all decided to agree not to attack Godzilla because he's a protector of Earth," and then all of a sudden, the government can't intervene at all, even though we also secretly funded this King Kong weapon that's secretly in Hollow Earth as well.
Right.
Zero consistency.
Which they just remember at the last possible second. Oh, by the way, we've got an Infinity Gauntlet. We'll be fine. It cures frostbite. Whatever. I'll just go pick it up. You know, it's like a little quick jaunt across the quantum realm.
Do you guys understand you're describing the best movie ever right now? Like if I just walked into a room and I was like, King Kong Infinity Gauntlet, give me $100 million. Every studio would be like, okay, yeah.
For some reason, I Was Made for Loving You by Kiss plays as the spaceship teleports back and deposits the Infinity Gauntlet near Kong, and it activates its rocket boosters and attaches itself to Kong's frostbitten, nerf-damaged arm. Now, you might be thinking, this is all incredibly dumb. How the fuck is none of this makes any sense? And anyway, it's not going to solve the frostbite problem, is it? Well, you're wrong. You might be thinking that, but that's, thinking. Thinking is bad when this film doesn't reward thought, okay? Because it turns out the Infinity Gauntlet comes equipped with canisters of green goo, and the green goo injects Kong's arm, and Crikey says this'll deal with his frostbite, so Kong is fine now. All of this happens just in time as well, because the Scar King and Godzuki and the Evil Ape Army, they've waltzed out of their prison again, and they're arriving on the scene imminently. So, yeah. They're really... are you taking the piss, film? Are you having me on? Have you seriously just spawned an Infinity Gauntlet on the spot and hand-waved it away with a character saying, oh yeah, we just happened to have this lying around. That was lucky, wasn't it, guys? You just happened to have a frostbite-curing Infinity Gauntlet in your fucking sheds, did you? Jesus Christ, Supertramp, this film! What is going on? No.
Sorry.
Yep, yeah, we just kind of played through a lot of it. I guess no one has anything to say about what he's was talking about in terms of like how the Beast Club sort of comes to be, because we're kind of like, probably would be.
I remember when Vic once said that there was actually setup for this because it was mentioned briefly, very briefly, extremely briefly,
it's like
briefly at the very beginning.
Yeah, it's like kind of in the background. There's like some like the TV broadcasts. They were just like talking about it, but honestly, they could have just like put that just a little bit more in the foreground, just to be like
the setup doesn't even matter because the actual payoff relies that Kong hurts that specific hand. Like imagine if he got frostbite on his foot.
No, I get you. No, I get you. Like everything, just about everything about how this Beast Club comes to be and the timing and all that, and how conveniently it is for.
Imagine if it was the other hand. Like, how is he gonna?
Yeah, exactly. Like that's really fucked up if it's the other one.
Yeah, it's like it is absurd.
So no objections from anyone, right?
Except for Vic, who is currently trying to say something.
Okay. No, I don't know. I don't think that was big.
Hang on. Is this a Little Platoon complaint or a film or the defense or film defense?
I mean, I guess I just kind of want to break it up with a pause here because we kind of let the good chunk of the video play without saying anything.
I'm trying to get to the end of this video.
No, I understand. How much of it do we have left? Just so we have like an idea.
13 minutes.
No, it's almost over. The party's almost over. No, 24-hour stream. Let's go.
State your thing.
Oh no, I didn't have anything to say. It was already said. Like my only thing is like it was name dropped at the beginning.
Yeah, we already debunked that. So yeah.
Okay. Well, it's not debunked. Yeah. Objectively speaking, it was name dropped and set up as.
No, we got you. No, it was name dropped. It's
still stupid though. It's not going to change anything.
The thing I would just point out quickly is that it wasn't Little Platoon. It was whoever was on that stream said, "Oh, they made this in secret." It's like, no, they didn't. They asked the government for funding and then just started building it before they got the okay.
Defunded, yeah, and then.
And it's clearly not secret because they are talking about it on the radio at the beginning of the film. So, no, it's not secret.
Dude, See, Monster, if this is not your most popular stream right now, I'm legitimately gonna crash out. But this is great. This is great
Yeah,
stuff.
I mean, it's kind of. I don't think we're going to be having a stream this long for like a long time. This is crazy.
Stars aligned today. Stars aligned.
To be fair,
Oh,
I
yes, they
really
did.
thought that we will never be able to discuss this movie ever again because we literally said everything there is to say about it. Like there's
Oh, no, you
nothing.
haven't.
There's yeah,
And then you
exactly.
drag us
and
back.
Exactly, and now we are reacting to people reacting to the movie, and it's gold. I love me gold.
It's the gold you type. It's
You need
the
to
type
make
of
YouTube
gold you
shorts
find in
out of this.
turds. Did Zim
Yeah.
show up?
No, not yet.
Oh, none of this is how anything is supposed to work. Diddy Kong spots the approaching army and warns them that the evil apes are around the corner, so now Kong has to go off to fetch Godzilla, because, as Eileen explains, Godzilla won't come down into Hollow Earth unless Kong brings him. Even though Kongzilla has been roiding himself up on radiation for a big battle, he still is going to wait to be invited?
Did he just call him Kongzilla?
I don't know. I don't care.
Unless Kong
I'm kind of
brings
zooming
him,
out.
even though Kongzilla has been roiding himself up on radiation for a...
He did. He called him Kongzilla.
He did call Godzilla.
Why? Okay, I can understand the Diddy Kong. I don't like the Godsuki, but I can understand that. But the movie is a Jet Kong! Godzilla! It's Kong!
No, here's the thing. No, hold on. He has been calling Godzilla for a good chunk of this. I'm not even sure why he called him Kongzilla now. Wait, what
I think his brain is melting. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
I think the movie's melting his brain.
Maybe.
A big battle, he still is going to wait to be invited? I mean, what was his thought process going on here? Is that what we're going with, film? It's necessary, though, because only together can they stop the Scar King and Godzuki from reaching the surface, which we've now established, since Kong is running from here to the surface, and they are free to walk from their prison to here, but they could have done at any point before now, and they just didn't, because if they did, the film wouldn't work. Right. You know, I think just maybe this whole film is maybe, just possibly, perhaps, there's a slim, tiny little chance that this film is a bit broken. And I don't know, maybe it's just me, maybe
I'm sorry, it's because Kasaibo said something and it's pissing me off. Everything in fiction is a plot device. Are you 12?
Yeah,
Meant to look
but,
like one, though.
like, yeah, exactly. You have to make it look good.
Is your brain on neutral?
Yeah, you know, like
switch it to
we can-
drive right now.
Like, for example, like to give like an actual explanation. For example, everything on film is literally fake, right? But you have to make it look real. Like if you have a set design for Star Wars, like if the doors don't slide correctly, it's not going to look futuristic. So if they do that wrong, then it's going to look fake. So the same thing goes for the writing. That's why, because that's why it's like bad that it's so obvious that the glove is a Deus Ex Machina.
A plot device, the way he's using it, is a particular kind of device that makes everything seem contrived in the sense that it cannot happen in the world, or just as a way that is convenient, in a way that should not happen, because verisimilitude is a thing, you bad faith amphibian little goddamn. Shut up.
Actually, because
Go away.
Kasaibo has been pretty fine like the whole stream. Actually, you know what? I'm surprised that Kasaibo wasn't like shitting on. Oh well, he did call me a misogynist at one point in the stream,
like 5 hours ago.
Yeah. And I wasn't even being sexist. I was being xenophobic. It's like, dude, come on.
I think it was a
It's
joke,
not the same.
actually.
Yeah, I know. I'm joking. So like Kasaibo has been fine on stream.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Kasaibo was fine.
He's been
just can't appreciate how good it is because I don't fully appreciate how bad it is. When enlightened people know that it's as good as it is because of how bad it is. But no, I'm just sticking with the theory that this is just broken, dumb shit. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, we are now in Egypt, so more famous landmarks can be obliterated.
Thousands of years ago, people were very bored because card games hadn't been invented yet. So in order to pass the time, they started killing each other with magical powers. Then one day, a nameless Egyptian pharaoh with ridiculous hair decided to lock the magic away, so that its evil could never fall into the wrong hands. And so the people of Egypt were forced to spend their time building pyramids, which ironically was just as tedious as...
Okay, alright, so remember when I said that his Captain America video like had clips of South Park just spliced in here and there? That's kind of similar to what he just did here with this weird Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged clip here. It's like, okay, they're in Egypt now? You're just gonna play
And
Yu-Gi-Oh!
with Diddy
Abridged
too.
now? What? It's not funny! It's just reference to this YouTube series.
As far as
that's
problems go, this is like the least consequential kind of.
I know that, but it's still just like.
But it's still
why would I
like making it a worse video though. Objectively, like it's not even funny. Like
It makes me think of like it's like one of those like Freeberg and Seltzer movies where they're just like, oh hey, here's a reference to Ghost Rider in the middle of like what's supposed to be a parody of 300. Like, what the fuck does this have to do with anything?
For me, it's kind of like a joke that just goes on too long and like.
But the point is that he
That's
has
what I'm
done
saying.
this
It's
like
a joke that goes on too long. So what?
I get it, but also
It's
like we weren't
deducted
here
from the
for
video,
the
I would
9
say.
hours.
It's still badly
you weren't
placed,
here for the
though.
9 hours and a half. Yeah, like he has done it way too much. Like at this point, it's like a valid complaint to say that the video is made worse because of this.
Yeah, it's like padded out. It's padded out. It's not even a clever. And as Kuru says, it's not even a clever reference. Like it's just there. It's like
I'm not even denying it. I'm just denying its importance. That's really all it is. It's an unimportant. So, yeah. Also, Rooney. So what? What do you mean? So what? Yeah. So what? So what? Like you got, as opposed to the other problems that you guys brought up, which there were some valid ones that you guys brought up. Compared to this is, yeah, sure, whatever.
You gotta do better, Senator. You gotta step up.
Even still, like, would you really attribute this to him or to his editor?
So actually, that's funny you asked that because he basically either.
Sorry, go ahead.
When you were gone, we had like a discussion about it, right? And it turns out that apparently this guy told his editor to just can it, because even the editor like puts this thing in the middle of the video that says neither Platoon or me give a shit, so whatever. And that's basically what it says. Like it literally paused the video at one point, and it said that on screen. And the fact that he does this apparently on the Captain America video as well with South Park leads me to believe that this is like Platoon's responsibility at this point. Like even if it's a stupid idea from the editor, he should be blamed for allowing it and giving it the green lights, because it's been very annoying because it happens way too often. Like way too often, like really, 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 really often on the video. So yeah,
exactly.
He has a broken sense of humor. That's basically our biggest criticism, because at some points we are actually like just legitimately confused whether he's making a joke or if
We're
he's
getting
kind
more
of
laughs
dumb.
out of the. We're getting more laughs because of out of the BAC that we got in our systems more than this video.
Kuru says to him, "My
blood
bad,
alcohol
my bad,
content.
gang. My bad, bro. My bad, gang. I'm just a little upset because Fantastic Four was doing stuff to me."
Oh,
like good stuff or bad stuff?
I don't know yet. I'm trying to figure it out because that movie turned out to be a little better than I thought it was, but there's still that goblin screaming in my brain. So maybe it's like another Superman situation. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out.
Oh, I hope
That's
not.
fair.
I hope it's not like
I hope
Superman.
yes.
Please, God, no.
I hope yes. Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
It means something different
Yeah.
to you than it does for us, Lau. Just Superman's not a good movie. I'm sorry.
No, not to me. To me, it is. But you know
You're
what?
wrong.
Like, I will love talking with you two about it. Like, I'm being honest because I do want to talk to people that actually have fair criticisms about it, because a lot of because as I said, like because of the algorithm, I'm only shown rage bait. So I do want to talk to normal people that dislike the movie. Like,
Let me
for
put it
real.
this way.
Well,
Let me
good luck
put it
trying
this
to
way.
find those normal people.
Yeah, let me put it this way. I do have criticism with the movie. It's just that I haven't posted them on Discord yet. So don't.
Okay.
So you don't just hold your tongue.
Hold our breath. I might make another unscripted video with Superman, and then another one with Fantastic
Yeah,
Four, but
please.
let's-
Yeah, please do.
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be good.
Carry on.
Let's go.
Playing card games.
A glowing portal appears in the ground
Wait,
next to
that
one of
was
the
it?
Great Pyramids, and Kong
That
climbs.
was it. That was the joke.
Yes, it's just
was no
reference
was clipped.
to Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. Reference. Fuck it. Why
That
not?
was one of the clips of all time, indeed. It wasn't even a joke. See what I mean, Black? Like, that's not even humor. Like, what the fuck is that supposed to be? Okay, let's keep going.
Out of it.
Oh no, we're trapped! Quick, let's start drinking our own urine. Shouldn't we just wait for help, or...? Shut up and drink your urine.
I don't know if this means Kong can open portals, or whether the sand covers a portal, and he just climbs through it and climbs through the sand, but the portal was always there.
The pyramid's collapsing,
Oh
and
my
I had such a
God,
full life ahead of me.
I can't read this shit.
The pyramid collapsed, and then he posted a clip of Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge of pyramids collapsing. I'm guessing this is his idea of fun.
I asked Cianimous if all British people are like this, and he confirmed they're not. So, social
This is your
retardation.
editor, so wherever his editor is from.
Fuck that
Both of
guy.
them.
Fuck both. Yeah.
The criticism he has for the film is quite accurate in terms of there is a structure built on that ground, and the portal opens underneath it, and the film is never clear as to whether portals are constantly existing, they spawn in, or anything like that. So, yeah, that's a good, actual, strong criticism of the film. I
Yeah.
don't know what the fuck any of this bit is.
It's reference.
To what? I don't know what
Yu-Gi-Oh!
this is.
Abridged, just because fuck it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Dragon Ball Abridged is actually considered by a lot of people a superior version of Dragon Ball. I have never heard about like Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, because Yu-Gi-Oh! in on itself is so fucking niche. What the hell was why? Why?
So it's a niche interpretation of a niche piece of media.
It's niche to the cube, basically.
It's a tesseract of niche.
It's an
Niche-erect.
inception. Exactly. It's an nicheception.
Niche-erect.
Right.
Yeah.
Come on. 10 minutes. 10 minutes, guys.
We gotta do it.
We can make it 10 hours.
This is the worst honeymoon ever.
But I'm pretty sure that's not how it works, because what if a tourist just walked into it? But as good timing would have it, Pink Eye Godzilla appears at just this moment.
Like, how many cuts to this bullshit in less than 2 minutes? Just say, okay. I'm
gonna go on and
Meanwhile,
on.
thousands of
and
miles
say
away,
something
Echo is
that-
being initiated into the ranks of the Quantum Indians so she can go and wake up Mothra, which, as Eileen handily explains for us in case we missed it the first time, is key to protecting Godzilla, so Godzilla can protect the Hollow Earth and its pathways to the surface from the Scar King. I think those are the stakes. It's a little bit confusing at this point. Mothra wakes up and Mothra flies off. The Quantum Indians decide to evacuate their little Quantum Indian town. Something about gravity pyramids is mentioned again. I don't think it makes sense. I'm just going to play it because I don't care.
Dude, that music is so horrible.
With the chemical reaction, this liquid metal becomes an engineering mechanism, forcing the two electromagnetic pyramids together.
Should we talk over it to? Okay, yeah, copyright.
Come with me.
Skibbity dub dub dub. Yes, skibbity dub
Causing an
dub.
anti-gravity shockwave, but only for a few minutes or maybe less, which should keep those things from the portals. After that, everything that...
Oh my god, he just keeps playing it.
Kong's glowing is
Is
a
he
better
actually
movie,
going
by the way.
to? Dude, like, just say he said it doesn't make sense. Okay, like that's fine enough. You don't need to play the whole thing. Come on.
I think there's a faster way to do this as well.
And then Crikey.
Like the way I do it is that if someone's like, if there's too many pauses in between sentences and words, what I do is just cut up the pauses. And if there are no pauses and he keeps going and going for longer than 9 seconds, what I like to do is separate the audio and the visual file and then use clips from people looking around in that same scene so that it confuses the copyright bot. So that way this 9-second rule isn't violated. That's what I like to do. And that's something that Mahler does as well.
Audio copyright is a hell of a lot more lenient than visual copyright, for sure. That's why I like you say, you overlay other visuals on top of the clip you're using to then still play the audio, but have a different visual on top.
I did something similar.
I have like big text that says fair use shield that's like just transparent enough to where you can see the text like somewhat obscuring, but not obscuring the footage so much where you can't exactly tell what's happening there, so that I can get a point across. As well as put like
lazy.
I put other filters on there. You know, I put like film grain.
It's the filters themselves. I think creating a brand new scene that is copyright free with using clever editing, I think that's a lot better. I
also talk. I don't even play audio from the scene. I talk over it.
Kasaibo says he's saying it doesn't make sense because it's prima facie absurd. I don't know what fallacy that is. Prima facie.
Pretty much completely redeems himself as a character. Crikey utters the most meta line in quite possibly the entire history of meta lines.
While we are throwing random shit at the wall.
Yeah, this guy gets it. This guy knows what's going down. This guy knows what film he's in, which means whoever wrote him knows what's going down and what this film really is. And rather than writing something that doesn't resemble throwing shit at a wall, they thought, fuck it, this'll do. We'll just have a character sort of jokingly point out how shit it is. So now here we are, watching the results. Do you see what I mean, guys? Do you see what I mean, darling, when I say that the film is insulting you?
Honestly, I couldn't because
they're still watching at this point.
Exactly, and also like the audio quality was so bad. Even though we weren't saying anything at the time, I couldn't really hear shit. He should have put subtitles. His editor is like actually fucking useless.
So he prima facie, what that is, or I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Prima facie.
It's at first sight or based on first impression that it's stupid, as opposed to, I mean, but it is stupid. Like even if it was prima facie, it wouldn't even matter.
Yeah, exactly. Like I mean,
matter.
What specific point are you talking about? But like, there's too much stupidity in this part.
I think it was the point before when he was talking about the what's it called, the exposition dub that Bernie did with the whole quantum. I was gonna say quantum minions as well.
Or maybe he meant the portal thing too. Like the portal thing is still stupid, and the quantum thing.
At first glance, it's stupid, and at second and third and fourth and fifth glance, it's also stupid. So it doesn't matter if it's prima facie. That's a fallacy, assuming that just because there's technically a fallacy there, then the entire argument is wrong. Gotcha.
The way that sounds, I thought you guys were just doing the little Dark Knight Rises chant, going dishi dishi basara basara dishi dishi basara
basara dishi. And you have us going through the entire video like clambing up to 10 hours.
17 more minutes.
And he says that now he's being disingenuous. What was his or point again? that he's apparently
that was
the
against
results.
Platoon.
Do you see what I mean, guys? Do you see what I mean, darling? When I say that the film is insulting you, you poor, strange Monsterverse fans? Do you get it yet? You're being fleeced, you brainlets. The film thinks you're dumb, and the film is quite possibly right. Crikey's mad plan is to go get some reinforcements. So,
yeah, I was talking about the previous thing, not that, but whatever.
Okay.
Like that.
I don't know
Apparently,
what he was saying previously.
disingenuous. I don't. I mean, what? I don't.
But do you guys disagree that that was the point of this scene? Or
What
the
was
line?
the point of the scene?
Chapper's line?
It's stupid on
couldn't
purpose.
even
That was the point. That it was stupid. Like, oh, he said something about throwing stuff at the wall. Like the point was, yeah, it is stupid. Like, just because it's meta doesn't absolve it. That's just that'd be like that would be like a villain killing someone and the hero being like, you committed murder and that murder is evil, and the villain going, I'm evil.
Well, I'm more so talking about, like, does that line mean that Wingard is insulting you, calling you dumb?
No. That part is like Wingard is trying to be clever, and he's failing. In a way, it's like Wingard just failing. Like that's his own
Meta.
thing.
He's trying to be meta. Like, oh, it's like winking at the audience. Oh, you know this is stupid, and we agree that it's stupid too.
Yeah, exactly. It's not an insult to the audience. It's just insulting.
I mean, I felt
on the
insulted
fact that
watching this movie. But
exactly,
not-
it's insulting that he is trying so little.
Yeah.
But it's not a straight up insult to the audience, like, for example, calling everyone retarded and brain-dead.
Yeah,
So,
I feel insulted not because the film is calling me stupid, but because the film is stupid when it didn't have to be.
Yeah.
Kasaibu says is the meta perspective the true perspective? What, that the film is stupid? Yeah.
Yeah. Because And also, like, the meta commentary, like, no one told Wingard to do that. He decided to do it. So he's the one that's getting meta into the movie, you know, like,
Another
it's
thing
choice.
too that's like an indictment of that point is also his philosophy for the designs. Usually you have multiple drafts when designing the monsters, but whatever. I don't remember the name of the guy that designed
Well,
Shimo.
define multiple.
As in more than one.
There were more than one.
For Godzilla, no.
Yeah.
No, there weren't. Kong
Yeah, there
didn't
was.
even need a
Jared
secondary
showed
draft
them all
either,
off.
but like, I know Scar King had multiple, design drafts and such, and I know Shimo did as well. But the choice between Scar King and Shimo were done arbitrarily, and the choice for Godzilla Evolved was even more arbitrary because Adam Wingard approved the very first design that he saw. So that speaks to his philosophy pretty evidently. And I have proof of this. Jared
he said it
Krzyzewski.
on a stream with your Figure Mania show. Or I think that was he said it himself. First attempt, he liked it, he approved it. They only fixed the size of the head, which was clearly like stupid.
Yeah,
because he looks disgusting. Yeah,
Jared
That's it.
Krzyzewski, that's the one. He pretty much said that Adam Wingard just for Shimo he just wanted Ice Godzilla. For Scar King, I don't remember what it is that Adam Wingard said, but I think it was probably something very simplistic. For Kong, I don't think he really needed to do much. Which fair enough. But for Godzilla, it was just first draft. Yeah,
Well,
and
I would say
it
there
looks
has to be
like a
so much
first
truth,
draft.
considering there's still multiple designs that they had for Godzilla that Jared himself showed off.
After they were approved or before, because he did say that he did show Wingard the first draft, quote unquote, of Godzilla's evolved design, and he approved it. So
it's like he had made.
post-approval, then
He
it doesn't matter.
basically what happened was he had made a bunch of designs, and he was like, "Oh, I worked so hard on all of these designs." And as soon as he showed him the first one, he was like, "Yep," and he was like, "Oh." Imagine doing all of that work for someone to be like, "Yeah, no, that's fine enough." Yeah, he said again, like, first design he showed Wingard, he was like, "Great," and he was like, "I have more." No, that's fine.
That's great. Yeah, that's amazing. Holy shit, I'm gonna start checking off right here, Jared. I love
that
it.
you shouldn't do that
That's
as a
how it goes.
director. You should look at all the options, because if you look at all the concept art for Godzilla when 2014 was in production, there were many designs, and Gareth Edwards was carefully looking through each and every one of them to see which one would be the best, and he kept asking people to like tweak it in some areas and other areas, and then he did the exact same thing for the Mutos. I think it took longer for the Mutos, actually.
Yeah, it took like a year of almost. It was several fucking months just for the design. He says it himself.
Yeah, exactly. So like that's the complete opposite of Adam Wingard. Whereas Adam Wingard first draft, I love it, give it to me, and Jared's like, oh, okay, you don't want to see those? No, I love it. It's great.
Yeah.
It's exactly what I want. You don't want to review it? No, it's great. It's great. Oh, okay.
But like, I do want to ask you. So, what's the point in regards to Little Platoon's criticism?
Something meta narrative, meta perspective, the true perspective. That is stupid. I think. Yeah, we already covered that. We already.
Okay. So we can keep going.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yes, obviously we're doing the electric pterodactyl bit. That is very clearly where we're going, but still, at least they set it up. At least they trailed it. At least they got a mention at the beginning that can pay off in a few minutes' time. At least he didn't say, oh, by the way, funny thing, as luck would have it, complete by chance, I totally forgot about it, but I've just remembered. Luckily, fortunately, guys, we've got an Infinity Gauntlet in the shed. We can just go and grab that. Ah, God. Well done, film. We're about 15 minutes out from the end, and you have done a thing right. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the monsters once again piss off the entire world by blowing up half of Cairo. Godzilla actually... fucking hell. Godzilla does... What is this called? I actually had to ask this on B-Sub because Cynic likes wrestling, and I'm not that gay. So Cynic can explain this for us.
And they roar into the sky together.
They do.
And I did lead you astray. You asked me because I was supposed to have expertise. I said it was a German suplex. It is actually a superplex.
What the fuck is a superplex?
So
Plex.
That is when you give them what would be a standard suplex, but off of the top rope.
Or in this case, off of a pyramid.
So in this case, off of a fucking pyramid.
It was quite... Keep talking. I'm just about to find...
Keep talking.
Keep talking, woman.
Keep going. Yeah, boy.
Okay, here we go. Off the top rope.
Fuck it, off the top ropes. Oh,
yeah, there we go.
Oh my God, he is broken in half.
Kong then pummels Godzilla's head with his Infinity Gauntlet, which you think is entirely counterproductive. And Godzilla finishes wiping out Cairo with his pink laser breath, which you likewise think is entirely counterproductive. I don't really know why Kong didn't just immediately hop back down into the portal and bait Godzilla into following him rather than waving his arms and trying to communicate.
Actually, I'm not even going to debate it. Like, we all know why. So I'm not going to pause for that. Never mind. We can keep going.
I guess if he'd done that, we'd not have got this pointless fight to pad the runtime out. But it's cool because Mothra then...
He's complaining about padding the runtime. Fuck up.
Well, if you want to be super pedantic about it, the video's shorter than the movie? ?
I mean, it's still longer than it needs to,
It's still
considering
too
the
long.
content that we're getting.
It's 9 DD references and 4 Yu-Gi-Oh ones too long.
Yeah.
Okay. What's that average? Like 10 minutes?
No, actually, maybe.
So 10 minutes of padding. I mean, can't be worse than a Zack Snyder movie.
And then you have the Twitter ranting where he basically explains that all of this video was made because he was personally like annoyed at someone on Twitter. That's also unnecessary. So if you want to add that one, that's like 20 minutes.
Okay, you know what? That level of pettiness is admirable.
Yeah. Yeah.
appears, and Mothra just goes, and this solves that. They stop fighting. That's how the thing ends. This is how they talk. Godzilla calms the fuck down. He has a chat with Kong. They're all friends now. Everyone's on the same page. It's just that Godzilla now has much less radioactive power, quite possibly also a concussion, and they're both weakened for their fight against the Scar King. At least that's what I was thinking. What? But I had a.
No, he's assuming. He's saying that he's assuming that could have been the case. Yeah. Or at least it should have been, which actually is something that I think should have also been implemented in, or at least
into the movie
that was implemented in GvK, where Godzilla was significantly weaker against Mechagodzilla, which is why he lost.
In Mechagodzilla, yes, but during his fight with Scar King and Shima.
No, like the fight between Godzilla. Okay, the fight between Kong, him and Kong would have drained him a little bit, not too much, but just like a little bit, drained a little bit of strength, made them like a little bit more tired before going after Scar King, which on one hand I get why he would say that because stakes, but on the other hand, Godzilla can literally burn God. So like he's way too overpowered in this movie, even though the evolved form doesn't really do anything different from the atomic breath normally. Vic. And it's one of those things.
Mind to quality here, and that was a big mistake because the film doesn't have any mind for quality at all. There's no connection between this fight and the final fight. They're not weakened in any way. It just proceeds as though this fight never occurred. Meanwhile, setting up what I'm sure is going to be an absolutely catastrophic CGI finale. Thousands of miles away, the Quantum Indians manipulate their magical pyramids to create several minutes worth of anti-gravity to protect the sky portals. But Godzuki uses ice breath to freeze one of the magic pyramids to stop this from happening. But yeah, brilliant. Totally called it. Never doubted it for a moment. Crikey flies back into the picture with a flock of flying electric pterodactyls, and they proceed to royally piss off Scar King and Godzuki and his army. This buys enough time for the humans to board the spaceship and escape. And then Godzilla and Kong portal in, and we get this unbelievably cringe trailer shot that I am honestly surprised made it into the final cut. I'm surprised it made it into the trailers because it looks appalling. It's so corny and cheesy and badly rendered, and nothing as big as these two is supposed to run, and Godzilla in particular is not supposed to run, and if you
badly rendered is possibly the only good thing argument he said against this, because this is, again, I always bring up Brayden. I always bring him up whenever CGI is mentioned, but yeah, he can detail why the CGI in this movie looks bad, so refer to him whenever he decides to return with the milk any day now.
Yeah.
The CGI of this movie is bad. It's really bad. And there, I was rewatching the debate stream. Kasaibo, they're running like people. Yes, they're running like people. They've been anthropomorphized. That's not a good thing. I don't feel like I need to say this, but whatever. This is something. I was rewatching the debate stream on Vic's channel, and I was reminded of the whole 180 shot thing argument, which hurt my brain a little bit because Vic, I swear to God, you're not even saying anything, and I'm already getting pissed off. Yeah, I don't really want to get into it, but I think you can get grievances, right?
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think that Platoon is wrong in any part actually of what he just said. Like, it's just straight up like all of this shot is wrong. Yeah, I don't think it's just the rendering. I think it's everything he said about this part is fine.
Yeah, like you wouldn't shoot these creatures that are this big the way you are, and you wouldn't have them move this way. If you wanted to have a tone like
away
this,
from a 10-hour stream, we are 3 minutes away from a 10-hour stream.
Yeah, if you wanted something like this, Pacific Rim, if you wanted to deviate from 2014, which again you shouldn't because world building, lore, writing. But if you wanted to, Pacific Rim's the blueprint, right there. If you really want to anthropomorphize the monsters, which you really shouldn't, but if you wanted to, Pacific Rim exists. That's a good example.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Vic, what are you going to say?
Personal preference.
That's not a personal preference. That's continuity. That's respect for continuity. That cannot possibly be a personal preference if it's adhering to the philosophy of the cinematography and the designs and the physics and the tone
Yeah,
and the
and
visuals
and
that
by
were
the way,
present
like
in
that's already a
2014 in
problem with
Skull Island. That's not preference.
exactly like that's already a problem with 2019. It's not even a problem with this one. This just made it worse. It's like 2019 was the start of the problem. I would say that GBK made it a little bit better with the animation and how Godzilla runs because he still feels heavy. And then they went back to 2019 and even worse with this one. So it's like
Yeah, like even in 29. Now that you mention it, because the design philosophy of Godzilla in 2014 was that he's supposed to be like a new modern interpretation, American interpretation of Godzilla. He was supposed to be this paying homage to the other versions of Godzilla, but also being its own thing and being unique in that sense. But then Michael Dougherty said, "No, I want my Godzilla to look more like the Godzilla from the past." So he altered the shut up Kasaibu. So he altered the dorsal plates to look more like the designs from
54. Yeah.
From yesterdecade, which contradicts the whole point of the design philosophy. It's all about integrity. It's all about artistic integrity. It violates artistic integrity. So that cannot be subjective. And
10
Kasaibu can
hours,
shove it up his ass.
Yay!
Hey.
I'd say it only applies to the continuity aspect you're talking about, which I can somewhat agree.
You would have to
Okay,
because
guys,
I'm right.
let's get to the end of this.
Yeah.
We are 4 minutes away.
We can stretch
Like
it
this,
to
you've
40.
probably got long COVID because,
suffering
my
is
God,
almost
your
over.
taste buds have been completely fucking obliterated at some point. So yay! It's Godzilla and Kong versus Godzuki and Scar King, with the added bonus of quantum Indian pyramids fucking with gravity. Which means for the first few minutes of the fight, we are basically doing the Matrix Revolutions, but it's just worse in every way. And more whiskey. Give me all of the drink, all of this. It is needed. Mothra gets involved. Baby Club Diddy Kong gets involved. Apparently, all these monsters have done extensive anti-gravity training because they're all flying around like it's really no big deal at all. And then the magic pyramid buff times out, and everyone very sensibly falls to the ground, where the fight should probably have taken place anyway.
You know what? Like, I think people shit too much on this fight, and I don't really think that it's like that fucking bad. That
It does
like,
have
of
some
course,
problems.
It destroys the
but-
world. The Hollow Earth was already broken, and now you're telling me they can manipulate gravity with radiation, juice powers, whatever.
Like if it's already broken, like at least make it unique. Like it's already broken. Like you're not gonna fix it. So if it's gonna be like, okay, now zero gravity
This
fight,
is
it's
like the
fuck
logical
yeah.
conclusion of illogicity, stupid. This is entropy. This is narrative entropy.
Chaos.
That's what that
I
is.
want more chaos. Chaos all over the place.
This
love
is
it.
like the
all
next
sorts of that.
conclusion.
Anyway,
like, what else are you gonna
Five,
do but escalate into
I
more
want to
stupidity?
concentrate on the little Platoon video rather than the criticisms of GxK.
Sorry.
So
I
he
think
says
I'm
on his
starting to do it.
it's these monsters are fighting like they've had extensive training in anti-gravity. Of that, Skarkin probably might have, considering how long he's been alive and how long he's been living in this place. So potentially he might have experience. Godzilla, but he does swim. And you can see him, he's literally swimming through the air. So for him, it's just a transference of skills.
How?
Because that's the thing. Like when you're already going full like balls to the wall, it's just that like fuck it. Like have fun with it. Like that's why. Because the movie's already completely fucking broken. Like you might as well just give it like a fight that we haven't really had before.
My
And
brain
here's the
has
thing.
necrosis.
But yeah, that's basically my arguments against something that Little Platoon has said. As to the quality of this fight and everything else that's going on with it, there is so much, but we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about Little Platoon's criticisms, which by this point in the video, I mean, to be fair, for the entire video, they should have been on point. the fact that they're not just speaks to how little effort he's putting into this video.
Yeah.
Mothra rescues our heroes before their ship crashes, while the rest of the Biggins fall through a portal and Kong inconveniently gets his axe lodged in a wall, so he's lost that for now. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the entire population of Rio de Janeiro has been short-sighted enough to live within view of another famous landmark. O Cristo Redemptor, Christ the Redeemer, has, ironically enough, ensured that huge satanic monster things will bring death and destruction to people in his shadow. So yes, we're off to fuck up Brazil. I mean, fuck it, why not? We've done Italy and France and Egypt. Might as well add some samba into the mix, you know, spice things up a bit. Honestly, at this point, I think humans of this world will be well advised just to take down all their landmarks. Maybe the BLM people are right, even if they don't realize it. They might think they're tearing down statues because of, like, invented claims of racism and slavery, but what they're accidentally doing is saving all of America from being attacked by giant monsters. Because if you leave the landmarks up, you're just inviting the likes of Roland Emmerich and Michael Bay and whoever the fucking hack made this film to come and just kill all of them and everyone who lives near them. Godzuki does a sky laser. We needed one of those. Then yes, wanton destruction ensues. Rip Brazil. And the fight continues. Scar Giver, no, Scar King, that's the one. Scar King loses a tooth. I think that's the last time the tooth is relevant. That's the payoff. We've done the tooth from the beginning of the film. And like that tooth flying there, that's all we're getting. It's
I don't get the tooth thing, but that's a criticism against the movie. Like, it sets up that
it's also a criticism
apparently
against him because he said the tooth returns. You're like, what? No.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what's
the
wrong
whole
about
idea
that?
of the tooth returns? The idea, like, oh, Scar King prefers natural teeth, I guess, and he makes fun of people that don't have natural teeth, and then Kong knocks out one of his teeth, so he might need an artificial one, and Kong laughs at him for it, and apparently that's karma. Like, what? I don't. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I get that in the movie. Yeah, exactly. But also his criticism of it, like pointing it out, because it's so inconsequential, it's also inconsequential as well. So it's like, yeah.
I guess he thought it was amusing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Done now. The tooth arc is completed. Several thousand innocent people get taken out inside the opening 30 seconds of this fight. Oh, there goes another neighborhood. There go another few skyscrapers. Oh, and another one. They're using skyscrapers as weapons now. Honestly, if this film had been made in the year 2000, they could be using the World Trade Center towers as a jousting match. Diddy Kong picks up Kong's axe and hops through the portal after them. Godzilla snaps Scar King's whip, as predicted, so he's lost his magic crystal, which is exactly why you don't put it on your weapon to begin with, you damn dirty ape. He and Kong fight over the crystal for a bit. Godzilla and Godzuki kill several thousands more people. Diddy Kong then uses Kong's axe to destroy the magic crystal, which frees Godzuki of its mind control. And the three hero monsters, Godzilla, Kong, and Godzuki, all three of them team up to kill the Scar King. Much like Godzilla could and should have done thousands of years ago, but didn't solely in order that we could all enjoy this wonderful work of art that is this film. They all roar. Godzilla does another sky laser. The sun comes out over the wreckage of Rio de Janeiro. Population...
I mean, that was Mothra, but yeah.
Originally 6.7 million people, now closer to 4. 4 people. Mothra and Echo return to the quantum realm. Echo says she doesn't want to stay in Hollow Earth.
Joke. That was the third funny joke of the video, so like...
Yes.
Good, Platoon. More of this, less of everything else.
Godzilla could and should have done thousands of years ago, but didn't solely in order that we could all enjoy this wonderful work of art that is this film. They all roar. Godzilla does another sky laser. The sun comes out over the wreckage of Rio de Janeiro. Population originally 6.7 million people, now closer to 4. 4 people. Mothra and Echo return to the quantum realm. Echo says she doesn't want to stay in Hollow Earth after all because Eileen is her real family. I don't care. Mothra repairs the interdimensional Hymen shield. Godzilla goes back to have another nap in the Colosseum. Godzuki returns to Mordor with Kong and Baby Club to liberate the slaves. They all roar again. And that is the end of the movie. So that is the plot breakdown out of the way. Now, as is customary in these video essays, it's time for us to break down character, world building, and theme. Fuck it,
On the
fuck it
last
all, fuck
3
it all to death.
minutes?
I'm out. Mic drop.
Yeah.
Roll the credits. Let the credits go. It's done. Never again. We're out. We're done. Fuck you if you like this film. Stop rotting your brain. Watch better films. Watch better movies. Don't ruin your children by taking them to see this film. Dune video. There's a Dune video coming up next. The Dune video is gonna be really good.
There you go,
Oh.
Blackoni. He literally says it right there. Fuck you if you like it, not if you defend it. Fuck you if you like
and
it. That's it.
and keep in mind, Cinemus, you were expecting that he may have been able to maybe coming back to like sort of like try to further elaborate some
yeah,
points.
he never went back
He never
to that,
did.
Fucker.
I see
He
the
never
man
did.
from Uncle.
Fuck you if you like this film. Stop rotting your brain. Watch better films.
Oh.
Uh,
If you really like
If you
your
really
monster
like
son
your-
of Godzilla, Godzilla -1,
You-
Frankenweenie, 1984, King Kong 1993, the original Gojira.
You know what? What's worse that after being here for 10 hours, the fact that he just like did that feels like the biggest fucking blue balling of all time.
yeah, so
Like my balls are 50 shades of blue right now.
Like Sea Monster said at the start of this video, my complaint was he just described the scene with a sarcastic tone, and the defense for that was, oh, he's going to come back to it. He's then done the same thing over and over and over again with a lot of incorrect criticisms and whatnot, but he literally just described the scene with a sarcastic tone over and over again. We get to the end of the video, and that's it. There's no return to those scenes to better explain why exactly those scenes are bad. It's just, oh, and then this happens. Oh, and then this happens. And that, cool. Great criticism.
And you know,
Thanks,
you know what
Platoon.
else? Like, also, you said literally that you thought that as the video would go on, he will just like completely give up, like Mueller. And this is like the most exaggerated version of that possible. So
Yeah.
you were also right about that. Stupidly right. Like
Really?
you were like 500% right.
There's some really bad stuff at the end of this. In my original script, I was originally just going to go, and then they fight, then just ignore the end of the fight. But the more I watched it, it was like, holy shit, there's some absolute terrible points in this fight. Like teleporting around and like the monsters just not acknowledging each other and the order at which the monsters come out of the portal and stuff like that. It's just like, oh my God. So yeah, the fact that he just did the thing that I decided not to do because there was stuff to talk about, yeah, says a lot.
It says that you're the superior British man.
I can't wait
Congratulations.
to make my video. I need to concentrate on my video now. But I want to make other things as well. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Do you think that this could have been confirmation bias the video? Because I'm pretty sure that anybody who keeps watching, like watches the entire thing and agrees with it, already knew what the problems were.
Oh yeah, this is Anti-Nucleus fans levels of, oh the person I like said a thing. I will just shovel it into my face regardless of what it actually is. I won't bother to check. I won't bother to look into things. Do you know my video?
Because the movie is bad.
Ironheart,
Like the movie is bad. So like he's right for saying that, and he has said some stuff that was correct, but.
But you know, Black, the same way that you criticize movies and you say that doing the bare minimum shouldn't be rewarded. Why should we reward this guy saying his video is good if he's not even doing the bare minimum? Like, I think we should apply the same.
It is over now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Fair enough then. Yeah.
Because here's the thing, like he did the same thing that frustrated me about Alien Romulus. So I mean, I don't really get how you're not also like frustrated, because this was one of the videos saying, dude, like the movie's bad, like, and at the time, if you were like one of the people that believed that, this video should have been like, hey, look, if you don't believe me that the movie's bad, you can watch this video, and this is what you have. Like, that's even worse than talking about it yourself.
Well, okay.
Like,
yeah,
I know that you said at first that.
Like,
yeah,
I guess it's because like his other videos were. I just think this is the case of like, I don't know, brilliant but lazy type of thing. Like a brilliant.
He wasn't brilliant on this one. Like he really wasn't.
No. I mean, like in general. Because he does make good videos.
Like we know that, and Minecraft also, like he can confirm that the thing is for Minecraft that made it even worse, not better. And that's the thing, like you're not supposed to or forced to watch someone's multiple videos from the same guy, and if this is the first video you watch, then yeah, like the guy doesn't deserve a second chance, because this one, you said that you didn't think that this video was bad, that it was you said that it was good, or did you say that it was like fine? Like you said that there was like a bare minimum.
I at first thought it was not that bad. Then it started to grow into meh territory, and now I might have to rethink my position.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, because I also don't.
Yeah, you don't have to be.
Blackaroonie, sorry, I just wanted to point this one out. Blackaroonie, at the beginning of this video, I said that that Little Platoon has been a bit ableist by comparing Jaya to Echo for no other reason than just because they're both deaf people, therefore they're the same person type thing. It was actually not ableism that he was doing there. It was actually turned out to be racism, because later on he just blatantly calls the Iwi Indians, as in Native Americans, and then shows clips from Echo as in doing a comparison, and talks about
No,
how
and not only that, he
America
shows
exploits
Pocahontas.
Native Americans. Sorry?
And also he's showing Pocahontas. Like that's the worst
And
part.
Pocahontas,
like,
yeah.
Constantly,
he's
like every 2 frames, Pocahontas, Pocahontas, Pocahontas.
Yeah, there comes a point where you just have to. Yeah, it comes a point where there's like just way too many things that are just going on that line up with a certain thing that makes you go, well, it's like, hold on, he can't possibly. And then you see enough of this evidence, you just go, nope, it is. Nope.
Yeah, imagine your uncle is like, you have like a black. Imagine first of all black. Imagine you're white. Okay, so based on that, then imagine you have your uncle. You bring your best black friend, and he just like stares weird at him. That's like, okay, like that's not necessarily anything. Like then he is like, okay, kids, go to the fucking store and buy something, and then when he gives you the money to buy something, he's like, "I don't give the money to that guy." Like, okay, maybe he just doesn't trust like other people my age, and then when he says the N word, you kind of have to be like, maybe he's kind of racist. Like there's
wait.
pattern.
Who is being? You lost me. Like because.
What I'm saying,
am I white or is he white? Like, who's white in this?
First of all,
I think you guys are too drunk.
I think there's a plot hole in this.
Yeah,
story.
maybe I am too drunk for this. Yes. Well, what I'm trying to say is that
I just kind of lost it.
What we said at the time was, when you have a graph and you have enough points, you can finally make a line and see the trajectory of things. Basically, pattern recognition. I think that in the first 2 or 3 cases, it was fine, but the fact that he keeps calling them Indians throughout the entire movie, to the point where he actually has to put effort into calling them that. The Pocahontas stuff, like constantly comparing her to the Indians from Echo, all of that shit, like it got to a point where we couldn't really defend it. I couldn't even play devil's advocate anymore, which I tried, but I couldn't. Like, it was inexcusable. So yeah, I tried and I couldn't, just so you know.
Yeah, like let's just say you don't have to. Like, this is kind of one of those cases where it doesn't really matter if you pretty much agree that GxK is, if you pretty much consider GxK to be bad or not. This video this was just a really poorly done video. Even from which is, and shockingly so, from someone who has done way better in the past.
Would you make any moral claims about him because of this video, or would you just say
I don't even have to make moral claims about this video. This was just a badly put together video. There's just enough like even when we take.
No, like I'm asking if you would. That's what I'm asking. Like, yeah, we already agree. Yeah, this video is not as good as it should have been. But like, is this enough to make like a moral claim about him?
What do you mean? Like, maybe because I don't speak English as first language. What do you mean by, like, are you asking if we will say that he's like actually like completely racist in real life? Is that it?
or like a bad person in general because of it. Because I would consider that to be a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, no, it is a stretch to be fair. Like, I think that non-racist people can do racist things, which is like a huge, horrible thing to say in America, apparently, because either if you're a little bit racist, you're a complete Nazi, or you're like not at all. Like everything is black and white nowadays. I think the guy is obnoxious,
Black,
but
like me.
I think the guy is obnoxious, but actually, we were talking about this too before. He's completely different on the IFAB streams. He's way more mature, or at least subdued. So we were talking about this being some type of persona that he's putting up, but it doesn't take away from it being.
he doesn't. When Mahler lets in people like Nardotic, Critical Drinker, and unless politics is relevant, he doesn't really allow people to bring it up. He just wants to remain neutral.
Okay, and that's super professional, by the way. That's nice. But the thing is, I do think that there's a point where you, and I also said this previously when you weren't here. I'm always fine talking to anyone, but you cannot deny that some people are just unlikable, and you don't want to really talk to them. I wouldn't want to like avoid him because I think he's racist necessarily, but I think he's so obnoxious. His humor is so broken and weird, and he's so fucking edgy and trying to like be pedantic and smart ass that I wouldn't want to talk to him. I don't like the guy already by this video, but I don't go around like crucifying people for stupid jokes, right? Like I think maybe he had a racist moment or something. I don't know about his personal life. I don't know if anyone else.
Maybe I
has
just
something
agreed.
different.
Yeah, maybe I just agreed because I just wanted to see more people trash on GxK because it deserves to be trashed. I genuinely think that this kind of movie is a blight on Hollywood. It's a blight on like okay. We were talking earlier about we were talking earlier about the kinds of people that movies like this produce, and like who came first, the chicken or the egg, who came first, the movie or the people. Like the people always existed, and then because of that the movies came, and then that creates like a sort of feedback loop of sorts. But I also would compare it to an Ouroboros, because at the same time, like people like that exist, they create movies, and then that leads to more people, attracting that kind of people that say stuff like, "Oh, you're in it for the monsters. Oh, it's supposed to be stupid. This, that, and the other. Blah 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 blah."
Yeah,
And then
no,
it
you're
creates-
right, because actually I do want to say that you're right because of a clear example. The producer of the Raimi Spider-Man movies, he interfered on the third one and fucked it up because he wanted Venom in there because he was fucking stupid and he wanted to force his stupid ideas into a good movie.
Yeah, he
And
kept
then
saying
he
that
made
people wanted to see Venom, but I don't think Venom was really. I don't think Venom was
popular.
really all that like popular at the time.
Exactly, yeah, and then he made the actual Venom movies that are also trash, and everyone says that they're trash. And the only people who actually like it that I see are like all below 18, or literally like people that have such low standards that they also like GxK and GxK, for example. So like I think you're right about that. People eventually do make bad movies because they are like that. But
yeah, like it's I get it, but at the same time, like they were successful enough for a trilogy. We have a Venom trilogy, so it's because there were people that were saying it was enjoyable, it was good. It was because of that we have a trilogy of movies that are just objectively bad. So, like,
I wouldn't like. I wouldn't. Yeah, time out. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to bed. It's 1:20 in the morning here. I'm off.
All right. Have a good night, man.
For me, it's 1
This
a.m.
was
But
painful.
I love this.
Yeah,
this was very painful.
Yeah,
You're a trooper, Sianis.
I'm starting to. Yeah, I think I'm starting to. At least with the argumentation in his problem, in his video, and yeah, I get it. Yeah.
By the way, Sianis,
Yeah.
Before you go, is there something you want to maybe like ask Black or any of us, like right before you leave? Anything?
Honestly, I'm too tired to think right now. My head
Okay.
hurts. I've been ill for all week, and this has not helped. So, yeah, I'm going to bed. We shall see you all next stream, hopefully. Maybe not quite as long a stream.
No. I mean, whatever stream I have next, it definitely will not be this long. That's for sure. Yeah.
All right, then. I shall bid you all a good night, a good evening, a good day, wherever you might be. I shall see
Yeah.
you all on the grey sea of dream.
All right.
I see.
Take care, man.
Yeah.
I see.
But yeah, no, like as I was saying, like I guess I might have been blinded by my desire to see this movie trash then. Because again, I think it absolutely deserves it. This movie has no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Like not a single one. Like you could say the monster fights, on top of the monster fights being ugly and pointless, you could have the monster fights actually be better, be meaningful, and yeah, you could have them. But it's like people would don't really care, like they would rather settle for less. When I was walking down the theater, when I after watching Fantastic Four earlier today, I heard someone say, "Yeah, Superman was awesome," and I just had to like stay there and just stay quiet. I was ready to explode, but like I wanted to stay quiet because it's almost like yeah, the movie had good intentions. And I will love it because it had those good intentions. I mean, Superman actually saves people. When's the last time you see a superhero movie where superheroes actually save people? Closest thing we got was the Thunderbolts. Closest thing we got, and yeah, I guess so. Fine, but even still, like that was like after how many other movies? Not a whole lot, right? So but this movie's intentions were merely just junk food and just like what is even like, because people will always defend the existence of movies like this. Oh yeah, the Cyborg Superman was, of course you'd fucking say that. And so
Superman was fucking great.
Shut up. So
Shut it.
as I was saying, I always hear the same thing. We have these movies because something junk food, and sometimes you want to crave a little bit of junk food. Would you really allow art to would you really debase art to just junk food? Don't you think art should be like a little bit more than just, some quick little masturbatory experience? I hate that. I hate that argument. Like, loathe it with a passion.
I don't know if it's an
Because of
argument. I think that
pretentious-
it's just how things are. Like, and things are flawed. Yeah, but like it's the way it is. Like, should
It
the
doesn't
world be
have to
shitty?
be, though.
It should.
It shouldn't be, and it doesn't have to be. And you can.
But again, that's the thing. Like, the world also doesn't have to be horrible in certain things. Like, there shouldn't have to be wars. Like, realistically,
Yeah,
but there are.
obviously, but should we then therefore throw our hands up and allow it to happen?
No, but that's the thing. Like, sometimes you cannot stop things. Like, you just need to accept that they happen and try to get over it or fix it. And I think that that's actually why videos like this are so bad, because he's trying to he's making one of the few videos at the time that was saying, hey, this movie's like actually like not just bad, it's like horribly bad. And he failed on pointing out why. So that actually shows even more like why that's so important. Like, you have to get over it, like just stop crying about it, or actually do something. For example, you did something, you made a bunch of videos talking about every single little thing that was wrong and explaining it objectively, and he instead decided to bitch about it like a little crybaby. And what happens with that is that people decide to ignore you, and people hated on him. They just talked shit about his video, and no one really cared that much, to be fair. And then when he was talking to people, he was on Twitter for like 2 days, and he made it seem like it was like the worst experience of his life. Like, I don't believe that at all, because also we were watching this and we realized that he only watched the movie once, like 2 days before making the stream, and that was stream, well, that's basically within a week all of this happened. So it wasn't even like he watched the movie in cinemas and then he had 2 weeks to think about this, and he was threatened, and he had like this terrible experience on Twitter. No, probably it was like a couple of days at most. So yeah, there's no excuse for this, right? Like, he didn't have like a bad experience. Like, that's literally impossible. I think, if anything, based on his behavior on this video, that probably he was the one that was being aggressive to people, and they defensively and wrongly, because it's wrong to say this because it's a bad argument, said, you know what, I still like the movie because it's fun. And it's like, he's like debating bro people on what they feel, and it's like, you can debate bro me like the shit out of me, but you're not going to change that I like the movie or not, you know. And then
yeah,
he
like
makes this
you're
video.
you're allowed to like the movie, but I would also say that if this world never had movies like this, you wouldn't feel a void of, like, you wouldn't want there to be, like, if there wasn't we were lived in a world where no movies like GxK exist, and we only got movies that were just a masterpiece after masterpiece after masterpiece. If the movies are good enough, nobody would get bored of them, and no one would ever think, well, I kind of want something stupid now. Because at that point,
No, actually, I do think that people. No. Actually, I think you're being too idealistic. I think you're wrong. I think that if I was given like restaurant food and I had tasted a Big Mac, at one point in my life, I will be like, I want a Big Mac right now. I will kill for a Big Mac. I will give out all of the pizzas from Italian restaurants. I will give out all of the really like gourmet shit for that ones. You know,
Wait,
I think
do
it's
you
easy
think, like,
to
in
talk about
ancient times when
hypotheticals.
fast food? Do you think in ancient times when fast food didn't exist, people, like, sought out that kind of thing?
But that's the thing. Like you're talking about a completely hypothetical world. Like, as I said, you just have to deal with the fact that that's not the world we live in. You know, it's funny because I was think about you saying this, and it reminds me of Makima and Chainsaw Man. And it's like actually, if all movies were good, you wouldn't value them as much. That's almost certain because we always seek for more. And if they're all masterpieces, there's a ceiling. Okay, like you cannot make masterpiece after masterpiece. Actually, that's impossible. That all directors make bad movies, even if they're like good. Steven Spielberg has made great stuff, some of the best stuff in the planet, world, history. He's also made some of the worst. He produced the he didn't direct them, right? But he produced the Transformers movies. So he has had part.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Like,
Transformers movies are
terrible things.
amazing.
So the bad movies help people appreciate the better movies.
Not necessarily. The thing is, in the
Like,
real
because
world,
I know that it could. I know that it could.
It could, yeah, but it's not necessarily going to do it. The thing is, you need sometimes the bad to appreciate the good. It's not a given that it will happen, but you just cannot have the good without the bad. Like that's impossible. So I think that you should also like try to get away from that idea, because it's as impossible as socialism working or capitalism working. Like you need to have certain things mixed sometimes. And yes, sometimes you'll need to make bad movies because people want fast food, even if you think that they don't. If you tomorrow make everyone a vegan or vegetarian and you make it healthy and you find a way to make it tasty too, that's great. But again, people will want their Big Macs.
Yeah,
maybe
like,
it will
I
take 5
wouldn't want to
years.
turn the world vegan. I wouldn't do that to them. I would give them like a steak.
I mean, I'm just making it also hypothetical. Don't worry.
I'm
Like,
just
I'm not vegan.
I'm joking. I wouldn't do that to the world. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
vegan
let me put
rule.
it. Let me put it this way. Like, I would, yeah, I definitely would much rather have more movies that are, on the same level of quality as something like Oppenheimer or Nosferatu 2024 or Godzilla -1 or, just the Batman, Matt Reeves Batman, or the Dark Knight or Jurassic Park. In terms of like, to kind of like, as movies to just show like this is pretty much what cinema can potentially be at its pinnacle of quality. But that being said, there's also but I can definitely understand how sometimes in order to figure out why those movies work as well as we do, there would have to be like there's always going to be the positive. I can have to accept that there would always have to be like an opposite of that, like I don't know, Madam Web.
Maybe I wouldn't have such a problem with that idea of maybe there needs to be bad movies to appreciate. Maybe I wouldn't have such a problem with that if it weren't for people that were actually claiming it was good when we all when it's not, right? So
Yeah.
like I probably wouldn't have that much of a problem
Yeah.
if there weren't people spouting that kind of untruth.
Yeah, I can pretty much. I can understand if someone were to say what, if we would have had more people come on and just say like GX is like I saw GxK. I enjoyed it. I had fun with it, but it's definitely not a good movie. It's a pretty bad movie.
Because
Like,
people know that junk food isn't healthy.
If we have people just kind of know that there's like a difference between acknowledging when something is good or bad, and pretty much just and whether or not they enjoyed it, despite
because the thing is, people know that junk food is bad. There's not a whole movement of people going like, oh well, junk food is actually really healthy if you think about it. Like the people know that. They just don't care. They don't go out saying it's actually really healthy. They know it's unhealthy. But that's why I don't like the comparison to comparing art to like food. Right? That's why I don't like
I
comparing.
agree with that. I was gonna
Yeah.
say I think the analogy like has to remain entirely within like art, because I think to the how do you say, like the average person, like the mass appeal is very powerful. Like that's why I think these films took off, because even if they have their flaws and if they're objectively good, like most people are still gonna go for the mass appeal because it does have those qualities in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah,
just that.
and
Would you rather that those movies would have mass appeal, but still still be better written, so that or like better written to the point where they would be more well received, essentially? Like, what would change a movie like GxK if it had better writing in it? Like, would you still enjoy it just as much, or would you enjoy it even more? Because the verisimilitude would still be intact. In this hypothetical.
G5 in before anything, G5 in the comments says you can't make every movie a masterpiece, otherwise where's the fun of that? I absolutely loathe that argument. I hate that people bring that
But
argument every single
the
time
thing is,
because it presupposes that masterpieces cannot be fun.
No, that's not the point. Like, the point is sometimes it's the fun in finding one. Like, here's the thing: if you find a diamond, like, that's super special, right? If you find a diamond every single day, eventually you don't give a fuck anymore. Like, that's just normal human nature. We always, as I said before, we always want more. So then it will be like, okay, I found a diamond the size of my fucking house. Okay, that's exciting, right? But I don't give a shit about like the ones that are the size of my hand anymore. And if everything was a masterpiece, it wouldn't have the same value as if everything was as it is right now. Like with
Okay,
a lot of
fair.
that.
Okay, and
Is
fair
that a
enough.
cat?
Yeah, like fair enough. But then you would have to develop the skill of distinguishing between what is objectively a masterpiece and what is objectively a piece of trash. There are people that are calling the trash diamond. That is the problem.
And that's the thing. And where you remember when you told me if it doesn't apply to you, you shouldn't be offended.
Yeah.
Like right at the okay, so that's the thing. Like if you know what the diamond is worth, come here. Sorry, my cat is on the roof. What the fuck are you doing there? You fucking moron! Come down here. Come down here. Come down here, idiot. Stinky. Okay, sorry, never mind. The thing is, if you know what the diamond is worth, why would you care? Like I know, like for example, there's this Estonian movie that's like this horror romance thing. Dude, there's robots and demons, and it's supposed to take place in the Middle Ages, and it's super fucking amazing. It's great. Do you know how fucking painful it is that I cannot actually watch it with anyone? Like, I get it. Sometimes it sucks to have the diamond yourself, and you don't have any use for it because like no one else wants to pay attention to it. But like you still have it. Like you'll find someone to talk to share it with at some point. It's not like impossible. You shouldn't really care that much if some other people don't appreciate it because like fuck them, just
It's about
you have
it's
it.
about principle more than anything.
To be fair, it does sound like you would like to control people a little bit.
No. I don't mean to. No, I don't mean to. No, but
I know
all
you
I'm
might not,
saying
but
is, like,
it does
raise
come off
standards.
as like that.
Yeah, like I get
that-
it. Like I even like when I was thinking about it, I'm like, oh, is this too controlling? I don't mean to be too controlling. And like, yeah, you did mention it. It is idealistic, and yeah, like you know what? Yeah, I will double down. It is a bit of an idealistic thing to say, but having higher standards that can be that I don't really
I
think
feel
that's
like that's
control at all.
100% a personal thing, to each their own. And again, like you can't really control that. You can advocate, like 100% advocate for higher standards, but you can't really you can never really control that, you know?
No,
Because like,
that's not. I don't intend to control
of
anything or
course,
anyone.
yeah.
That's not my job. It's not my
I get
place.
it. We're not necessarily saying that you are, but you are still doing some things that kind of go in that direction. And the thing is, you just need to let go. You just have to not hold all of that shit on yourself, even if it another example that I can give is, for example, the Godzilla toys, right? SH
Yeah.
Monster Arts, all of that shit, like the expensive stuff. They just re-released their 2014 figure, which is trash, and I personally hope that they fail with it. I hope that it fucking burns and it makes no money, so they will actually make a new 2014 and I can get that figure myself. The reason why I want that is because I want better stuff for myself. Like the thing is it selfish? Yeah, but I shouldn't be able to tell other people what to buy. Like, for example, if you have never watched um, movies that are super great, yeah, you're probably going to start with the trash. I liked Transformers when I was little, and eventually I grew out of it, and I got more critical and obnoxious at first. But that led me to who I am now. Sorry, I'm going up the stairs and I'm trying to find my fucking cat as I'm talking to you. So if I fall and scream, I broke my leg. Okay. So you just need to let people either stay ignorant because it's not your fault that they are like that, or you need to just let it go, deal with it and move on, or try to make good stuff yourself. Again, people will come, and GxK in 10 years you won't really remember it, and we will have the -1 sequel, and maybe, you know what, maybe Shin Godzilla 2 will be way better than the first one. Who knows? The
Yeah,
thing
that's the
is,
reason why I want to be a writer too. Is because I don't like what I'm seeing. I think people deserve better, and so I would want to give them better. So
okay, yeah, that's all you can do. So that's what you have to do. To be fair, that's the only thing you can do. And you know what? This GxK is going to finance the IP to the point where we can get all of the good movies. So in a way, it is necessary to have these movies. And yeah, I get your point. But did it need to be bad to make money? No, but it worked. Again, you just have to deal with it. It worked. Be grateful that it gave us enough money for us to finance -1, because that's what GBK did. Actually, GBK saved Toho from going bankrupt at the time, and that's a terrible movie. GxK didn't need to be worse than that one. I get that, but if it's going to give us enough money for Toho to make -1 too, fuck it. Great. Awesome. Nice. An Oscar. Dude, we got a fucking Oscar. So that's huge. And this really reminds me of
GBK
Makima from
saved the
Chainsaw.
world.
It did. It saved cinemas. It saved Toho. It saved Godzilla. And it wasn't. Again, it didn't need to be. It could have been better, yes, but again, we got what we got. We just have to deal with it. It
Yeah.
was a plus in the end.
Yeah, whether the movie was good or bad, and whether or not it kind of it sort of secured a future for us to get potentially significantly better Godzilla films in the future, like -1. They're kind of those things are kind of each a different conversation, essentially.
But they are that is in a way a fact. It did save Toho financially when they were literally going broke. So that part is not really an opinion. Just to be fair, that's not something that I believe. It's just what happened.
Yeah, but Yeah,
I
guess
don't have the vocabulary to fully explain because I think there is more for me, but I don't have the vocabulary to really
Now
explain
you know how I feel.
everything from an epistemic foundation because that's where I'm deriving.
this is existential at this point, like philosophical, like what could
This is
be, what would say,
philosophical.
what
This
we
is
should. Yeah.
yeah. So that I need to better word my epistemic foundation for like art and standards because this isn't something that I just I don't know I think it's a transcendent in a way, at least art. If it's not already, then it should be. But that's a lot more complicated a topic to talk about than like in a stream like this. I would just relegate this to, but again, like I don't have the vocabulary for it, so we're just gonna put a pin on that.
Yeah, and we may as well just go ahead and do that because, it's been like since 10 in the morning, if not slightly earlier, since the stream started, and it's like already. It's like dusk right now. We're at so we're gonna have to like
For
start.
me, it's going to be 2 a.m. soon.
Yeah,
Bro, for me, it's just 30. It's 5:30 right now for me, PM.
Well, lucky you.
I got all day. That's what I'm saying. Come live with me in Cali. We'll build like the Team 10 house of Kaiju tubers.
No, thanks. I'm good. I don't need to live in Cali. Yeah, let's kind of close the stream out by, I guess, like any final thoughts from anyone else about what we just covered before we finally.
It was garbage, complete garbage. Let's never show it again.
Yeah, let's never.
Thank God we don't have to talk about GxK again. People were making bets that I was gonna do it again, and they got their money's worth.
Fair enough.
I could get you to talk about it again.
That review was.
I'm going to ignore you, Vic. Until I'm going to ignore you
until Supernova.
We'll see. We'll see.
I'm not going to watch
GxK,
Supernova.
but
I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think
You're gonna watch Supernova. You know you will.
Come on. You are.
If you
I'm
ever
gonna
want
watch
to
Minus 2. I'm gonna watch Minus 2. I'm not watching Supernova.
Yes, you are. Come on, like you know you are. Like you at least have to milk it for content. And you're going, okay, there you are, you fucking idiot. You came back. Okay.
Let's see.
The radioactive Indians were the friends we made along the way.
Well, I guess what I want to say in regards to the little Platoon video itself and what I've watched and what I've talked about here is that I want to say that this video is probably one of the best examples of approaching something in bad faith in every way, because it was filled with, for one thing, he got details about the movie wrong, he did misconstrue a few things, and he poorly presented criticisms that are valid, but presented them to such a way to where it's completely in bad faith, to where even if you agree, you kind of just have to say, this is not the way to go about it.
Exactly. Yeah.
And also, like, what I said at one point was, he gets 1 out of 3 arguments wrong. One, he just straight up gets wrong. Normally, the second, he's right about it, but he tries to exaggerate things to make himself seem smarter, or the movie dumber, which is the same thing, to be fair. Yeah. And then the third fact that he discusses on is normally the one that he actually got right. So 1/3 of this video is bullshit because of his argumentation. The other third is mediocre. And that's not even counting all of the bullshit that we had to deal with that DD and Twitter and Yu-Gi-Oh! For some fucking reason.
Exactly.
Somehow.
Yeah, and all the things that he gets wrong or even like just drops the ball on when he was like on the money, but some reason still kind of fumbles with. Those numbers stack up pretty quickly, or even rather highly, especially when you take into account how long the video is. It's just it adds up. Yeah, we did it, team. We did good. All right, so thank you all for coming to this 300.
Oh, sorry. I was giving my mom the cat. That's all. Sorry.
Oh, okay. All right. And so that just about closes out this 300 sub special edition of Sea Monster Live. Thank you all for coming and sticking with us through this odyssey, essentially.
I'm
That
still
will-
not drunk.
You're still not drunk. I
Might
think the
be
alcohol's worn
the
off
thing is
on me right
empty.
now.
The thing is
My
empty. There's
mind is
nothing in
probably
here.
Gone. It's gone from watching that video.
Yeah.
It's gone.
I had 2 beers and it's just kind of out of my system now. Like it's all just like I'm starting to sober
Yeah.
up again.
Same. I'm back to normal now.
But yeah, thank you all. Thank you guys for coming by. Thank you, the Animus and Kaiju Kuru and Antonio, and for coming on. And anyone here currently standing? Do you have any plugs or anything you want to say or recommendations? Anything? Say it in the mic.
I got comms open on my coffee page, Vic Monstrous. Check them out if you want some personalized kaiju art. And remember, guys, monkeys can rock climb.
You can find me on Adnagoji on 2001 on YouTube, Adnagoji official on Twitter, Adnagoji2017 on Instagram. I'm active on Discord at Adnagoji. You can find me on Facebook at AstroGoji or Adnagoji or whatever. You can pretty much find me anywhere on Adnagoji.
Yeah.
That's for me. Blackaroonie in YouTube, on Discord, on Twitter. Snyder video supposed to come out today, but because my editing software hates me, after the Godzilla vs. Kong video is done, I'm going to replace it with DaVinci Resolve because the video is, at least part 1 of it anyways, is pretty much almost complete anyway. Although progress is really slow. But yeah, Snyder video. It's going to be 30 minutes long ish. And yeah, that's about it. Black Screen might not return for a while. And yeah, that's all I have. Follow me on the Patreon, Rumble, although I haven't been posting on either, so I'll try to fix that, maybe post some music. The Buy Me a Coffee, that's also available. You should check that one out. And yeah, that's pretty much all I got. Recommendations, I guess Full Metal Jacket. If you haven't watched it, watch Full Metal Jacket. I've rewatched it 4 times in the past month. Yeah, just watch Full.
I forgot
Is
my
that
recommendation.
you, John Wayne? Is this me?
Who said that? Okay.
Great movie.
I
yeah.
forgot my recommendation. I recommend Monster Hunter. Watch that; it's pretty good.
Oh God!
Kuru, calm down. Kuru, don't say. I can hear
that debate. That debate
streaming on skin.
I will. We brought it up hours ago. Well,
I can
Yeah,
hear
Kuru
pulling his skin off.
Kuru was
Do I
just
see a
reading.
Monster Hunter movie fan? I smell.
You know what? I can host that stream between you and Kuru, Vic. I will gladly do that.
For real, for real.
Me.
I'm down,
me
honestly,
and-
whatever.
Yeah, me and whoever else
It's
will be
just
the
people
moderators.
with different standards. It's almost impossible to communicate. So
But
it's like speaking a different language.
yeah.
And then maybe we should do a stream on Superman so I can speak Chinese to you. Actually, Portuguese. Eu não gostei do Superman. Eu não gostei do Superman. Eu acho que é muito bom, mas não é para mim. I can also speak
No entendí
Portuguese.
nada. No entendí nada.
Because that's Portuguese, no es español, por eso. So I can
you're
swap languages.
trilingual. Jesus Christ, dude,
Yeah,
you're trilingual.
yeah.
Oh, I have a question. I have a question. So,
Yeah?
if you speak Spanish, then it's easy to learn Italian. If you speak Portuguese, is it easier to learn Spanish?
Yeah, they're super similar. The thing is, you could get confused if you know too many languages that are similar. When I was studying French, I was constantly getting it confused with Portuguese, for example, to the point where I just left it. Also because I had to go to study abroad. So I went to Estonia. I stopped studying French and then I never took it back. But I still remember how confusing it was because I was mixing it in my head constantly. So
Yeah, like I had a friend in AIT that she was Russian, but she also spoke Spanish, so she got English, Spanish, and Russian in her brain, and she just sometimes she would mess up the words, and she just forgot how to speak altogether, and I was just I understand it's from external, it's not.
Yeah, but with Spanish and Portuguese, since they're so similar, you almost have to learn the differences more than the language itself at one point. Like there's one basic level that you have to go past, and after that, it's like just stop speaking in Spanish because you're going to do it. So like that's very specific for Spanish and Portuguese, and Spanish and Italian and French, for example. French a little bit less because it's very different. Like like is the French just speaks so it sounds like Squidward to me. Like when a French guy is speaking to me, I imagine that when a French person cries, they
I have a French friend. I always make fun of him, and I always say, "Dude, you sound like you're giving a blowjob every time you talk."
Yeah, they sound like that.
So I guess
and then his rebuttal is, "Why are you thinking about that?"
So I'm guessing the Rosetta Stone. So I'm guessing, Lau, your recommendation would be the Rosetta Stone or something like that.
The Rosetta Stone? No. So my recommendation. Now that I was talking about it, I think I said this once because, as I said, I was desperate for people to know about it. The Estonian horror film I was talking about. It's called November, and you just have to search for Estonian film November, and that's it. And as I told you, it's demons, robots, werewolves, and shit like that. It's black and white, and it's like a romance. That's all I'm going to tell you. There's no synopsis. It's like an experience. It's not an experience in the pedantic way, where it's like, oh, this is fine art. Oh, you have to watch it with your fucking pinky up. No, it's a movie with a story, but I don't want to spoil it. So go watch that one. Superman is fucking awesome, so go to the cinemas.
No,
Yes.
no.
My name in Instagram is GxK, KASKEG. Same on Twitter, same on YouTube now. I changed it. And yeah, soon I'll start streaming too on Twitch. I just need to get things set up as I'm an immigrant and I just got my residence, so I got a loan from the bank, and finally my life can get better, so I can start doing stuff I want. And a personal recommendation: like, you really need to start reading Chainsaw Man. Like, you really have to start reading Chainsaw Man. Just fucking
I don't
do it.
wanna.
Do it. You're not gonna
I don't
stop
wanna.
once you
I
start.
have the same problem with Chainsaw Man as I do Edge Runners. I don't care how good they are. They look depressing, and I got enough of that already.
Fair enough.
Oh God, we are approaching 11 hours. But I guess I'll just do my plugs and recommendations now. If that's everything on your end, Lau.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Okay.
Let's keep it
And
going
this
for
has
a
been
while.
your host, the Sea Monster, here on YouTube at Sea Monster Essays, where I make essay videos on creature feature things and what have you, and post streams about stuff relating to that kind of stuff. I have a video I'm working on called for Nosferatu 2024. Should be done by October. It would kind of make sense for me to sort of take the next coming weekend off so that I can work on that video. Pretty much like if I were to host another stream, it would have to be like the weekend after next, let's just say. Not sure what it will be, but I'll let you all know eventually. But yeah, Nosferatu video coming up. It's in the process of editing and what have you. Follow me on Twitter, CMonster, KCI, and for any updates so that you can stay in the know of what I have in store. But yeah, once again, thank you all for coming on this almost 11-hour journey.
Keep it on for 2 more minutes.
As far as recommendations go, I mean, I mentioned Nosferatu, so go watch that. Go watch. You know what? Don't go see Superman. Go see Jurassic World Rebirth.
No, watch Superman.
That sounds
Do it.
worse.
Do
What? Is it?
Yeah,
though?
it actually sounds worse. It does sound worse.
Yeah. Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, well, we can discuss you being wrong. Else, I don't know.
Well, yeah, that's
Yeah, Superman stream when? Just tell me when.
I think Gojin is hosting it.
I don't think he'll invite me. Like, to be fair, like, I think that's more like a YouTuber thing. I'm just like a commoner. I'm a peasant.
No, well, you can display yourself. Since we're going to be all displayed for sale. So yeah, might as well.
Oh, okay. We're all black now.
Yeah. Well, see, I already been through that, so I can, show you around. First time, right? It's gonna be your first time.
Okay.
So I'll show you
Nice.
around.
Okay.
Here are the whips. Here's the crown of thorns.
There are the cops. We just have to run the other way.
Yeah.
But anyways, good night, folks. Take care. Peace.
Bye.
War.